With a heart filled with lamentation, Ye Hao inadvertently traverses the Douluo Continent, unexpectedly acquiring a life simulator. Simulating life. Please select a simulation target. Ye Hao, is there even a need to ponder this? Simulation successful. You have successfully simulated. You awakened your martial soul at the age of 6. Question mark. Apologies, I seem to have summoned the wrong individual. Ye Hao. The simulator abruptly malfunctioned, leaving Ye Hao in a state of bewilderment as he gazed upon the simultaneously strange and familiar world before him. One fateful day, as Ye Hao unleashed his dual martial souls, the crowd exclaimed, "What is your relationship with her?" Bibi Dong. Chapter 237 Tang San. I shall challenge Tang Yu. Upon his arrival at Haotian school, Tang San was met with hostility on the very first day. In the days that followed, he frequently endured scorn and ridicule, becoming a figure of disdain within the Haotian school, thus experiencing the full spectrum of life's adversities. Half a month passed, yet Tang San's injuries showed no signs of improvement. Countless bones lay shattered, rendering him immobile in bed. During this period, Tang Yuehua took it upon herself to care for Tang San's daily needs. With Tang Hao deceased, Tang San was left with nothing but the presence of his aunt, Tang Yuehua. Oh! Tang San grimaced in pain, his body swathed in bandages. Curse Tang Yu, just you wait. Gritting his teeth, he lay immobile on the bed, resembling a mummy. Meanwhile, a faint blue light flickered from the triangular mark on Tang San's forehead, a gentle force working to alleviate his injuries. During Tang San's bedridden days, Ye Hao, disguised as Tang Yu, often mingled with the disciples of Haotian school, gathering a wealth of information. Simultaneously, in preparation against a potential ambush from the Spirit Hall, a strictly guarded path stretched from the foot of the mountain to the summit, serving as the sole access point to Haotian school. Consequently, Ye Hao had nearly ascertained its layout. Half a year ago, that old bat had thoroughly consumed Tang Chun. From henceforth, the Haotian Tang Chun shall cease to exist. This is for the best. It saves considerable effort. Having grasped the current situation at Haotian school, Ye Hao recognized that his immediate objective was to incapacitate the 5 elders and Tang Xiao, the strongest pillars of the Haotian school. As for Tang Yuehua, her excessive sensitivity posed a risk. It was imperative to dismiss her before she could uncover any incriminating evidence. Seated in his bedroom, Ye Hao supported his chin with one hand, deep in contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sound echoed from the door. Who is it? Ye Hao's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Who would arrive at this late hour? It is I. The voice of Tang Yuehua reached his ears. What brought her here? Tang Yu rose from his bed and opened the door to welcome Tang Yuehua inside. It is quite late. Is there a purpose for your visit, aunt? Tang Yu inquired nonchalantly. In truth, I should have come to see you sooner. My purpose for today is simply to apologize on behalf of Xiao San. Tang Yuehua replied with a hint of regret. Tang Yu was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, No, no, no. You are my aunt, my elder. How could I possibly accept this? If Elder 7 were to find out, he would surely berate me mercilessly. Alas, Tang Yuehua slowly shook her head. Elder 7 does possess quite the temper. Tang Yu, I'm fully aware of Xiao San's actions against you, and he has recognized his wrongdoing. I hope. Tang Yu immediately interrupted Tang Yuehua, believing her intention was merely to hope for the resolution of the matter. As members of the same lineage, why engage in mutual destruction? I can surmise your intentions. Aunt, you wish for me to forgive Tang San. Do you not? Tang Yu asked in a low voice. Tang Yuehua remained silent, merely nodding in response. I could never forgive him. A person who wishes to see me perish does not deserve my clemency. Tang San has lost his mind. Aunt, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from him, should he turn his murderous intent upon you. It may be too late. What are you saying? Tang Yuehua retorted angrily. He is my nephew. How could he engage in such nefarious deeds? I am merely expressing my thoughts. Please do not be upset. It is not worth becoming ill over such a person, Tang Yu replied with a forced smile. Indeed, before his death, Tang Hao must have entrusted Tang San to Tang Yuehua. Otherwise, this woman would not have come to seek me out at such an hour. She even wants me to forgive Tang San? Huh? Ye Hao mused silently. That is simply out of the question. Xiao San is quite pitiable. At such a tender age, he has lost his mother, and now his father is gone as well. I am, in essence, the only family he has left, along with the sect leader. Sighing softly, Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Yu and spoke earnestly. Tang Yu, your aunt understands the pain you harbor. Xiao San's actions have brought me great shame. It is my failure in guidance. I shall take my leave now. You should rest. Having said this, Tang Yu escorted Tang Yuehua to the door. After watching her depart, he finally closed the door behind her. This woman is biased towards Tang San. After all, he is the sole son of Tang Hao. Given Tang San's character, the likelihood of being marked for death is a certainty. Tang Yu rubbed his nose, eagerly anticipating Tang San's forthcoming actions. Another half a month passed, and at last, Tang San's health had improved, and he was once again full of vitality. Throughout that month, Tang San remained in bed, suffering both physically and mentally. The members of Hao Yian School had not held back in their brutality, nearly condemning Tang San to a life confined to his bed. Hao Tian sect, you shall await my vengeance. Tang Yu, I shall personally bring an end to you. Early this morning, significant news emerged from the Hao Tian sect. The sect leader and 5 elders intended to meet with Tang San. Due to Tang San's injuries, they had refrained from doing so until now, despite their desire to meet him a month prior. Now that Tang San had fully recovered, they finally summoned him. In the grand assembly hall of the Hao Tian sect, the 5 elders and sect leader Tang Xiao sat solemnly at the elevated dais, embodying the demeanor of those in power. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, with disciples of the sect standing in 2 rows. Aside from the usual patrolling disciples, all members of the Hao Tian sect had gathered. The disciples wore serious expressions, a palpable air of hostility permeating the room. At last, Tang San's figure appeared outside the hall. As he stepped into the assembly, all eyes converged upon him, causing a shiver to run down his spine and his footsteps to grow heavy. Glares of animosity, disdain, mockery, and dissatisfaction were directed at him. The disciples of the Hao Tian sect seethed with rage, staring at Tang San as if he were their nemesis. In the wake of Tang San's attempt on Tang Yu's life, the disciples had secretly united in their sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang San must never be allowed to join the Hao Tian sect, nor could he be permitted to reclaim his lineage. Such an act would be an affront to the sect, one they could not afford to bear. Tang San, begone from the Hao Tian sect. A voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. Tang San, begone from the Hao Tian sect. Tang San, begone from the Hao Tian sect. Tang San, begone from the Hao Tian sect. In an instant, a chorus of indignation erupted, the disciples chanting in unison. They could not bear to have Tang San before them. Should he lose control, the scene would mirror that of a month ago, but this time it would not merely result in him being incapacitated, but truly beaten to death. After all, the disciples of the Hao Tian sect were akin to a family, and they were fundamentally different from one who would so readily resort to violence against a fellow disciple. Tang San gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in concentration, as he endured the onslaught. Today's humiliation, today's hatred, I shall repay tenfold in the future, he silently vowed. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon Tang Yu. Their eyes locked, and Tang Yu displayed a contemptuous sneer, raising his middle finger towards Tang San. What are you staring at, you pathetic fool? Hurry and leave the Hao Tian sect. Tang Yu spoke dismissively. In that moment, Tang San's fury was ignited. The death of Tang Hao and the murder of Yu Xiaojiang had profoundly altered Tang San's temperament, making his disposition more volatile than before, prone to resolving conflicts through force. Tang San clenched his teeth, approaching the 5 elders and Tang Xiao without uttering a word. Before arriving, Tang Yuehua had explicitly cautioned him that one must not lose composure over trivial matters. Sect leader, elders. Tang San bowed his hands in greeting, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, inciting discontent in the 7th elder, who furrowed his brow. Tang Hao truly raised a fine son. Has he forgotten the most basic of courtesies? The 7th elder remarked with a sarcastic tone, casting a hostile glance at Tang San. In his eyes, Tang San had no reason to remain in the Hao Tian sect. At the moment Tang San had assaulted Tang Yu, he had forfeited his right to stay within the sect. Kneel! The 7th elder commanded, his formidable aura pressing down upon Tang San. The might of a tidal thaw forced Tang San to stagger backward, the blue triangular mark on his forehead flickering faintly, aiding him in resisting the pressure exerted by the 7th elder. Nonetheless, Tang San continued to grit his teeth, his bones cracking as his blood surged. Tang San sensed that the 7th elder's wrath was genuine. Enough, Tang Xiao said in a deep voice, halting the 7th elder. While Xiao San has indeed erred, today is not the day for retribution. The 7th elder scoffed in dissatisfaction. Under normal circumstances, his temper would have led him to verbally eviscerate Tang San, demanding his immediate departure from the sect. Tang Xiao shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the sect's complex situation, with power largely resting in the hands of the 5 elders. Indeed, the elders held a status within the sect that often eclipsed that of the sect leader, possessing considerable influence. Cough, cough, cough. The 2nd elder cleared his throat solemnly, causing the disciples of the Hao Tian sect to stand in attention, falling silent. Observing this, the 2nd elder nodded. His authority within the sect was significant. Then he turned his gaze towards Tang San. Tang San, 17 years of age, possesses twin martial souls, with a soul power of level 64, and commands the domain of the god of death. The second elder recounted Tang San's current accolades, prompting a wave of astonishment to ripple through the assembly as they regarded him with expressions of bewilderment, as if he were a creature of myth. This Tang San is barely of age, yet he has achieved the rank of Soul Emperor before turning 20? Are you foolish? He possesses twin martial souls. Aside from Pope Bibi and that Ye Hao, he is the third of his kind on the continent. What a pity for Uncle Tang, marrying a soul beast as his wife. I truly cannot comprehend that choice. And Tang San, how could he possibly harbor affection for a mere rabbit? What do you call that? The disciples of the Hao Tian sect whispered among themselves, their words causing Tang San's complexion to pale, his forehead beating with sweat, his eyes wide as saucers. The path of death. They all espoused the path of death. This was the sentiment echoing in Tang San's mind at that moment. Silence. The second elder spoke flatly, and the disciples once again fell quiet. Tang San, do you acknowledge your transgressions? The second elder's penetrating gaze sent a chill through Tang San, his spine prickling with discomfort. What wrong have I committed, esteemed elder? Tang San took a deep breath and replied. Such audacity. The seventh elder could no longer contain himself. Seventh brother, allow him to finish. The second elder interjected, gesturing dismissively, then turned back to Tang San, asking, your intent to kill a disciple of the Hao Tian sect alone warrants your punishment. This was the truth, and it was indeed a fact. The second elder may be unaware, but even before I entered the mountains, I overheard Tang Long and Tang Hu insulting me behind my back, Tang San explained. The second elder nodded. I have heard about this from Tang Long and Tang Hu, and they subsequently apologized to you. Yet, you persisted in your grievances, assuming that Tang Yu had also insulted you, leading to a confrontation where you ultimately lost, thereby suffering public humiliation. In the aftermath, feeling humiliated, the events of a month prior transpired. You plotted to kill Tang Yu via the Iron Chain Bridge. What a cunning little beast you are. I can only lament that Tang Hao has such a son as you. Tang San's face grew ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Father, I shall not permit you to insult my father. The dead are to be revered, and Tang San's fury surged uncontrollably. Insult him. The seventh elder crossed his arms, indignant. We are his elders. It is only natural for elders to reprimand their juniors. A person like him, who places the sect's safety at risk, solely thinking of himself, is utterly unworthy of being a disciple of the Hao Tian sect. And then there is your mother, an abominable soul beast, shamelessly enamored with a human. I, as a person, feel utterly embarrassed for her. And you, a bloodthirsty little wretch, do not presume that merely surviving the city of slaughter grants you invincibility with the domain of the god of slaughter. In the end, you were still met with slaps from the disciples of the Hao Tian sect. What merits do you possess that commands our respect? Indeed, and let us not forget that accursed rabbit. You and your father are strikingly similar, one with a penchant for grass and the other for rabbits. The two of you are cut from the same cloth, and the Hao Tian sect is shamed because of you. You are not only sinners of the Hao Tian sect, but also of the entire Douluo Continent. The seventh elder's tirade ignited a fervor within Tang Yu, who secretly gave a thumbs up to the seventh elder, the spouting sage, a title truly befitting. I suspect that rabbit has already been devoured by that fellow named Ye Hao, for it is well known across the continent that Ye Hao relishes spicy rabbit heads. The seventh elder's unrelenting verbal onslaught thoroughly incited Tang San's fury, leaving him utterly humiliated and trembling uncontrollably. From a moment of his birth until now, he had never endured such disgrace, not even at the hands of Ye Hao, who pales in comparison to the vitriol spewed by this seventh elder. Seventh elder, I challenge you, Tang San declared, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Challenge me, the seventh elder scoffed. You lack the qualifications. The Hao Tian sect is filled with talent. Here's the deal. Choose any disciple you wish, and should you triumph over him, I shall accept your challenge. Is that truly the case? Tang San furrowed his brow. Of course, my word is as good as gold, the seventh elder chuckled. Very well. Tang San inhaled deeply. His moment for vengeance had arrived. Without hesitation, he pointed at Tang Yu and proclaimed, Tang Yu, I challenge you. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, eagerly stepping forward with fists at the ready. Chapter 238. Addicted to beating in the grand assembly hall of the Hao Tian sect. A cacophony of voices filled the air as disciples gathered in unprecedented numbers for a momentous gathering. Tang Yu, I challenge you. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, a faint smirk graced Tang Yu's lips as he regarded him with an air of disdain. This outcome was anticipated. The moment the second elder presented this condition, Tang Yu had already deduced it. Given Tang San's character, one could say with absolute certainty that he would choose to confront him. After being publicly humiliated, Tang San's pride would undoubtedly be at stake. I have once again been branded with the path of certain death, Ye Hao remarked with a chuckle, shaking his head. Tang Yu, will you accept Tang San's challenge? The second elder inquired, fixing his gaze upon Tang Yu. With a slight smile, Tang Yu replied, of course I shall. With that, he strode to the center of the hall, locking eyes with Tang San from a distance. A fierce battle was on the verge of eruption, and the disciples wisely made way, gathering at the periphery to watch. Tang Yu, show no mercy. Defeat this worthless wretch. Go for it, Tang Yu. The dignity of the Hao Yian sect relies on this battle. You are our only hope. Give it your all and send him crawling out of the Hao Yian sect. The disciples rallied behind Tang Yu, their collective disdain directed towards Tang San. You all. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling the sting of their words as a grave insult to his character. In response, Tang Yu brandished the Hao Yian hammer, 6 soul rings illuminating its surface as he rested it on his shoulder, gazing at the furious Tang San. Wretch, are you implying that we all share the path of certain death? Tang Yu laughed heartily, fully aware of Tang San's disposition. He was also well-versed in the comprehensive details of the Xiantian treasure record that Tang San had memorized. Tang San gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort, choosing silence instead. Then, he turned to the second elder and asked, do you still recall the 3 conditions you presented a year ago? The second elder nodded, certainly. The first was to bring back the head of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. The second was to slay the heir of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao. And the third was to reach level 80 in soul power within 10 years and possess a 100,000-year soul ring. What? Are you having second thoughts? Tang San shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his face. Ye Hao and I share an irreconcilable enmity. I have no regrets. I will fulfill those 3 conditions one by one. However, I fear you may have forgotten. I simply wish to remind you. Arrogant. The 7th elder's fury boiled over as he glared at Tang San. His audacity was indeed backed by considerable power. Currently, he wielded the vast sea shield, the domain of the god of death, and the future position of sea god, granting him every reason to be conceited. Beside him, Ye Hao, the central figure in this conflict, shrugged his shoulders helplessly after hearing Tang San's words. Am I being arrogant? Do I not possess the god of death and the god of Azura? Am I not worthy of his confidence? Observing Tang San's haughty demeanor, Tang Yu shook his head slowly. Tang San had already lost. Is that so? The second elder, instead of displaying anger, sat down with a somber expression. He then looked at Tang Yu and instructed, Tang Yu, hold nothing back. Unleash the full extent of our Hao Yian sect's prowess. I wish to see what you have to be so arrogant about. Understood, Tang Yu replied with a respectful nod. Tang Yu, this time, I shall shatter every bone in your body, allowing you to fully experience my feelings from that day. Tang San bellowed, as 6 soul rings flared to life beneath him. Blue-silver grass emerging from his feet, sprawling throughout the arena. No need for that, Tang Yu countered, shaking his head with a wry smile. My life is resilient, and my bones are even tougher. You've come all the way to the Hao Yian sect. I have yet to properly welcome you. I have prepared a special package of bone fractures for you. This time, it will not simply result in a month of recuperation. Both sides were poised for confrontation. The atmosphere thick with tension, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. To think he aims to use blue-silver grass against the Hao Yian hammer, Tang San truly overestimates himself. The 7th elder scoffed. Then, the 7th elder shouted, Tang Yu, do not hold back. Incapacitate Tang San, and I shall ensure your safety. However, should you lose, you will face a year of confinement. The 7th elder's caution made it evident how much he valued the outcome of this battle. Tang Yu, a month ago, you had the assistance of Tang Long and Tang Hu. This time, you stand alone. I will make you understand the meaning of the wrath of thunder. Tang San roared. His anger ignited as he branded Tang Yu with a label of certain death. The blue-silver grass surged, with tendrils resembling bloodthirsty spears. To shatter darkness with thunder? Tang Yu remained unfazed, for he bore 4 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, one of which was an external soul bone, with the heart of death as a shield. It could be said that Ye Hao had become Tang Yu, rendering him undetectable to others, including several titled Douluos present. Though Tang San possesses the vast sea shield, I am not lacking. I have the Azura god's power to protect me, combined with the strength of the heart of death. Tang San will not be able to see through my true identity. It is time to showcase my skills and temper Tang San's arrogance. Tang Yu cracked his knuckles. The Hao Yian hammer firmly planted on the ground, raising a middle finger at Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's defenses crumbled entirely, igniting like a powder keg. Third soul skill web binding, as Tang San's 3rd soul ring illuminated. A pale blue orb materialized in his right hand and shot towards Tang Yu. The orb exploded mid-air, unleashing countless blue-silver grass vines that lashed out at Tang Yu. One vine ensnared the Haotian hammer, while another wrapped around Tang Yu's feet, immobilizing him in place. The speed of these events was astonishing. As a control-type soul master, Tang San had become increasingly proficient in manipulating blue-silver grass since ascending to the rank of Soul Emperor. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Do not be too arrogant. Tang San charged forward, his fist clenched as he aimed a blow at Tang Yu, channeling all of his pent-up fury into that strike. After a month of mockery, he finally had the opportunity to unleash it. Meanwhile, Tang Yu took a deep breath, extending his right palm to receive Tang San's fist directly. A powerful aura radiated from both of them. What? Tang San was taken aback. I shall teach you another lesson. One may be arrogant, but only if one possesses the means to be so. With a swift stomp of his left leg, the ground beneath him collapsed, instantly severing the blue-silver grass binding his feet. Then Tang Yu raised his left palm, swinging it down fiercely towards Tang San. Crack! The sharp sound resonated, leaving Tang San stunned. His eyes momentarily glazed over as a burning sensation spread across his face. You dare! Tang San's expression contorted with rage, reaching a boiling point. Crack! Tang Yu retaliated with another slap, coldly remarking, Why so much chatter? We are here to fight. With that, he lifted his left leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Tang San sprawling several meters away. Wonderful! Tang Yu, splendid work. Finish this wretch off. The disciples of the Haotian sect erupted in cheers, finding immense satisfaction in Tang Yu's decisive blows. Only Tang Xiao, throughout the entire ordeal, wore a grim expression. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on the fallen Tang San, letting out a deep sigh. Very good, very good. The seventh elder nodded in approval, clearly pleased with the unfolding situation. This was precisely the thunderous approach needed to make Tang San understand that the Haotian sect was not to be trifled with. Tang San wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, the 5 distinct handprints on his face glaringly evident. Tang Yu, you have sought your own demise. Today, I will make you pay the price. As he brandished the Haotian hammer, the domain of the god of slaughter was unleashed at that very moment. A chilling aura of death began to spread, and Tang San's eyes turned crimson, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The Haotian hammer in his grasp emanating waves of scarlet light. God of slaughter's domain. Ye Hao quietly chuckled to himself, shaking his head. He was all too familiar with this domain, being its own master. Regrettably, he was currently in the phase of infiltrating the Haotian sect, and thus could not release the domain. Gazing at the battered hammer in his hands, Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he possessed 4 soul bones more than Tang San, who had none, and all of his were of 10,000 years' worth. The soul bones on Ye Hao radiated their own luminescence, and under the protection of the heart of the Reaper and the power of the Azura god, Tang San remained oblivious to his presence, despite wielding the vast Haotian shield. The Haotian hammer hurtled toward him, and with a furious swing, Tang San unleashed a strike that, paired with the god of slaughter's domain, exerted a considerable suppressive effect on Tang Yu. Tang San was brimming with confidence for this battle. He was eager to defeat Tang Yu, which would grant him the leverage to confront the 7th elder. However, he severely underestimated Tang Yu's strength. Clang! The 2 Haotian hammers collided, producing a thunderous roar. The powerful shockwave rolling forth, causing the disciples of the Haotian sect to cover their ears, the sound of the hammer striking painfully resonating in their heads. To everyone's astonishment, Tang San was forced back several dozen steps, his right hand trembling violently, blood oozing from the grip of the Haotian hammer. A wave of dread washed over Tang San, his brows furrowing in disbelief. What tremendous strength! I never expected such talent to exist in the Haotian sect. Meanwhile, Tang Yu stumbled back a few steps, feigning a look of shock. If he was to act, he would play the part to perfection. He could harness the power of his soul bones to match Tang San, but he could not allow any telltale signs to surface. Tang Xiao and the 5 elders were no fools. Having successfully infiltrated the Haotian sect, Ye Hao could not afford to falter for the sake of a mere Tang San. Evenly matched? I never realized he was this formidable. I underestimated him earlier. Go. Tang Yu. The disciples of the Haotian sect cheered on, rallying in support. Simultaneously, Tang Yu took the initiative to attack, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly. The chaotic wind hammer technique was unleashed, and a formidable aura descended upon Tang San, the soul bones on Tang Yu intertwining, transforming his body into a furnace of immense power. Tang San dared not be careless. The The blue-silver grass beneath his feet surged wildly as he capitalized on his advantage, launching continuous disruptions to impede Tang Yu's advance. The Haotian sect indeed harbors hidden talents. Just a minor Tang Yu proves so difficult to contend with. What should I do next? Tang San inwardly lamented. Tang Yu cut through the undergrowth, severing the blue-silver grass from its roots, leaving the ground barren. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Yu approached Tang San, tightly clutching the Haotian hammer, preparing to deliver a stunning blow. How swift! Tang San exclaimed in surprise, not daring to underestimate the assault. He transformed the blue-silver grass into a sturdy shield, intending to withstand the strike. However, as the Haotian hammer made contact with the blue-silver grass, it disintegrated instantaneously. A useless martial soul is merely a useless martial soul. A soul master reflects the nature of their martial soul, Tang Yu sneered. With a mighty blow to Tang San's chest, his ribcage caved in, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. His body akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air. I refuse to accept this. Tang San gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he unleashed the Haotian 9 absolutes. Instantly, the Haotian hammer radiated a dark light, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their hammers clashing repeatedly. During this time, Tang San attempted to disrupt Tang Yu with the blue-silver grass. But each attempt was effortlessly countered by Tang Yu. After all, the blue-silver grass was not the blue-silver emperor. A useless martial soul remained just that. Tang Yu's Haotian hammer, now infused with a hint of Azura god power, glimmered with brilliance, aiming to conclude the battle with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Tang San gritted his teeth, harboring intense hatred toward Tang Yu. You are the second person to force me to this extent. Tang San clenched his jaw. Several bones in his body fractured. Had it not been for the Haotian shield, he would have long since collapsed. I am curious, who was the first? Tang Yu taunted with a cold smile. There can only be one. You have pushed me to this. A brilliant blue light emanated from Tang San's forehead, signaling the Haotian shield's skill prepared for release. This is bad, Ye Hao inwardly lamented, knowing he could not allow Tang San to unleash the Haotian shield. As Tang Yu moved like the wind, his figure became a blur, bolstered by the power of two 10,000-year soul bones, reaching Tang San before him. You are finished. Tang San revealed a sinister smile. Just as the Haotian shield was about to burst forth from Tang San's forehead, Tang Yu extended his hand, forcefully pushing it back. This maneuver left Tang San in shock. The Haotian shield belonged to the sea god. What have you done? Tang San displayed genuine terror for the first time. But Tang Yu offered him no further chances. With a strike to Tang San's wrist, the bones shattered instantly. His anguished cries reverberated throughout the assembly hall as Tang San howled in agony. Not enough. Tang Yu continued to rain down strikes, and Tang San's screams echoed in a horrific chorus. In stark contrast, the second elder remained composed, nodding in satisfaction, while the seventh elder clenched his fists, loudly exclaiming, "Well done." Tang Xiao shook his head helplessly, and Tang Yuehua watched with tearful eyes as Tang Yu mercilessly pummeled Tang San, leaving him in a state of agony. Chapter 239. Tang Yu, the next successor to the sect leader? Inside the Haotian sect, cheers erupted, reverberating throughout the hall. The disciples rejoiced, raising their thumbs in admiration for Tang Yu's performance, feeling a sense of vindication. It was truly satisfying. Tang San had become a soul emperor at the tender age of 17, and being a dual martial soul, he must possess a unique cultivation method. If any one of them were to face Tang San in a one-on-one battle, their chances of victory would be slim. Yet, the important thing was that Tang Yu had triumphed. Well done, Tang Yu. Show that arrogant Tang San the might of the Haotian sect. The seventh elder laughed heartily, rising from his seat in excitement. Seventh brother, mind your image, the second elder cautioned, clearing his throat with solemnity. Second brother, that brat Tang San is infuriating. Tang Yu performed remarkably this time. Are you not pleased? The seventh elder finally took his seat, genuinely satisfied with Tang Yu's display today. Of course I am pleased, the second elder replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The Haotian sect holds promise. In the center of the hall, this confrontation had evidently turned one-sided, with victory leaning increasingly towards Ye Hao. Tang Yu's mighty hammer descended, stained with blood, his eyes radiating a crimson glow, an icy aura of death enveloping him, instilling a sense of dread. Tang San was sent flying, spewing blood, his body beginning to fragment. He was unaware of how many bones had been broken. All he knew was that each strike from Tang Yu pierced his very soul, and with every blow, he felt the fury emanating from Tang Yu. Tang San, Tang Yu coldly declared, accept the wrath of the Haotian sect. Though the sect has closed its gates for many years, it is not a place where anyone can tread upon lightly, especially not you. The elders of the sect are your seniors, yet you dare to speak out against them? Has your aunt's teachings gone to waste? Tang Yu feigned an expression of intense anger, his hair standing on end, his cold eyes glinting with murderous intent as he approached Tang San, wielding the bloodied Haotian hammer step by step. Tang San, you have lost. Tang Yu lowered the Haotian hammer, casting a disdainful glance at him. I refuse to accept this. Tang San gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to speak. At that moment, his body felt as though it had been shattered. Blood was splattered all over him. The hammer in Tang Yu's hand possessed a unique power. Each strike landing on Tang San felt like a 1,000-pound weight. Over time, Tang San lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise due to the intense agony, helplessly watching as Tang Yu raised the hammer once more. Unwilling to accept, Tang Yu Juka, resting the Haotian hammer on his shoulder. What right do you have to be defiant? This is a one-on-one contest witnessed by so many eyes, fair and just. Do you dare to question the legitimacy of this battle, or is it simply pure obstinacy? Tang Yu's words rendered Tang San speechless. Clenching his fists in frustration, he remained silent. Stealthily, Tang San placed his right hand on the 24 bridge Mingyue Knight, murmuring, do not even think about launching a sneak attack, otherwise your fate will be dire, I can assure you. Tang Yu cast a glance at Tang San's unnecessary movement and, with a thought, understood what Tang San intended to do. Tang Sect's hidden weapons? Curse Tang Yu, I shall surely kill you in this lifetime. Tang San silently cursed, filled with loathing for the Haotian sect. And yet, this is supposed to be a dual martial spirit? How laughable. Tang Yu shook his head, chuckling softly as he approached Tang Xiao and the 5 elders. Sectmaster, esteemed elders, the outcome of my battle with Tang San has been determined, he said, bowing respectfully. Ha ha ha. The 7th elder laughed heartily, unable to refrain from stepping forward to pat Tang Yu on the shoulder. Well done, Tang Yu. That brat Tang San simply had it coming. Years ago, Tang Hao was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Haotian sect. We expected Tang San to inherit his father's talents. Yet it turns out he is not even as capable as an ordinary disciple of the sect. What a waste of dual martial spirits. The 7th elder shook his head with a smile, his eyes revealing a deep-seated disdain. Sighing, Tang Xiao felt a profound sense of helplessness. He exhaled deeply and turned to the tearful Tang Yuehua, saying, Yuehua, take Tang San away for treatment. Understood. Tang Yuehua wiped her tears, casting a meaningful glance at Tang Yu before turning away, leading the injured Tang San out. It's over. That woman won't come looking for me again tonight. Ye Hao thought quietly. At that moment, the 2nd elder stood up, waving his hand. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone may disperse and attend to your own matters. And Tang Yu, well done this time. The sect will record this great merit for you. As he spoke, the 5 elders departed under the watchful eyes of the Haotian sect disciples, with the 7th elder walking away while throwing a few jibes, his spirits high, wishing he were Tang Yu. As for sect master Tang Xiao, he remained silent, striding directly outside, likely to check on Tang San's injuries. With each strike of the hammer upon Tang San, Tang Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. This was his nephew, the child of his brother. The last words of Tang Hao before his passing lingered vividly in his mind, leaving him feeling utterly powerless, truly powerless. After the 6 prominent figures had left, disciples of the Haotian sect encircled Tang Yu, who, at that moment, was their great hero. They hoisted him high, repeatedly tossing him into the air, creating a scene more festive than New Year celebrations. As night fell, the darkening twilight enveloped the sky. The Haotian sect was tranquil, with only a few disciples patrolling. They moved through the darkness with solemnity, vigilant against any surprise attacks from the spirit hall, for the entire sect was on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down. They recalled the cautionary tales of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, determined not to follow in their footsteps. In Tang Yu's chamber, he sat cross-legged on his bed, hands resting on his knees, eyes closed in silent meditation. Currently, Ye Hao's soul power level stood at 77, with the 4th test being to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring from the 8th soul ring. This challenge was far too simple for Ye Hao. He planned to complete this assessment within the next year. In the stillness of the night, an unexpected sound echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Yu opened his eyes, exhaling in resignation. The woman has indeed come after all. How bothersome. Come aunt, Tang Yu sighed. Tang Yuehua outside the door was momentarily taken aback before pushing the door open. How'd you know it was me? She asked as she entered Tang Yu's chamber, and closed the door behind her. This morning, I gave Tang-san a good beating. And you glanced my way before leaving, so I deduced that you would likely come to find me for a private chat tonight. Tang Yu shrugged, stating the truth. How impertinent. Do you think your aunt is that old? Tang Yu frowned, for women despise being called old. To some extent, Tang Yu chuckled quietly, then coughed a few times, feigning sincerity. No, aunt, you're not old at all. You are like a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, captivating and enchanting. How could you possibly be old? Suddenly, Tang Yu, as if savoring a sweet date, felt an inner delight. Yet shortly after, she shook her head vigorously, rolling her eyes at Tang Yu. You almost had me fooled. Today, I didn't come for anything else. After all, Tang-san is your cousin. How could you be so heavy-handed? Unfazed by Tang Yu's reprimand, Tang Yu brazenly replied, that was merely due to Tang-san's lack of skill. He lost the match. So he has no one to blame but himself. Furthermore, Tang-san was too arrogant, truly believing he could disregard the authority of our sect in public and show disrespect to the esteemed second elder. My actions were in accordance with public sentiment. Aunt, you may scold or berate me. I shall accept it all, for I have already vented my frustrations today. Tang Yu was so enraged that she felt lightheaded, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Observing this, Tang Yu hastily supported her to a seat. Tang Yu's chest heaved with indignation as she gazed deeply at Tang Yu. It's not that I'm criticizing you, Tang Yu. Your actions were excessively harsh. Tang-san has suffered severe injuries, with most of his bones broken. He will likely be bedridden for at least a month, as the doctor has confirmed. Tang Yu sighed helplessly, feeling the weight of her responsibilities as an elder. Her second brother had entrusted Tang-san to her care before his passing, and now, with Tang-san in such a state, how could she explain this to her deceased brother? Well, that's splendid. Dan Yu my Li, Dan Jiu. For the next month, it will be wonderfully peaceful. Out of sight, out of mind, Tang Yu said, reveling in the mischief. You, Tang Yu, have truly disappointed your aunt. You were never like this before. How could you change so drastically? As if you were a different person. Tang Yu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Suddenly, Tang Yu's expression shifted, becoming increasingly grave. He grasped Tang Yu's wrist, wearing a playful grin as he faced her. Aunt, my dear aunt, the way I treat Tang-san is merely a reflection of my sentiments. Consider this. I treat all disciples of the Haotian sect, be they elders or juniors, with courtesy. Yet for Tang-san, I harbor no fondness. It is not just me. The entirety of the Haotian sect shares this sentiment, Tang Yu remarked with a slight smile. Release me, Tang Yu growled in a low voice, resembling a slumbering lion awakened. Oh. Tang Yu quickly let go of Tang Yu. Tang Yu rubbed her sore wrist, exasperated. Where did you acquire such strength? You nearly crushed my wrist. Speaking of which, you must be tired of hearing this, but Tang-san's father is also your second uncle. Before he passed, he specifically entrusted me to look after Tang-san. Now, with him in this condition, how am I to explain this to my late brother? Continuing, Tang Yu said, Tang Yu, I do not expect much. I simply hope you will treat Tang-san a bit better in the future. Impossible, Tang Yu declared resolutely. Why not? You both share the blood of the sect, and your martial spirits complement each other. Tang Yu seemed to grasp part of the situation. Aunt, I understand your concern for Tang-san, but have you considered that he is not as simple as you imagine? Tang Yu looked earnestly at Tang Yu. What do you mean? Tang Yu was perplexed, uncertain of what Tang Yu meant by her words. Do you still recall that a month ago, Tang-san attempted to use the Iron Chain Bridge to eliminate me? From that moment, I was irrevocably branded as someone destined for demise. Ever since, I have harbored animosity towards Tang-san. Had it not been for today's spar, I could have easily taken half of his life with just a few strikes. This is the truth. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu reached out to grasp Tang Yu's hand and gently remarked, Tang Yu, your aunt has heard from the 5 elders that they intend to nurture you diligently, even considering you as the next successor to the sect leader. Huh? Tang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. How did I become an undercover candidate for the sect leader of Haotian sect? The 5 elders only entertain this notion. The position of sect leader is of utmost significance, and they must deliberate carefully. Moreover, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, then, with a determined expression, continued. The chances of Xiao-san entering Haotian sect are exceedingly slim. I am aware of the suffering you have endured and share your disdain for Xiao-san. However, he is truly a good child, at least in my recollection. Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. Aunt, you observed today's battle in its entirety. I can assure you I fought with all my might, as did Tang-san. Given such circumstances, he was utterly defeated. As I mentioned earlier, As long as I am present, Tang San will never set foot in Hao Yian's sect unless he fulfills the 3 conditions promised by the second elder. The 3 conditions are each monumental in nature, including the assassination of a titled Douluo and the killing of Ye Hao, feats that are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. If he is to achieve the rank of Soul Douluo within 10 years and obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring, it seems Tang San may still have a chance. Sighing deeply, Tang Yuehua lamented, "It appears I cannot sway you. After this battle, all disciples of the sect look to you as their leader. Your every word and deed commands their respect. Thus, my efforts may be in vain." With that, Tang Yuehua prepared to rise and depart. At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly asked, "Aunt, what am I to you?" Tang Yuehua was taken aback for a moment before responding, "You are my nephew. Why do you ask? And what about Tang San? He is also my nephew. Is there an issue? Given that both Tang San and I are your nephews, you ought to treat us equally." Tang San's actions have already provoked the wrath of heaven. Not just me, but even all the sect disciples and the 5 elders will oppose Tang San without a doubt. Aunt, I understand that Tang San holds a special significance for you, but you must also consider the sect. A person who wishes to end my life should not remain within the sect. His fate will only be dire. Please do not seek trouble with Xiao San again. Once his injuries have healed, I shall take him away from Hao Yian's sect. I know you have suffered greatly, and Xiao San cannot afford to encounter further misfortune. He may yet represent hope for the sect, for he possesses a twin martial spirit. What of a twin martial spirit? It still fell before me. Having a twin martial spirit means nothing if one lacks good character. No matter how powerful he may be, it is all in vain. Chapter 240, Tang Yu, the Great Sumeru Hammer, given to me? After bidding farewell to Tang Yuehua, Tang Yu securely shut the door, leaned against it, and pressed his fingers to his temples, exhaling a deep sigh after a prolonged silence. This woman possesses an extraordinary talent for persuasion. Were she to engage any other disciple, they would undoubtedly be swayed. However, I suspect she has not discerned my true identity. I recall her mentioning that the 5 elders of Hao Yian's sect intend to appoint me as the next sect leader. How absurd. Perhaps she is merely testing the waters. Tang Yu rubbed his chin, pondering silently. With Tang San severely injured and his bones shattered, it is unlikely he will be able to rise from bed for over a month. Out of sight, out of mind, my ears shall finally enjoy some peace. That evening, after parting with Tang Yuehua, Tang Yu resumed his training, striving diligently to reach level 80. The clash between Tang Yu and Tang San appeared unremarkable, yet it stirred a tempest within Hao Yian's sect. Waves upon waves of rumors crashed forth, reverberating through the sect like the relentless tide. In the ensuing month, Tang Yuehua did not seek to converse with Tang Yu again. Rather, she devoted herself to caring for Tang San, mirroring the scene from 2 months prior. Xiao San, your injuries are healing nicely. Once you have recovered sufficiently, you should accompany your aunt down the mountain. Hao Tian's sect is truly unsuitable for you, Tang Yuehua said. Her gaze dimmed. Over the past month, she had gathered a considerable amount of information within the sect. The disciples of the sect held strong opinions against Tang San, and whenever they encountered him outside, they regarded him with expressions of disdain. The contempt in their eyes was palpable, but Tang San was powerless to change their perception. In his current state, he was akin to fish on a chopping block. During this month, Tang San endured immense suffering, subjected to scornful glares, while countless individuals whispered behind his back, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The desire to eliminate all those from Hao Yian's sect to cleanse himself of humiliation gnawed at him, though these thoughts remained unacted upon. "Aunt, are the 3 conditions proposed by the second elder still valid?" Tang San asked urgently. Joining Hao Yian's sect was no longer a possibility, and the 3 conditions had become his last hope. I inquired with my second uncle. He confirmed that the conditions remain in effect, but the time limit is within 10 years. Should you fail to meet them by then, he will no longer uphold his promise. Tang Yuehua sighed softly. Tang San's behavior during his time in Hao Yian's sect had left her disheartened. 10 years. I can accomplish it, he declared resolutely. There's no need to torment yourself. Just do your best. Tang Yuehua offered a gentle smile. This was a promise made by her second brother before his passing. Otherwise, she would never have cared for Tang San to this extent. After all, which sect would accept someone who wished to kill its disciples? The only reason Hao Yian's sect had allowed Tang San to remain was out of respect for the deceased Tang Hao. Many disciples kept a watchful eye on Tang San, wary of him causing further trouble. Indeed, having learned from past mistakes, Hao Yian's sect did not wish to suffer humiliation at the hands of an outsider. Reaching level 70 in spirit power was proving to be an arduous challenge. This past month had seen no progress. Ye Hao shook his head in frustration and rose to walk outside. Along the way, the disciples of Hao Qian sect treated Tang Yu with great reverence. This continent revered strength, and Hao Qian sect was no exception. Presently, Tang Yu was regarded as the foremost disciple of the third generation, with rumors circulating that he would be the next sect leader, almost causing him to believe it himself. Am I truly to become the next sect leader of Hao Qian sect? Is this for real? Tang Yu pondered, scratching his head. The rumors had proliferated to such an extent that he, the subject of them, nearly accepted them as truth. One cannot deny the potency of rumors and their ability to spread like wildfire. On this day, within a dim chamber of Hao Qian sect, a single beam of sunlight streamed through a window overhead, illuminating a square stone table at its center, around which sat 6 individuals, Tang Xiao and the 5 elders. Esteemed colleagues, the Douluo Continent is on the brink of a new transformation. The Spirit Hall has grown immensely powerful. Having obliterated the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, our sect is likely to be their next target. Now, our sect stands at a critical juncture of survival. I have gathered you all to discuss 2 important matters, the second elder stated directly. First, we shall deliberate on the next successor of Hao Qian sect. Second, if the Spirit Hall were to attack Hao Qian sect, what course of action should we take? The 7th elder spoke first. Second brother, in terms of the successor, I believe that apart from Tang Yu, no one else in the sect is fit for this monumental responsibility. Upon hearing the 7th elder's words, the other 3 elders nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his perspective. I share the same sentiment. The 2nd elder gazed at Tang Xiao and inquired, "What is your stance, sect master?" The eyes of the 5 elders turned towards Tang Xiao. My sentiment is that while Tang Yu is indeed a commendable choice, let us not overlook the presence of Tang San. Tang Xiao ventured tentatively. At that moment, the 7th elder's temper flared. Damn it. He slammed the table, his voice filled with indignation. That little brat Tang San, who once attempted to annihilate our sect, has no right to join the Hao Qian sect. Even if he fulfills those 3 conditions, with his father being Tang Hao, he shall never be allowed to return to his ancestral roots. This was the 7th elder's candid opinion. I concur with the views of 7th brother. The 2nd elder promptly interjected, aligning himself with the 7th elder for once. The remaining 3 elders exchanged glances, quickly unifying their stance. Tang Xiao found himself in a predicament. As the sect master, his authority was limited, and he had little say in matters such as the selection of the next sect heir. Very well, Tang Yu is indeed a fine child. I believe he will lead the Hao Qian sect far into the future. I am in agreement, Tang Xiao finally uttered, albeit reluctantly. He had initially sought to gauge opinions, but the fervent reactions of the 5 elders made it clear that Tang San would forever be barred from returning to the sect, let alone reclaiming his ancestry. Then it is officially confirmed that the next sect master shall be Tang Yu. The 2nd elder affirmed with a calm nod before turning to Tang Xiao. Sect master, please find a moment to impart the sect's secret technique, the Great Shumi Hammer. To Tang Yu, it is a secret only worthy heirs may learn. So soon? Tang Xiao exclaimed, astounded. They had just established the heir, and now they were to pass down the Great Shumi Hammer. It must be noted that the Great Shumi Hammer was a closely guarded secret of the Hao Qian sect, reserved solely for the rightful heir, and any disciple learning it was essentially designated as the next sect master. The 2nd elder's words left Tang Xiao in a state of shock. This was a necessity driven by circumstances. The 2nd elder sighed softly. The young master of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao, harbors ambitions, first attacking the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, then annihilating the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Currently, we are the only ones left untouched, and we know not when Ye Hao might launch an assault on our mountain. Therefore, we must plant the seeds to ensure this technique does not fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. The 2nd elder's statements were heartfelt and sincere. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao nodded gravely. Very well, I understand what must be done. Indeed, the 2nd elder replied with a satisfied smile. Now, let us proceed to the next step. The secret meeting continued into the night. As dusk descended, darkness enveloped the land, and the sect fell into a tranquil silence. The Hao Qian sect, shrouded in wind and snow, appeared ethereal, the night's tempest particularly heavy. What? The sect master wishes to see me alone? Tang Yu was taken aback, staring at Tang Yuehua, who had come to deliver the message, struggling to comprehend the situation. Indeed, prepare yourself. We must go to meet the sect master now. Tang Yuehua stated earnestly, indicating she was not jesting. Hearing this, Tang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Tang Xiao sought him out privately, and at night no less. Had they discovered his identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall? This could not be. With the protection of the Heart of Death and the shielding of the sure divine power, even Tang San, wielding the vast sea and universe shield, had not discerned his true identity. Could it be that the Spirit Hall had infiltrators within the Haotian sect? Following Tang Yuehua, they made their way toward the hall of the Haotian sect, but Tang Yu's mind was in disarray, all the while preparing for a possible confrontation. "Aunt, is there something of great importance that the sect master wishes to discuss with me, so late at night?" Tang Yu inquired cautiously. "You are correct. This matter is indeed significant, as my brother has requested your presence." "I was taken aback myself," Tang Yuehua replied, her expression solemn and unsmiling. "Could you divulge a bit more?" "We will soon arrive. Aunt, please, just a word. We have arrived." As they stood before the grand doors of the Haotian sect's hall, the heavy gates swung open. Upon entering, the atmosphere was palpable with tension, evoking a sense of solemnity. From the moment Tang Yu stepped into the hall, his nerves were on edge. With the Shura demon sword in hand, he felt confident that even if all 5 elders and Tang Xiao joined forces, he could either vanquish them or escape the Haotian sect unscathed. Yet, within these sacred walls, he sensed no hostility, only a sanctified air. Before him stood Tang Xiao, arms crossed behind his back, gazing intently at Tang Yu. Beside him lay an ancient tome, quietly enshrined. Tang Yu was perplexed, wondering what was to unfold. It appeared they had not uncovered his true identity, but were instead preparing to bestow upon him something significant, along with that singular tome, which bore the 4 characters inscribed by Ye Hao. "Tang Yu, kneel," Tang Xiao commanded, pulling Tang Yu from his thoughts. The gravity of his words resonated with authority, enveloped in the aura of a title Douluo. "Kneel? What is the meaning of this?" Tang Yu pondered, bewildered. "For the sake of our plan, I shall endure." Tang Yu knelt, awaiting Tang Xiao's next instruction. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua too knelt in solemn silence. Today, as the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, he spoke at length, and Tang Yu felt his mind whirl with the weight of the words, which primarily concerned the legacy of the Haotian sect and the position of the next sect master. What? Tang Yu suddenly awoke to the revelation of the sect master position. "For me? You wish for me to become the next sect master of the Haotian sect? Surely this is a jest." Tang Yu was taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief, but he quickly composed himself, adopting an expression of calm seriousness. He had aimed to infiltrate the Haotian sect, yet never anticipated being chosen as the next sect master. Truth be told, it was the first time he felt the meaning of being overwhelmed by favor. Ye Hao secretly rejoiced, eager to complete his infiltration mission. Tang Xiao's decision today was indeed a shock. "When you uncover my true identity, I hope you will still find cause to smile," Ye Hao thought with a smirk. As Tang Xiao elaborated, Tang Yu followed suit, pledging numerous oaths, vowing to dedicate his life to the Haotian sect and to uphold its legacy before the ancestors. Of course, these were mere formalities. When the time came, he would still be the young master of the Spirit Hall, playing along for now. After all, it was Tang Yu swearing the oaths, not Ye Hao. "Rise." Tang Xiao Instu. Tang Yuehua and Tang Yu stood in unison, and Tang Xiao presented the venerated tome before Tang Yu. "From this moment forth, you are the next heir to the Haotian sect, and it is time for you to receive the Great Shumi Hammer's secret manual. I hope you will not betray the trust of our ancestors and will elevate the Haotian sect to new heights." Tang Yu accepted the tome with both hands, his heart racing with anticipation. This was a unique method of cultivation established since the inception of the Haotian sect. Due to the high demands placed on practitioners, it was impossible for anyone lacking extraordinary talent to succeed, often endangering their lives. Thus, it could only be passed down from one generation to the next. Clearly, by entrusting the Great Shumi Hammer to Tang Yu, Tang Xiao recognized his identity as the rightful heir. "Am I dreaming?" Ye Hao questioned, akin to an unexpected boon falling from the sky. The odds of such fortune were exceedingly slim. "I shall not fail the sect master's expectations. I will ensure our sect flourishes," Tang Yu declared respectfully and with conviction. "Indeed," Tang Xiao replied, patting Tang Yu on the shoulder. "You shall remain here tonight. Both Yuehua and I will be present. This tome of the Great Shumi Hammer is the greatest secret of the Haotian sect. You must memorize it word for word by dawn. If there is anything you do not understand, you may come to me at any time." At that moment, Tang Yu found a seat and sat down, cradling the rare tome of the Great Shumi Hammer in his hands. He began to study it meticulously, ensuring that no word was overlooked, wholly absorbed in his reading. Chapter 241. The eve of the downfall of the Haotian sect time flew swiftly, and soon the night had passed. Tang Yu turned the last page of the Great Shumi Hammer tome and sealed it tightly, carefully contemplating the knowledge regarding the Great Shumi Hammer that lingered in his mind. The Great Shumi Hammer was a technique that consolidated all of one's soul rings into a single entity, infusing them entirely into the Haotian hammer, transforming them into the purest form of power and offensive capability. This method geometrically amplified one's strength, forcefully breaking through all constraints, unleashing a formidable power that transcended one's own soul energy. It followed the principle of overpowering with sheer force, rendering any opponent's soul skills and techniques ineffective against the unadulterated might of the Haotian hammer. One force shatters myriad methods, obliterating all soul rings as they meld into the hammer. Tang Yu murmured to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No wonder Qin Xuanji was defeated by Tang Hao, who had just become a titled Douluo. The Great Shumi Hammer truly lived up to its reputation. Fortunately, I have now mastered the Great Shumi Hammer, the most potent secret of the Haotian sect. My original intent for this infiltration mission was to thoroughly understand the inner workings of the Haotian sect and subsequently find an opportunity to bring about its demise. Little did I expect this Great Shumi Hammer to be an unexpected boon. Ye Hao felt a surge of joy within, his heart growing restless, eager to witness the true power of the Great Shumi Hammer. Ever since Tang Hao's demise, the only individual on this continent capable of learning the Great Shumi Hammer might be none other than myself, the next heir of the Haotian sect. A promising prospect indeed. Tang Yu slowly rose, reluctantly returning the tome of the Great Shumi Hammer to Tang Xiao. How'd you fare? Tang Xiao inquired with curiosity as he received the tome. The Great Shumi Hammer is profoundly intricate, demanding exceptional talent for cultivation. Only those with extraordinary gifts may practice it. Conversely, undertaking this method poses a risk to one's life. Thus, the Haotian sect stipulates that only one person may cultivate this technique per generation. The individual who masters it is destined to be the future heir of the Haotian sect. Regrettably, had the incident years ago not led to the closure of the Haotian sect's gates, the current sect master would undoubtedly be Tang Hao. Moreover, our Tang San is no longer merely the son of the blacksmith from Holy Soul Village. His status is now even more exalted than that of the former Ning Rongrong. Not to mention his anticipated encounters with figures like Yu Xiaojiang at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. I've grasped the essentials, but it is exceedingly difficult. Tang Yu scratched his head, feigning a look of deep contemplation. The Great Shumi Hammer is the Haotian sect's closely guarded secret, passed down to only one individual per generation. The previous generation had bequeathed it to Tang Hao, but alas, the memories of his expulsion from the sect left Tang Xiao in silence. He recalled the scene of Tang Hao being cast out, a memory too painful to revisit. Tang Yuehua sighed repeatedly, lamenting that the deceased are beyond recall. What purpose does nostalgia serve? Let us conclude for tonight. You should reflect on what you've learned. With that, Tang Yu bid farewell to Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua before departing. After watching Tang Yu leave, Tang Xiao carefully placed the tome on the altar, a true testament to the Haotian sect's legacy, something he regarded as vital to his very existence, and it must not be compromised. Brother, do you think Tang Yu can bear such heavy responsibilities? Tang Yuehua asked with concern, for the Haotian sect had reached a critical juncture. Had it not been for the sudden onslaught of the Spirit Hall, they would not have hastily chosen the next sect master. Initially, when Tang Yuehua learned that Tang Yu had become the next heir, she was utterly bewildered, struck as if by lightning, left speechless for a long time. This child has undergone significant transformation. I see boundless potential in him, Tang Xiao reassured her. Having closely observed Tang Yu as he diligently studied the tome of the Great Shumi Hammer the previous night. Let's hope for the best, Tang Yuehua sighed, her heart laden with worries for the future of the Haotian sect. At that moment, Tang Xiao asked nonchalantly, Yuehua, how is the recovery of Little San's injuries? Almost healed. In about half a month, he should fully recover, Tang Yuehua replied. How could Tang Yu be so reckless? Little San nearly became bedridden for life. How can I explain this to my deceased second brother? Tang Yuehua could not help but murmur. That was Little San's own doing, Tang Xiao interjected sternly, his gaze grave. Had he not harbored murderous intent towards Tang Yu from the outset, Tang Yu would not have resorted to such measures against Little San. This was merely the consequence of his own actions, for which he could not blame anyone else. However, Tang Yuehua hesitated to respond, only to hear Tang Xiao continue. Once Little San has healed, take him away from the Haotian sect, until he fulfills the 3 conditions set by the second elder. He must never set foot in the Haotian sect again. Tang Xiao departed silently, his disappointment in Tang San reaching its zenith. Alas, Tang Yuehua sighed, Little San, it seems there is no longer a place for you on this Douluo Continent. and you have only just graduated a few years ago. You are a stark contrast to your father. The second brother was brave yet lacking in strategy, while you are devoid of both wisdom and courage, merely spouting words of self-destruction. Who knows what legacy you will inherit? As an aunt, Tang Yuehua felt profoundly disillusioned with Tang San, and with a heavy heart, she left the scene. Aunt, I just saw Tang Yu leave from uncle. Did he say anything to him? Tang San asked eagerly. Having witnessed Tang Yu departing from Tang Zhao's exclusive hall, utterly perplexed, he had anticipated that Tang Xiao would reprimand Tang Yu, even adopting a spectator's demeanor. However, to his astonishment, Tang Yu emerged from his study, buoyant and lively, even giving Tang San a rude gesture, which infuriated him. If it were not for his injuries, he would have already taken action to teach him a lesson. Of course, under normal circumstances, this would have been trivial, but they were in the Hao-Yin sect, where numerous disciples were ever watchful of Tang San, ensuring he did not cause any trouble. After all, the Hao-Yin sect was in a precarious situation. They were uncertain when the spirit hall would strike, and until they had any indication of their movements, they remained on high alert. Tang Yuehua found herself in a dilemma. Logically, Tang San was not truly a member of the Hao-Yin sect and had no right to inquire about its internal matters. Do not concern yourself with that. Your uncle instructed me to tell you that once your injuries are healed, you are to leave the Hao-Yin sect. And until you complete the 3 conditions laid out by the second elder, you are forbidden from stepping foot in the sect again. Tang Yuehua relayed Tang Zhao's exact words. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle? He muttered, clenching his teeth in resentment, feeling as though even his uncle looked down upon him. Little San, let me offer you one last piece of advice. Be humble in your demeanor and cautious in your actions. Your reputation on the continent is far from favorable, and within the Hao-Yin sect, countless eyes are scrutinizing you. Every word and deed of yours is under watch, Tang Yuehua urged earnestly. Aunt, I cannot accept this. Tang San exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. How could I, Tang San, be so thoroughly humiliated by a nameless junior? This is a stain on my life. Silence. Tang Yuehua scolded, causing Tang San to pause in shock. His aunt, who had always shown him utmost care, now bore a countenance of anger. It must be Tang Yu. Each time he thought of this, Tang San seethed with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by emotion, to the point of wishing to eliminate this affront. Little San, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of taking action against Tang Yu in the future. Tang Yuehua, having observed the situation closely, noted that every time Tang Yu's name was mentioned, Tang San's face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Tang Yuehua concluded that Tang San would undoubtedly not let Tang Yu off the hook. It was a woman's intuition she firmly believed in, for it was often accurate. Aunt, I truly harbor no intentions of harming Tang Yu, Tang San insisted. As Tang San uttered these words, he gritted his teeth, his smile strained. Yet, in Tang Yuehua's discerning eyes, his clumsy performance was painfully transparent. Auntie will not conceal anything from you. Let me shed some light on the matter. Tang Zuhu, in her effort to prompt Tang San's early relinquishment of hope, continued, Tang Yu has essentially been appointed as the next leader of the Hao-Yin sect. Therefore, this conversation has reached its conclusion. Further discourse is futile. Upon hearing this, Tang San's agitation escalated. The news of Tang Yu being confirmed as the future sect master struck him with tremendous shock. His face contorted, and his fists clenched tightly at that moment. In other words, Tang San had lost any hope for revenge against Tang Yu. Should he harbor any foolish thoughts, the Hao-Yin sect would undoubtedly not spare him. Not only the disciples of the sect, but also the 5 elders, including the sect master Tang Xiao and the present Tang Yuehua, would be on high alert. At that juncture, all notions of familial affection would become utterly worthless. Auntie, I understand, Tang San said, his spirit dulled and his energy sapped. Tang Yuehua gazed deeply at him, observing for a prolonged moment before sighing. It is best that you comprehend the situation, little San. Focus on your recovery. I shall not intrude further. With that, Tang Yuehua rose and departed. Her objective had been accomplished. Although Tang San possessed dual martial souls, his recent conduct within the Hao-Yin sect had rendered him a mere facade, as recognized by both the sect's members and her, his aunt. Conversely, Tang Yu's dazzling performance during this period had markedly transformed, and this was evident to all. The current Hao-Yin sect resembled a flickering candle flame amidst a tempest, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was the last flicker of hope for the sect. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, as Tang San watched Tang Yuehua depart, a surge of fury compelled him to strike the ground with his hand, his eyes suddenly ablaze with rage. Sect Master Tang Yu, just you wait. I, Tang San, will not rest until this vendetta is avenged, he swore through clenched teeth. Having been reborn, Tang San had never endured such a profound humiliation, first at the hands of Ye Hao, and now from Tang Yu. These two individuals had become marked targets for his vengeance. Meanwhile, within Tang Yu's chamber, he secured the doors and windows. After ensuring no one was around, he beckoned, and the spider, concealed within the heart of death, quietly emerged. Master, your fortune is remarkable. You are to become the next heir of the Haotian sect. The spider jested. Tang Yu, or rather Ye Hao, responded with a wry smile. I had no desire for this, but it seems my excellence is undeniable. It truly astonishes me that these antiquated minds of the Haotian sect would choose me as their next leader. It caught me completely off guard. Ye Hao patted his chest. The previous night, when Tang Xiao summoned Tang Yuehua to call him, Ye Hao had prepared himself for a fierce battle, only to find the situation unfolding in an entirely unexpected manner. Master, should we proceed to eliminate the Haotian sect next? The spider inquired, as their mission was to infiltrate the sect and then seek the opportunity to annihilate it. Ye Hao pondered for a moment. Let us act after Tang San departs. He is an unpredictable variable. Beyond the moon pavilion of Tang Yuehua, he has no sanctuary left on the Douluo Continent. Once we dismantle the Haotian sect, I suspect Tang San's next course of action will be to venture to Sea God Island. After all, he possesses the Sea God's protective treasure, and with the Sea God being the deity of the oceans, he will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Ye Hao concluded, then turned to the spider. You must hasten to leave the Haotian sect and go to the Spirit Hall to prepare for an assault on the Haotian sect. Those 5 elders are formidable, and Tang Xiao is no trifling adversary. Furthermore, summon Elder Gene Crocodile, Elder Demon Slayer, and Elder Ghost Leopard to assist me. You carry the essence of the Heart of Death and the remnants of Ashura Goddess power. So even if Tang San possesses the Sea God's treasure, he may not detect you. Depart swiftly and return promptly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the spider promptly bowed and left. With the Heart of Death and Shura Goddess power enhancing his presence, he walked openly within the Haotian sect, nearly undetected. Having finalized the plan for the Haotian sect's obliteration, Ye Hao's next course of action was to deal with one individual, Tang Yuehua. She was Tang San's aunt, Tang Zhao's sister, and the master of the Moon Pavilion. This woman was no ordinary figure. Before the destruction of the Haotian sect, Ye Hao needed to bring her under control. This would ensure that after the sect's downfall, Tang San would have nowhere to go. And with Tang Yuehua no longer at the helm of the Moon Pavilion, it would inevitably lead to its own demise. At that point, aside from heading to Sea God Island, Tang San would have no other refuge. As for the Star Luo Empire, more than 2 years ago, Dai Mubai had already severed ties with Tang San. According to intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall over the years, Dai Mubai had become the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, with his position firmly established. If all went well, he was destined to ascend as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. A person with a sensitive identity like Tang San would face insurmountable obstacles if he were to seek refuge there. Would Dai Mubai dare to accept him? It seemed unlikely. He would certainly not wish to jeopardize his position as crown prince. Tang Yu approached the window, flinging it wide open, gazing upon the scenes of the Haotian sect before him. It would not be long before the Haotian sect became a relic of the past. Ye Hao mused silently. Chapter 242. Tang Yu fakes his death. Tang San is pursued. 5 days had passed since the spider returned to the Spirit Hall. During this time, Tang Yu diligently studied the great Sumeru Hammer's unique manuscript, gaining a deeper understanding of it. In contrast, Tang Xiao and the other senior members of the Haotian sect regarded him as the future successor, taking the time to personally guide Tang Yu in his cultivation. Fortunately, Tang Yu was a diligent child, earning much praise from Tang Xiao and others. Conversely, our classmate Tang San was not faring well. At this moment, he lay in bed, lost in thought, as the Haotian sect had announced Tang Yu as the next heir to the sect. The shock this news brought him was overwhelming. Damn it! Tang San clenched his jaw, his face contorted in rage. He has brought me such disgrace. I will not rest until he is dead. Yet now, with Tang Yu as the heir, could he truly not kill him? Tang San sank into contemplation. Before leaving the Haotian sect, he must eliminate Tang Yu. Otherwise, he would have no chance in the future. I possess the Sea God's protective treasure. Utilizing it, I can surely leave this place unscathed. In that moment, Tang San resolved himself. He understood that once he killed Tang Yu, even his identity as Tang Hao's son would offer no protection. At that point, not only the Haotian sect, but also the 5 elders, the sect master Tang Xiao, and his aunt Tang Yuehua would likely view him as an enemy. It was highly probable that he would find himself embroiled in an endless pursuit by the Haotian sect, with no sanctuary anywhere on the Douluo Continent. I must kill him. I absolutely must. Tang San's eyes turned crimson, as though they could bleed, his aura brimming with murderous intent, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. If I am truly pushed to my limits, I will leave the Douluo Continent for Sea God Island to obtain the Sea God's legacy. In the future, who among them could stand against me? A strange smile crept upon Tang San's lips. Having lost everything, his beloved Xiao Wu, his father, and even his mother, he was, in every sense, left with nothing. With his resolve firm, Tang San slowly rose from the bed. After days of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed, and his soul power had returned to its peak state. Just a few more days, and he would be completely recovered. It would soon be time for him to leave the Haotian sect. On that fateful day, he would strike. As he frowned, having just stepped outside his room, he happened to catch sight of Tang Yu, who had just exited the sect hall not far away. Truly, the path of adversaries is narrow. Tang San gritted his teeth, his entire face contorted in a grimace. In his residence stood 2 disciples of the Haotian sect, placed there specifically to monitor him. Upon witnessing Tang San emerge from his room, the 2 could not help but furrow their brows, regarding him with a look of utter disdain. They were fully aware that Tang San was no ordinary individual. Stepping outside, he awaited Tang Yu's arrival in silence. Having nearly mastered the great Sumeru hammer, and with the greatest secret of the Haotian sect in his grasp, he found lingering any longer in the sect utterly pointless. Ye Hao was quietly devising plans, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Zhu Zhu and her entourage from the spirit hall. At that moment, the operation to annihilate the Haotian sect would officially commence. As he strolled, Tang Yu's gaze flickered to the side. Tang San? He paused slightly, noticing Tang San standing at the entrance, emotionless as he stared back. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. Tang Yu shook his head, intending to ignore him outright. Tang Yu, Tang San called out. Oh, if at ISN, Tang San. What do you want? Is your skin itching again? Do you need me to give you a massage? Tang Yu smirked, looking at him mockingly. You. Tang San's fury surged. Especially at that moment of confrontation with Tang Yu. Both were on edge. The slightest provocation could ignite violence. Observing this tense scene, the 2 disciples stationed at Tang San's door swiftly stepped forward, brandishing their Haotian hammers with grave expressions directed at him. In this current moment, Tang Yu held a status far superior to Tang San, who was merely an outsider. Should Tang San make even the slightest move, the 2 elite disciples behind him, selected for their prowess, would not hesitate to act. Tang Yu, my injuries will soon heal, Tang San stated. And then what? Tang Yu crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Are you planning to challenge me once more, feeling tempted by the Haotian sect's delicious meals? Are you thinking of lingering for another month? His words cut deep, striking at the core of Tang San's pride. In that instant, Tang San was momentarily consumed by rage. However, he quickly regained his composure, well aware of the precariousness of his situation. What I mean is, when I leave, I hope you will personally escort me out of the sect. Tang San forced a grim smile. What are you even worth? Retorted one of the Haotian disciples behind Tang San, scoffing. You think Tang Yu would bother to see you off? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you deserve that? Another chimed in. Honestly, you've been defeated by Tang Yu twice. You still have the audacity to request such a thing? Just a few more days, and you should be out of here. I'm tired of this ridiculous task. Enduring their jeers, Tang San clenched his teeth, suppressing his desire to eliminate Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu's expression sharpened, becoming increasingly serious as he scrutinized Tang San. Something is amiss. With Tang San's nature, he would wish for my demise at any moment. How could he speak to me in such a tone? Even going so far as to request, I personally see him out of the Haotian sect. There must be a hidden agenda. Ye Hao contemplated silently, opting not to immediately acquiesce to Tang San's request, instead waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave, deliberately ignoring Tang San. Tang Yu's actions naturally incited Tang San's fury. After walking a distance, Tang Yu reflected. Tang San asking me to escort him out of the Haotian sect suggests a conspiracy. His forced smile betrays a hint of murderous intent. He is undoubtedly one who seeks revenge. Now, as the heir to the Haotian sect, with Tang Xiao having issued an expulsion order against Tang San, it was clear that Tang San was preparing for a desperate gamble. This was evidently his last chance. After much contemplation, Tang Yu reached a conclusion. Could it be that Tang San intends to strike when I see him off? Surely he wouldn't be so audacious. Ye Hao musit, his suspicions aligning closely with reality. Regardless, he would eventually leave the Haotian sect. Whether he did so now or later made little difference. If Tang San were to kill Tang Yu, the entire sect would mobilize to hunt him down, and he would not need to lift a finger. It would be more prudent to grant Tang San's request, observing what schemes he harbored. If my assumptions prove true, then the entire Douluo Continent will have no refuge for Tang San. Aside from Sea God Island, no force on the continent would tolerate him. The 5 elders of the Haotian sect, alongside sect master Tang Xiao, would personally pursue Tang San, which would only serve to benefit me. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yu acquiesced to Tang San's request, much to the latter's delight. He began to prepare in secret, ensuring he could eliminate Tang Yu in one fell swoop, and had meticulously plotted his escape route. Everything was in place. He merely awaited Tang Yu. Meanwhile, on the eve of Tang San's departure from the Haotian sect, Zhu Zhu returned, accompanied by several elders from a spirit hall. They arrived beneath the towering cliffs of the Haotian sect, patiently awaiting Ye Hao's arrival. The Haotian sect stood majestically atop the mountain, a fortress difficult to besiege, with the sheer cliffs below rendering any fall fatal. Zhu Zhu, along with the gold crocodile, ghost leopard Douluo, and demon subduing Da, had discovered numerous hidden sentries of the Haotian sect along the way. The sect had taken extensive precautions against a potential ambush from the spirit hall. However, during their departure, Zhu Zhu had thoroughly understood the sect's layout, arriving without anyone the wiser. After a considerable time, Ye Hao, disguised as Tang Yu, finally made his appearance. Young master, the 4 bowed respectfully. Greetings, everyone. Ye Hao responded with a smile. He had prepared extensively for this day. Young master, the Grand Priest has instructed us to heed your commands. When shall we commence our assault on the Haotian sect? Inquired the gold crocodile, Douluo. The plan is set for 2 days hence. Tomorrow, I will escort Tang San out of the Haotian sect, as instructed. At that moment, I anticipate he will make a move against me. I shall feign my death, plummeting into the abyss, which will lead Tang San into an endless pursuit by the sect. After drawing out a portion of the disciples, we will officially launch our attack the following day. After relaying his instructions, the 4 nodded in agreement before proceeding to prepare. A fierce battle awaited them in 2 days. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Outside the Haotian sect, a group descended the mountain, led by Tang San, followed closely by Tang Yu, with 3 disciples behind them primarily tasked with ensuring Tang Yu's safety. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they descended in silence. Upon reaching the iron suspension bridge, they halted. Let us stop here, Tang Yu spoke. At this juncture, Tang San inwardly lamented. He lacked absolute confidence in dispatching Tang Yu here. Only by stepping onto the bridge would he have the chance. Once he eliminated Tang Yu, he could sever the bridge and escape, making it difficult for the Haotian disciples to pursue him. Big brother Tang Yu, Tang San pressed on, please allow me one final escort. I was wrong the other day. I implore you to consider our aunt and grant me this last favor. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. His thieving heart remains unquenched. Ye Hao mused, shaking his head internally. Fine, but I am wary of any underhanded schemes you may have, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Be careful, Tang Yu. If anything happens, how will we explain it to the sect master? The 3 Haotian disciples cautioned, concerned that Tang San might be deceitful. Fear not, with you here. What do I have to fear? Tang Yu chuckled, all the while secretly channeling the heart of death, preparing the powers of Shura. He was ready to feign his own demise. Tang San clasped his hands and smiled faintly. However, the moment Tang Yu set foot on the iron chain bridge, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. The triangular mark on his forehead radiated a brilliant light, transforming his face into a menacing visage, revealing his unreserved intent to kill Tang Yu. Heavenly Sea Universe Shield. A triangular azure object materialized in the palm of Tang San's hand, deeper than the ocean itself. It was the sea god's heart, a relic of divine heritage. Break the demonic void, Tang San roared, channeling all his soul power into this moment. The Heavenly Sea Universe Shield turned an extraordinary shade of blue, unleashing an overwhelming oppressive force upon Tang Yu. Tang San, you shall die. Dan Yu Feigen Shop. Fully committed to the act. The one who deserves to die is you. Tang San revealed a chilling smile, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. I, Tang San, have never endured such humiliation. Tang Yu, in your next life, open your eyes and refrain from provoking those who should not be disturbed. With a resounding laugh, Tang San unleashed the break, the demonic void. At this moment, the 3 disciples of the Haotian sect, who stood at the cliff's edge, were taken aback. They could scarcely believe Tang San's audacity in attempting to kill Tang Yu right before the gates of their sect. Brandishing the Haotian hammer, they charged forward without hesitation. When Tang San's break the demonic void clashed with the three wielding the Haotian hammer. They were swiftly knocked off the cliff, plummeting from the iron chain bridge. Their fates now uncertain. Alongside them fell Tang Yu. The Break the Demonic Void was one of the sea god's heart's abilities, akin to his death god heart skill. The death god descends. In the instant Tang San launched the Break the Demonic Void, Tang Yu feigned injury and leapt from the cliff, creating an illusion that led Tang San to genuinely believe he had knocked Tang Yu down. The cliff loomed high above, unfathomably deep. A fall from such heights would surely be fatal, as Tang Yu and the three Haotian sect disciples descended into the abyss. Disciples of the Haotian sect rushed to the scene. Upon arriving at the cliff's edge, they beheld the iron chain bridge severed by force. Yet there stood Tang San, a smile gracing his face on the opposite side of the cliff. Tang San, you shall die. One disciple shouted in fury, quickly piecing together the unfolding events. You are the ones who should die. All of you deserve death. Just wait. I shall return for vengeance. With that, Tang San laughed heartily and vanished from sight. Quickly, inform the sect master. Tang San has killed Tang Yu, and the Haotian sect will demand a life for a life. The disciples of the Haotian sect erupted in anger. Genuinely incensed, chaos engulfed the Haotian sect. Meanwhile, below the cliff, Ye Hao shed Tang Yu's disguise, standing unharmed in that place. Chapter 243. Greetings, Annie. My name is Ye Hao. Surprised? Unexpected? The news of Tang Yu's death, along with the demise of three Haotian sect disciples at Tang San's hands, surged forth like a tidal wave, catching the Haotian sect off guard. A storm of turmoil swept through the Haotian sect. Disciples, enraged, flocked to the discussion hall, eyes aflame with vengeance, demanding that Tang San pay for his actions and be killed in retribution for Tang Yu. You wretched spawn! Elder 7 seethed, trembling with rage. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fists clenched tightly. Sectmaster, this is all your fault. I urged you to send that wretched soul down the mountain earlier, but you insisted on showing kindness, allowing Tang San to recuperate within the Haotian sect, and even permitted him to leave only after he had healed. Elder 7's voice was charged with emotion, fixed upon Tang Xiao. Now, that wretched soul has killed Tang Yu and taken 3 disciples of the Haotian sect. Sectmaster, what do you propose we do about this? The losses incurred by the Haotian sect were monumental, for disciples had met untimely deaths, and should this news spread, the continent would be rife with mockery. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao's expression darkened, silence enveloping him as tumultuous thoughts surged within, akin to a beast poised to erupt. Gradually, Tang Xiao rose, his face grave as he declared, I was blind, unable to see the true nature of that wretched soul. I take full responsibility for this. Now, as the sect master of the Haotian sect, I hereby order our disciples to descend the mountain in 3 groups, sparing no effort to capture Tang San alive. I shall personally interrogate that wretched soul. There's no need for such exertion. Elder 2 interjected, rising and glancing at Elder 7. 4th brother, 5th brother, and 7th brother. Each of you take a group of disciples and pursue Tang San down a mountain. I do not require him alive. If encountered, kill him immediately. It is a disgrace for Tang Hao to have such a son. Everyone has witnessed the spawn of a soul beast. He should not exist in this world. What a pity for that child. Tang Yu, Elder 2 sighed deeply, a look of melancholy crossing his face. With his command, the Haotian sect mobilized 3 titled Douluos, Elder 4, Elder 5, and Elder 7, each leading 20 disciples as they ventured down the mountain, dividing into 3 paths to pursue Tang San's escape route. This marked the first time the Haotian sect had dispatched such a formidable force for the sole purpose of apprehending Tang San, illustrating the gravity of their anger. The commotion surrounding the Haotian sect intensified. Increasingly more disciples were seen traversing the iron chain bridge. Concurrently, below the cliff, several disciples sought the site of the incident, intent on locating the bodies of Tang Yu and the others. After a thorough search, they found the remains. Yet the sight before them left them utterly shocked. The bodies were mangled, with only the bones of the 3 Haotian sect disciples remaining, and tattered, blood-stained garments strewn about. What on earth happened here? One disciple trembled, confusion gripping him. It must have been the snow wolves. Tang Yu and the others must have been attacked after falling from the cliff, another disciple speculated, examining the gnawed marks on the remains. Snow wolves, creatures residing in the snowy plains, were known for their pack mentality, causing even soul masters to retreat when encountered. Alas, the disciples sighed, gathering the remains of their fallen comrades, harboring an intense hatred for Tang San, wishing they could slay him immediately to appease the souls of their brethren. Strange. Where is Tang Yu's body? They fell together. How can his body be missing? Among the 4 who fell, There were Tang Yu and 3 accompanying disciples of the Haotian sect. Now, while the remains of the 3 disciples have been discovered, Tang Yu's body was nowhere to be found. After an extended search, one disciple finally exclaimed, "Found it." The rest rushed forward. Upon seeing what lay before them, disappointment washed over them. A bloody garment, belonging to Tang Yu, lay upon the ground, the blood already frozen by the ice and snow. "Damn it!" One disciple shouted in fury. Tang Yu was dead, and even his body could not be preserved. A heavy silence fell over them. Reflecting upon how the Haotian sect had been so thoroughly played by Tang San, their anger was palpable. "Let us depart," they murmured, heads bowed, their steps unsteady, their spirits deeply dejected. They held out hope that the 3 elders could track down Tang San and deliver a definitive blow for Tang Yu and the others, restoring the honor of the Haotian sect. Shortly after their departure, not far away, Ye Hao concealed himself within the death god heart, flanked by Zhu, golden crocodile Douluo, ghost leopard Douluo, and demon suppressing Douluo. "Young master, the Haotian sect has dispatched 3 titled Douluos and 60 disciples, dividing into 3 groups to capture Tang San," Zhu reported. Ye Hao nodded. "Excellent. Everything is proceeding as planned. Prepare yourselves. We will act tonight." Zhu, lead the disciples to ambush the sentries and eliminate every last one of the Haotian sect disciples. "Understood," Zhu replied. "Golden Crocodile, you are our strongest in soul power. I entrust Tang Xiao to you." Ye Hao directed his gaze at Golden Crocodile. "Duh. Rest assured, young master, I shall personally slay Tang Xiao and return with his head," declared the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, brimming with confidence. Subsequently, Ye Hao continued, "Elder Ghost Leopard and Elder Demon Subduer, I entrust the remaining 2 elders of the Haotian sect to you. Their soul power is merely at level 92. I have every confidence that you shall accomplish this task." Indeed, both elders responded in unison. "As for me, I shall seek out Tang Yuehua personally. That woman oversees the Moon Pavilion, and with the impending demise of the Haotian sect, the Moon Pavilion shall no longer need to exist. Master, after we annihilate the Haotian sect, what shall we do about the other 3 elders and the 60 disciples?" Zhu inquired. "Do not worry. I have already dispatched individuals to follow them. Once we obliterate the Haotian sect, we shall deal with them." Ye Hao had long since devised a strategy for this. Tang San has stirred quite a commotion, mobilizing 3 titled elders, which fortuitously presents me with an unparalleled opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ye Hao mused with a slight smile, eagerly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As dusk approached, the sun gradually descended. A somber atmosphere enveloped the Haotian sect, with disciples feeling suffocated, each harboring a breath of indignation. The mere mention of Tang San's name ignited their wrath. For so many years, the Haotian sect had been humiliated by an outsider, resulting in the loss of a talented disciple and 3 elite disciples, an utter disgrace. Fear not, Tang San is undoubtedly doomed. The 3 elders have already set forth, and they shall surely vanquish him and return with his head. As midnight drew near, the inky darkness gradually enveloped the land. In a room uniquely belonging to Tang Yuehua, she sat alone on her bed, her countenance pale and her spirit low. "Impossible, impossible. Xiao San could never commit such an act," she murmured, repeating the same words, unable to fathom that Tang San could engage in such despicable behavior. "Tang Yu, it is your aunt who has wronged you," she lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed her head in guilt for not having guided Tang San properly and for not having gone to him personally, believing that perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. With the 3 elders having descended the mountain, Tang Yuehua understood that Tang San was now on a path to certain death. Even his elder brother, Tang Xiao, had issued the order personally, a testament to Tang Xiao's fury. Ever since receiving this news, Tang Yuehua had confined herself to her room, neglecting even dinner, her mood plummeting into self-doubt. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "I told you not to bring me food tonight," Tang Yuehua called out impatiently, her mood sour. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The door, previously secured, began to open without warning, and a familiar figure slowly entered from outside. "Tang Yu?" Tang Yuehua rubbed her eyes, wiping away the remnants of her tears, disbelief evident in her voice. Tang Yu, you are alive?" she exclaimed, stepping forward for a closer look. At that moment, Ye Hao had assumed the guise of Tang Yu, cloaked in the effects of the Heart of Death, stealthily entering Tang Yuehua's chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, the Heart of Death enveloped the area entirely, isolating them from the outside world, ensuring that this night would be one of sleepless turmoil. Ye Hao offered a faint smile. "Aunt, it is I. I am still alive." At once, Tang Yuehua's heart swelled with joy, and disregarding their generational gap, she rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." This morning, the disciples ventured to the cliff to retrieve bodies, and they found only the remains of 3 disciples. "With no sign of you, only a corner of your bloodied garment. I sensed something was amiss. Given your strength, those snow wolves could not possibly harm you. I am overjoyed that you have returned." Ye Hao was taken aback by Tang Yuehua's exuberance, realizing it stemmed from a deep-seated affection, a familial bond that was unmistakable. Instinctively, he wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, a simple gesture that sent a jolt through Tang Yuehua, causing her to hastily pull away, her face flushing momentarily before regaining composure. "Tang Yu, your safe return brings me great joy," she said, relief washing over her as she took his hand and led him toward the door. "Come, let's go see elder brother. He will be thrilled to know you are alive." However, before Tang Yuehua could step outside, an invisible barrier materialized, causing her to inadvertently collide with it and tumble backward. Ye Hao, quick to react, caught her in his arms. "Strange, I feel as if I just bumped into something," Tang Yuehua mused, rubbing her head in confusion. "Aunt, upon my return, I heard that the 3 elders have led the Haotian sect's disciples to pursue Tang San. Is this true?" Ye Hao inwarded. At this, Tang Yuehua sighed deeply. "Indeed, ever since your death was reported, the 5 elders were furious, and even elder brother was enraged. The 4th elder, 5th elder, and 7th elder have already descended the mountain. Tang Yu, I must ask you, what truly transpired?" Without reservation, Ye Hao recounted the events to Tang Yuehua in detail. "Thus it was Tang San ambushed us 4, ultimately leading to our fall from a cliff." After speaking, he sighed lightly, feigning anger. "I cannot believe it. I truly cannot believe that Xiao San would commit such a heinous act." Tang Yuehua expressed her disdain for Tang San's actions, her heart ablaze with fury. "Aunt, with 3 elders personally intervening, Tang San is undoubtedly doomed. Why should you fret over such a person?" Ye Hao gently assisted Tang Yuehua to the bed, his tones soothing. "You do not understand," she replied, shaking her head in dismay. "His father, a second brother, entrusted me with his care before he passed. And now, because of Xiao San's attack on you, the entire Haotian sect is in uproar. This morning, I could sense elder brother's wrath, coupled with the 3 elders taking action. Xiao San's fate is dire." Despite her significant standing within the sect, Tang Yuehua found herself powerless to intervene in this matter, feeling the weight of her limitations. Suddenly, Ye Hao grasped her wrist, startling Tang Yuehua and paling her complexion. "Tang Yu, you," she stammered, her breath quickening. Slowly, Ye Hao leaned closer, his weight pinning Tang Yuehua beneath him on the bed, leaving her unable to move as he advanced step by step. Outside, the Haotian sect was already engulfed in chaos, the sounds of slaughter ringing out, the atmosphere having turned utterly sinister. "Tang Yu, how dare you? I am your aunt. How can you engage in such treachery?" Tang Yuehua shouted in desperation. "He," Ye Hao chuckled coldly, "do not shout. Your room is already isolated by me. No matter how loud you scream, those outside will remain oblivious. You could shout until your throat is hoarse, and no one would respond." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua was momentarily dumbfounded, uncertain of Tang Yu's intentions. Yet a profound sense of crisis began to swell within her, an instinct that rarely faltered. "You, Tang Yu, how could you stoop to such despicable acts?" She began to struggle, but Ye Hao's weight held her firmly in place. Realizing her plight was hopeless, Tang Yuehua's resolve crumbled. Tears silently streaming down her cheeks, her delicate fists clenched tightly. "Aunt, no." Tang Yuehua, Ye Hao smiled slightly. "I am genuinely curious. How is it that during my 3 months in the Haotian sect, you failed to perceive my true identity?" You. Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow, and as she regarded him with confusion, Ye Hao's visage began to blur, a flash of violet light illuminating the room. As the brilliance waned and Ye Hao revealed his true form, Tang Yuehua exclaimed, "Surprised? Unexpected?" Ye Hao grinned widely, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Chapter 244. The Downfall of the Haotian Sect. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room felt rather awkward. Tang Yuehua found herself pinned beneath Ye Hao, her pupils contracting as she gazed incredulously at him. Tang Yu. No, you're not Tang Yu. Tang Jiwu Shai. Of course, I am not Tang Yu, Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. Madame Yuehua, it's only been 3 years since we last met, and it seems your memory has faded. Do you not remember me? You are Ye Hao. Tang Yuehua's expression darkened. Ye Hao was the enemy of the Haotian sect, the man responsible for her brother Tang Hao's death. Madame Yuehua has a sharp memory. It appears you have not forgotten me. Ye Hao chuckled. How could you disguise yourself as Tang Yu? Where's the real Tang Yu? Faced with Tang Yuehua's inquiries, Ye Hao answered without hesitation, Tang Yu is me. And Ye Hao is also me. I have always been the same person. I infiltrated the Haotian sect 3 months ago, and you, Madame Yuehua, did not even sense my presence. It seems my acting skills are quite impressive. With that, Ye Hao lifted Tang Yuehua's chin, examining her with keen interest. What? Tang Yuehua gasped, her composure shaken by Ye Hao's teasing. The revelation struck her profoundly. She could hardly believe that Ye Hao had been within the Haotian sect all along, masquerading as Tang Yu. Having lived together for 3 months, she had been utterly oblivious to his true identity. Not only that, but the Haotian sect had also entrusted him with their ultimate secret technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, and had even appointed Tang Yu as the next sect leader. Now that the truth was laid bare, a chill ran through Tang Yuehua as she considered the terrifying reach of the spirit hall. Unbeknownst to them, they had managed to infiltrate the sect and impersonate Tang Yu so convincingly. They had deceived not just her, but even the sect leader Tang Xiao and the 5 elders, who had all been ensnared in Ye Hao's web. But where's the real Tang Yu? A sense of foreboding welled up within Tang Yuehua. Dead, Ye Hao succinctly answered. Those 2 simple words caused Tang Yuehua's eyes to widen in shock, her body trembling violently as her fists clenched tightly, directing a furious glare at Ye Hao. The Haotian sect will not let you go, she hissed through gritted teeth, tears brimming in her eyes. And I shall not spare the Haotian sect, Ye Hao replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he pushed her away. Once freed from Ye Hao's grasp, Tang Yuehua curled up in a corner, wrapping herself in a blanket. Ye Hao, tell me, did you set up Tang-san? She implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon him. Due to the deaths of 3 disciples from the Haotian sect, Tang-san was being pursued by 3 titled Douluo elders. Unless a miracle occurred, Tang-san was certain to meet his demise. No, my sole purpose for infiltrating the Haotian sect was to annihilate you all. However, Tang-san's actions have indeed opened my eyes. From the moment I entered the Haotian sect, he attempted to kill Tang Yu, and just yesterday, he openly made his move. All of this was orchestrated by him. I merely played along with Tang-san's intentions, facilitating his theatrics by diverting 3 elders of the Haotian sect. Ye Hao climbed onto Tang Yuehua's bed, slowly inching closer to her. Don't come any closer, Tang Yuehua cried, feeling cornered and increasingly anxious. Madam, you wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall the Haotian sect, would you? Ye Hao smiled. Tang Yuehua's body trembled with rage, her anxiety palpable. Instinctively, she turned to Ye Hao. Ye Hao, tell me, has the spirit hall already attacked the Haotian sect? She bit her lip, adopting a pitiable demeanor. Am I truly so despicable? Ye Hao sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, a crimson light shot from Ye Hao's forehead, instantly penetrating Tang Yuehua's mind. What have you done to me? Tang Yuehua felt herself growing dizzy, her body slipping from her control. I plan to abduct you, using you as leverage to coerce Tang Xiao, Ye Hao explained. I will not allow you to succeed. Tang Yuehua understood that if she fell into the hands of the spirit hall, they would act with impunity, launching a full-scale assault on the Haotian sect. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Tang Yuehua, who had initially contemplated self-harm, suddenly stiffened. With a jolt, she found herself actively lifting the blanket that had covered her, her face a mixture of fear and disbelief at her own actions. Dressed in a shimmering silver palace gown that accentuated her delicate figure, she now knelt half on the bed, exposing a glimpse of her fair, slender leg. In a state of involuntary obedience, Tang Yuehua slowly moved behind Ye Hao. With a look of shock etched on her face, she reached out her trembling hands, placing them on his shoulders, her heart unwilling. From now on, you shall be my maid. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua fell silent, tears welling in her eyes, her touch both gentle and firm. Madame Yuehua, your skills are impressive. It seems I shall be quite fortunate in the days to come. Ye Hao tilted his head back, locking eyes with Tang Yuehua, whose gaze was filled with a murderous intent. My brother will not spare you, Tang Yuehua declared angrily, her body involuntarily performing actions against her will, leaving her feeling unnatural. Are you referring to Tang Xiao? Ye Hao smiled slightly. I ought to thank him. Were it not for him imparting the Great Sumeru Hammer to me, I would remain unaware of such secrets within the Haotian sect, and those elders of the Haotian sect. If they knew I was the heir of the spirit hall, destined to inherit the position of sect leader, they would surely be infuriated. Ye Hao closed his eyes in contentment, admitting that Tang Yuehua's massage techniques were truly exceptional, surpassing even a yin's. At the same time, Tang Yuehua struggled against Ye Hao's hold, aware that her actions were not of her own volition. Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, the heart of death held her firmly in its grasp, laying bare every movement and thought within her. Tang Yuehua's body was under Ye Hao's control, like a marionette at his mercy. Stop struggling, you cannot escape. Even Ain has succumbed to my control. What hope does an ordinary person, who is not even a soul master, have? Ye Hao shook his head, understanding Tang Yuehua's thoughts. All she desired was to kill Ye Hao, even if it meant her own destruction. Ain, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow, recognizing the name as familiar. Enough. Ye Hao grasped Tang Yuehua's delicate hand, and in an instant, the room was enveloped in a wash of purple light. The next moment, Ye Hao stood outside Tang Yuehua's chamber, the heart of death manifesting in his palm. You shall soon reunite with Ain. Ye Hao withdrew the heart of death, gazing at the Haotian sect engulfed in flames. The roaring inferno illuminated the night, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of Haotian sect disciples. Ye Hao treaded the blood-soaked path with familiarity, moving deeper into the Haotian sect as the sounds of battle reverberated around him, never ceasing. The air was thick with the scent of blood, reminiscent of the scene 3 months prior when the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect faced their demise. Bang! The ghost leopard Douluo transformed into a shadow, appearing particularly enigmatic against the night backdrop. He crouched low, resembling a black arrow, and charged toward the second elder wielding the Haotian hammer. Spirit Hall scoundrel, prepare to die. The second elder bellowed, brandishing the Haotian hammer, its 9 spirit rings illuminating in an instant as the hammer radiated brilliance, ready to collide with the ghost leopard Douluo. In a flash, the ghost leopard Douluo shifted his form, appearing behind the second elder, his dark claws leaving 5 glaring blood streaks on the elder's body, causing blood to pour forth as he was drenched in crimson. Meanwhile, the demon slayer Douluo wielded the dragon-patterned staff, upon which a colossal red dragon spiraled, as it clashed with the Haotian hammer held by the third elder of the Haotian sect. In that instant, the third elder spat blood, retreating several dozen steps, his hands trembling as they were jolted. The soul power of the second and third elders paled in comparison to that of the ghost leopard Douluo and the demon slayer Douluo, especially at the level of title Douluo, where the disparity between each rank felt akin to divine retribution. The Haotian sect was on the brink of becoming a mere footnote in history. Surrender now if they wish to survive. A smirk crept across the lips of the demon slayer Douluo as he bore the dragon-patterned staff. Never. The second elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, using the Haotian hammer to brace himself. All 5 elders were advanced in years. Even if they became titled Douluo, it seemed their accomplishments would end here. Brother, it appears we shall meet our end this night. The third elder gritted his teeth, letting out a deep sigh, lamenting the impending collapse of their once great legacy, feeling unworthy before their ancestors. Brother, let us embark on this journey together. Before we depart, let us take these 2 titled Douluo with us, that our path may not be lonely. The second elder displayed signs of aging, nearly at the end of his rope. The sudden ambush by the spirit hall had been meticulously timed. 3 elders from the Haotian sect were out chasing Tang San, and the timing was eerily close. Having just departed the day prior, the second elder was convinced that there must be a traitor within their ranks. Boom! In the council hall of the Haotian sect, one of the walls suddenly exploded. Tang Xiao was hurled out from the other side, and in that fleeting moment, the golden crocodile Douluo seized the opportunity, transforming his hands into massive golden crocodile jaws, intent on tearing Tang Xiao asunder. The leader of the Haotian sect is but this. The golden crocodile Douluo's gaze was piercing, his 9 soul rings radiating brilliantly, particularly the 9th, an unparalleled 100,000-year soul ring. Among the 7 offerings, the golden crocodile Douluo was the only one, aside from Qiandaolu, to possess such a ring, wielding immense soul power at level 98. To eradicate the Haotian sect, Ye Hao had thus summoned several offerings to engage in battle. The Haotian sect was unlike the other 2 sects. Had it not been for Tang San drawing some of the fire, the situation would have been far more dire. Tang Xiao staggered, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly against the approaching golden crocodile. He understood all too well that he was no match for this title Douluo. The difference between one possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and an ordinary title Douluo was insurmountable. Sect Master, the second and third elders rushed to his side, helping him up. In a 3 versus 3 standoff, the 3 title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, led by the golden crocodile Douluo, encircled Tang Xiao and his companions. Simultaneously, they unleashed their martial souls. A massive golden staff loomed overhead. The golden crocodile opened its gaping maw, and the ghost leopard crouched low, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Today, it was either their demise or his. At this juncture, Tang Xiao and his comrades had no choice but to fight with all their might, channeling their full strength as the seventh soul ring of each glowed brilliantly, conjuring three ethereal figures that stood ready, surveying the battlefield. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Charge! With a commanding shout, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Outside the Haotian sect, Ye Hao stood resolute, his gaze fixed ahead. He witnessed everything occurring within the council hall, where the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. 6 tidal Daw were engaged in combat, an unprecedented spectacle, their tremendous power causing the very mountains to tremble, rendering the entire Haotian sect a mere ruin. The 6 ascended into the sky, each radiating their own brilliance beneath the night. Master, at that moment, Zhu appeared beside Ye Hao. How are the disciples inside and outside the sect faring? Ye Hao inquired. All has been concluded. Aside from the 60 Haotian sect disciples who were dispatched to hunt Tang San, the rest have been eradicated, Zhu responded. Very well, Ye Hao nodded indifferently, his gaze returning to the night sky. Master, should I assist? Zhu cracked his knuckles, invigorated by the sight of 6 tidal Douluo engaging in this historic battle, feeling the surge of blood coursing through him. This is a conflict between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. Your involvement is unnecessary. Tang Xiao and his companions are no match for the golden crocodile Douluo. Then, turning to Zhu, Ye Hao instructed, I have a special task for you. Descend the mountain and track down Tang San, pinpointing his current location with precision. Afterwards, conceal your identity and send a message to the 3 elders outside the Haotian sect. Understood, Zhu replied promptly, vanishing from sight in an instant. I cannot kill you, but others can, Ye Hao murmured to himself. At this moment, the battle had reached a boiling point, the night sky illuminated as if it were day, with 6 figures darting like lightning, each unleashing their most potent soul techniques amidst continuous clashes. In this instant, the demon slayer Douluo, drenched in blood, raised the dragon-patterned staff high, the red dragon upon it appearing to come alive. With a mighty swing, the demon slayer Douluo struck, shattering the 3rd elder's body, causing the Haotian hammer to slip from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, the demon slayer Douluo positioned the staff before his chest, its crimson hue intensifying as it inexplicably enlarged several-fold in the air. It descended vertically, and in the terrified gaze of the 3rd elder, the dragon-patterned staff ground him into the earth, leaving only an arm exposed. A final curtain for the 3rd elder of the Haotian sect. Chapter 245. The Death of Tang Xiao, the Dust Settles Brother. The 2nd elder's eyes widened in fury as the Haotian hammer slipped from his grasp. Utilizing his soul power, he hoisted the hammer high, aiming it at the demon slayer Daw, who stood on the ground. Die, you thief of the Spirit Hall. The 2nd elder, consumed by rage, witnessed the inevitable demise of the Haotian sect, his vision filled with the corpses of his sect's disciples. The once mighty Haotian sect was no more. All the 2nd elder wished was to kill, to avenge his brother. The Haotian hammer plummeted from the sky like a meteor crashing to earth, delivering an astonishing blow. In response, the demon slayer Daw remained unfazed, withdrawing the bloody dragon-patterned staff, which he then flung towards the descending Haotian hammer. In the blink of an eye, the 2nd elder found himself at a disadvantage. His soul power was already inferior to that of the demon slayer Daw, and after the recent fierce battle, he had little soul power left. At that moment, the ghost leopard Douluo seized the opportunity, his right hand emanating a dark glow as he coalesced his ghostly claws, transforming into a streak of black lightning aimed squarely at the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder's eyes narrowed, blood trickling from his mouth as he trembled, looking down to find a black claw embedded in his chest. Simultaneously, the dragon-patterned staff pressed down upon the Haotian hammer. Now, the Haotian sect had lost 2 tidal Douluo, leaving only Tang Xiao remaining. Witnessing this scene, Tang Xiao was rendered speechless, his tattered garments soaked in blood. Tang Xiao howled to the heavens, his hair disheveled, consumed by despair. How could the Haotian sect be destroyed by his own hands? He felt unworthy to face his ancestors. Tang Xiao, you are indeed a remarkable individual. It's just a pity that the Haotian sect shall cease to exist henceforth. The golden crocodile Douluo approached, while the ghost leopard Douluo and the demon slayer Douluo closed in, encircling Tang Xiao for a desperate struggle. As the battle neared its conclusion, Ye Hao let out a soft sigh and walked over slowly. Tang Xiao, did you ever imagine that the Haotian sect would fall at your hands? Ye Hao approached, embodying the visage of Tang Yu. Dan Yu. Tang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Tang Yu had allied with the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect has never wronged you. I not only imparted the great Sumeru hammer to you, but also appointed you as the next leader of the sect. Why? Why have you allied with the Spirit Hall? Tang Xiao demanded angrily, unable to comprehend why the Spirit Hall had launched an ambush at this moment. Moreover, the internal structure of the Haoyan sect was severely weakened, with 3 of the 6 titled Douluo absent. At this opportune moment, the Spirit Hall launched a surprise attack, seizing the chance with remarkable timing. Such a scenario was sufficient to plunge the Haoyan sect into an abyss from which it could never recover. In this moment of clarity, Tang Xiao finally understood the truth. It turned out that Tang Yu was a nail inserted into the Haoyan sect by the Spirit Hall. You despicable creature, you have betrayed the ancestors of the Haoyan sect. You are unworthy to be a descendant of the Haoyan sect, let alone possess the Haoyan hammer as your martial spirit. Regret flooded Tang Xiao's heart, a lament for his past decisions. Ye Hao smirked slightly, dismissing the gravity of the situation. Then, under the seething gaze of Tang Xiao, Ye Hao revealed his true self. Tang Xiao, do you now see who I am? With a slight curl of his lips, he sensed the impending demise of the Haoyan sect, knowing that Tang Xiao was on the brink of downfall. To be honest, I have been using your strength lately. Tang Xiao gripped the Haoyan hammer tightly, channeling all his might into a single strike aimed directly at Ye Hao's face. However, in the very moment Tang Xiao hurled the Haoyan hammer, Ye Hao coldly smiled. He extended his right hand into the void, grasping the Shura demon sword, and swung it towards the incoming Haoyan hammer. At the instant of collision between the Shura demon sword and the Haoyan hammer, the latter shattered as if it were made of paper, disintegrating into gray dust that scattered into the air. Tang Xiao, those who recognize the shifting tides are the true heroes. This night, the annihilation of the Haoyan sect is an established fact. Ye Hao retracted the Shura demon sword, surveying the devastation around him. The once great sect, which had held the title of the world's foremost, was now utterly reduced to ashes. Old Golden Crocodile, I leave Tang Xiao to you. Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively before turning away and descending the mountain. Understood, Golden Crocodile, Douluo replied, his expression grim as he transformed his right hand into a golden crocodile, exuding a murderous intent as he charged at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao stood motionless. Fully aware of his fate and having abandoned all resistance, he spread his arms wide. As he glanced back at the ruined sect, his vision was filled with bloodstains. The bodies of disciples strewn across the ground, and flames leaping high from the ruins, painting a scene of desolation. In a flash of golden light, Tang Xiao collapsed into the snow, blood slowly oozing from his neck as his head was severed from his body. It's snowing, Ghost Leopard, Douluo remarked, extending his left hand to catch a snowflake that melted into a droplet in his palm, momentarily lost in thought. Clad in the thick blanket of white, the 3 figures stood in the cold wind, gazing at the ruins before them, rendered speechless. The Haoyan sect has fallen. It is time for us to return and report to the grand offering, the demon-suppressing Douluo said, looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo held up Tang Xiao's head, swiftly storing it within his soul guide. Let us return to the Spirit Hall, he declared, turning to the others. With that, the trio transformed into streaks of light, heading toward the Spirit Hall. The eradication of the Haoyan sect marked the complete disappearance of what was once the most powerful sect in the world. Yet, with the 7th elder still at large, Ye Hao had no intention of letting it rest. He had already dispatched Zhu Zhu to investigate, confident that he would soon learn the whereabouts of the 3 teams. Descending from the Haoyan sect, Ye Hao was in no hurry to return to the Spirit Hall. Instead, he made his way directly to the Tiando Imperial Palace. The Tiando Empire had ceased to exist, and the Spirit Empire was on the brink of rising. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao faced no obstruction entering the Tiando Imperial Palace, for the entire Tiando Empire had been effectively supplanted by the Spirit Hall, merely awaiting the right moment for a public declaration. Ye Hao arrived in a lavish room within the palace and collapsed onto the bed, his body falling straight down. I can't muster the energy to move, he sighed deeply, feeling thoroughly exhausted. The thorn in his side, the Haoyan sect, had finally been removed, albeit only halfway. As 3 elders remained at large, he needed to resolve that situation quickly. After a brief pause, Ye Hao removed the heart of death from his hairpin and released Tang Yuehua. Where's this place? Tang Yuehua found herself in an unfamiliar setting, her voice laced with anxiety. The Tiando Imperial Palace, Ye Hao replied, too fatigued to engage in conversation. Upon realizing her surroundings, Tang Yuehua gazed out the window to see the distant moon pavilion and confirmed that she was indeed in the Tiando Imperial Palace. No, how could I be in the Tiando Imperial Palace? She was astonished, for the Tiando Imperial Palace was the most significant location in the Tiando Empire. the very lifeblood of the Tiando royal family. Stop your fussing. The Tiando Empire has fallen. We have already replaced it, Ye Hao stated matter-of-factly, revealing the truth to her. What? Tang Yuehua gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. The Tiando Empire, which had dominated half of the Douluo Continent, had truly been vanquished. She could hardly believe that this 17 or 18-year-old Ye Hao possessed such immense power. Come here and help me relax, Ye Hao commanded. At his words, Tang Yuehua's body moved involuntarily towards him. No, I can't do that. You are the enemy of the Haotian sect. I cannot. Yet despite her efforts to resist, the control exerted by the heart of death was overwhelming, leaving her without any thoughts of defiance. Ye Hao straightened up, letting out a light sigh. The Haotian sect is no more. Why do you still cling to it? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua was momentarily stunned as she found herself seated behind Ye Hao, her trembling hands resting on his shoulders as she began to massage him gently yet firmly. What did you say? Tang Yuehua could scarcely believe her ears. The vast Haotian sect could not possibly be gone. This was inconceivable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She vehemently shook her head, desperate to break free from the control. For she understood that this person before her was the one who had killed her second brother and the greatest enemy of the Haotian sect. As the daughter of the Haotian sect's leader, she was now massaging the shoulders of her enemy. If her elder brother were to find out, she would have no words to reply. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Ye Hao glanced back at Tang Yuehua, a smirk on his lips. The Haotian sect has perished. All disciples of the sect have been eradicated, including the second elder, the third elder, and your elder brother, Tang Shao. They are all dead. At this proclamation, Tang Yuehua felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. She stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face, murmuring, impossible. My brother is a titled Douluo. How could he possibly die? You must be lying. Tell me this isn't true. It cannot be true. Tang Yuehua's emotions flared, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at Ye Hao, her murderous intent laid bare. Ye Hao shook his head, turning to face her with his weary frame. Believe it or not, the Haotian sect has become a relic of history. His words were delivered with a nonchalant air, but for Tang Yuehua, this was far more painful than death itself. Ye Hao, just kill me, she pleaded, as if her soul had been stripped away. With her sect destroyed, she had lost the will to live. Ha! Ye Hao chuckled, playfully tilting her delicate chin, and said with intrigue, I'll one-t kill you easily. You are now my maid. Bah! Tang Yuehua retorted fiercely, Ye Hao, you'd best kill me now. If I ever find a chance, I will surely kill you to avenge my elder brother, my second brother, and all those tragically slain disciples of the sect. Her words were resolute, and the cold glint in her eyes suggested she meant every word. Now, that's interesting, Ye Hao mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at Tang Yuehua, who was also observing him, the one who had brought about the downfall of the Haotian sect. The Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect have long been at odds, burdened by an inextricable enmity. The future will see either your demise or mine. Now, all is settled. Dan Zuhu, Ye Hao gazed solemnly at her and declared, From this moment forth, you are no longer the exalted young lady of the Haotian sect. You are merely a prisoner beneath a martial soul hall. I have no intention of taking your life. I merely wish for you to confront the reality of your situation. Reality? Tang Yuehua scoffed. Are you suggesting I acknowledge the reality of your destruction of the Haotian sect? I require no mercy from you. Sooner or later, I shall avenge all those who perish for the Haotian sect. Is that so? Ye Hao shook his head, then wrapped his left arm around Tang Yuehua's delicate shoulder while his right hand cradled her rear, lifting her into his embrace. This unexpected action startled Tang Yuehua, leaving her feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. In a frenzy, she flailed in his arms like a terrified kitten. Let me go. What do you intend to do with me? Tang Yuehua exclaimed, her emotions running high as she gesticulated wildly. Oh, nothing too drastic. I merely wish for you to serve as a competent maid, attending to daily tasks such as serving tea, managing household affairs, and tidying up the rooms. These should be simple enough for you. However, there is one lesson I must impart personally. Tang Yuehua fell silent, staring at him in a daze, her palms slick with perspiration as she began to piece together his intentions. Sleeping alone at night can be rather cold. A maid tends to warm her master's bed. I trust you can manage that, can't you? Ye Hao remarked with a mischievous smile. What? Tang Yuehua shrieked in terror, her heart racing with fear. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. No, 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 she protested vehemently. Yet, Ye Hao's strength was overwhelming, and he tossed her onto the bed. Her complexion paled as she curled up, trembling uncontrollably. Just as Ye Hao was about to pounce, Tang Yuehua's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Ha ha! Ye Hao laughed heartily as he rose from the bed. You truly are easily frightened. Why would I ever harm you? He shook his head, self-deprecatingly, for he considered himself a good man, above such treachery. Master, I have news of Tang San, a voice echoed in Ye Hao's mind. Speak. Ye Hao's eyes brightened. Indeed, Zhu Zhu was reliable, having swiftly located Tang San's whereabouts. Tang San has gone to Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhu replied. Shrek Academy? Ye Hao marveled. Is he courting death? What business does he have there? I am unsure. I only vaguely overheard Tang San mention that Flander has a path to death. Chapter 246. Tang San is not of this world. Tang San has gone to Shrek Academy. And Flander has a path to death? Ye Hao suddenly understood. Tang San intended to eliminate Flander before departing from Douluo Continent. After all, Yu Xiaojiang had perished at Flander's hands, and Tang San would never tolerate the presence of a murderer in this world. Though Flander had mistakenly killed Yu Xiaojiang. In Tang San's eyes, Flander was the true culprit. He only acknowledged the facts and trusted his own perception. This night was destined to be one of unrest. The martial Soul Hall had obliterated the Haotian sect, and now Tang San was fleeing the Haotian sect, heading alone to Shrek Academy. Ye Hao glanced back at Tang Yuehua, who lay unconscious on the bed, shocked into a faint. Really, how timid. Ye Hao sighed lightly, before lifting Tang Yuehua, tucking her under the covers. He then leaped from the balcony, shrouded by the night, and set off towards Shrek Academy. He could not miss the spectacle of Tang San confronting Flander. That night, cloaked in darkness, Ye Hao's figure darted swiftly, guided by the heart of death. In no time, he arrived beside Zhu Zhu, finding himself within Shrek Academy. The campus was desolate, overgrown with moss and brambles, the ground littered with dead leaves. Since the closure of Shrek Academy, no one had tended to the grounds in ages. It bore an air of decay, a lifeless visage. Master, Tang San has entered the rear mountain of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhu informed him. Ye Hao yawned, nodding. One of the pursuers from the Haotian sect. They are en route to Shrek Academy. They should arrive shortly, Zhu Zhu replied. Master, the Haotian sect is numerous and powerful. I fear we may not be their match. The three titled Douluos from the Golden Crocodile had already returned to the Martial Soul Hall to report, leaving only Ye Hao and Zhu Zhu in Heavendo City. As for Zhu Er and Xiehu, they were still on their way and would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Ye Hao smiled slightly. You underestimate Tang San. This lad possesses the Hanhai Chinkuan cover, which has a skill akin to my dark veil, allowing him to conceal his presence. Ordinary titled Douluos would not be able to detect him unless they possessed formidable spiritual power. Let us proceed and observe. The two moved forward, sheltered by the heart of death, making their way toward the rear mountain. Before their eyes lay the desolation. Shrek Academy had long lost its former glory. The rear mountain, once a picturesque locale, had fallen into neglect, the flower beds left to wither since Yu Xiaojiang's death, with weeds towering over the remnants of flora. At the rear mountain cabin, Tang San stood with a grim expression, wielding the Haotian hammer. Before him stood Lu Erlong and Flander, who were perplexed, sensing that Tang San's arrival boded ill. Xiao San, what brings you here? Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, questioning him. I have come to kill a man, Tang San replied through clenched teeth. Kill someone? Flander felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Xiao San, you must be mistaken. This is the academy. There is no one here for you to kill. The man I seek is right before me. Tang San's aura radiated a palpable killing intent, the domain of the god of death shifting ominously. Xiao San. Flander's face contorted with bitterness as he surmised the truth. Is it because of Xiao Gang? Flander, you killed my teacher. Today, I shall have your blood. Tang San's eyes burned with fury, vowing to slay Flander in honor of his teacher's spirit. Tang San, do not go too far, Lu Erlong interjected, unable to contain herself. Xiao Gang was framed by Ye Hao, leading to Flander's tragic mistake. Are you truly so blind that you would forget everything your teacher taught you? An eye for an eye is the natural order of things. I will seek vengeance on Ye Hao, but before that, even if Flander acted in error, he ultimately took my teacher's life. Today, Flander must die. Without further ado, he hurled the Haotian hammer forward. At the same time, a blue glow emanated from Tang San's right hand, and the blue silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Lu Erlong and casting her aside. As Lu Erlong had once been Yu Xiaojiang's beloved, Tang San did not wish to harm her. No, Lu Erlong cried out in anguish, witnessing Flander's body being struck by the Haotian hammer, feeling as if she had lost a lifeline. As Flander's chest caved in under the force of the blow, he felt his life ebbing away, blood spewing from his mouth as he weakened to the brink of death. Old Flander, Lu Erlong lamented, rushing to his side. Old Flander, please wake up. Do not leave me behind. Liu Erlong wept bitterly, but alas, Flander, having endured the full might of the Haotian hammer, teetered on the edge of mortality. Erlong, do not cry. It does not suit you, Flander said, trembling as he reached out to wipe away her tears. No, old Flander, you mustn't die. You are all I have left. From a distance, Ye Hao watched the entire scene unfold, feeling a mix of emotions. Tang San's thirst for vengeance was palpable. To him, nothing in this world held any value anymore. It was a pity that Flander could not escape his fate. Master, I sense that the 3 elders from the Haotian sect have entered the rear mountain and are approaching. Zhu Zhu warned, let us depart. The show is over. After Ye Hao and Zhu Zhu departed, a sudden commotion erupted on the back mountain. Tang San, prepare to meet your demise. 3 elders, accompanied by 60 disciples of the Haotian sect, charged forth. As the sun rose, its radiant light bathed the entire Heaven Do city. Within the opulent confines of the Heaven Do palace, Tang Yuehua groggily arose from her slumber, pressing her swollen temples as she slowly sat up. In that instant, she felt a jolt of panic, hastily checking her attire and sighing in relief upon realizing she was fully clothed. You're awake, Ye Hao announced as he entered the room. Last night, Tang Yuehua had been hesitant, uncertain of what Ye Hao might have done. Nothing happened, rest assured. Ye Hao replied with a gentle smile, settling onto the sofa, weary from a night devoid of sleep. Come here, he beckoned, and almost involuntarily, Tang Yuehua found herself moving towards him. Your nephew truly caused an uproar in Heaven Do City yesterday, Ye Hao remarked with a chuckle. Resting his head on Tang Yuehua's slender thigh, his gaze playfully fixed on her stately form. What have you done to Xiao-san? She asked, her brow furrowing. Tang San represented her last glimmer of hope. He has gone to Shrek Academy and personally slain Flender, the former head of his academy. Can you believe he has lost his mind? Ye Hao observed her with keen interest, a smile lingering on his lips. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Yuehua shook her head in disbelief. Her nephew was not the type to resort to such madness. Naturally, she recognized Flender, who had always taken good care of Tang San during his time at Shrek Academy. The claim that Tang San had killed Flender was utterly inconceivable to her. Ye Hao, you shall not deceive me. One day, my nephew will annihilate the Spirit Hall in revenge for the Haotian sect, she declared resolutely. Ye Hao chuckled coldly. What gives you such confidence? It is a woman's intuition. A ghost's intuition, Ye Hao retorted. Tang Yuehua's chest heaved with anger. The thought of her enemy resting on her thigh made her want to eliminate Ye Hao at that very moment. Do you wish to kill me? Ye Hao raised an eyebrow, playfully nudging his head against her thigh. Tang Yuehua turned pale, her cheeks flushing crimson. Do not harbor any murderous intentions towards me. Be wary, or I may just act upon them. Ye Hao warned, I mean what I say. Tang Yuehua fell silent, gritting her teeth in frustration. As a captive, she had no choice but to endure. Master, Tang San has left Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhu reported, her expression one of shock. Did I arrive at an opportune moment? Ye Hao inquired, unperturbed by Tang Yuehua's potential actions. After killing Flender, the 3 elders of the Haotian sect pursued him here. Following a fierce battle, just as Tang San was on the brink of defeat, he utilized the sea-covering sphere to conceal himself and has now set off towards Longxing City, Zhu Zhu relayed. Longxing City? Ye Hao pondered. I recall that it is the territory of one of the 4 affiliated families of the former Haotian sect. Is Tang San seeking refuge there? What are the elders of the Haotian sect? Zhu Zhu answered. The 3 elders have pursued him there as well. I left them a trail to follow before departing. Set forth for Longxing City, Ye Hao commanded. In Heaven Do City, a swift carriage sped through the streets, heading towards Longxing City. He had a premonition that within Longxing City, he might ensnare the Haotian sect entirely, perhaps even uncovering unexpected delights. Inside the carriage, Ye Hao reclined against Tang Yuehua's lap, seeking solace and rest. After the tumultuous battle leading to the downfall of the Haotian sect, and witnessing Flender's demise at Shrek Academy the previous night, he felt utterly fatigued. Tang Yuehua, with her delicate fingers resembling jade, reluctantly began to massage Ye Hao's temples. How pleasant Tang San has gone to Longxing City. What could he possibly be doing there? Tang Yuehua mused quietly. What else could he possibly be doing? Ye Hao suddenly interjected, startling her. I have already stated, every move you make, even your thoughts, are under my surveillance. Do not entertain any fanciful notions. Ye Hao chuckled softly. Tang Yuehua fell silent, clearly agitated. Let me share a secret with you. Tang San is not who you think he is. He is not your nephew. Ye Hao's words were cryptic. What do you mean by that? Tang Yuehua inquired, sensing deeper implications in his statement, unable to decipher his hidden meanings. The true Tang San perished long before Ain gave birth. The current Tang San is merely a facade, perhaps not even a being of this world. Ye Hao elaborated. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow. What does that imply? She asked after a prolonged silence. Have you ever heard the saying, reborn as another? Ye Hao smiled gently, gradually rising to meet Tang Yuehua's astonished gaze, then shifted his position to pull her gently into his embrace. What are you doing? Tang Yuehua gasped, her complexion paling in shock. The journey to Longxing City is long and arduous. It is rare to have someone to converse with, Ye Hao replied with a smile, making no more than a simple gesture of comfort as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Unfortunately, Qianren Xue remains in the spirit hall, and I have my own discomforts. Thus, this is the only way, he added. Speak properly without making any unwarranted advances, Tang Yuehua stammered, her heart racing. If I intended to act upon you, I would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Ye Hao sighed softly before continuing now. Where were we? Ah yes, your nephew is no ordinary individual. He is a reincarnated soul with memories from his past life. This is impossible. There is no such thing as reincarnation in this world. Tang Yuehua shook her head vehemently. Once a person dies, they're gone forever, and such a notion was absurd. Do you not believe me? Ye Hao scrutinized her. If you wish to sow discord, you must provide a credible reason. How can I trust you? Tang Yuehua was no fool. Very well. I shall reveal Tang San's true identity upon our arrival at Longxing City. In his past life, he was a disciple of the Tang sect, and the world he inhabited is vastly different from Douluo Continent. The Tang sect he belonged to was a sect focused on hidden weapons. Surely you have encountered some of your dear nephew's hidden weapons. Ye Hao observed her intently. Tang Yuehua nodded silently. She had indeed seen various hidden weapons crafted by Tang San, such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Silent Sleeve Arrows, and Flying Claw, among others. When Tang San had showcased them to her, she had praised him as a genius, believing such exquisite weapons to be a testament to his potential in reviving the sect. He was a rogue who learned the Tang sect's techniques in secret and was subsequently discovered, prompting a pursuit that led him to leap into the abyss and ultimately arrive in this world. Ye Hao glanced at Tang Yuehua and inquired, have you ever heard Tang San mention the Tang sect? Tang sect? Tang Yuehua's entire being trembled as she looked at Ye Hao, disbelief evident in her eyes. It seemed Tang San had indeed alluded to it. Ye Hao's eyes brightened. Mark my words. Your dear nephew will not concern himself with the mess left behind by the Haotian sect. As for his claims about others seeking his demise, those are merely recitations from the grand compendium of the mysterious heaven. Tang San, in his past life, was a merciless individual, and yet you viewed him as the future hope of the Haotian sect. You are beyond salvation. Tang Yuehua fell silent, her heart heavy with turmoil. Chapter 247. A tremendous killing intent throughout the journey. Tang Yuehua grappled with a singular thought. Xiao San, is he truly a reincarnated soul? Ye Hao's assertion had delivered a profound psychological blow, leaving her incredulous. What? Do you not trust my words? Ye Hao observed Tang Yuehua keenly. How can I be convinced? Setting aside your personal vendetta against Xiao San, your intent to obliterate the Haotian sect is evident. Tang Yuehua's emotions flared as she spoke. The enmity of the sect is deeply etched in one's soul, and the memory of Tang Yuehua's demise is indelible. In an instant, Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized Tang Yuehua's wrist, drawing her close. Tang Yuehua winced in pain, her face contorted with fury as she glared at him. I have warned you not to harbor murderous intent towards me. Though I am not a virtuous person, the destruction of the Haotian sect is a necessity, for you have obstructed my path. The martial Soul Empire is on the verge of rising. In due time, the Haotian sect will inevitably face annihilation, be it sooner or later. It cannot escape its fate. Ye Hao glanced at Tang Yuehua, then smiled and remarked, do you still recall my warning? If you dare to harbor murderous thoughts again, what might I do? At that moment, a chill coursed through Tang Yuehua's body, and she trembled as she regarded Ye Hao, the malice in his gaze betraying his intentions. No, you cannot. Tang Yuehua quaked violently. I'm not interested in harming you, Ye Hao replied, shaking his head discreetly as he released his grip on her wrist. He then settled into a meditative posture within the carriage, sensing a breakthrough in his dormant soul power. Conversely, Tang Yuehua was utterly terror-stricken. How had the once resplendent figure of hers fallen to such depths? She curled up in a corner of the carriage, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her arms wrapped around her knees as she silently gazed at the ceiling. She resembled a canary trapped in a cage, with no hope of freedom in this lifetime. Longxing City, said to be constructed by one of the four great subordinate clans of the former Haotian sect, boasts thick, towering walls, At this very moment, in Longxing City, Tang San emerged from a dark alley, clad in a black cloak, looking disheveled. For 7 days, the Haotian sect's minions had clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to be shaken off. Why was it that wherever he appeared, they seemed to follow in his wake? Tang San speculated darkly. Could there be more than just the Haotian sect pursuing him? Damn it! Tang San exclaimed, his features contorted with rage. He had been relentlessly hunted to this point, and his situation was dire. The sea god island was still thousands of miles away. He must hasten his pace. Once he reached the sea, he believed the Haotian sect would surely retreat in fear. Resolute, Tang San set forth once more. Along the way, he was incessantly ambushed by disciples of the Haotian sect, causing him to deviate from his intended route. At that moment, he found himself at the easternmost edge of Douluo Continent, inadvertently stepping into Longxing City. Haotian sect, you shall pay for your sins. I yearn to obliterate you with my own hands. With Tang Hao deceased, he had witnessed the Haotian sect's disdainful treatment towards him. In this world, nothing remained that he cherished. Moreover, with Xiao Wu gone, his life now revolved solely around vengeance. He possessed nothing else. The bustling streets were alive with the ebb and flow of humanity, a refuge far removed from the clamor of the world. Suddenly, Tang San's gaze sharpened as he noticed a group of burly figures clad in black leather, striding with an imposing presence. Among them was an elder with white eyebrows and beard, accompanied by a slender, youthful girl with twin ponytails. They passed by Tang San, heading towards a grand edifice in the distance. Indeed, it was the Min clan, with their patriarch Bai He among them. It was indeed the Min clan, and it seemed today marked the gathering of the 4 great clans. With the Li clan having fallen to an unknown force, only the Yu clan, Min clan, and Pa clan remained. Since the incident years ago, the 3 clans had often communicated, and today was the appointed day. Tang San stood by, attentively listening. It appeared today was the day of convergence for the 3 major clans. He had heard from the late Titan that they were once subordinate clans of the Haotian sect. When the Spirit Hall pressured the Haotian sect, the latter had disregarded their plight, which led to their current downfall, fostering immense resentment towards the Haotian sect. Aside from Titan, the other 3 clans were relatively normal. The gathering of the 3 major clans had little relevance to him. With the Haotian sect's forces approaching, he needed to make a swift exit. As he walked, Tang San halted. The Haotian sect and the original 3 clans eyed each other with animosity. He found himself cornered, with pursuers behind and a long road ahead. The path to Sea God Island was fraught with uncertainties. He must shake off the Haotian sect. Tang San stroked his chin, contemplating, why not leverage the 3 major clans to his advantage? This could help hinder the Haotian sect pursuit, and perhaps they might indirectly assist in eliminating a couple of the Haotian sect's elders. Thus, he resolved to change his course towards the Yu clan's territory. The Yu clan, renowned for their architectural prowess, were indeed the architects of Longxing City. Concealing his presence, Tang San circled the Yu clan, marveling at their grand scale and magnificent structures. Among all he had seen, the Yu clan truly excelled in infrastructure. Oddly, while members of the 3 major clans had entered, he could not locate a single secret entrance. Tang San scratched his head, preparing to scale the wall. At that moment, he noticed a group approaching, and he recognized the leader. It was Talon, once a student of Shirlai Ku. After the Li clan's destruction, Talon had sought refuge with the Yu clan. The gathering of the 3 clans was to discuss how to respond to the Spirit Hall's ambush, especially given the recent annihilation of the Li clan. Talon, Tang San called out with his soul power. At that moment, Talon halted in his tracks. Third brother? Talon rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. Talon, what is wrong? A fellow disciple of the Yu clan inquired. Nothing at all, Talon shook his head. I must be imagining things. How could third brother be in Longxing City? Talon, Tang San's voice echoed again, this time unmistakably clear. You all go on ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Talon dismissed the Yu clan disciples without hesitation. Emerging from the shadows, Tang San removed his black cloak. Talon, it's been a while. He appeared disheveled, his face marred with dry blood. Third brother, what has happened to you? Talon's expression shifted to one of outrage upon seeing Tang San's condition. I've been pursued and have nowhere to turn, Talon. Can you provide me a temporary refuge? I implore you. This marked the first time Tang San had pleaded for help, his voice trembling with emotion, compounded by the respect Talon's grandfather held for Tang Hao's family. Consequently, Talon's regard for Tang San and the Tang family was deeply ingrained. Without a moment's hesitation, Talon pounded his chest and led Tang San into the Yu clan's compound. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San had his own intentions upon entering the Yu clan. In the shadows, Zhu observed, capturing the unfolding scene. Outside Longxing City, a swiftly moving carriage entered the city, carrying Ye Hao, who had finally arrived after much tribulation. Along the way, his soul power had successfully reached level 78. Inside the carriage, Ye Hao reclined comfortably, relishing the reluctant massage from Tang Yuehua. Ah, this is the pinnacle of indulgence. Master, Tang San has entered the Yu clan. Zhu's voice resonated in Ye Hao's mind. Tang San has entered the Yu clan? Ye Hao replied, surprised. Is he attempting to divert the crisis, using the Yu clan to obstruct the Haotian sect's pursuit? What a cunning ploy. Indeed, your dear nephew has sought refuge with the Yu clan to evade the Haotian sect's pursuit. I've heard that the Yu clan shares a long-standing animosity with the Haotian sect. It seems a grand conflict is inevitable, Ye Hao jested, glancing at the furrowed brow of the still grimacing Tang Yuehua. Little San has gone to the Yu clan. Tang Yuehua is undoubtedly an astute individual. Tang San's actions are quite self-evident. He intends to use the Yu family as a shield. Given the deep-seated grudges between the Yu family and the Haotian sect, a great battle seems inevitable. I find it truly difficult to express my thoughts on Tang San's strategy, as he has chosen this course of action for self-preservation, which will undoubtedly implicate the innocent. Ah, Ye Hao chuckled softly. According to the information relayed by Zhu, it is not only the Yu family involved this time. Even the Min family and the Pa family have arrived. Leaning against Tang Yuehua's fragrant shoulder, he brushed aside her hair that caressed her earlobe, inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her locks. This is bound to be a spectacle. The three grand elders of the Haotian sect are set to battle the three great clans. Such a performance cannot be missed. Ye Hao simile raudiatit bidaiti. Tang San's move is truly remarkable. It is not merely exceptional. This could potentially lead to a cataclysmic conflict. Following Ye Hao's directive to annihilate the Leaf family, he had no intention of probing into the affairs of the other three clans. At this moment, Tang San's maneuver inadvertently aligns with Ye Hao's desires. Among the three clans, the Pa family, led by Yang Wudi, possesses formidable strength, and their martial soul, the Pa soul gun, is not in the least inferior to the Haotian hammer. Madame Yuehua, prepare yourself for an entertaining spectacle. I am genuinely eager to see whether the three titled Douluo of the Haotian sect prevail, or if the clan leaders of the three great families surpass them. Tang Yuehua remained silent, her beautiful eyes furrowed, clearly agitated. Meanwhile, in another part of Longxing City, disciples led by the seventh elder of the Haotian sect gathered. The three elders convened here alongside 42 disciples of the Haotian sect. Unfortunately, 18 other disciples had perished, slain by Tang San's hidden weapons. This wretched creature, the seventh elder seethed, I am filled with an insatiable desire to eliminate him. The Haotian sect has never faced such humiliation before. Seventh brother, he continued, according to our disciples' investigation, Tang San has infiltrated the Yu family. He intends to leverage their influence, making it difficult for the fourth elder to comprehend Tang San's intentions, leaving us in a precarious position. What are we afraid of? The fifth elder decisively interjected, let us directly confront the Yu family and demand the traitor. I refuse to believe that the Yu family would dare to harbor a criminal of the Haotian sect. You are right, fifth elder. The seventh elder's eyes ignited with fiery determination, and he commanded, disciples of the Haotian sect, heed my orders. Let us proceed to the Yu family and demand the criminal. Yes, the disciples responded loudly, their anger palpable. They were infuriated that Tang San had not only spared their lives, but also cost them 18 elite disciples, many of whom were their brothers. The group hurriedly marched toward the Yu family. Within the Yu family, under Talon's arrangement, Tang San entered a concealed chamber. Third brother, remain here for the time being. No one will find you. Talon chuckled, believing he had done a commendable deed, unaware that his actions would bring calamity to the Yu family and the other two clans. Thank you, Talon, Tang San replied with a slight smile. After Talon departed, Tang San's expression gradually darkened, and he sat cross-legged on the bed, urgently striving to recover his soul power. Given the Yu family's strength, they should be able to withstand the three elders of the Haotian sect, especially with the Pa and Min families present. Yang Wudi of the Pa family is indeed invincible among the Soul Douluo. For now, it seems stable. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, retrieving healing potions from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges to hasten his recovery. In the grand hall of the Yu family, three elders sat with an air of authority. One among them was the white crane seen on the streets, accompanied by his granddaughter, by Qinxiang. A burly gray-haired man, his chest marred with scars, slammed his hand on the stone table, his expression grim. Old rhinoceros, The Spirit Hall has annihilated both the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, turning them to ash. It is very likely that we are next. This time, I have brought the entire Pa family here, after being apart for so long. It is time for us to unite, declared Yang Wudi. The Leaf family has been destroyed, and Old Gorilla is dead, sighed Ye Hao, the Yu family patriarch, burdened by the weight of old enmities. Fear not. The Spirit Hall will ultimately pay for their actions, Bai he said, his gaze sharp, fists clenched tightly. Then I shall eliminate you first. In the shadows, Ye Hao concealed himself with the heart of death. The 3 great clans gathered here to discuss strategies against the Spirit Hall. It is no surprise, as the Leaf family was obliterated by Ye Hao's direct order. Their alliance is understandable. The 3 elders of the Haoyan sect were soon to arrive, and Ye Hao hoped they would engage in a mutually destructive conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits. Chapter 248, Tang San. Those who insult the Tang sect shall die in the Grand Hall of the Yu family. The leaders of the 3 great clans convened an important meeting to strategize against the Spirit Hall. Report. Suddenly, a disciple of the Yu family rushed in, flustered. What is the matter that you appear so flustered? Do you not see we are engaged in serious discussions? Ye Hao admonished, glaring at him. Patriarch, the Haoyan sect has sent people. The Yu family disciple dared not breathe too heavily, astonished by the sudden visit from the Haoyan sect. What? Niu Gao? Yang Wudi? And Bai he stood in unison, initially taken aback before fury surged within them. Had it not been for the Haoyan sect abandoning them, they would not have been hunted by the Spirit Hall, resulting in countless casualties among their disciples. Just a few years prior, the Leaf family had been annihilated, leaving only Talon as their last hope. In other words, the Haoyan sect bears some responsibility for the destruction of the Leaf family. They actually came here. Yang Wudi's eyes gleamed like 2 sharp beams of light. Damn it, they're crossing the line. Ye Hao cursed, slamming his palm down on the rock table, shattering it. How many people has the Haoyan sect brought this time? Bai he asked calmly. About a dozen, led by the 4th, 5th, and 7th elders of the Haoyan sect. They come with great force and are quite boisterous, the Yu family disciple stammered, struggling to articulate. What are they boasting about? Ye Hao, with his fiery temper, grabbed the disciple by the collar. The Haoyan sect had dared to bully them, and they could not endure it. Did they truly think they could be molded like dough? Faced with the intense gazes of the 3 soul Duo, the disciple appeared exceedingly anxious, gritting his teeth. They demand that we hand over the criminal Tang San of the Haoyan sect, or else. Or else what? Yang Wudi brandished the pistol gun, prepared for battle. Enough. Bai he placed a reassuring hand on Ye Hao's shoulder, signaling him to let go. Let's personally meet our old friends. Bai he maintained an indifferent expression, and soon, Ye Hao and Yang Wudi, filled with resentment, stormed toward the exit. In the courtyard of the Yu family, 2 factions had emerged, one led by the Yu family, and the other comprised of disciples from the Haoyan sect. The atmosphere was tense, charged with the potential for conflict, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. The 3 elders of the Haoyan sect stood with arms crossed, their expressions grave, embodying the demeanor of those in power since their entrance into the Yu family. I thought I recognized you. It turns out you are all here, the 7th elder remarked, looking down his nose at Yang Wudi and the others. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Hand over the criminal of the Haoyan sect, and we shall leave immediately. The 7th elder declared, demanding the traitor. Criminal? Yang Wudi laughed in anger. We harbor no criminals of the Haoyan sect here, but we do have a few barking dogs. What did you say? The 7th elder's fury ignited, the aura of a titled radiating from him. Titled Douluo? Bai said in a deep voice, patting Yang Wudi on the shoulder. Indeed, the 4th elder stepped forward. Our sect has been closed for over 20 years, and all 5 of us brothers have ascended to the ranks of titled Douluo. Just now, my younger brother was rather offensive. Today, we merely demand that you surrender the sinner of the Haoyan sect. Once that is done, we shall depart immediately. Sinner of the Haoyan sect? Ye Hao replied, we have no such sinner here. You come to the wrong place. Impossible. Elder Wu declared, our disciple witnessed him enter your premises, accompanied by one of your own. What? Bai he exclaimed, what is the name of this sinner from the Haoyan sect? Tang San. Tang San? Yang Wudi and the others exchanged glances. Shaking their heads in unison, we have never seen him. In unison, they exclaimed, how could this be? The 3 elders of the Haoyan sect exchanged uncertain looks. This won't do. Tang San is cunning and resourceful. What if he is hiding here? The 7th elder furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Yang Wudi and his companions. The animosity between the 2 factions was already palpable, and with Tang San potentially concealed among them, the 7th elder would not let this opportunity slip away. How about this? Allow us to conduct a search. If we find nothing, we will naturally take our leave, suggested the fourth elder. Absolutely not. Niu Gao was the first to refuse. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder's brows knitted together. Their refusal only served to heighten suspicion. Tang San had previously been close to the Li family, and although the Li family had been annihilated, their connections with the other three major clans were still strong. The possibility of Tang San hiding here was a suspicion that the three elders of the Haotian sect shared in silence. What if we insist on searching? The seventh elder asserted, his aura growing even more formidable. Then let us fight, Yang Wudi replied, eager for a confrontation, the soul-breaking spear appearing in his hand. He stood tall and imposing, resembling a god of war, eager to witness the prowess of the Haotian hammer's tidal Douluo. Tension filled the air, and both sides prepared for conflict. Meanwhile, Tang San was ensconced within the secret chamber of the Yu family, guarded by Tai Long. Should any disturbance arise, Tai Long would notify him at once. Naturally, he was unaware of the events unfolding outside. Tai Long stood at the door, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. In the next moment, he felt a warmth encircle his neck, as if something were flowing out. He instinctively reached for it, only to find his palm stained crimson the following instant. No! A cry of despair escaped his lips as he collapsed, his eyes wide and uncomprehending. The last of the Li family, go back to your place. Ye Hao, disguised as Tang Yu, entered the chamber, having sensed Tang San's presence within. With the annihilation of the Li family, he had come to rectify that oversight. As he strode inside, he locked eyes with Tang San the moment he entered the room. Tang Yu? Tang San gasped, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that Tang Yu had survived? He rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that the figure before him was indeed Tang Yu, his rage erupted, his features contorting in fury. Tang Yu, you are alive. Tang San's anger boiled over. If Tang Yu had not perished, then his own plight, being hunted by the Haotian sect, was entirely his doing. You are courting death, the classic line emerged. Heh, Tang Yu sneered. Tang San, no, Tang San of the Tang sect, you recite the essence of the Xiantian treasure record without missing a word. Upon hearing this, Tang San froze. Disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? He asked through gritted teeth, cold sweat beading on his brow as he pressed further. Tang Sek, Tang San. Do you require me to repeat it? You, a scoundrel who secretly learned the Tang sect's hidden weapons and techniques, are unwelcome in the Tang sect. Ultimately, you left from ghost grief. Silence. Tang San's emotions surged, his anger palpable as veins throbbed on his forehead. This was the most painful wound in his heart, a source of deep regret. Tang San had always harbored a wish to establish a new Tang sect in this world, initially hoping to use the Li family as a foundation. Yet, Ye Hao's words had obliterated that dream. Tang Yu, you deserve to die. Tang San gritted his teeth. The secrets Tang Yu spoke of were his own, and he could not allow Tang Yu to leave alive. It seems I have hit the nail on the head. Tang Yu Chukka. And so what? Tang San smiled slightly. Since you are to die, let me be frank. I do not belong to this world, as you say. I hail from the Tang sect, a place that haunts my dreams. Tell me, how foolish is it for an outer disciple to secretly learn intersect techniques? Is that not courting death? Tang Yu Tante. Be quiet. My affairs are none of your concern. Tang San's anger flared as Tang Yu's words struck a nerve. Look at you, getting all worked up. Your temperament is truly narrow. You could have risen to an elder's position in the Tang sect, yet you chose death. What a tragedy for this continent. Tang Yu sighed, shaking his head. As he spoke, Tang San's expression darkened, deeper than the bottom of a pot. Tang Yu, you're forcing me to kill you. Tang San's chest heaved with rage. I am indeed forcing you. I find you quite displeasing. It is perfectly acceptable for others to slay soul beasts, yet when it comes to your own actions, you claim righteousness. How can you be so self-righteous? Moreover, as an outer disciple, you had the audacity to learn intersect techniques. If you had not jumped from ghost grief and survived to return to the Tang sect, your first words would have been, I did not err in learning intersect techniques. The fault lies with you. Were it not for you, I would not have leapt from ghost grief. Tang Yu's words rang true. Tang San was driven mad, his fury reaching a boiling point. He brandished the vast sea-covering sphere, intending to end Tang Yu's life. His greatest secret was exposed, and he had to eliminate Tang Yu to prevent further leaks. Bah! Tang Yu retorted, Ghost Grief is but a pitiful organization with a facade of righteousness, playing with hidden weapons. They trained you, and, as the saying goes, a crooked beam will lead to a crooked roof. This illustrates the inadequacy of your sect. Silence. Tang San's murderous intent surged as he declared, those who insult the Tang sect shall die. With that, he prepared to strike, when Tang Yu suddenly interjected, "The elders of the Haotian sect have arrived." "Are you not afraid I might shout?" "I'm not afraid," Tang San replied with conviction. "I ask you, how did you come to know my true identity? Who else, aside from you, is aware?" Tang San inquired. "One person told me." "Who?" "I won't tell you." Tang San's face darkened instantly. "Then you shall die." He hurled the vast sea-covering sphere toward Tang Yu. In that moment, Tang Yu tore off his disguise, revealing Ye Hao's true form, wielding the heart of death to counter him. The two divine weapons clashed, and in an instant, everything in the room was reduced to dust. "It is you." "So, Tang Yu is merely your disguise." Tang San's murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights. "Indeed, Tang Yu is me. Ye Hao stands before you." "Tang San, that slap felt quite gratifying. Does your face still ache?" Ye Hao grinned. On the contrary, Tang San was privately frustrated. His greatest secret was now exposed. If Ye Hao revealed this, he would— "Ye Hao, do you truly believe you can kill me?" Tang San challenged. "I have no interest in conversing with you." Ye Hao crossed his arms, the heart of death revealing the moment Tang San acknowledged he was not from this world. Delete that immediately. Tang San's expression turned pale. If it truly came to light, he would undoubtedly be rejected by the continent. "My purpose here today has been fulfilled." Ye Hao withdrew the heart of death and declared, "The elders of the Haotian sect have already arrived. Prepare yourself to face their wrath. I must remind you, do not delude yourself into thinking that your so-called Tang sect hidden weapons are truly formidable, nor should you take pride in your so-called Xiantian skill, which is at best a mere yellow-level technique. No, it is not even worthy of that. It is as common as dirt and utterly undesirable." Damn it! Tang San seethed with fury, yet ultimately felt helpless, knowing he was no match for Ye Hao. In an instant, Ye Hao surged forward, and before Tang San could react, he delivered a resounding slap that sent him flying. Smack! The sound rang clear and melodious, as Tang San's right cheek swiftly swelled. "You!" Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes blazed with rage as he fixed a fierce glare at Ye Hao. "Your skin is truly thick. My hand is sore from striking you." Ye Hao rubbed his wrist. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, placing his foot upon Tang San, demonstrating a level of audacity that could rival that of his mentor, Yu Shaojiang. Just as Ye Hao prepared to strike again, a sudden flash of blue light erupted from the sea god's protective barrier. The remnant will of the sea god? Ye Hao furrowed his brow, halting his advance. "Ye Hao, I, Tang San, shall never let you go in this lifetime. In the spirit hall, I will personally obliterate it. As for the Haotian sect," Tang San swore fervently. "The Haotian sect?" Ye Hao paused, amusement flickering in his eyes. "What grievance do you have with the Haotian sect? Do not forget it was I, disguised as Tang Yu, who put you in this pitiful state. Yet you hold a grudge against the Haotian sect? That is your father's sect." Tang San gritted his teeth. "The Haotian sect pursued me. One day, I will destroy it with my own hands." "Very well. With the sea god S will now awakened." Ye Hao had no intention of provoking this issue further. Despite wielding the Shura demon sword, he understood the necessity of caution when confronting a deity. Ye Hao departed, entering the heart of death. "Did you see that? This is your nephew's true identity," Ye Hao remarked, turning to Tang Yuehua, who stood before him. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, having witnessed the earlier scene unfold. Especially as Tang San spoke of destroying the Haotian sect, she trembled with fear. "This wretch, he is no human." Tang Yuehua wept, realizing that Ye Hao had spoken the truth. The Tang San before her was indeed a reincarnation, and he could never be the hope for the Haotian sect. He would bring about its ruin. Chapter 249. Tang Yuehua's Sincerity. Tang San again pursued. By now, Tang Yuehua had come to see Tang San's true visage. Tang Yuehua felt despondent, lowering her head in silence. Ye Hao sighed lightly. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Inside the room, once Ye Hao departed, Tang San, his face twisted with rage, struggled to rise. He bared his teeth, harboring a venomous hatred for both Ye Hao and Tang Yu. "No, Tang Yu is Ye Hao. They both deserve to die. Damn it. One day, I will personally kill you," Tang San vowed darkly. Subsequently, Tang San prepared to leave, as the three elders of the Haotian sect had arrived. Through his spiritual sense, he could perceive the three powerful auras of the elders locked in a tense standoff on the verge of conflict. As Tang San stepped outside, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Talon lying lifeless in a pool of blood. He quickly regained composure and smirked, saying, "Thank you, Talon. Rest assured, I will avenge you and the Li family." "What are you doing?" At that moment, disciples from the Yu family arrived, having heard the commotion. When they beheld the deceased Talon and the standing Tang San, Instinctively, they concluded that Talon had been slain by Tang San. Talon was the last survivor of the Li family. When the Li family was destroyed, he had sought refuge with the Yu family in Longxing City. The Yu family leader, Niu Gao, had taken Talon under his wing, given his close ties with Titan, and would never allow the last heir of the Li family to wander aimlessly. However, today, it appeared to be a different tale. You killed Talon. The Yu family disciples glared fiercely at Tang San. No, I did not. Tang San hastily shook his head, retreating step by step. Damn Ye Hao, not only did he kill Talon, but now he is also framing me. Tang San cursed inwardly. Who else could it be but you? The two disciples advanced menacingly, summoning their martial spirits. The Yu family's martial spirit was the ironclad rhinoceros. If the mighty gorilla represented a powerful offensive spirit, then the ironclad rhinoceros stood as the most formidable defensive spirit among the four clans. Indeed, it was Ye Hao, the young master of the spirit hall, who killed him. I am Talon's friend, Tang San stammered, unable to articulate his plight. Then why were you laughing just now? This question rendered Tang San speechless. What was wrong with a mere smile? Come with us to see the clan leader. You have much to explain. The two disciples moved closer to Tang San, intent on capturing him. Until the matter was clarified, Tang San was in significant trouble. Tang San naturally refused, realizing that being captured would lead him straight into a trap. Outside, the three elders of the Haotian sect and countless disciples awaited. Talon's death was enough to incite the fury of the crowd, and Tang San would become the target of their wrath. I must go to see God Island. I can delay no longer. Tang San resolved, and in the next moment, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, their serpentine vines ensnaring the two Yu family disciples tightly. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yu family, Elder Seven wielded the Haotian hammer and charged fiercely at Yang Wudi, who met the onslaught with the soul-breaking gun. The two forces clashed, neither party yielding, and the overwhelming pressure left the onlookers in a state of dread. Yang Wudi was merely a soul Douluo. How could he possibly contend with Elder Seven, a title Douluo? Clang, clang, clang. The Haotian hammer sparked as it struck, and Elder Seven found himself hard-pressed to cope, realizing he had to take the fight seriously. Although Yang Wudi was a soul Douluo, his true combat power was far inferior. The soul-breaking gun had a notable flaw. It could not surpass level 90. In such circumstances, Yang Wudi, with 8 spirit rings, was the strongest among those under a title Douluo. Break! Yang Wudi showed that the soul-breaking gun emanating a crimson glow as it lunged toward Elder Seven. How could a mere 8 spirit rings compare to me? Elder Seven smirked confidently. Whirlwind. He swung the Haotian hammer, each strike compounding with power, the hammer shadow dancing as if a celestial being had descended. In a corner of the Yu family grand hall, Ye Hao, concealed within the heart of death, observed with his hands clasped behind his back. Let them fight. I hope they both suffer grievously. A smile graced Ye Hao's face, as the outcome was precisely to his liking. Whether it be the remnants of the Haotian sect or the 3 great clans before him, they all had the potential to become his formidable adversaries in the future. Here lay a golden opportunity to ensnare them all. Ye Hao would not allow it to slip by. Mark my words, all present here shall perish today, Ye Hao remarked, casting a glance at the despondent Tang Yuehua standing behind him. In that moment, Tang Yuehua was lost in despair, disheartened by Tang San's actions. With the Haotian sect now destroyed and the 3 elders locked in battle with the 3 great clans, Ye Hao, the orchestrator of the Haotian sect's downfall, was poised to emerge as the victor. No, Ye Hao, I beseech you, spare my Uncle Seven and the others, Tang Yuehua pleaded earnestly, gripping Ye Hao's arm tightly. This is not negotiable. Ye Hao shook his head slowly. They have become a threat to me. No, that cannot be. You could simply disable their martial spirits, and that would suffice. Better to endure a life of hardship than to face death. Disable their martial spirits? No. It is far better to eradicate the root cause. Even if I were to disable their martial spirits, I would still have to care for them. These are powerful figures on the continent. Allowing them to roam free is not an option. What if they cause a catastrophe? Furthermore, I find it a waste of resources to harbor them. The Spirit Hall has already taken in the 4 from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, and I have no desire to accommodate any more, Ye Hao stated, waving his hand dismissively, his position unmistakably clear. None present today would be spared. Tang Yuehua bit her lip, casting a troubled glance at Ye Hao, who was resolute in his decision. At that moment, she took the initiative to grasp Ye Hao's large hand, gritting her teeth as she implored, I am willing to sacrifice myself. If only you would spare Uncle Seven and the others. Sacrifice yourself? Ye Hao remarked nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over Tang Yuehua's delicate figure. Though in her 30s, she exuded a mature allure that would stir any normal man's heart. Yet Ye Hao simply replied, "I'm afraid I have no such intentions. In this life, my heart belongs solely to my wife. Your little ploy might work on others, but I am who I am. You should prepare yourself to witness their downfall." With a faint smile, Ye Hao revealed that he had brought along considerable reinforcements, including 3 tidal daw, sufficient to ensnare them all. "No, I beg you." Tang Yuehua pleaded again, "Please spare them." With the Haotian sect now fallen, the Haotian hammer spirit would soon vanish from this world, and her heart ached at the thought. "Very well, let us see your sincerity," Ye Hao said casually, intrigued by how a woman of such noble bearing like Tang Yuehua would contemplate self-sacrifice. Tang Yuehua was in torment. Rest assured, the heart of death forms a realm of its own, undetected by others. Ye Hao waved his hand, and the surroundings shifted dramatically into darkness, enveloping them in silence. Here, only the sound of Tang Yuehua's labored breaths and the frantic beating of her heart could be heard. "Where is your sincerity?" Ye Hao shrugged. Gritting her teeth, Tang Yuehua moved her hand to her back, trembling as she unfastened her button. In an instant, her skin glowed like jade, exuding an alluring warmth. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Ye Hao with pleading eyes. Slowly, she stepped forward, but at that moment, Ye Hao gently pressed his hand on her fragrant shoulder. "Enough. You're taking this too seriously," he said, shaking his head and gesturing for her to dress properly. "Spare them?" Ye Hao chuckled. "That would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. I refuse to be foolish enough to leave myself vulnerable. Remove the weeds, or they shall grow back with the spring breeze." With that, Ye Hao wrapped one arm around Tang Yuehua's slender waist and lifted her chin with the other, observing her with keen interest. "For their sake, you are not worth such a sacrifice. This is a deal that yields no profit." Ye Hao chuckled lightly, giving Tang Yuehua's shapely rear a playful pat before returning his focus to the unfolding battle. Tang Yuehua's face flushed crimson, and she understood that there was no way out today. Clenching her fists tightly, she felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the arena. As Elder Seven and Yang Wudi became increasingly combative, their strikes more forceful, the speed of their weapons accelerating. "I've already told you, there is no Tang San here." Niu Gao could not contain his anger. "You're talking nonsense." Elder Seven retorted mid-battle. "My information has always been accurate. Tang San has a close relationship with the Li family, and our disciples have seen it with their own eyes. Today, you must hand over Tang San." "Niu Gao, you should just hand over Tang San," Elder Four suggested, shaking his head. "As long as you deliver Tang San to us, we will leave immediately and even compensate you for your losses." "I have already stated, there is no Tang San here." Niu Gao fumed, outraged by the audacity of their demands. Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. Niu Gao's 7th soul ring glowed, revealing a massive, dark rhinoceros behind him, its imposing presence a formidable threat. Stubborn as ever, Elder Four sighed, his hand glowing with dark light as the Haotian hammer appeared, its 9 soul rings strikingly evident. He was a title Douluo. Have you thought this through? "Hand over Tang San, or you'll find yourself outmatched," Elder Four sneered. Contemptuously regarding Niu Gao, a title Douluo was not something a mere soul Douluo could contend with. "Years ago, the Haotian sect humiliated our 4 great clans, leading us to be hunted by the Spirit Hall until we fled here in disgrace. Today, you use this excuse to demand Tang San. Yet I do not even know who he is." Niu Gao's expression darkened. "Old grievances and new animosities have come to a head. It is time for reckoning." The armored rhinoceros shifted its massive form, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Dust swirled around them as Elder Four shook his head and swung the Haotian hammer. Meanwhile, Bai He furrowed his brow, glancing at Elder Five before saying, "Let us also engage. I wish to witness the legendary might of the Haotian hammer." "Elder Bai He, I truly do not wish to fight you," Elder Five replied. Years ago, Bai He's sister had married the former leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Chun. In other words, Bai He was considered their elder. "Enough talk. You insist we hand over Tang San, yet we have never encountered him." Bai He shook his head, suspecting that someone had conveyed false information to the Haotian sect. "Who exactly is Tang San, that the Haotian sect would dispatch the 3 of you to pursue him personally?" In response to Bai He's inquiry, Elder Seven sighed. "Tang San is a traitor of the Haotian sect. To be frank, he is the son of Tang Hao." "The son of Tang Hao?" Bai He exclaimed in astonishment. "But Tang Hao was expelled from the sect long ago. Does the Haotian sect still intend to pursue his son?" "No, the situation is far from what you imagine. Tang San has committed numerous misdeeds, far worse than the Tang Hao of old. Thus, Elder 5 slowly recounted the circumstances surrounding Tang San's connection to the Haotian sect, each word causing Bai He's expression to pale, disbelief etched on his face. The atmosphere was tense as chaos erupted outside, while in the back courtyard, over a dozen disciples of the Yu family firmly sealed off the area. Utilizing the formidable defense of the armored rhinoceros, they trapped Tang San, preventing him from escaping. Damn it, if this continues, I will perish here. Tang San wiped the cold sweat from his brow, panic rising within him. The defensive might of the armored rhinoceros was astonishing, rendering him unable to breach the barrier before him. No way. Tang San cannot die here today. With a cold snort, Tang San swept his hand across the surface of the 24-bridge moonlit night, summoning the Zhuge divine crossbow. He loaded the crossbow to its maximum power and aimed it at the barrier ahead. Buzz. A piercing sound sliced through the air as blood blossomed among the crowd. In the horrified gaze of the Yu family disciples, the crossbow bolt pierced through two disciples' chests, embedding itself in the wall behind them. The bolt quivered violently, showcasing its immense power. Quick, get out of the way, or the next to die will be you. Tang San was now blinded by rage. The crowd was enraged, their eyes turning crimson. You shall perish. The ones who should perish are you. Tang San snapped back. Who are you to kill our Yu family disciples? One of them demanded. I am Tang San, he replied. What? The crowd was taken aback. You are Tang San? Some could hardly believe their ears, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. I am indeed Tang San. Step aside quickly. I do not wish to kill. Tang San struggled to contain his fury. Well, you've already killed them. How can you say you don't wish to kill? The crowd momentarily froze before gradually regaining their composure. Never would I have thought that Tang San is truly among the Yu family, one remarked. You must quickly inform the clan leader and have the family members take action. Tang San's weapon is indeed peculiar. We must be cautious. They intended to buy time, hoping Ye Hao and the others would intervene and capture Tang San. This is bad. I absolutely cannot die here. Tang San's 6 soul rings gradually rose, and blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, launching another assault against the crowd. He had yet to avenge his grievances. Today, he must escape this place. Raging wind. Tang San bellowed with fury, his hands gripping the Haotian hammer as he prepared to unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique in a desperate attempt to forcefully breach the barrier. In chapter 250, Tang San found himself on the brink of death. The Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, and with a fierce expression, Tang San aimed to shatter the formidable defenses erected by the armored rhino spirit of the Yu family. Yet, often, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Having learned from his previous miscalculation, the disciples of the Yu family stood resolute, the barrier shimmering with brilliance. As the Haotian hammer struck, the cacophony of reverberating sound waves pierced the soul, causing the surrounding walls to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Truly, the Yu family was formidable. He had heard from Titan that their defensive capabilities were unparalleled, with their armored rhino spirit rivaling even the mightiest of defensive spirits like the black tortoise. Gritting his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickled down Tang San's brow. Anxiety gnawed at him, urging him to escape swiftly. The longer he lingered, the more unfavorable his situation became. He had slain 2 Yu family disciples, and with Talon, who had perished at the hands of Ye Hao, all the blame now rested squarely on Tang San's shoulders. Consequently, he would not only be pursued by the Haotian sect, but also by the 3 major clans, trapped between 2 fronts with nowhere to hide. Curse the Ye Hao. I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Tang San muttered a curse under his breath, reloading the Zhuge divine crossbow, his eyes clouded with a purplish hue. The purple extreme demon child pierced through the haze, his finger pulling the trigger as 16 powerful crossbow bolts shot forth. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with awe. Having witnessed the potency of the small object in Tang San's hand just moments ago, they scattered in all directions, while the Yu family disciples surged forward, their soul rings flickering beneath their feet, unleashing a kaleidoscope of soul skills that gradually engulfed Tang San. The disciples of the Yu family showed no mercy to the foe who had slain their kin. Capturing him alive was out of the question. He must be killed. Meanwhile, the Grand Hall of the Yu family was abuzz with activity. The 7th Elder and Yang Wudi were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch, both unleashing their martial souls. The outcome of the battle still uncertain. Ye Hao transformed into a colossal armored rhino, relentlessly assaulting the 4th Elder, the battle reaching a fever pitch. However, it was evident that Ye Hao was becoming increasingly overwhelmed. He faced a title Douluo, and unlike Yang Wudi, the armored rhino, though an exceptional defensive spirit, could not withstand the immense pressure exerted by the Haotian hammer. Ye Hao, We do not wish to complicate matters for you. Simply hand over Tang San, and we shall leave at once. The fourth elder implored, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the three major clans. Let me reiterate, there is no Tang San here. Ye Hao roared, his formidable aura forcing the fourth elder to retreat. Dazed, he thought to himself, Tang San, it's always about Tang San. Who is this person that incites such madness in the three elders of the Haotian sect? Fight on, my opportunity is drawing near. In the shadows, concealed within the heart of death, Ye Hao sat cross-legged, relishing this hard-fought battle. For him, the fisherman, it was a source of delight. Is what you say true? Bai he inquired, astonished, unable to fathom that Tang Hao's son could commit such heinous acts, disrespecting elders, murdering sect disciples, and a multitude of other offenses. All of it is true, the fifth elder replied gravely, nodding. Thus, our rare departure from the sect serves the purpose of capturing Tang San alive to bring him back for judgment, as a means of accountability for the fallen disciples. Now I understand. Bai nodded, grasping the seriousness of the situation. He held no favorable sentiments towards Tang San or Tang Hao's progeny. However, we truly do not have Tang San here. Bai shook his head, having never heard of Tang San being within the Yu family. Is that so? The fifth elder fell into contemplation. If the Yu family were indeed harboring Tang San, they would surely acknowledge it. Given Tang San's alliance with the Li family, there was a possibility they might shield him without knowing the full extent of his actions. However, the current confrontation over Tang San raised doubts. Could it be that he was truly absent from the Yu family? Report. At that moment, a Yu family disciple rushed in to report. 3 clan leaders, Tang San has killed Talon, and numerous disciples have fallen victim to his treachery. We implore the 3 clan leaders to capture Tang San. As the disciples' words fell, the fighting abruptly ceased, and the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Yang Woody what? Bai he no way. Ye Hao what? 4th elder, 5th elder, 7th elder. A profound silence enveloped the room. What did you say? Ye Hao was the first to react, stepping forward to seize the disciple's collar, demanding an explanation. Tang San is within our Li family, and he has slain Talon. Many of our brothers have perished at his hands. The disciple trembled as he responded. Oomph. The 7th elder chuckled knowingly. Who just claimed that there was no Tang San here? Now you see, that wretch is the offspring of Tang Hao and a soul beast. He is no human. A wretch is a wretch. Nurturing a tiger will lead to calamity. The 4th elder sighed, realizing that Tang San had unleashed further carnage within the Yu family. The Yu family had taken him in, and instead of gratitude, he repaid them with enmity. Such a disloyal and unfilial wretch. Who would have any use for him in this world? Now, how do you see? What I said was true. The 5th elder shook his head. Let us go and capture Tang San alive. Our mission will be accomplished. It has been a while since we ventured out, and the forces across the continent must be aware of this. If we do not bring that wretch back alive, the face of the Haotian sect will be tarnished. The 3 elders nodded in agreement, and then they soared into the skies, heading toward the rear courtyard where Tang San was located. Simultaneously, Ye Hao was momentarily stunned, and then a surge of anger surged within him. How did Tang San enter the sect? Ye Hao's mind was racing. Everything felt so incomprehensible. The situation is complex. Once we capture Tang San and everything settles, I will explain it all to you, Bai he said, patting Ye Hao's broad shoulder. Let's hurry. That Tang San is a scourge. He has killed disciples from our 3 major clans, even daring to slay the sole heir of the old gorilla. I wish to pierce him with a spear right now. Yang Wudi brandished the breaking soul spear, stepping forward. Let us go. Bai he and Ye Hao followed closely behind. At the scene, the disciples of the Haotian sect gathered, standing in stark opposition to the disciples of the 3 major clans. Once, the Haotian sect and the 3 major clans coexisted harmoniously. Now, the 2 sides had become irreconcilable foes. Suddenly, a disciple from the Pa family collapsed, his head severed and falling lifelessly to the ground. Young Fen, the disciples from the Pa family cried out, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Then, another disciple from the Haotian sect fell, his demise mirroring that of the previous Pa family disciple, head severed, a gruesome sight that was unbearable to witness. What is happening? The surrounding disciples huddled together, their anxiety palpable as they grappled with the unfolding chaos. Was it you who did this? A disciple from the Min family glared at the Haotian sect disciples. In my view, this incident cannot be divorced from your Min family. You're known for your speed. Such a stealthy act of murder must surely be your doing. A Haotian sect disciple retorted defiantly. What do you mean it was us? Are your eyes placed on your backside? incapable of discerning right from wrong? Our three major clans are united as one, akin to brothers. Unlike your small-minded behavior in the Haotian sect, Tang San is the son of Tang Hao. You share the same clan and roots. Aside from your Haotian sect, who else could it be? The disciples of the Yu family glared with murderous intent. Tension escalated as both sides exchanged sharp words. Suddenly, a disciple from the Haotian sect wielding the Haotian hammer struck, catching a Min family disciple off guard, ultimately shattering his skull with a single blow, blood spraying as the body collapsed. Kill them. Avenge our brothers. The disciple of the Haotian sect let out a furious roar, and soon after, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth joined in, plunging the scene into chaos. The broken soul spear, Haotian hammer, armored rhinoceros, and sharp-tailed swallow, bearers of these four martial souls, engaged in a brutal melee, as the factions were engulfed in a fierce slaughter. As for the initial assailant from the Haotian sect, he had long since vanished from sight. Isn't this fire burning bright enough? Ye Hao shed his disguise, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Observing the bloodshed erupting around him, he nodded in satisfaction. The Haotian sect and the three major clans had always been at odds. Now, with this turn of events, the powder keg between them had been ignited, plunging both sides into a desperate fight to the death. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua, who witnessed everything, was engulfed in fury. Ye Hao, how could you commit such an act? Many of the Haotian sect disciples were her nephews, and Ye Hao's actions filled her with shame. A petty man is not a gentleman. A boundless man is no hero. Ye Hao clapped his hands together and chuckled. The Haotian sect and the three clans have long harbored grievances. They will inevitably become our enemies in the unification of the continent. My actions merely clear the obstacles from my path. There's nothing amiss. Besides, I have never claimed to be a good person, so spare me your lectures. Once we reach the Wuhuan Hall, I shall arrange for you to remain there for life, to grow old in solitude. With that, Ye Hao revealed his true self and strode confidently toward the back courtyard. The carnage continued unabated, both sides blinded by bloodlust. Meanwhile, the hidden disciples of the Wuhuan Hall rejoiced. Kill. Kill. Once you are done, it will be our turn. In the back courtyard, the disciples of the Yu family lay slain in pools of blood. Tang San himself was on the brink of collapse, his breath growing weaker. Finally, I've dealt with these people. I must hurry to See God Island. My time is running out. As Tang San consumed a healing potion and prepared to leave, a sudden shout pierced the air. Tang San, do not move. From a horizon came the furious roar of the fourth, fifth, and seventh elders of the Haotian sect, who descended almost simultaneously, surrounding Tang San. This time, they would not miss their chance. What? Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. Tang San, let us see how you escape this time. The seventh elder laughed heartily, the Haotian hammer resting on his shoulder. Confident of their success. You wretch, come with us to the Haotian sect for judgment. The fifth elder stepped forward. Enough of your resistance. It will only lead to your demise, warned the fourth elder, all three grasping their Haotian hammers tightly. Wait. At that moment, Niogao arrived. Niogao, what do you mean by this? The seventh elder frowned slightly. This Tang San must die by my hand. Niogao roared with fury, having witnessed the corpses of fallen disciples, including Talon S. As the leader of his clan, such a sight shattered his heart. He wished nothing more than to kill this Tang San. Had it not been for him, they would not have been entangled with the Haotian sect. This man must die, regardless of whose son he was. Who is Tang San? Yang Wudi, wielding the broken soul spear, arrived and was met with a sight of corpses, causing him to frown. That is him. Niogao pointed ahead. Kill him. Yang Wudi bellowed, hurling the broken soul spear directly. In an instant, the spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, piercing through Tang San before he could react, impaling him thoroughly. Perhaps due to its tremendous force, the broken soul spear nailed Tang San to the wall, embedding itself 3 inches deep. Tang San groaned in agony, feeling his life swiftly ebb away. What a fortunate turn of fate for him. The seventh elder laughed heartily, pleased with this masterpiece. Alas, he sighed, shaking his head, what a pity that Tang Hao's son has turned out so pitifully. He had known Tang Hao since childhood, and the tragic fate of Tang San, as his son, was indeed lamentable. I will not accept this. Tang San roared. And suddenly, the sea god's shield flew from his brow, enveloping him, and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, soared into the air. The speed was astonishing, beyond what anyone could fathom. What is that thing? Niogao gasped in shock, instinctively trying to intervene, but the sea god's shield broke through the air, leaving no opportunity for anyone to react. That is a wisp of the sea god's divine consciousness. Ye Hao understood clearly, aware that the sea god had intervened. Such a pity, but at least Tang San has experienced death firsthand. This journey was not in vain. Yang Wudi was impressive as well, having pierced through Tang San with a single spear. Ye Hao clapped his hands and approached. "It's you." The seventh elder was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "Who are you? Why are you the family?" Niu Gao demanded. "The young master of the Wuhuan Hall, Ye Hao." He introduced himself. "What?" The leaders of the three major clans trembled, recalling the name. "It was you who annihilated the Leaf family." Yang Wudi retrieved his blood-stained broken soul spear. Glaring at Ye Hao, the four clans had always been like brothers. The destruction of the Leaf family was a memory that haunted them. "Indeed, it was I," Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. "Dare you approach me again? Do you not fear for your life?" Niu Gao cracked his knuckles, readying himself for a fight. Simultaneously, the three elders of the Haotian sect were eager to engage. "Ye Hao, kill him. Since I am here, I fear nothing," Ye Hao smiled. "Today, I have come to send you all on your way." "Arrogant," the seventh elder roared, slowly advancing towards Ye Hao with the Haotian hammer in hand. "You, the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, will meet your demise today." The fifth elder followed closely behind, the 9 soul rings of the Haotian hammer entwined. The oppressive aura of a tidal dome rapidly expanding. Meanwhile, the fourth elder stood ready, determined not to let the one responsible for Tang Hao's death escape. Though Tang Hao had been expelled from the sect, his blood still coursed through the veins of the Haotian sect. "And we shall join in. Yang Wudi by he," and Niu Gao proclaimed in unison, each unleashing their martial souls. The broken soul spear, sharp-tailed swallow, and armored rhinoceros appeared. The Leaf family had been exterminated by Ye Hao's orders, and today they sought to reclaim their vengeance. "Ye Hao, I ask you, did you send people to annihilate the Leaf family?" Facing Yang Wudi's inquiry, Ye Hao replied candidly, "The Leaf family was foolish, and their leader, Titan, was even more so. Used as a pawn by Emir Yu Shaojiang, they openly provoked me. Thus, I reluctantly ordered the Leaf family to vanish from Douluo Continent. It was a simple matter. Despicable." The three felt their anger surging, their murderous intent ignited. "Also, it was I who killed Talon," Ye Hao reminded them. "You shall pay for this." Niu Gao howled, his rage boiling over. The armored rhinoceros roared, causing the ground to quake with each step. Yang Wudi, wielding the broken soul spear, resembled a war god. The spear tip, radiating a chilling gleam, aimed straight at Ye Hao. He surged forward, sprouting a pair of wings and landing directly in front of Ye Hao. As the three closed in, a sudden flash of 3 blazing meteors streaked across the sky, landing before Ye Hao. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending the 3 elders reeling, blood trickling from their lips. Spider, Zhu'er, and Evil Tiger had arrived. The 3 stood before Ye Hao, ready for battle, their gazes fixed upon the 6 before them. 3 titled Douluos, he exclaimed. Moreover, 3 titled Douluos with 100,000-year soul rings. Yang Wudi cursed inwardly, realizing they had been so close to success just moments before. This complicates matters. Niu Gao understood that the revenge for the Li family could not be realized. His frustration was palpable. "Gentlemen, let us join forces," the 7th elder proposed. And the 4th and 5th elders nodded in agreement. 6 individuals stood united, facing a formidable adversary. "We are 6, they are 4. The advantage lies with us," proclaimed Elder 7, thumping his chest, intent on employing a strategy of sheer numbers. The 3 titled Douluo of the Haotian sect, along with the leaders of 3 prominent clans, possessed strength that could not be underestimated. "Huh!" Ye Hao scoffed, and then removed the heart of death from his hair. "What are you doing here?" Elder 7 gasped in astonishment as the light flickered, revealing Tang Yuehua's sudden presence. The elders remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. "Yuehua, weren't you in the Haotian sect? How could you? Have you been captured by Ye Hao?" Elder 4 and Elder 5 inquired, an ominous premonition surging within them. "To tell you the truth, the Haotian sect has been obliterated and it no longer exists," Ye Hao declared. As his words fell, the expressions of the 3 elders, led by Elder 7, transformed drastically, their bodies trembling as they looked at Tang Yuehua with disbelief. "Yuehua, could it be that the Haotian sect has truly?" Elder 4 stammered, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Ye Hao speaks the truth," Tang Yuehua sobbed, the mention of her sorrowful past striking her deeply. "The Haotian sect is gone, my elder brother is dead, the 2nd elder is dead, the 3rd elder is also dead, and not a single disciple of the Haotian sect was spared. The sect has been utterly destroyed, and everything is lost. As she spoke, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Elders 4, 5, and 7 turned ashen, their fists clenching tightly. The soul rings on the Haotian hammer began to spin rapidly, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense, the temperature in the air plummeting. Yang Wudi and his companions shivered involuntarily, acutely aware that the 3 elders of the Haotian sect had reached a boiling point of fury, and at this moment, their combat prowess would be unparalleled and formidable. Ye Hao, prepare to die. Elder 7 shouted in fury, the Haotian hammer in his grasp swelling to several times its size as it hurtled towards Ye Hao. I will take your head as a tribute to the spirits of the Haotian sect disciples. The 3 elders were now consumed by rage. Their sect had been annihilated, and they had narrowly escaped death while pursuing Tang San. With the Haotian sect's demise, Elder 7 and his companions, being veterans of the sect, held a profound emotional attachment to it. The news of its destruction struck them like a deep-sea bomb, catching them completely off guard. Even Tang Hao fell to my hand. What are you 3 worth? Ye Hao scoffed, shaking his head dismissively as the heart of death suddenly erupted, transforming into 6 mirror-like shards that intercepted the attack. The 3 Haotian hammers descended from above, striking the heart of death with no effect, merely sending ripples through its surface. Ye Hao, sheltered behind the heart of death, emerged unscathed, as if untouched by the assault. Have you not eaten today? Ye Hao casually remarked, digging at his ear. What did you say? Elder 7 was incensed, the Haotian hammer in his hand becoming a blur as it pounded against the heart of death. After a prolonged struggle, Elder 7 knelt, his arm numb. No matter how hard he tried, he could not breach the heart of death's impenetrable defense. Is that all? Ye Hao shrugged, exclaiming, why not all 6 of you come at once? I wish to conclude this battle swiftly. You are exceedingly arrogant, Yang Wudi said ominously, as his soul-devouring gun glimmered with a crimson light, strikingly vivid. I possess the capital to be arrogant. Ye Hao smiled slightly, and the heart of death positioned itself at his brow. Spiderling, come forth, Ye Hao commanded, and the 2 responded in unison. Centered around Ye Hao, the heart of death served as a medium as Spider and Spiderling combined their martial souls in a rapid fusion. Not good, it's a martial soul fusion technique. Bai, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. We must not allow them to succeed. Niu Gao cried out in alarm as the 3 rushed forward, determined to disrupt the fusion. Elder 7 and the others understood immediately and followed suit. They could not permit Ye Hao to execute the martial soul fusion technique. Otherwise, it would be too late. At that moment, Xiehu's eyes glinted. Your enemy is me. His 8th soul ring illuminated. Vast expanses of crimson crystals appeared around Xiehu. 8th soul skill. Demonic tiger whale mirrors annihilation. The red crystals expanded further from Xiehu's center. The 3 elders were taken aback and hurriedly dodged. Yang Wudi followed closely, while Bai flickered into the air, but Niu Gao was unfortunate, struck directly by Xiehu's 8th soul skill. The red crystals ensnared Niu Gao, immobilizing him. Annihilate. Xiehu smiled faintly, his right hand clenching tightly. The crystals shattered, and as they did, Niu Gao's body exploded, dissipating into red lightning that gradually faded from existence. Old Rhinoceros. Yang Wudi and Bai screamed in anguish, their once inseparable brother lost, their fists clenched in a hatred for the spirit hall that transcended time. No one has ever dared to withstand my 8th soul skill head-on. This stubborn old rhinoceros is the first. Xiehu chuckled sinisterly, as he unfurled his 9 soul rings and charged at Yang Wudi. Simultaneously, Ye Hao completed the execution of the martial soul fusion technique. Martial soul fusion technique, twin spider sovereigns. Ye Hao expanded his form, fully adept in the execution of the technique. Boom, a powerful wave of soul power spread throughout the dragon rising city. Title Douluo. No, this power seems even greater than ours. What is this? The 3 elders were drenched in sweat, having encountered this level of power for only the 2nd time in their lives. In their memories, it had only been exhibited by the legendary Haotian Douluo Tang Chun. This is an unparalleled Douluo. Elder 4 trembled, unable to believe that a soul power inferior to theirs had soared to the level of a 99th rank unparalleled Douluo after executing a martial soul fusion technique. Though they had mentally prepared for it, at this moment, all 5 were undeniably tense. You shall all perish here today. Ye Hao smiled slightly, countless purple glowing spider thorns materializing behind him. Vampiric spider thorns go. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the spider thorns rained down upon the 5 adversaries. This is bad. Yang Wudi gritted his teeth, positioning the soul-devouring gun defensively across his chest, using his wrist as a pivot to fend off the incoming spider thorns. The three Haotian sect elders employed a defensive formation, attempting to shield themselves from the onslaught. Bai He, however, was in dire straits. His martial soul bore no offensive capability. Relying solely on pure speed, he darted through the air, desperately evading the spider thorns. The spider thorns were relentless, akin to a torrential downpour. Bai He gritted his teeth as one spider thorn pierced through his body. Old White Bird, Yang Wudi screamed, his eyes wide with despair. Before long, Bai He lay lifeless on the ground, riddled with vampire spider thorns. Ye Hao perish. Yang Wudi's eyes burned crimson. His clan was lost, and now Bai He was dead. Along with Niogao, the four great clans were reduced to mere echoes of their former selves, leaving him all alone. Yang Wudi's seventh soul skill ignited, merging with the soul-devouring gun. Break! The gun's tip ignited in flames as he charged unhesitatingly toward Ye Hao, just as Xie Hu prepared to meet the attack head-on. Ye Hao waved his hands dismissively. Transforming his arms into black scythes, he swung them fiercely at the void. Rending the void, death slash. The fabric of space tore apart, and Yang Wudi surged forward like a bullet, his eyes alight with fury as he plunged directly into the rift created by Ye Hao. For Yang Wudi, death, at this moment, became utterly inconsequential. With an unwavering resolve to meet his demise, he intended to engage in a fatal confrontation with Ye Hao. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ye Hao remarked, shaking his head as his right hand transformed into a scythe, ruthlessly cleaving downward. Clang! A crisp sound resonated through the air as the space gradually closed under the watchful gaze of the three elders of the Haotian sect. A shattered soul-breaking spear, split in two, plunged into the ground, stained with blood, Yang Wudi's blood. Fragments of his torn garments lay scattered, while he himself had already been engulfed by the space opened by Ye Hao, his fate hanging in the balance. The soul-breaking spear stood forlornly in the earth broken, exuding an air of desolation. It is over, Ye Hao sighed in relief. Yang Wudi's strike had indeed left him profoundly shaken. The Breakland, the soul-breaking spear. The name Break was truly well-deserved. With Yang Wudi's demise, his shattered spear, and his body torn asunder by the fabric of space, the Breakland's Yang Wudi was no more. Now, it is your turn. Ye Hao turned to face the three elders of the Haotian sect, now like fish in a barrel, while he stood as the victorious fisherman, ready to reap the fruits of his triumph. Meanwhile, outside, the disciples of the Haotian sect were mercilessly beaten to death by the three major clans. All 42 disciples met their end here. Thus, the lineage of the Haotian sect was entirely extinguished, leaving only the rebellious Tang San behind. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Spirit Hall, who had concealed themselves in the shadows, surged forth, taking advantage of the three clans' fatigue following a fierce battle. The elites of the Spirit Hall carved their way through, and the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Kill, kill, kill. The cries of anguish never ceased. The slaughter continued. No. In a swift motion, Tang Yuehua positioned herself in front of Ye Hao. Ye Hao, you cannot kill them. They're the last of my Haotian sect. I cannot be without them. Tears streamed down Tang Yuehua's face. Get out of the way, Ye Hao commanded with a wave of his hand, a powerful force pinning Tang Yuehua to the ground. Ye Hao, we cannot escape death today. However, we must seek retribution for the Haotian sect. The seventh elder, though shaken, did not diminish his murderous intent. With the three clan leaders dead, they were now undeniably at a disadvantage against Ye Hao. It is now 2 against 3. The advantage lies with me. Ye Hao laughed heartily, and in the next moment, he approached the seventh elder directly, his right hand morphing into a demonic scythe poised to strike. Clang! The Haotian hammer came crashing towards him, colliding with the demonic scythe. The seventh elder staggered back several steps, blood oozing from his palm, his hand split open. Is this truly the level 99? The seventh elder gasped. It is indeed something to aspire to, but alas, I shall remain stagnant here for life. If my uncle were here, Ye Hao would undoubtedly perish. You mean Tang Shun? Ye Hao shook his head. Tang Shun has long since passed. Nonsense. The seventh elder retorted angrily. My uncle was a level 99 peerless Douluo. His strength rivaled that of Qian Daolu, perhaps even surpassing him. How could he possibly be dead? Dead is dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. And now I shall send you on your way. Upon finishing, Ye Hao crossed his 2 scythes before his chest, and a crimson cross of light shot forth towards the seventh elder. Chapter 252. Is Tang Sen my son? The crimson light released by the crossed blades swiftly traversed, turning everything it touched into dust as it hurtled towards the seventh elder. Upon witnessing the scene, the seventh elder gritted his teeth, his heart racing, his breath quickening, as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Old Seven, the fourth elder and fifth elder shouted, their eyes filled with despair as the seventh elder mustered the courage to raise his hands, gripping the Haotian hammer. Yet, at the moment he launched his attack, the Haotian hammer slipped from his grasp, crashing down vertically and creating a deep crater in the ground. So powerful, the seventh elder muttered, shaking his numbed wrist in frustration. In the next moment, the fourth elder and fifth elder exchanged glances, deciding to take the seventh elder and flee, seeking to escape this dire situation. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as they were alive, there would always be a day for vengeance. Thinking of escaping? Ye Hao smiled faintly. Do you believe you can? He stepped forward, instantly appearing before the three, his unmatched speed rendering the trio insignificant. Akin to mere ants. To let the tiger return to the mountain is to invite endless troubles. Ye Hao's arms morphed into black, demonic scythes, striking at the seventh elder. Simultaneously, the fourth elder and fifth elder rushed forward, their Haotian hammers growing larger, meeting the oncoming demonic scythes. They understood that today was a day of reckoning. Yet, at that moment, Ye Hao's right arm transformed back to its normal form, reaching into the void to grasp a 2-meter-long Shura demon sword, channeling the Shura divine power within as he swung it forward with force. In the blink of an eye, the Haotian hammers in the fourth elder's and fifth elder's hands shattered violently, splitting cleanly in half. What? The fourth elder was struck with terror. The half of the Haotian hammer he held slipping from his grasp and landing with a clatter. What kind of martial soul is this? The fifth elder retreated, his face a mask of horror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Haotian hammer is the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. How could this be? The seventh elder's expression darkened. The Haotian hammer, once prided as the world's foremost weapon martial soul, had been cleaved in two by the unassuming crimson sword before him. It was known that even with Ye Hao's level 99 peerless Douluo strength, he should not have been able to cleave the Haotian hammer with just a sword. There could only be one explanation. This sword is even more formidable than the Haotian hammer. What martial soul is this? The three elders' faces turned ashen, helplessly watching as the Shura demon sword descended. Today, I shall send you on your way. As Ye Hao's words fell, the Shura demon sword flashed with a crimson glow. The arc of red light, shaped like a crescent moon, pierced through the bodies of the fourth elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder. In an instant, their heads were severed. No, Tang Yuehua felt as though her heart were being torn apart, witnessing the three elders of the Haotian sect perish before her eyes. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her, her face etched with fury as she cast a murderous glare at Ye Hao, a deep-seated rage emanating from her core. The bodies collapsed, the ground stained red with blood. Thus, the three elders of the Haotian sect, along with the outer disciples, met their demise without exception. The Haotian sect shall henceforth become history. The Haotian hammer shall no longer appear. The #1 sect in the world has been annihilated. Ye Hao retracted the Shura demon sword, dispelling the martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhuer, appearing fatigued, had expended considerable energy in executing the fusion technique. Do not look at me with that gaze. Ye Hao cast a sidelong glance at the enraged Tang Yuehua, who was now filled with unrestrained murderous intent. With the three elders slain, the Haotian sect had been utterly stripped of its roots. She, the young lady of the Haotian sect, had witnessed the destruction of her sect. At this moment, all she desired was to kill Ye Hao to avenge her fallen comrades. As for Tang San, he was utterly unreliable, having been reborn with no attachment to the Haotian sect. The words he had spoken earlier had already deeply wounded Tang Yuehua's heart. The mission is accomplished. Ye Hao sighed, this venture proving to be immensely fruitful. Not only had he eradicated the remnants of the Haotian sect, but he had also dealt with the three major clans. While Tang San's fate remained uncertain, it was likely that he had been rescued by the sea god-s divine consciousness, perhaps not even on the Douluo Continent, but heading towards Sea God Island instead. Everything was possible. When time permits, I shall venture to Sea God Island. The chances of Tang San being taken there by the sea god-s divine consciousness are quite high. As Ye Hao surveyed the surroundings and found no survivors, he departed from the scene, carrying the incapacitated Tang Yuehua with him. The Haotian sect had been utterly annihilated, and the three major clans followed suit into oblivion. The power dynamics across the continent had been significantly altered, leaving only the Star Luo Empire standing. After a prolonged separation, Ye Hao returned to the Spirit Hall 2 days later. Following a brief encounter with his daughter, he took Tang Yuehua to meet someone. Second sister-in-law. Tang Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, rubbing her eyes. Upon confirming that the person before her was Yin, she could no longer maintain her composure. Second sister-in-law. How could you have come back to life? At this mention, Yin's expression turned sorrowful. It was he who resurrected me. Indeed, I sacrificed myself back then, but afterward, Ye Hao took me away and brought me back to life. Yin sighed, feeling trapped, her every action and word under Ye Hao's control. With Yin present, Tang Hao dared not act against Ye Hao. Yuehua, what brings you to the spirit hall? And how is Hao? Has he been well over the years? Yin inquired with palpable urgency. At this, Tang Yuehua's countenance darkened gradually, her fists clenched, her nails turning pale. Second sister-in-law, please, let us not discuss it. Tang Yuehua spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? Yin gasped. Has something happened to Hao? Or has there been a major incident in the Haotian sect? You must tell me. Yin pressed on, her concern heightened by Tang Yuehua's esteemed status as the young lady of the Haotian sect. Moreover, her presence here was anything but coincidental. It seemed someone had orchestrated this. Could it be that Yuehua had also fallen captive to Ye Hao? This was Yin's most immediate and dreadful thought. You are correct. Tang Yuehua is currently my captive, just like you. Ye Hao interjected as he approached. It's you. Yin shielded Tang Yuehua behind her, fixating a stern gaze upon him. Indeed, it is I, Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. Yin, were you not curious as to why Tang Yuehua is here? Allow me to enlighten you. No, let me speak. Tang Yuehua suddenly interrupted, preferring to articulate the matter herself, lest it bring her further sorrow. Second sister-in-law, my second brother. As she spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Yin felt her resolve waver. She seemed to have anticipated the truth. My second brother was killed by Ye Hao. Sob, 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 Tang Yuehua lamented. The death of her brother Tang Hao, right before her eyes, inflicted unbearable anguish upon her, a torment she could not forget to this day. Upon hearing this tragic news, Yin appeared lost, as if her life had lost all direction. She sat on the ground, her gaze vacant, tears streaming from her hollow eyes. After a long silence, Yin suddenly spoke. Ye Hao just kill me. Better to live a miserable life than to die. Yin, are you truly certain? Ye Hao replied. I am certain. Yin said coldly. You have slain my husband, and I am aware that I am no match for you. Moreover, I am shackled by your control, each word and action at your command. This existence is suffocating. You may as well end my life and turn me into your soul ring, your soul bone. Ye Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the despair in Yin's eyes. She had lost all purpose in life. What of Tang San? He is your own son. Do not tell me you have disowned him. At Ye Hao's words, Yin's hollow eyes brightened slightly. Yes, I still have my son. She then turned to Tang Yuehua, asking Yuehua, what of Shao San? How is he faring now? Tang San? Tang Yuehua's anger surged, her chest heaving. Second sister-in-law. Tang San is not human. What? Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San was her biological son. How could he not be human? You do not understand. Tang San is... Thus, after a simple explanation, Yin was rendered speechless by the shock. Shao San is a reincarnation, possessing memories of his past life. He was not of this world. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Tang San even sought to destroy the Haotian sect, and not only that, he murdered disciples of the Haotian sect. He is simply not human. For Tang Yuehua, Tang San's actions had led to profound disappointment. With the Haotian sect now obliterated, she held no hope for Tang San's redemption. Let him fend for himself. Yin stammered, clearly shaken. Tang San is no longer my son. Yin felt utterly lost. My original nephew died long ago, back when the true Tang San was still in your womb. He was killed by the other Tang San from a different world, who then usurped his place and became the current Tang San. Tang Yuehua said angrily. Yin fell silent, clearly devastated. Her son had perished long ago, and now her husband was gone as well. With that, she had become utterly alone. Ye Hao, just kill me. Once again, she uttered the same plea. Ye Hao, feeling helpless, replied, do not rush. If you truly wish to die, I will grant you that. But not just yet. Currently, Ye Hao's soul power had reached level 78, and with the Haotian sect destroyed and Tang Hao eliminated, Tang San's whereabouts remained unknown. Yin, having lost her utility, was now of no further relevance, especially given that the 9th trial of the God of Death required a 100,000-year soul ring. Then let Yin become my 8th soul ring. Having made his decision, Ye Hao departed from the scene. After Ye Hao left, Tang Yuehua approached and embraced Yin. Second sister-in-law, the Haotian sect is no more. You are my only remaining family. You cannot die. In the face of Tang Yuehua's heartfelt pleas, Ayin remained unmoved. Yuehua, I am but a dead woman. My resurrection was merely a means to coerce my husband. Now that he is gone, and my son is lost, there is nothing left for me in this world. I would rather die and find release. Ayin's existence had become a torment, the deaths of her husband and son weighing heavily upon her. No, please, Tang Yuehua cried, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Ayin, resolute in her desire for death, sought nothing else. After leaving the spirit hall, Ye Hao first went to see Bibi. The remnants of the Haoyin sect have been eradicated, and the task of destroying the top 3 sects is complete. Ye Hao sighed as he sat across from Bibi. The recent times having been exceedingly arduous for him. You have worked hard, Bibi smiled, pushing a cup of tea toward him. Mother, with the top 3 sects annihilated, the forces on the Douluo Continent have been thoroughly cleansed. Now only the SoulLand Empire remains, and as for the bottom 4 sects, they are currently under our control. Is it not time for you to ascend the throne and become the first empress of a spirit empire? Ye Hao said, sipping his tea with a smile. The time has indeed come. Bibi nodded as she stroked her chin. The establishment of the empire is imminent. I will ensure they act swiftly. Bibi looked at Ye Hao. You can now focus on preparing for the 9th trial of the god of death. Indeed, Ye Hao stretched. Just 2 more levels until I reach level 80. It will likely take about half a year. Cultivating beyond level 70 is quite troublesome. Ye Hao expressed his frustrations. Haha. Bibi laughed. Once you become a titled Douluo, you will be able to absorb your 2nd soul ring. And then you will understand the benefits of having a 2nd martial soul. Yes, but that is still a ways off. Ye Hao rested his hands behind his head. The title Douluo was not far from him. It was both distant and close. By the way, is it not time for Xiao Shui's trial? Ye Hao suddenly inquired. The celestial beings worship the god of angels, and considering the timeline of Xiao Shui's return to the spirit hall, it is nearly time for her to undertake the 9 trials of the angel. It should be soon. I've heard that Xian Daolu is already making preparations. So it's likely just a matter of a day or 2, said one. By the way, what about that fellow named Tang San? Is he dead? Bibi inquired. Ye Hao chuckled softly. He is not dead. At a critical moment, he was saved by the divine consciousness left behind by the sea god. Saved? Bibi frowned. Where could he have gone? P.S. Likely it's Sea God Island. I plan to secretly venture overseas to investigate in a while, Ye Hao replied. Bibi nodded. Tang San is an unpredictable variable. As the heir of the sea god, he must die. Sea God Island is a forbidden area for the spirit hall. Anyone from the spirit hall who sets foot on that island is doomed, as the sea spirit masters there hold an innate advantage. They can temporarily harness the power of the ocean, and there are also 7 titled Douluo and 1 peerless Douluo present, with the grand offering, sea god Douluo Poseidon, being revered as the foremost beneath the divine. Sea God Island is yet another formidable obstacle. Ye Hao sighed. Difficulties were once again at hand. Chapter 253. Tang San's Sea God 9 Trials. The establishment of the Spirit Empire. Sea God Island is unlike any other place. Thus far, the powerful factions on Douluo Continent have been significantly reduced. The formidable upper 3 sects have been utterly annihilated, while the weaker lower 4 sects have submitted without any dissent. Now that the Heaven Do Empire has been destroyed, only the SoulLand Empire remains. Once the SoulLand Empire falls, the entirety of Douluo Continent will belong to the Spirit Empire, ruling over the realm. The mere thought of becoming the empress who unifies Douluo Continent throughout history thrilled Bibi. She reveled in secret joy, a faint smile gracing her lips. I've returned, and I'm quite fatigued. I should rest. Thus, bidding farewell to Bibi. Ye Hao returned to his chamber alone to rest, utterly exhausted. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Ye Hao awakened to find the room shrouded in darkness. And unbeknownst to him, another presence lay beside him. You're awake, Qian Renshua, clad in golden sleepwear, lay beside him, having just settled in. To avoid disturbing Ye Hao's rest, she had quietly slipped into bed. Unexpectedly, Ye Hao still stirred. I've slept for half a day. I must be overly sensitive, he mused, pressing on his swollen temples and nestling into his wife's embrace. Seeing this, Qian Renshua rolled her eyes at Ye Hao, then leaned down to gently kiss him, her delicate hand pressing against his temple, massaging it slowly. Ye Hao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, unable to articulate his contentment. He thought, all is well, but my wife is the best. I ask you, what is the deal with that Tang Yuehua? Qian Renshua inquired softly, her gaze tinged with curiosity. Huh? Ye Hao was suddenly alert, surprised at the woman's intuition. And nothing much. She's just a woman. Seeing the destruction of the Haoyin sect left her lonely. So she coincidentally captured Tang Yuehua. That's all, Ye Hao replied, a sense of self-preservation evident in his tone. Is that so? Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Ye Hao affirmed, his gaze resolute. Well, I'll temporarily take your word for it. However, Tang Yuehua is already 30, now that you've destroyed her sect. She must harbor a deep resentment against you. Keeping someone like her around can lead to countless troubles, Qian Renxue warned. Tang Yuehua is an intelligent woman. Since we Haven Tea eliminated her entirely, we should keep her imprisoned under the watch of the Spirit Hall for eternity. By the way, I heard from Mother today that we are going to establish an empire. Is that correct? Ye Hao asked Qian Renxue. Yes, she confirmed with a nod. The only remaining power on the continent is the Star Luo Empire. We have completely taken control of the former territory of the Heaven Do Empire, and it won't be long before we make a public announcement. You've endured hardships, having annihilated the upper 3 sects. You've made a significant contribution, Qian Renxue said, gazing at Ye Hao with affection. So, how shall my lady repay me? Ye Hao asked, slowly rising to wrap his arms around Qian Renxue's slender waist. He spoke softly. I've tirelessly served the Spirit Hall. Shouldn't my lady also think of my well-being? Impudent. Qian Renxue laughed playfully, lightly tapping Ye Hao's forehead with her finger. With love-filled eyes, she approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in for a kiss. Ye Hao felt a surge of passion, struggling to maintain control. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Ye Hao had been back at the Spirit Hall for a month. During this time, he remained quietly cultivating and living a modest life, refraining from indulgence. Meanwhile, far across the sea, Tang San, in tattered clothes, arrived on a remote island. Damn those soul-eating great white sharks. One day I will slay them all. He glared hatefully at the distant sharks. After a month of arduous travel, he finally reached Sea God Island, only to narrowly escape death at the jaws of the soul-eating great white sharks, which left him filled with fury. This was how his garments were reduced to rags. A month prior, he had been saved by the divine consciousness of the sea god. When Tang San awoke, he found himself in Hanhai City, the only port of the Heaven Do Empire. After enduring a fierce encounter with Yang Wudi, he had barely escaped with his life, thanks to the Hanhai Qianquan cover. Otherwise, he would have perished. Naturally, he had added Yang Wudi to his list of those to be eliminated once he became the sea god, to settle the score. So, this is Sea God Island? Tang San, in his ragged attire, appeared no different from the beggars in the city. I have finally arrived, he sighed with relief. Who are you? Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 men and women clad in yellow garments surrounded him, preparing for confrontation. Who am I? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I am Tang San. I know, I cannot reveal that the sea god summoned me. That would draw too much attention. I am Tang San, and I have come from afar, drawn by the reputation of Sea God Island, hoping to join your ranks. His words were met with skepticism. Few from mainland were trustworthy. Leave this place at once. Sea God Island does not welcome those from the mainland, the leader, a man in yellow, declared, unwilling to allow this ragged beggar entry. Suddenly, the blue triangular mark on Tang San's forehead emitted a faint glow, causing the group to pause, their expressions shifting to uncertainty. How can he possess the aura of the sea god? They exchanged glances, their yellow garments signifying their status and the level of their trials. White, yellow, purple, black, and red, representing 5 different ranks, ascending from low to high. You, come with us. The leader's attitude shifted abruptly, leaving Tang San momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he did not fully understand, his purpose for traveling so far to Sea God Island was to undertake the Sea God 9 trials. Thus, he sought to inherit the Sea God's position and ultimately take revenge on the Spirit Hall, cleansing the humiliation that Ye Hao had brought upon him. The island was a picturesque paradise, akin to a realm beyond the mundane. Tang San followed his new companions to a coastal area, where a towering blue diamond-shaped stone pillar pierced the sky. Beneath the pillar sat a man in black robes, quietly meditating. Lord Seahorse, we have a mainland soul master here to undertake the trials. Please grant permission. As soon as the words left his lips, the black-clad figure seated beneath the triangular platform suddenly opened his eyes. A formidable aura emanated from the center of his position, expanding outward. Those bright, radiant eyes are akin to 2 fathomless abysses. This is the aura of a title Douluo, and the individual before me is indeed a title Douluo. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar stands before us, and this person is also the Seahorse Douluo, a 92nd level title Douluo. Title Douluo? Tang San expressed his astonishment. To participate in the trials as a land soul master, one must traverse the Sea of Seas and subsequently arrive at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The voice resonated powerfully, and as it echoed, the waters of the Sea of Seas began to churn violently. Countless marine creatures leapt from the depths, while the seahorse sacred pillar emanated layers of azure radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity. Tang San furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure clad in black opposite him. The trial of a tidal Douluo. Could we truly defeat a tidal Douluo? Not necessary. The seahorse Douluo replied with a gentle shake of his head. You must approach me without slaying the soul beasts of the Sea of Seas. Only then will you possess the qualification to inherit the legacy of Lord Sea God. Understanding dawned upon Tang San, and he felt invigorated. The Sea God's 9 trials lay before him, heralding the advent of his era. On this day, within the Douluo Continent, a significant event unfolded. The imperial flag of the Tiando Empire was suddenly lowered in the capital, Tiando City. In stark contrast, the flag of the Spirit Hall ascended slowly. This spectacle utterly astonished all observers. The capital city of a nation, renowned as one of the most prosperous on the continent, brazenly raised the banner of the Spirit Hall. Thus, on this day, a thrilling proclamation began to circulate. Today, Pope Bibi of the Spirit Hall establishes a nation. The Spirit Empire, with the former capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, as its imperial seat. I hereby declare myself the Emperor of the Spirit Empire. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the land. Had the Tiando Empire truly met its demise? The establishment of the Spirit Empire marked a groundbreaking moment. News spread like wildfire across the Douluo Continent, as the Spirit Hall's transformation into the Spirit Empire profoundly altered the landscape, effectively dividing the Douluo Continent and consigning the former Tiando Empire to the annals of history. The wheel of history rolled inexorably onward, marking the complete obliteration of the Tiando Empire. Simultaneously, upon learning of the Spirit Hall's imperial formation, various factions across the continent expressed mixed sentiments, with voices of admiration, trepidation, and disdain emerging. Among the most apprehensive was the Douluo Empire, which, sharing borders with the Tiando Empire and occupying a significant portion of the Douluo Continent, now stood as one of the last great powers. The fall of the Tiando Empire caught the Douluo Empire entirely off guard. The intentions of the Spirit Empire were glaringly clear. First to eradicate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, then to dismantle the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, followed by the eventual downfall of the Haotian School, with the 3 sects gradually submerged in the river of history. Everyone with insight understood who was behind these events. Now, the Douluo Empire feared meeting the same fate as the Tiando Empire, facing annihilation without understanding how it transpired. Just before the Spirit Hall transformed into the Spirit Empire, the Douluo Empire ordered a thorough investigation throughout its territory, aiming to eliminate the influence of the Spirit Empire within its borders, unwilling to become the second Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao felt his soul power break through to level 79. A subtle smile graced his lips. After a period of cultivation, he had finally ascended, now just a step away from level 80. Suddenly, an unexpected voice resonated within Ye Hao's mind. Tang San has obtained the Sea God's 9 trials, thereby nullifying all prior conditions. As the words echoed in his psyche, Ye Hao stroked his chin, contemplating. Tang San has indeed reached Sea God Island. According to the prior agreement between the God of Death and the Sea God, I can now act against Tang San without reservation. Ye Hao slowly rose, intending to venture to Sea God Island to gather intelligence. With Tang San acquiring the Sea God's 9 trials, it signified that his demise was imminent. He possessed numerous means to eliminate Tang San. However, Sea God Island was not to be underestimated. After Tang San completed the 9 trials, he would become the Sea God's heir, and Poseidon, as the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, was a divine representative on the continent. Should he recklessly slay Tang San, it would undoubtedly incur Poseidon's wrath. This woman's power was immense, harnessing the strength of the ocean. Even the old man Qian might struggle against her, which truly vexed him. Thus, Ye Hao departed the Spirit Hall, making his way to Sea God Island, eager to ascertain the current situation. Upon Tang San's attainment of the Sea God's 9 trials, Poseidon, the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, descended from the heavens, adorned in crimson robes and wielding a golden scepter, perfectly embodying nobility. She is Poseidon Douluo. Tang San felt a surge of delight. He merely needed to proceed methodically through the trials, and ultimately, he would inherit the divine position of the Sea God, at which point, old grievances would be settled. I have awaited over a century for this moment. Young man, what is your name? Poseidon gazed down at Tang San with piercing intensity. I am Tang San, descendant of my great ancestor, Tang Shen. Upon hearing his name, A flicker of surprise crossed Poseidon's face. "You are indeed Tang Chun's great-grandson?" she exclaimed, slowly descending to stand before Tang San, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Indeed," Tang San replied, a triumphant smile illuminating his face, the golden trident mark on his forehead shimmering brilliantly. Subsequently, Poseidon retreated, her form ascending into the air. "Oya! Relay this command. While Tang San undergoes his trials, no one is to disturb him. Fulfill any of his needs to the best of your abilities." "Yes." The seahorse Douluo responded respectfully. "Tang San, your assessment is crucial to the survival of Sea God Island. I hope you can succeed." Poseidon's gaze towards Tang San shifted from serene to profound, imbued with a depth reminiscent of the ocean, laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. "Does Poseidon harbor ill will towards me?" Tang San shivered at the thought. In the next moment, Poseidon transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing towards the center of Sea God Island, the Sea God Mountain. "Never mind. First complete the Sea God's first trial. Once I accomplish all 9 trials, neither Ye Hao nor the Spirit Empire will stand a chance against me. I will trample them underfoot, allowing them to experience the agony I currently endure. Xiao Wu, I will avenge you." At this moment, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 254. A Yin Sacrifice. Ye Hao's 8th soul ring half a month later. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliance upon the deep azure waters. Ye Hao, with his 6-winged purple light wings, soared across the sea, having spent half a month traveling from the Spirit Hall to Sea God Island. Sea God Island should be in that direction, he mused, retrieving the map he had brought from the Spirit Hall and examining the island's location before swiftly flying towards his destination. Tang San had obtained the Sea God's 9 trials and was currently undergoing the first trial. If memory served, the first trial involved traversing the Sea God's light. Ye Hao recalled the details of all 9 trials. Utilizing the Heart of Death to conceal his presence, he flew silently across the ocean. Upon Sea God Island, tranquility and serenity enveloped the surroundings, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Here, far removed from the clamor of the mainland, numerous soul masters adorned in yellow and purple robes populated the island, easily distinguishable by the colors of their garments, which indicated their status on Sea God Island. Ye Hao stealthily arrived on the island, and, while passing by a group of great white sharks, he happened upon a 20-meter-long great white shark that stood apart from the others. This must be the king of the great white sharks, as mentioned by the evil tiger, Little White. So this is Sea God Island. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings. The island lay 1,000 miles from the mainland, a veritable sanctuary rarely visited by human beings. The inhabitants of this realm are all masters of the ocean spirit. Along his journey, Ye Hao encountered numerous individuals and discerned that their martial souls were all closely tied to the sea, manifesting as sea conchs, seahorses, sea stars, and the like. The 7 sacred pillars encircled the Sea God Island, and the mountain at the heart of the island was undoubtedly the Sea God Mountain, where the divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, was enshrined. This place marked the very center of Sea God Island. Ye Hao concealed his presence and stealthily approached. The ocean was magnificent, with towering waves crashing tumultuously. Standing atop the sea, Ye Hao gazed at the imposing Sea God Mountain. There was but a solitary path leading up the mountain, comprised of staggering 1,001 steps. This was the only route to ascend and also constituted the first trial of the Sea God. Indeed, Tang San was here. Ye Hao furrowed his brow as he noticed Tang San, who was climbing the rocky peak, drenched in sweat and stumbling towards the summit. It was evident that each step he took was fraught with difficulty. The first trial was to traverse the Sea God's light, and Tang San's goal was to reach the 333rd step. Judging from his current progress, he was only on the 30th step, far from his objective. "Today, I shall set you on your way." Ye Hao's lips curled into a smirk as countless spider thorns began to materialize in midair. Suddenly, he hastily retracted the blood-sucking spider thorns he had almost unleashed. The Sea God's light, if memory serves, possesses the ability to reflect all attacks. If I had fired the spider thorns just now, not only would they fail to kill Tang San, but they would also betray my position. Ye Hao sensed that the closer he drew to the Sea God Mountain, particularly to the areas enveloped by the Sea God's light, the more tenuous the concealment effect of the Heart of Death became, until it would fully expose him to the open air. This endeavor was destined to be fruitless. Ye Hao shook his head. "However, while I cannot kill you now, I can certainly create some trouble for you." With that, the Shura mark on his forehead manifested, a dark red aura swirling within his mind. Subsequently, he unleashed a small dark red beam of light, which consumed a significant portion of his divine energy, This was the purest essence of Shura power, as it merged with the sea god's light. The beam pierced directly into Tang San's forehead, causing the golden trident mark at his brow to flicker with a hint of golden light. However, the golden radiance swiftly dimmed, giving way to an almost imperceptible red glow that gradually settled. All returned to tranquility. Years ago, the Rakshasa god had set a sinister thought to obstruct the Shura god's heir, Tang Chun, leading to Tang Chen's failure in his assessment. Now, my Shura-killing thought has silently infiltrated the sea god's ninth trial. I wonder how you shall proceed now. Shura god, sea god. Ye Hao smiled faintly, and having completed these actions, he soared towards the Douluo Continent. At this moment, it was exceedingly difficult to eliminate Tang San. He could only hope that the Shura-killing thought would play an unforeseen role at a critical juncture. At level 79 in soul power, I must return and enter seclusion to expedite my ascent to level 80 and complete the fifth trial. Meanwhile, Tang San, scaling the sea god's light, trembled as if struck by an electric current, a chill running down his spine. Puzzled, he shook his head and continued his ascent towards the summit. Xiao Wu, I will avenge you, he gritted through clenched teeth. This was the sole conviction propelling him up the sea god's light. Half a month later, Ye Hao returned to the spirit hall he had not seen in a long time. Immediately upon his return, he entered seclusion to prepare adequately for his breakthrough to level 80. Time waits for no one. The sea god island is fraught with peril, and only by becoming a titled Douluo can he tread there. It was no small feat to infiltrate using the heart of the sea god. He remained cautious. For the mysteries of Sea God Island were profound, and should Poseidon discover him, the young master of the spirit hall would be in dire straits. 3 months later, within the chamber of the spirit hall, a robust aura emanated, and Ye Hao sensed a shackle within his body shatter, propelling his soul power to level 80. At last, I have reached level 80. It seems my efforts over the past 3 months have not been in vain. Ye Hao secretly rejoiced, clenching his fists as he reveled in the power of having reached level 80. It is time. Ye Hao departed the chamber and arrived at the Elder Hall, where Aine was confined. Upon seeing her, he noted that Aine appeared to be a different person, listless. Her disheveled hair suggested she had not groomed herself in a long while, and her face bore the marks of time. How could she have changed so drastically? Ye Hao pondered. Perhaps it was the devastating blow of Tang Hao's death and the realization that Tang San was not her son. Ye Hao opened the door to the room, locking eyes with Aine. You've come. She spoke, her tone heavy with despair. I've come. You wish for death. Did you not? I can fulfill that wish for you now. Ye Hao shrugged and seated himself across from her. After a lengthy silence, Aine finally spoke. Thank you. A sense of relief washed over her. Her husband was gone, and her son was not truly hers. Each day of her existence felt like torment, and she yearned desperately for her own end. Yet, the constraints of the heart of death left her powerless. She resembled a caged bird, eternally imprisoned, stripped of her longed-for freedom. Let us begin. Ye Hao understood that completing the fifth trial was of paramount importance. Aine nodded, rising like a walking corpse. The area around her blossomed with blue silvergrass, while within the room, blue light cascaded like a galaxy spilling from the heavens. Aine transformed into a colossal blue-silver emperor, with blue-gold veins coursing through every inch of her being. Heart of Death, go! Ye Hao retrieved the Heart of Death to envelop the area. Aine's transformation into the blue-silver emperor was colossal, and he feared for the integrity of the Elder Hall. Countless blue lights, like twinkling stars, converged towards Ye Hao. At long last, the moment had arrived. Ye Hao sat cross-legged, fully aware that the sacrifice would cost Aine her life. Yet, simultaneously, the Shura mark on his forehead glimmered, and the Shura demon sword, concealed in the void, readied itself to strike. In the past, during the process of absorbing the external soul bone of the sky blue bull python, he had nearly fallen victim to the remnants of the creature's soul. Today, Aine was to be sacrificed. At this moment, he had to remain vigilant. No one wished to stumble a second time. Aine harbored profound animosity towards him, and Ye Hao was certain she would not refrain from attacking during the sacrifice. After all, Tang Hao had perished at his hands, and this vengeful spirit would undoubtedly act. As anticipated, the moment Ye Hao activated the 7 soul rings beneath him, the brilliance unleashed by Yin's sacrifice flared magnificently, coalescing into a spear forged from the blue-silver emperor. Aine, do you wish to kill me? Ye Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Everything unfolded as he had foreseen. You killed my husband. Today, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Aine spat venomously. Blue-silver Overlord Spear. The spear, crafted from the blue-silver emperor, surged towards Ye Hao with lethal intent. Ain roared, her hatred for Ye Hao palpable. She was resolute in avenging her husband. I anticipated this. Ye Hao shook his head, and the Shura demon's sword, lurking in the shadows, suddenly lunged forth, its blood-red blade flashing. The crimson light cleaved the incoming blue-silver overlord spear in two, and in its wake, a yin's form was similarly bisected. The heart of a woman can be the deadliest. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Ye Hao retracted the Shura demon sword and summoned the 10,000-year soul ring that had emerged in the aftermath. There, at the site of a yin's demise, a soul bone shimmering with blue light materialized. The 10,000-year blue-silver emperor spine bone. Ye Hao smiled. Luck seemed to be on my side, but I have no need for it. He collected the soul bone, donning a yin's 10,000-year soul ring, and commenced the process of absorbing the soul ring. Heart of Death. Shura's fifth trial. Obtain a 10,000-year soul ring at the 8th soul ring. With soul power reaching level 80, the assessment formally begins. With a time limit of 1 year to complete. Rewards. Heart of Death, Shura affinity at 20%, overall affinity at 50%. As the sun set, dusk began to envelop the surroundings. Ye Hao emerged from the Elder Hall, having spent half a day absorbing his 8th soul ring. He finally completed the absorption, and his soul power ascended to the formidable level of 80. Due to the fact that the 8th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring, Ye Hao's soul power ultimately stabilized at the position of 83.5, just a half step away from reaching 84. This 6th trial is rather intriguing. Ye Hao chuckled to himself with a hint of self-mockery. The trial set forth by the god of death, Shura, required him to travel to Sea God Island and eliminate a tidal Douluo within a year. A sigh escaped Ye Hao's lips. This will undoubtedly provoke the sea god. Venturing to Sea God Island to slay a tidal Douluo, there are 7 tidal Douluos and an unparalleled Douluo residing there. If I were to kill one, it would surely be a slap in the face of the sea god. Each of these trials grows increasingly outrageous. To kill one tidal Douluo will likely implicate several others and may even attract Poseidon's ire. This test is indeed formidable. The 7 holy pillars Douluos on Sea God Island could harness the power of the sea, their greatest ally. If one wishes to remain undetected, one must adopt a cunning approach, perhaps eliminate the target discreetly. Ye Hao mused. Stealth was second nature to him. To fulfill this ludicrous 6th trial, he resolved to return to Sea God Island once more. He had prepared for this journey for quite some time. Before departing, Ye Hao left the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor vertebrae, a relic from the sacrifice of Ain for Bibi, allowing his mother to decide its fate. As it did not suit him, he already possessed a piece of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, making the new acquisition redundant. Prior to leaving the spirit hall, Ye Hao had specifically brought Xiao Hong along. Why are you dragging me to Sea God Island? Xiao Hong exclaimed, utterly perplexed by his intentions. This 6th trial is utterly absurd. Sending me to eliminate a tidal Douluo on Sea God Island is akin to pushing me into a fiery pit, he explained. So, you just want to drag me along? Xiao Hong rolled her eyes. You are my greatest trump card. Who else would I bring? Ye Hao replied with a mischievous grin, tucking Xiao Hong under his arm and soaring towards Sea God Island. Half a month later, he arrived once more at Sea God Island, garbed in yellow, a symbol of status on the island. Simultaneously, Xiao Hong concealed herself within the heart of death, serving as his ultimate ace. At last, back on Sea God Island. After completing the 6th trial, the 7th must pertain to acquiring a divine artifact. Ye Hao contemplated aloud. The 7 holy pillars Douluos of Sea God Island were Sea Dragon, Sea Spear, Sea Illusion, Sea Horse, Sea Ghost, Sea Star, and Sea Maiden. Among them, Sea Dragon Douluo was the strongest, with the others following suit. The Sea Dragon Douluo is out of the question. I shall contemplate the remaining 6. The Sea Maiden Douluo may be the weakest, yet her magical melody poses a significant threat to me. Sea Star Douluo is disregarded due to my fear of densely packed entities. Sea Spear Douluo ranks just below Sea Dragon Douluo, also not an option. Sea Illusion Douluo specializes in creating illusions, thus not considered. This leaves only Sea Horse Douluo and Sea Ghost Douluo. Ye Hao resolved to target one of these 2. Have you thought this through? On Sea God Island resides Poseidon, who can command the power of the sea. Should you kill a tidal Douluo here, she will undoubtedly unleash her full wrath upon you. Xiao Hong's voice echoed in Ye Hao's mind. How troublesome. Ye Hao scratched his head in frustration. To kill one, it must be done without leaving a trace. If Poseidon discovers me, I would be in grave peril. It's decided. I shall choose Sea Horse Douluo, he affirmed resolutely. Thus, he commenced preparations to eliminate Sea Horse Douluo. Sea Horse Douluo, one of the guardians of the 7 holy pillars, wielded a soul power of 92, with his martial soul being the Sea Horse. and his soul rings comprising 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Typically, Seahorse Douluo resided within the Seahorse Pillar for cultivation, returning to the Seahorse City Lord's mansion at night. This would present Ye Hao with his sole opportunity to strike and depart without delay. Chapter 255. Pursued by Poseidon, as the evening glow painted the sky, the shimmering sea surface was adorned with a golden sheen. At the Seahorse City Lord's mansion, Seahorse Douluo returned, one of the 7 guardians of Sea God Island, tasked with safeguarding the island's safety and the dignity of their sea god. Residing here was not only Seahorse Douluo, but also a significant figure, Tang San. As the inheritor of the sea god, Tang San's status on Sea God Island was on par with Poseidon's. It was the day of Tang San's first trial, and to facilitate him, he temporarily resided in the Seahorse City Lord's mansion for ease of daily evaluations. Upon entering the mansion, Seahorse Douluo furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of unease? Something feels amiss, he thought, stepping cautiously into the estate. At that moment, the environment within the Seahorse City Lord's mansion underwent a dramatic transformation. The surroundings turned murky and indistinct, with visibility reduced to mere inches, engulfed by an endless darkness. Alarmed, Seahorse Douluo exclaimed, "Who dares to act recklessly on Sea God Island?" A sharp sound sliced through the air as a blood-red long sword descended from above. Gritting his teeth, Seahorse Douluo activated his 9 soul rings, and a colossal phantom of a seahorse emerged behind him. His fists shimmered with a cerulean glow, rippling with energy. A hoarse scream erupted as the blood-red sword mercilessly severed Seahorse Douluo's left arm. Blood gushed forth, and he clutched his severed arm, half his body drenched in crimson. What kind of martial soul is that? Seahorse Douluo's complexion paled as he instinctively sought to connect with the ocean, hoping to borrow the sea goddess power. To his shock, he found he could not access the sea goddess strength, as if all external connections had been severed. Who goes there? What is the point of hiding? Seahorse Douluo took a deep breath, staunching the flow of blood from his severed arm. With only one arm remaining, he dared not let his guard down, activating his 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true form. As the words left his lips, a gigantic sea horse manifested before him, its powerful aura palpable. In the darkness, countless strands of purple lightning flickered. Numerous purple, arrow-like spider stings rained down from all directions, targeting Seahorse Douluo. 9th soul skill, Whirlwind Giant Wave Punch. Seahorse Douluo unleashed his 9th soul skill, Whirlwind Giant Wave Punch, channeling the surrounding water elements to create a massive wave that would inflict devastating damage upon his opponent. Faced with imminent death, Seahorse Douluo resolved to fight to the bitter end, employing his most formidable 9th soul skill. It was said that the 9th soul ring of Seahorse Douluo came from an 80,000-year sea soul beast, a treasure he had sought for a long time. A towering wave surged, forming a colossal fist of water before Seahorse Douluo. The blood-sucking spider stings tore through the air, colliding head-on with Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul skill, only to be instantly obliterated. Indeed, the 9th soul skill of a titled Douluo is formidable. Although my 6th soul ring is a 100,000-year ring, my opponent is still a titled Douluo. If I recall correctly, Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul ring is around 80,000 years. His strength is not to be underestimated. In the shadows, Ye Hao couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected prowess of Seahorse Douluo, whom he had deemed the weakest among the 7 holy pillars. As the 9th soul skill surged toward him, he wielded the Shura demon sword, the dark red mark on his forehead flickering ominously. When the water-formed fist collided with Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul skill, it was completely cleaved in two. How is this possible? Seahorse Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath catching his throat. After all, this was the 9th soul skill of a titled Douluo, executed under the enhancement of the 7th soul skill. Martial soul, true form. In the depths of darkness, the gigantic sword glimmering with a sinister red light became increasingly ominous, plunging the Seahorse Douluo into despair. Time is running out. I must act swiftly, he thought. Around Ye Hao, countless purple lights began to manifest. Realm of Death. The realm of death was swiftly unleashed, gradually enveloping every corner of the heart of the Grim Reaper. The dense purple mist rolled ominously, leaving the Seahorse Douluo with no avenue of escape. Soon after, the severed portion of his left arm began to rot, and the excruciating pain transformed his expression. It's poisonous. The Seahorse Douluo redirected his soul power, attempting to expel the venom from his body. However, the Shura demon sword, lurking in the shadows, suddenly sprang into action. With a flash of red light, the Shura demon sword fused with Ye Hao. The separation of head from body, The battle concluded, and the seahorse Douluo's corpse collapsed to the ground. Everything was over. Ye Hao revealed his true form, emerging from the darkness. His ability to slay a tidal Douluo was largely attributed to the unique environment of the heart of the Grim Reaper, which subtly suppressed the seahorse Douluo. Otherwise, truly defeating the seahorse Douluo would have required significantly more effort. Simultaneously, at the very moment the seahorse Douluo perished, the sea god pillar, standing tall at the seahorse sacred pillar, stirred with a response. Its blue glow began to dim. Concurrently, atop sea god mountain, within the sea god palace, Poseidon abruptly opened her eyes, resembling a terrifying flash of lightning. The seahorse Douluo has met with misfortune. In an instant, her figure flickered and vanished from the scene. In the seahorse city lord's residence, Ye Hao departed hastily. Given the seahorse Douluo's demise, a guardian of the 7 sacred pillars, he could no longer afford to linger on Sea God Island. His death would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. Poseidon would be the first to sense it. Ye Hao had to flee. Damn the 6th trial. It truly disregards my existence. Ye Hao muttered silently. Was this truly a test conceived by a human? Meanwhile, a voice of immense authority resonated within Ye Hao's mind. Grim Reaper, 6th trial of Shura. Travel to Sea God Island and eliminate a tidal Douluo within a year. Upon completion, the reward will be a 20% affinity with the Grim Reaper and an overall 70%. A flash of red light flickered across Ye Hao's brow. He had completed his 6th trial. Killing a tidal Douluo on Sea God Island was exceedingly perilous, akin to extracting a tooth from tiger's mouth. Grim Reaper. 7th trial of Shura. Extract the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's scythe, with a 1-year deadline. Ye Hao sighed, just as I thought, extracting the divine artifact. The Grim Reaper's scythe. There's no use in dwelling on this now. I must escape Sea God Island. Poseidon in a rage is more terrifying than anything else. I do not wish to be an enemy of Sea God Island, yet Tang San has already become the sea goddess heir, with Poseidon looming over him. Unless I ascend to godhood first. Fortunately, I preserve the soul of the seahorse Douluo before leaving. I can resurrect him once I attain godhood. Ye Hao had kept the seahorse Douluo's soul within the heart of the Grim Reaper. Confronting Sea God Island was not Ye Hao's desire. Killing the seahorse Douluo was a matter of necessity. As Ye Hao departed the seahorse city lord's residence, Poseidon quietly appeared shortly thereafter. What? Poseidon gasped in shock upon witnessing the decapitated seahorse Douluo, who had now fallen. How dare you? Poseidon raged, causing the entirety of Sea God Island to tremble slightly. Slaying a tidal Douluo from Sea God Island was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the sea god, forging a deadly enmity that could only end in blood. Who did this? The sea goddess phantom appeared behind Poseidon, while 9 soul rings rose beneath her feet. The configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul ring instilled fear in all who beheld it. In that moment, Poseidon resonated with the ocean, the sound of waves echoing in her ears. Simultaneously, Poseidon became aware of Ye Hao's fleeing direction. Over there. As she spoke, the other 6 sacred pillar Douluos arrived. Upon seeing the lifeless seahorse Douluo, they were all filled with righteous fury. You will guard the safety of Sea God Island while I make a brief trip. As her words fell, Poseidon flickered and, in the next moment, soared into the air above Sea God Island, pursuing the direction in which Ye Hao had fled. Merging with the ocean, she sought to eliminate the perpetrator responsible for the seahorse Douluo's death. How formidable! The sea spear Douluo shivered, knowing that an enraged Poseidon was the most terrifying of all. Who could have slain the seahorse? The sea star Douluo pondered in confusion. Does it matter? Lady Poseidon has already set out in pursuit. I expect news of the perpetrator's demise shortly. The sea dragon Douluo cracked his knuckles, eager to join the chase. We should attend to the seahorse's remains, the sea which Douluo sighed. The news was akin to a bolt from the blue. With 1 sacred pillar Douluo fallen, an inexplicable sense of unease settled among the remaining 6. As night fell, the sea lay still and calm. A streak of purple light cleaved through the sky. Ye Hao was racing away from Sea God Island, now well beyond its confines. Poseidon is in pursuit. Ye Hao glanced back, confirming his suspicions. At this rate, I will be caught by Poseidon. I might as well confront her head-on. Ye Hao halted, standing firm in the air. It was you who killed the seahorse Douluo. Poseidon stated flatly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Indeed, it was I, Ye Hao replied truthfully. Why? Poseidon inquired. It was part of my trial. I had no other choice. Ye Hao shrugged, concealing his intentions from Poseidon, leaving no trace of suspicion. Then you shall die. Poseidon raised her right hand, causing the sea to churn violently, summoning a massive hand of water towards Ye Hao. Such formidable power. Poseidon truly is the foremost among the gods. Her strength, so close to divinity, is truly enviable. Merging with the ocean, Poseidon manifested the sea goddess phantom, and the 9 soul rings beneath her feet illuminated in succession. An 8 black, 1 red soul ring configuration. Ye Hao shook his head. If I hadn't sought trouble, I wouldn't be in this predicament. It's time to flee. Ye Hao vanisit, evandink Poseidon's assault. Xiaoong, Xiaoong, Xiaoong. Ye Hao murmured repeatedly. Whereas the dog. At that moment, Xiao Hong was sound asleep within the heart of the Grim Reaper. Truly unreliable. This is bad. Ye Hao glanced at the approaching Poseidon, who was unleashing her full offensive, clearly intent on capturing him. I must head to the Magic Whale Sea. The deep-sea Magic Whale King should be able to hold Poseidon off for a while. Ye Hao resolved and made his way toward the Magic Whale Sea. You wish to escape to the Magic Whale Sea? Poseidon sneered. You shall remain here. Poseidon clasped her hands together, and beneath Ye Hao, the sea water coalesced in thick chains, attempting to capture him. Damn it! Ye Hao gritted his teeth, extending his right hand into the void, summoning the Shura demon sword. A divine artifact! Poseidon exclaimed in astonishment. You are the heir of the gods. No. This sword even surpasses the sea goddess trident. Poseidon could not afford to underestimate him. Above her, the trident forged from water soared towards Ye Hao. Swish! Ye Hao swung the Shura demon sword, severing chain after chain, but as the sea goddess trident drew near, the sea suddenly darkened, revealing an abyssal maw. An unfathomable chasm appeared beneath Ye Hao's feet. It was the deep-sea Magic Whale King. Ye Hao gasped. How did this creature suddenly appear here? Poseidon was equally shocked. The deep-sea Magic Whale King typically resided in the Magic Whale Sea, which was quite a distance away. How could it have materialized here? That was close. Ye Hao patted his chest, cold sweat trickling down his back. You carry the aura of a god. The deep-sea Magic Whale King spoke. It's singular. I fixated intently on Ye Hao. Perhaps if I consume you, I shall transcend the final barrier and ascend to divinity. This was the thought occupying the mind of the deep-sea demon whale king, who let out a hearty laugh, fixating on Ye Hao, wielding the Azura demon sword. As his primary target, Poseidon, this human is mine. Step aside. The deep-sea demon whale king declared with a predatory glare. He has slain the guardian of Lord Sea God. I must take him back, Poseidon retorted, equally defiant. The two formidable beings found themselves in a stalemate. Wake up. You dead dog. I'm about to be devoured alive. Ye Hao transmitted telepathically. Within the heart of the god of death, Xiao Hong stretched languidly, groggily rising. Is it dawn already? Ye Hao pondered silently. Hurry, we must leave this place. It's exceedingly dangerous. Ye Hao urged, hoping Xiao Hong would take action. Oh, isn't that the deep-sea demon whale king? Xiao Hong remarked, glancing at the creature. What brings him here all of a sudden? If you ask me, who should I ask? Ye Hao replied in exasperation. He had never anticipated the deep-sea demon whale king's presence here. Do not fret, god of death. One of the 8 trials of Azura is to intercept, and the target is this deep-sea demon whale king. His strength is formidable, but with me by your side, you need not worry. Given the current circumstances, this woman is undoubtedly intent on capturing you, while the deep-sea demon whale king is eager to swallow you whole. As soul beasts cannot attain divinity, though I am an exception, Xiao Hong said with pride. Are you suggesting we let them fight to mutual destruction? Ye Hao mused quietly. Indeed, Poseidon is not weaker than the deep-sea demon whale king, and she can draw upon the power of the ocean. You possess the heart of the god of death and the Azura demon sword. What is there to fear? Xiao Hong shook his head. Remember, Azura sea god. Xiao Hong asserted with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 256. Capturing Poseidon. Azura sea god. This statement was not without merit. Ye Hao found himself caught between the deep-sea demon whale king and Poseidon, both intent on his demise. Poseidon, do not overstep your bounds. The deep-sea demon whale king bellowed in fury, twisting its massive body and sending towering waves crashing across the sea. He has killed the guardian of Lord Sea God. I must capture him, Poseidon insisted, her connection to the sea god growing ever more tangible as she wielded a golden trident, exuding an aura of sanctity. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. One was the sovereign soul beast of the ocean, while the other was a high priestess of Sea God Island. Both ranked among the pinnacle of power in this world. The skies darkened, and the sea roiled with waves. The deep-sea demon whale king unleashed several thick beams of blue light, only for Poseidon to wave her hand, dispersing the beams into ripples. The next moment, Poseidon stood before the sea god, wielding the sea god's trident. At that moment, she embodied the sea god, 9 soul rings ascending beneath her, radiating brilliance that surpassed even the sun. The exchange of blows between them was fervent and chaotic. After several exchanges, both the deep-sea demon whale king and Poseidon were left panting, their soul power significantly depleted, each astonished by the other's prowess. Ye Hao glanced at the two, exasperatedly stating, "Ladies, I understand your current sentiments, but I am but one person, and you are two. It is impossible for you to divide me between you." Poseidon and the deep-sea demon whale king exchanged glances. Poseidon then discreetly communicated through soul power, "You have slain the guardian of Lord Sea God. He will never forgive you. Come with me to Sea God Island to face his judgment." "The Sea God? He has no authority to judge me." Ye Hao scoffed. "What did you say?" Poseidon's brow furrowed. In her mind, the Sea God was supreme, and without him, there would be no Poseidon today. "Have I misspoken?" Ye Hao brandished the Azura demon sword, and in an instant, a thick, metallic scent of blood wafted across the surface of the sea. "What is this?" The deep-sea demon whale king gasped, fixating its single eye on the Azura demon sword in Ye Hao's hand, momentarily rendered breathless. "Poseidon, I must confess. The reason I killed the sea horse Douluo was merely to fulfill the trial left by the deity. Nothing more," Ye Hao stated candidly. "Your trial is too?" Poseidon inquired, astonished. What deity had bestowed this trial upon him? "To slay a tidal Douluo of Sea God Island. That is my trial," Ye Hao replied, casting a glance at the deep-sea demon whale king, before the heart of the god of death surged forth. "Deep-sea demon whale king, do you recognize this?" Ye Hao opened his palm, the heart of the god of death emanating a dark glow, captivating the gaze of the deep-sea demon whale king. "This." The deep-sea demon whale king was instantly paralyzed with fear, diving deep into the ocean, vanishing from sight. For in that moment, the profound terror stirred within, as the memory of that dog inflicted an indelible emotional scar, one that haunted it relentlessly. "It seems this tactic proves quite effective," Ye Hao smiled faintly, reattaching the heart of the god of death to his hair. He then turned to Poseidon and asked, "Poseidon, with the deep-sea demon whale king having retreated, can you still detain me?" After an epic clash, Poseidon was considerably drained of soul power. "Is that so?" Poseidon positioned her staff before her chest, the ocean's waters converging around her in a continuous flow. "Here, in the sea, I can draw upon its power to sustain myself indefinitely." Moments later, Poseidon had completely restored her peak strength. Ye Hao thought to himself, nearly forgetting this aspect. "How troublesome." "Come with me," Poseidon said coldly, her words laden with murderous intent. "And if I refuse?" Ye Hao replied nonchalantly, hands on his hips, casting a casual glance at Poseidon. "Then you shall perish," Poseidon retorted with a cold glare, her staff emanating golden light as a myriad of vibrant energies erupted forth in an instant. A trivial display, Ye Hao chuckled, vanishing into the heart of the god of death, disappearing entirely from the scene. "He's gone." Poseidon frowned. She then surveyed the vast, empty ocean, the surface eerily calm, devoid of wind or waves, an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings. "Found you." The sea god behind Poseidon unleashed a brilliant golden light, directing a beam towards a distant point. "That was close." Ye Hao patted his chest, astonished as he observed her. The high priestess of Sea God Island lives up to her reputation. Ye Hao inhaled deeply, the Azura demon sword manifesting in his hand. At that moment, he and the sword merged as one, the dark red mark on his forehead responding in kind. With his palm outstretched, the heart of the god of death floated behind him, accompanied by a figure cloaked in black robes, wielding a scythe, their face shrouded in a veil of darkness, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes visible. Another figure donned dark red armor, bearing a massive red sword on their back, which was none other than the Azura demon sword in Ye Hao's grasp. The god of death and Azura. "Poseidon, you shall not detain me today," Ye Hao proclaimed with confident laughter. "Is that so? Then let us see." Poseidon resolved that she would not allow him to escape today. If he could slay the sea horse Douluo, who was to say he wouldn't target her next, or even the entirety of Sea God Island? Protecting Sea God Island was Poseidon's sacred duty. The sea god held the sea god's trident aloft, and 3 divine beings manifested in their midst. In the depths of the ocean, countless sea soul beasts fled in a frenzy. The deep-sea demon whale king hastily burrowed into a deep hole, covering itself thoroughly. "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me." The deep-sea demon whale king silently prayed, trembling as it tightly closed its single eye. It could never have imagined that 3 divine beings would descend upon it today. Had it known, it would have never ventured out. Ever since being taught a lesson by Xiao Hong, the deep-sea demon whale king had temporarily vacated the demon whale sea region, having established itself in this area due to its formidable strength. Who would have thought that today, in its territory, two would engage in fierce combat, a blatant display of disrespect? Alas, I have encountered a formidable obstacle. The Reaper descends. Judgment of the Azura. Ye Hao unleashed two divine techniques in succession, summoning an overwhelming power that cast a shadow over the entire sky. Dusk of the Sea God. Behind Poseidon, the sea god roared in wrath, wielding his trident, which transformed into a radiant sun. At this moment, the area surrounding Ye Hao and Poseidon became the epicenter of their assault. The two attacks collided, generating monstrous waves that surged hundreds of meters high, causing the sea surface to concave, revealing traces of the seabed beneath. A powerful aura surged forth, radiating in all directions. On Sea God Island, six titled Douluo bore grave expressions, their eyes fixed ahead. Lord Poseidon is facing a formidable foe. The opponent's strength is extraordinary. The sea spear Douluo inhaled deeply. Lord Poseidon will not falter. She will avenge the sea horse. The sea ghost Douluo remarked. Let's all pray to the sea god. Beseeching for Lord Poseidon's safe return, the sea dragon Douluo led the remaining five to kneel before Sea God Mountain, hands clasped over their hearts, silently praying for Poseidon's protection. Meanwhile, atop Sea God Mountain, Tang Sin gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What on earth is happening? He mused, scratching his head before continuing his ascent toward the light of the sea god. Below, the waters churned violently, and dark clouds obscured the sun. Poseidon plunged into the depths, disappearing with a resounding splash. Ye Hao followed suit, having exhausted himself through the relentless use of his divine techniques. At that critical moment, the deep-sea demon whale king, which had been lurking in the shadows, emerged. It opened its cavernous maw, preparing to swallow Poseidon and Ye Hao whole. In a moment of peril, the little red figure within the heart of the Reaper suddenly appeared, its form expanding dramatically as it swung its robust paw. With a single swipe, the deep-sea demon whale king transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature, bah. The little red one disdainfully shook its head. What a bother, it sighed, hoisting Ye Hao and Poseidon onto its back and sprinting toward a nearby island. As night fell over the desolate, cold island, a campfire flickered to life, and the little red creature comfortably dozed. Ye Hao, groggy and in excruciating pain, slowly opened his eyes. Hiss, 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 he gasped. Has that woman Poseidon gone mad? Where am I? Is this heaven? He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a small island, no larger than a football field, with several forlorn islets nearby, stripped of trees and life. You truly have a death wish. Daring to unleash both the Reaper's descent and the judgment of the Azura in succession, the little red one remarked lazily with closed eyes. What choice did I have? Ye Hao shuruk. If I hadn't fought with all my might, Poseidon would have captured me long ago. But speaking of which, where is that woman Poseidon? Is she dead? Look, she is lying over there, the little red creature pointed. There, Poseidon lay on a reef, deeply unconscious, her staff quietly toppled beside her. Ye Hao aprudochit koshisi, poking her with a nearby twig. What happened to her? He inquired, puzzled. In your battle, Poseidon's body was severely overexerted. The power of your Reaper's descent and judgment of the Azura is immense, capable of obliterating ordinary titled Douluo. However, Poseidon is different. She is the sea god's envoy, her status akin to that of Qian Daolu. As for her unconscious state, she bore the immense power of the dusk of the sea god alone, leading to her current condition. Why did I awaken so quickly? Ye Hao scratched his head, pondering the sea god's dusk, which could be considered the sea god's most formidable technique. Are you foolish? The little red one rolled its eyes at him. You possess the heart of the Reaper, and with the Azura demon sword as your medium, the Reaper's descent and judgment of the Azura only deplete your soul power and Azura energy. Poseidon, however, is but a mortal, and the dusk of the sea god is not a technique she can wield. In other words, it was a direct confrontation initiated by the sea god against the Reaper and the Azura god. Now do you understand? The little red one glanced at Poseidon. It appears she won't be waking anytime soon. What should we do? We can't just leave her here. Ye Hao shrugged. I estimate she will remain unconscious for at least a month. The power of the dusk of the sea god is overwhelmingly potent, having completely drained Poseidon. The little red creature shook its head. Should we return her to Sea God Island? Ye Hao contemplated before shaking his head decisively. That would be unwise. It would be akin to walking into a trap. I propose we take her with us. Without Poseidon, Tang San's trial will not continue, the little red creature suggested. Take her away? Ye Hao exclaimed, astonished. Bringing Poseidon to the spirit hall would surely cause an uproar. What are you afraid of? With Douluo and Bibi Dong present, do you fear she would cause a significant uproar? The little red one smiled slightly. Poseidon is known as the invincible on the sea. If she is away from the ocean, her strength will undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Let us take her. It may yield unexpected advantages in the future. Fine. Ye Hao sighed in resignation, conceding to the idea. This venture had yielded far greater rewards than he had anticipated. After a simple night's rest, he had recovered a significant portion of his soul power. The following morning, Ye Hao hoisted Poseidon onto his back and set off toward Douluo Continent. After a winding journey, half a month later in the spirit city, at last, home sweet home, Ye Hao lamented on the verge of tears. Your turn to carry her. He glanced at the little red one, weary from the journey. Not a chance. The little red one firmly shook its head. We're almost there, just a little longer. Where should we place Poseidon? Ye Hao inquired, glancing back at the still unconscious Poseidon. The Elder Hall, of course. Just drop her off with Douluo and let him tend to her, the little red creature remarked nonchalantly, without regard for Douluo's feelings. Ye Hao chakit akardi. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? The little red one laughed. I've heard that Douluo and Tang Chun once pursued Poseidon together. Only for Tang Chun to get there first. Now that Tang Chun has passed, you wicked creature, you're up to no good. Ye Hao sighed before resolutely making his way toward the Elder Hall. Along the way, countless disciples of the Spirit Hall stared wide-eyed, astonished to see the young master openly carrying someone. Ye Hao and the little red one made their way through without hindrance, entering the Elder Hall. Old man, Ye Hao shouted. Douluo glanced over, slightly turning his head. Grandfather, I brought someone for you to deal with, Ye Hao declared, unceremoniously dropping Poseidon before swiftly making his exit. Douluo was perplexed as he stepped forward. Poseidon? He exclaimed, shocked to see Poseidon lying on the ground. Don't look at me. I know nothing, the little red one said, striding away while humming a tune, disappearing in a flash as it reached the door. Douluo stood in bewilderment, staring at the unconscious Poseidon. Poseidon? He crouched down to examine her, his brow furrowing in concern. Is she injured? It seems akin to the exhaustion caused by employing a powerful soul technique. Douluo shook his head, having witnessed Poseidon's prowess firsthand. It was evident that someone of her caliber could be gravely injured. My grandson's strength becomes increasingly unfathomable, he mused, shaking his head in dismay. He then lifted Poseidon and proceeded towards the bedroom. We shall discuss this upon your awakening, he sighed softly. Douluo was acutely aware of Ye Hao's intentions. He shook his head and lamented, I am a man of integrity. Exploiting someone in their vulnerable state is not within my character. Outside the Elder Hall, Ye Hao panted, relieved to have escaped swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hong dashed out as well. You wretched mutt, this was your idea. When grandfather inquires, you shall provide the answers. Ye Hao remarked, rolling his eyes at Xiao Hong, feeling helpless. Ye Hao had initially contemplated abandoning Poseidon to her fate, but this dog always concocted troublesome schemes at crucial moments. I am merely creating an opportunity for Douluo. Do you not understand? Xiao Hong protested, clearly displeased. I find that highly dubious. Setting aside both of them, can the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island truly reconcile? Ye Hao questioned, noting that the two factions were embroiled in a bitter conflict, especially since he had slain Sea Horse Douluo. I understand my grandfather's character. He does not take advantage of others' misfortunes, Ye Hao asserted confidently. Just wait and observe more closely. Upon returning to his room, he was met with Qian Rinchue's piercing gaze. Filled with suspicion, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, unervingly silent. The weather is quite pleasant today, Ye Hao attempted to break the ice, just as he was about to make a hasty exit. Hold on. A flash of golden light streaked by, and the angel's sword was thrust into the ground before Ye Hao, its hilt quivering slightly. I ask you, where have you taken that woman? Coordinated Ye Hao, her eyes ablaze with intensity. To the Elder Hall, Ye Hao scratched his head. Is there a problem? In an instant, Qian Rinchue's expression darkened ominously. What do you mean? A problem? This is a grave issue. I demand to know what your intentions are. Are you planning to introduce another grandmother into our lives? Qian Rinchue glared at Ye Hao, her eyes brimming with fury. Do not lose your temper. Remain calm. Getting worked up is detrimental to your health. Ye Hao gestured dismissively. Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? You must accompany me to the Elder Hall immediately and bring that woman back. Without further ado, Qian Rinchue seized Ye Hao and began to march towards the Elder Hall. Do not rush, he urged. Can I afford not to rush? If we arrive too late, it will be disastrous. Disastrous? Surely, it cannot be that dire. You have no idea. I brought back the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, an old friend of our grandfather, Ye Hao declared. The moment his words left his lips, Qian Rinxue's demeanor shifted to one of calm. Poseidon, the high priestess? I recall you recently visited Sea God Island. How is it that you returned with her so soon? Know that she is the high priestess. Even when Tang Chun and grandfather joined forces, they could not match her prowess, Qian Rinxue remarked, stepping back to scrutinize Ye Hao. Is she truly that formidable? Ye Hao wrapped his arms around Qian Rinxue's waist, grinning mischievously. You shall discover the truth tonight. Get away. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed as she batted Ye Hao's hands away. Now, tell me what transpired, she inquired. The tale begins thus. Thus I brought Poseidon back, Ye Hao concluded. I see, Bibi nodded thoughtfully. What do you intend to do? Simply hand her over to Qian Douluo? I commend your audacity. Ye Hao protested. That is unjust. It was Xiao Han's idea, not mine. Let us set that aside for now, Bibi interjected. You have captured Poseidon. Once she regains consciousness, I am eager to see how you handle the situation. I shall confront her directly, head on, Ye Hao replied, nonchalantly. You cannot simply hand her over to my grandfather. That is exceedingly rash, Qian Rinxue retorted, visibly displeased. Ye Hao shrugged, feeling helpless. What other choice do I have? I just killed the sea horse Douluo from Sea God Island, and Poseidon has been pursuing me relentlessly. In a life-or-death moment, I had to unleash 2 divine techniques to counter the sea god's dusk, narrowly escaping peril. Besides, who else would I entrust her to? Does anyone in the spirit hall have a rapport with Poseidon? While grandfather shares a history with her, had it not been for Tang Chun, he might have had a slim chance this time. Enough, please. I fear your ill-fated words, Qian Rinxue sighed. Inside the elder hall, Poseidon lay in bed, her breathing steady, while Qian Douluo stood on the balcony, casting a fleeting glance at her before sighing. What a conundrum. He chuckled ruefully, transforming into golden light and departing. Half a month later, on this day, Poseidon, who had remained in a state of unconsciousness, finally awakened. Blinking her eyes open, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. This was not Sea God Island. How long have I been unconscious? She murmured, slowly rising and pressing her head in confusion. You are awake, Qian Douluo entered the room. It is you, Poseidon frowned. Indeed, it is I, Qian Douluo smiled. It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been long, Poseidon queried. Pray tell, where am I? Did you bring me here? This is the spirit hall. I did not bring you here, Qian Douluo replied candidly. Not you? Poseidon's brow furrowed deeper. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Qian Douluo, asking, did you send someone to Sea God Island? At that moment, Poseidon connected the dots. The death of Sea Horse Douluo was too suspicious. The man cloaked in black robes lingered in her memory. Moreover, that individual was a divine heir, boldly confronting the sea god's assault. As Poseidon regained consciousness, she found herself within the spirit hall, which inevitably raised her suspicions. The tension in the room escalated as Poseidon's staff materialized in her hand, the phantom of the sea god wavering behind her. In response, Qian Douluo shook his head. Kumin. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Hao entered through the door. It is you. Poseidon recognized him at first glance. Years ago, when Ye Hao ventured into the ocean to hunt the evil demon Orca King, they had crossed paths. Senior Poseidon, it is I, Ye Hao greeted with a slight smile. You are the one who brought me to the spirit hall. And you also killed Sea Horse, Poseidon asserted, her tone growing more menacing. Yet almost instantly, Qian Douluo's aura surged forth, matching Poseidon's intensity. Both were formidable beings, peak Douluos of the continent, and since Tang Chen's demise, Qian Douluo and Poseidon had become the last of that era's elite. Indeed, it was I, Ye Hao confirmed. Provide me with a reason. Poseidon inquired, aware that she was in the spirit hall, Qian Douluo's domain. Here, her combat capabilities were severely diminished. Furthermore, she sensed a presence nearby that rivaled her own. Senior Poseidon, I have previously explained, I am the heir of the deity, and my divine trial requires me to eliminate a tidal Douluo from Sea God Island, Ye Hao elucidated. This. Poseidon was left speechless. What kind of divine legacy did Ye Hao inherit that involved slaying a tidal Douluo from Sea God Island? Such a task seemed to disregard the sea god entirely. Ye Hao speaks the truth. I can attest to it. He is indeed the heir of the god of death. Qian Douluo added. The god of death? Poseidon scrutinized Ye Hao intently. Indeed, the god of death. Ye Hao inclined his head respectfully. Before we proceed, I would like to discuss matters concerning the god of death and the sea god. Matters related to the sea god? Poseidon took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Speak your mind, I am all ears. Ye Hao smiled faintly and gestured for Poseidon to take a seat. The three of them sat down on the ground. And at that moment, Ye Hao spoke with a measured tone. Do you still remember, Senior Poseidon, the time I ventured into the sea to capture the evil demon killer whale king? Of course. Is this related to the matter at hand? Poseidon inquired. Indeed, Ye Hao affirmed, sighing as he continued. You understand, this evil demon killer whale king is part of the fourth trial of the sea god S9 trials. It was my capture of the whale king that led to the simultaneous emergence of the sea god and the death god. Ye Hao meticulously recounted the wager between the death god and the sea god, during which Douluo remained silent. In contrast, Poseidon maintained a tranquil demeanor. Yet within her heart, a tempest raged. The agreement between the sea god and the death god is aimed at Tang San and you? Poseidon inhaled deeply, the revelation profoundly shocking her. Correct. The death god and the sea god formed a pact, allowing Tang San and me to ascend to divinity together, and afterward, we would determine our standings. Until Tang San has completed the sea god S9 trials, I cannot bring about his demise. However, Ye Hao shook his head, took a sip of tea, and continued, Tang San has now completed the sea god S9 trials, so I harbor no concerns. Yet, Senior Poseidon, as the representative of the sea god on Douluo Continent, it is your duty to protect the sea god. You cannot allow any harm to come to someone like Tang San, your heir. Poseidon nodded. You are correct. Tang San is the chosen heir of the sea god, and I have both the obligation and responsibility to ensure his safety. No one on Sea God Island would dare to harm him, yourself included. Poseidon's assertion was not without merit, as it was her mission as the high priestess. Even though she felt a twinge of unwillingness, she had no choice but to abide by the arrangements of fate. Senior Poseidon, are you truly willing to sacrifice an unfamiliar person? Ye Hao cast a sidelong glance at her. What do you mean by that? Poseidon furrowed her brow, sensing the deeper implication in Ye Hao's words. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, she bore her own mission and destiny. Sacrifice. Once Tang San completed the first 8 trials of the sea god, her only role would be to serve as a stepping stone on his path to divinity, paving the way for his ultimate ascension. That is not my intent, Senior Poseidon. Surely you would not wish to lose your life for someone entirely unrelated to you. Ye Hao concluded with a soft sigh. In that moment, Poseidon fell into silence. Her gaze lowered, appearing deep in thought. After a long pause, she sighed deeply. This is the mission bestowed upon me by the sea god. There is nothing I cannot accept. Your grandfather, Douluo, is no different. In the end, he too must tread a path similar to mine. My grandfather is entirely different. Ye Hao raised an eyebrow, smiling. Oh, how so? Poseidon inquired, perplexed. Both were divine representatives, one an angelic deity, while she was the sea god, and ultimately, their fates would only serve as stepping stones for others. My granddaughter, Xiao Shui, is the heir to the angel's 9 trials, Douluo stated simply. And so what? In the end, won't she walk the same old path? Poseidon believed her fate with Douluo was already sealed. She is my granddaughter. I have no regrets. As long as Xiao Shui can ascend to divinity, I would willingly sacrifice myself. Douluo's heartfelt sentiment echoed. Let's not forget, Senior Poseidon, I am inheriting the mantle of the death god. So far, I have made significant progress in my divine trials, and the moment I become the death god, I will be able to resurrect my grandfather, even under the conditions of having made sacrifices, Ye Hao proclaimed with confidence. Poseidon was left speechless. No wonder Douluo was so unyielding. He indeed had the means to back his claims. According to the agreement between the sea god and the death god, you are bound to eliminate Tang San, correct? Poseidon reiterated her question. Indeed. Ye Hao nodded. This is not merely a pact between the death god and the sea god, but also a matter of enmity between Tang San and me. Senior Poseidon, what is your opinion of Tang San? Do you believe he is worthy to be the heir of the sea god? In response to Ye Hao's inquiry, Poseidon replied, what do you mean by that? Tang San is the one chosen by the sea god. I have no reason to doubt the sea god's decision. Is what the sea god does truly just? Ye Hao questioned with an air of skepticism. Regardless of right or wrong, I have always believed in the choices made by the sea god. Poseidon stood as a loyal defender of the sea god, as well as the high priestess of Sea God Island. While many in the world might distrust the sea god, Poseidon could not. Very well, we have reached this point. Further discussion is futile. Ye Hao shook his head, then opened his right palm, revealing a small luminous orb hovering above it. Seahorse? Poseidon discerned the silhouette of the seahorse Douluo within the orb, recalling that he had been slain by Ye Hao. What do you mean by this? Do you intend to use seahorse to coerce me? Poseidon gazed intently at Ye Hao. No, not at all. Ye Hao replied with a faint smile. This is the soul of the seahorse Douluo. First, I had no intention of opposing Sea God Island. However, due to the pact between the Death God and the Sea God, I am left with no choice. Second, Tang San is indeed unworthy of being the Sea God's heir. I hope the High Priestess will take the time to understand more about Tang San before returning to Sea God Island. Chapter 258. Xiao Shui's angelic 9 trials. Are you threatening me? Poseidon scrutinized Ye Hao, sensing that he was no ordinary opponent, and that there must be a ploy at play. Not at all. Ye Hao clasped his hands and smiled. Senior Poseidon, your health has yet to fully recover. For the next few days, you should stay here. No one will trouble you. Once you have regained your strength, I will personally see you off. Poseidon clenched her fists. Her body was still not fully healed from the twilight of the sea god she had unleashed a month prior. No, that was the sea god temporarily channeling power through Poseidon. Such divine might was beyond her capacity to bear. After a month of unconsciousness, she had only just awakened, and the cost had been monumental. Very well, Poseidon conceded, knowing she had no choice but to endure and await the restoration of her spiritual power before departing. After Poseidon left, Ye Hao leaned closer to Douluo, saying, "Old man, do you truly have no thoughts of Senior Poseidon?" With Tang Chun now deceased, this is an excellent opportunity. Such chances are fleeting. Douluo remained silent. There once were feelings, but having lived most of my life, I have come to terms with it, he replied. Alas, Ye Hao sighed. I know this is not your idea. Douluo chuckled. Let it go. There's no need to dwell on that dead dog. Today is a significant day, one that will determine the future of the Spirit Empire. Let's go. Agreed. Ye Hao nodded and followed Douluo towards the Elder Hall. Today was indeed a momentous occasion, as the angelic trials were about to commence, heralding the dawn of a glorious era for the Angel clan. Stepping outside, Poseidon gazed into the distance, marveling at the bustling scene before her, which stirred a myriad of emotions within her. The streets were alive with activity, and every face radiated joy. The Spirit Hall has actually established an empire, the Spirit Empire. Poseidon thought, astonished. She had not anticipated that years had passed, and the once Spirit Hall had developed to this extent. Half of Douluo Continent was now under their control, instilling within Poseidon a profound sense of crisis. The next step for the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be to unify the entire Douluo Continent, and once they gained control, would they not inevitably turn their sights towards the Sea God Island? This was Poseidon's greatest concern, for she had already come to know Ye Hao's strength. As the heir of the Death God, it would not be long before he completed his trials and ultimately inherited the mantle of the Death God. The Sea God Island must not suffer any mishap. Tang San is currently the heir of the Sea God. Perhaps when he ascends to the divine position of the Sea God, he will possess the means to confront Ye Hao and the Spirit Hall. However, Poseidon sighed. Ye Hao has tasked me with gathering information about Tang San's circumstances on the Douluo Continent. What could be the reason? This left Poseidon perplexed, and she resolved to investigate. Tang San is the great-grandson of Tang Chun and a member of the Haoyan sect, having grown up on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, as the heir of the Sea God, Poseidon was initially baffled by what merits Tang San possessed to garner the Sea God's favor. Suddenly, a divine aura emanating from the Elder Hall caught Poseidon's attention. Her pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "Heavens, the angel's 9th trial?" Inside the Elder Hall, Rinshua clasped her hands in prayer before the towering angelic statue, her expression reverent as she murmured softly. Behind her, the sacred 6-winged angel spirit descended from the heavens, its golden radiance illuminating every corner of the chamber. Yu's face beamed with joy, though he had long known that his granddaughter would undergo the angel's 9th trial. The emotions he had suppressed for so long were beyond words, and a smile crept upon his lips, revealing his elation. Beside him, Ye Hao and Xiao Hong sat closely together. "Tell me, has she succeeded?" Xiao Hong whispered. "Not yet." Ye Hao shrugged, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Is that so? We created such a splendid opportunity, and your grandfather just gives up?" Xiao Hong was taken aback. It was frustrating that Douluo would abandon such a rare chance. Douluo, casting a glance at Xiao Hong, sighed in resignation. Sometimes one must endure. "Enough," Ye Hao said, placing a hand over Xiao Hong's mouth. "Keep your comments to a minimum. If grandfather lacks the heart for this, we should not engage in futile endeavors. A forced fruit is never sweet. Fate cannot be summoned at will. It requires time to manifest. Who knows? Perhaps one day he will come to understand." Douluo. Rinshua. Ye Hao chakrit. Puling Xiao Hong aside. Let me ask you, given my current strength, what is the probability of successfully drawing the Death God's scythe? Ye Hao invited earnestly. Drawing the death god Scythe was Ye Hao's 7th trial and a pivotal moment. He had to succeed in one attempt. Otherwise, the opportunity would be forever lost. 10%, Xiao Hong replied. 10%? Ye Hao thrown it. Is the chance really that slim? Do you think the death god Scythe is an ordinary artifact? It is heavier than the sea god's trident, and aside from you, the death god's heir, no one else can even budge it. Of course, you are the only one who can draw it. I have faith in you. Xiao Hong flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pristine teeth. Are there any shortcuts? Ye Hao pressed on, unwilling to relent. Indeed, she replied. What is it? Speak quickly. You need to acquire the left and right arm soul bones as soon as possible. This will significantly increase your chances of drawing the death god Scythe. Obtain the left and right arm soul bones promptly? Ye Hao pointed it. So you mean I understand. Drawing the death god Scythe is no simple task, but where am I to find soul bones, especially the left and right arm ones? Soul bones were elusive, and suitable ones for Ye Hao were even rarer. You fool. Xiao Hong rolled her eyes. Isn't the spider a viable option? Just have him make a sacrifice for you. Ye Hao was speechless. Don't forget, my soul power is only at level 84. How can I ask the spider to make a sacrifice? Besides, if it turns out to be a spine or head soul bone, what then? When one is at the end of their rope, a glimmer of hope often appears. Xiao Hong smiled. Rest assured, you will be able to draw the death god Scythe. I have high hopes for you. With that, she swaggered away. Always so mysterious, that rascal. Ye Hao shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Just then, a transformation occurred with Qian Renshua, who was kneeling before the angelic statue. Layers of golden halos unfolded like blooming golden petals, enveloping her in a radiant light. The angelic statue shimmered with golden brilliance, and the six-winged angel became increasingly corporeal. Stepping forth from the statue, exuding an indescribable sanctity, with 6 golden wings unfurling behind her, wielding a resplendent golden angelic sword. Xiaoxue, are you prepared to face the trials of the angel god? Qian Douluo called out passionately to his granddaughter, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Grandfather, I am ready. Qian Renshua replied, her gaze resolute as she nodded firmly. As the golden light swirled around her, she began to rise slowly, enveloped within the golden curtain. The angel's 9th trial is about to descend. Ye Hao sensed it, and the death god's 9th trial felt its approach as well. Meanwhile, outside the elder hall, Xiao Hong lay basking in the sun, stretching lazily before opening one eye to observe. The Douluo Continent is on the verge of unification. The death god is set to return to the world. I am truly elated. With that, she reclined again, drifting back into a peaceful slumber. Nothing was more important than sleep. The arrival of the angel's 9th trial heralded a new pinnacle for the spirit empire. Its presence would undoubtedly further enhance its prosperity. Some rejoiced, while others bore heavy hearts. Poseidon's gaze was complex. She could palpably feel the significance of the angel's 9th trial. Once, when Tang San received the sea god's 9th trial, the scene was remarkably similar, equally earth-shattering. Golden light pierced the clouds, tinting them with gold, spreading warmth and sacredness throughout the spear hall. The angel's 9th trial, Poseidon murmured, taken aback before letting out a sigh, speaking to herself. The future of Sea God Island seems dire, with the death god and angel god standing on the side of the spirit empire. Only Tang San stands as the sole sea god. Should I offer myself as a sacrifice, would that not lead Sea God Island to calamity? This was Poseidon's greatest concern. She feared Tang San might not measure up to the death god and angel god. More importantly, the current death god and angel god were husband and wife, and their alliance was formidable enough to dominate the world. No, it cannot be. Sea God Island must not be annihilated. Poseidon furrowed her brow, feeling the immense pressure resting solely upon her shoulders as the sea god Douluo, especially upon learning that the Spirit Hall had established the Spirit Empire. With Ye Hao holding the legacy of the Death God, and now the emergence of another angel heir, the burden was heavier than ever. Simultaneously, deep within the Spirit Hall, the rascal scriptures revealed Bibi Dong's death, Spider Emperor Spirit, 9 soul, rings ascending gracefully. Soon after, the Death Spider Emperor Spirit faded, and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor Spirit reappeared, also adorned with 9 soul rings. Suspended in midair was the rascal's demon scythe, radiating an eerie black light, as an intensely malevolent aura began to spread rapidly. I have finally reached this point. The day is drawing near. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since obtaining the rascal's 9th trial, her efforts had not been in vain. Bibi Dong had finally arrived at the final moment of the rascal's 9th trial. This time, she must ascend to divinity and reign supreme. As time ticked away, when the golden twilight faded from the horizon, the spirit hall returned to its former warmth. The crowd gradually dispersed, each individual brimming with excitement. Though unaware of the specifics, they recognized it as a promising omen. The establishment of the Soul Empire is but a nascent chapter, destined to resound through the annals of time, ultimately standing resolute amidst the currents of history, leaving behind an indelible legacy of remarkable achievements. Within the Elder Hall, 9 radiant luminescent screens descended from the heavens, enveloping Qian Rinxue in a divine embrace. The angelic 9 trials, a long-awaited rite that countless generations of the Douluo Palace Masters have anticipated, has finally arrived, Qian Douluo exclaimed, brimming with elation, ready to sacrifice anything, even his own life, in that moment. I am proud of you, my dear granddaughter. Your deceased father can rest in peace now, he lamented with a sigh. Grandfather, is this truly the angelic 9 trials? Qian Rinxue inquired. In response, the 9 screens swiftly merged into her brow, coalescing into a diminutive angelic emblem, adorned with golden edges, enhancing Qian Rinxue's ethereal beauty to an almost surreal degree. Ye Hao, unable to contain his excitement, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, reminding himself that Qian Rinxue was indeed his wife, and it was he who should be elated. Next, it would be his turn. He must complete the 7th trial of the Grim Reaper. Ye Hao quietly observed Qian Rinxue, lost in the golden sea of her trial, before silently departing. Before wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, he knew he must be thoroughly prepared. Upon exiting the Elder Hall, Ye Hao made his way to a more secluded area behind it. This spot is splendid, perfect as the foundation for the Grim Reaper's temple, he mused with a faint smile. The scythe of the Grim Reaper was nestled within the temple, which resided within the heart of the Grim Reaper. The prerequisite was clear. He must release the temple from the heart before proceeding. The vacant ground before him was indeed an ideal foundation. Ye Hao cast the heart of the Grim Reaper into the air, and in that moment, the sky darkened ominously. The heart expanded at a visible pace, casting a black luminescence across the sky, plunging the spirit hall into an abyss of darkness. Grandfather, what is this? Inside the Elder Hall, Qian Rinxue sensed the encroaching darkness. Following the angelic 9 trials, she had become somewhat sensitive to the shadows. Fear not, it is Hao at work. He is preparing to undertake the 7th trial, Qian Douluo reassured her, urging her to remain calm. As the heart of the Grim Reaper reached a size comparable to the Elder Hall, it gradually descended, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. What is that? Poseidon gasped, her breath quickening. This was her first day in the Spirit Hall, her awakening day. The Soul Empire is indeed extraordinary. How is it that upon my arrival, I am met with such rare and remarkable spectacles? At that moment, Poseidon furrowed her brow, wondering if this was a display intended for her, possibly meant to intimidate her into retreating. Meanwhile, Xiaohong rolled over, leisurely making his way toward Ye Hao. The emergence of the Grim Reaper's temple demanded the presence of its guardian to assert its dominion. With a mighty leap, Xiaohong grew in size midair, soon standing at the edge of 100 meters. His imposing form, robust and powerful, was engulfed in flames, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. A hint of divine essence swirled around him, leaving Poseidon utterly speechless in shock. Chapter 259, Tang Chun has perished. The Grim Reaper's temple began to reveal its grandeur, its dark architecture surpassing even that of the Elder Hall. Dark red lightning crackled ominously as the temple stood enigmatically, combining the eerie with the magnificent. Xiaohong, now towering before the Grim Reaper's temple, gazed at it with reverence, his eyes sparkling with awe. Subsequently, Ye Hao descended from the skies, striding into the temple without a backward glance. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of magnificent structures. It was his second visit to this sacred place. In the very center of the Grand Hall, a pitch-black throne, adorned with gold, awaited. Xiaohong had previously mentioned that only the Grim Reaper was worthy of sitting upon it. In the center of the hall, a circular pedestal held a dark, ancient scythe, quietly embedded in the ground, revealing only 2/3 of its form. The blade was perfectly lodged, leaving a slanted black shaft protruding at a 45-degree angle, intricately inscribed with myriad inscriptions and exquisite patterns that Ye Hao could not decipher. As Ye Hao approached, ready to grasp the scythe, he suddenly halted, his hand suspended in midair before retracting swiftly. No, the probability of successfully wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe now is far too low. Unlike Tang San, I lack the assistance of a support-type soul master like Ning Rongrong with her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even if I did, Ning Rongrong is now merely an ordinary person, and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda no longer exists in this world. There was no rush. He had a year to prepare, and thus he resolved to focus on his cultivation. Ye Hao chose to remain composed. He was in no immediate hurry. The challenges of extracting the Grim Reaper's scythe were formidable, and he must be utterly ready. Afterward, Ye Hao wandered around the Grim Reaper's temple, which boasted an abundance of resources, with an enchanting atmosphere that promised rapid enhancement of one's soul power if one were to cultivate there. Patience is paramount. He chuckled to himself. Upon exiting the Grim Reaper's temple, Ye Hao had no intention of reclaiming it back into the heart of the Grim Reaper. He had completed the first 6 trials. The 7th trial was the true test, unlike any before. Thus, the Soul Hall now boasted the addition of the Grim Reaper's temple. Only Ye Hao and Xiao Hong could enter. No others could approach it in the slightest. Among those present, Poseidon was undoubtedly the most astonished. With wide eyes, she gazed in disbelief at the newly manifested Grim Reaper's temple, filled with trepidation. This extraordinary structure rivaled even the sea god's temple. She muttered in awe. Could it be that I subconsciously grasped some of this? Perhaps this is the overwhelming spectacle that today has bestowed upon me. First, the establishment of the Soul Empire. Then the angelic 9 trials, and now this inexplicable edifice that could rival the sea god's temple. The rise of the Soul Empire was surely no mere coincidence. With a soft sigh, Poseidon returned to her quarters to recuperate, hoping to soon restore her soul power and depart from Douluo Continent. Out of sight, out of mind. Thus, in pursuit of extracting the Grim Reaper's scythe to complete the 7th trial, Ye Hao commenced his seclusion, locking himself within the Grim Reaper's temple, seated cross-legged before the scythe, engaging in tranquil meditation. Doggy, when will Daddy come out? On the other side, within the Elder Hall, Xiao Hong lay comfortably on the bed. Beside him sat a small girl clad in a golden floral dress, sweet and endearing, with a head of short golden hair, leaning against him. Xiao Hong bore no these dan. Instead, he adjusted his position to accommodate Qian Qiuyue. Don't fret, Qiuyue. Your father is undergoing a crucial trial and won't emerge for a while. During this time, Uncle Hong will keep you company, all right? Xiao Hong smiled broadly. No, Qian Qiuyue pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Grandpa, it's one thing for Mama not to be with me. But Grandma is also in seclusion like Dad. You're the only one in the entire Spear Hall. I'm so bored. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Doggy, how about you take me out to explore the outside world? I've always wanted to. To this request, Xiao Hong firmly replied, absolutely not. Qian Qiuyue was Ye Hao's daughter, the future daughter of the Grim Reaper, the sole princess of the Soul Empire, the only heir of the angel lineage. And Xiao Hong cherished her dearly. The world outside is tumultuous, and your status is unique. It's best you remain within the Spirit Hall. How about this? I'll take you out for a little stroll. With that, Little Red stretched lazily and leapt off the bed, her form swiftly expanding to a length of 5 meters, inviting Qian Qiuyue to mount her back. Qian Qiuyue perched cautiously at the edge of the bed before carefully descending. Little Red, bearing Qian Qiuyue, commenced her patrol of the Spear Hall. Though termed a patrol, it was little more than a leisurely outing, and it was hardly feasible to resist the persistent little creature. Qian Rinqiue was currently undergoing the 9th trial of the angel, with Qian Dalu primarily overseeing this endeavor. Bibi was engaged in the final stages of a breakthrough with the Rakshasa scriptures, while Ye Hao found himself within the God of Death's temple, endeavoring to forge a connection with the Scythe of Death. I heard from the disciples of the Spear Hall that someone from overseas has arrived, apparently brought back personally by Father, Qian Qiuyue suddenly remarked. Her name is Poseidon, and she is the high priestess of Sea God Island. Why do you ask about this all of a sudden? Little Red raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Qian Qiuyue, who sat upon her back. Nothing much. I just couldn't help myself. I truly yearn for the world beyond the Douluo Continent. Qian Qiuyue's eyes sparkled with longing for the outside world. Having spent her childhood within the Spirit Hall, she was often influenced by the whispers of her forebears recounting tales of the outside world, which fostered her deep admiration. Is that so? Little Red chuckled lightly. Once you awaken your martial spirit at the age of 6, I shall personally take you outside to hunt for soul beasts. Really? Qian Qiuyue was well aware of Little Red's formidable power, a presence that even her great-grandfather would regard with caution. Aside from Ye Hao, Little Red maintained a rather indifferent relationship with others, occasionally engaging in profound discussions about life with Qian Daolu. Ever since Ye Hao's daughter was born, Little Red had undergone a complete transformation. Only Qian Qiuyue was allowed to ride on Little Red's back. Who is it? At that moment, Poseidon, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes, having sensed the arrival of someone. Hello, Qian Qiuyue cautiously peeked her head out from the doorframe. Her round eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Poseidon. Little sister, who are you? Upon seeing the visitor was a little girl, Poseidon's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally eased. This was the spirit hall, and although Ye Hao had assured her that no one would disturb her, Poseidon remained vigilant, particularly since her body had yet to fully recover. My name is Qian Xiaoyu. Sister, you look wonderful. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. What's your name? Qian Xiaoyu asked softly, tilting her head. Qian, you say? Poseidon was momentarily taken aback, realizing that a girl of merely over a year old could roam freely within the spirit hall and had ventured into her presence. More importantly, this little girl bore the surname Qian. Little sister, at my age, I could easily be your great-grandmother, Poseidon chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be addressed as sister by a stranger so young. Oh, is that so? Qian Xiaoyu scratched her head. Great-grandmother, what is your name? She inquired innocently. Poseidon felt a strange discomfort at the statement. My name is Poseidon. Since you bear the surname Qian, what relation do you have to Qian Douluo? She asked, bending down to gently ruffle Qian Xiaoyu's hair. He's my great-grandfather. I'm my father's daughter. Qian Xiaoyu smiled, her dimples endearing. Qian Douluo is your great-grandfather, and you are Ye Hao's daughter. Poseidon was momentarily stunned, realizing the implications of the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Douluo had inadvertently gained a significant advantage. In the shadows, Little Red's eyes sparkled, giving Qian Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Despite having plotted extensively with Ye Hao, it seemed Qian Douluo had no such intentions. Today, however, Poseidon found herself at a disadvantage, unwittingly outmaneuvered by Qian Xiaoyu. Poseidon grimaced, feeling as if she had just swallowed a fly. Are your friends outside, not tired of standing? She remarked, glancing toward the door, having sensed Little Red's presence from start. She held a deep wariness toward Little Red, especially recalling the overwhelming scene when it had once stood over the Sea Devil Whale King, a sight she could never forget. The Spirit Empire possessed such profound strength that dominating the Douluo Continent seemed but a matter of a fleeting moment. However, Little Red had no intention of taking action. Her primary mission was to assist Ye Hao in his inheritance of the God of Death. At present, she merely took on the role of a caregiver, nothing more. Hey, hey, hey. Little Red chuckled oddly, striding into the room with an air of indifference, her head held high as she surveyed Poseidon. How goes your recovery? She inquired casually. There's no need for the spirit hall to worry. I will recover in a few days, after which I shall depart, Poseidon replied. She held Little Red in little regard. Had it not been for its connection to Ye Hao, she would not have come to the spirit hall at all. The fact that she nearly fell victim to a scheme, almost becoming Qian Xiaoyu's great-grandmother, left her feeling quite humiliated, though she could only suppress her frustration. Little Red. A familiar voice suddenly echoed, as Ye Hao appeared without warning. Father. Upon seeing Ye Hao, Qian Xiaoyu could no longer contain her excitement and leapt into his embrace. My good daughter. Ye Hao opened his arms, cradling her. Did you miss your father? Yes. Qian Xiaoyu replied exuberantly. That's the spirit. Ye Hao smiled slightly, then turned to Little Red. I emerged from seclusion only to find you all missing. How did you bring Xiaoyu here? It was Xiaoyu who insisted on coming. Father, please do not blame Little Red, Qian Xiaoyu interjected. Little Red? Ye Hao's lips twitched. Perhaps only Qian Xiaoyu would dare to refer to Little Red in such a manner. Your daughter is quite adorable, Little Red chuckled. Let's head back, Xiaoyu. Your father needs to discuss matters with great-grandmother. Little Red understood Ye Hao's intentions well. Great-grandmother? Ye Hao was puzzled, then turned his attention to Poseidon. Ah, I see. He gradually comprehended. Xiaoyu, well done. Little Red grinned broadly, her expression mischievous. Huh, but I didn't do anything. Qian Xiaoyu scratched her head. It was great-grandmother who said that at her age, she could easily be my great-grandmother, so I called her that. That should be fine, right? Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. Little Red laughed even more heartily. After Little Red took Qian Xiaoyu away, Ye Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Poseidon furrowed her brow. Nothing, nothing, Ye Hao shook his head, smiling. Senior Poseidon, my daughter is still young. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her. Children speak without thought. I shall not take it to heart, Poseidon replied, her expression calm. She had no need to hold a grudge against a mere child. It was evident that Ye Hao's daughter possessed remarkable talent, being the heir of the six-winged angel clan with an inherent soul power already at a terrifying level of 20. How has your stay in the spirit hall been, senior? Ye Hao inquired as he took a seat. Just SOSO, Poseidon replied casually. I must ask, has the Haotian sect been eradicated by you? Indeed, Ye Hao answered candidly. You have quite the audacity. Do you not fear Tang Chan returning to seek vengeance against the spirit hall? Poseidon asked, her tone turning serious. In recent days, Poseidon had kept herself busy, gathering information about the happenings on the continent over the years. What she had discovered was both shocking and alarming. Among the revelations, the most astonishing for her was the destruction of the Haotian sect by the Spirit Hall, which left her feeling unsettled as she contemplated the future of Sea God Island. To be frank, it was I who obliterated the Haotian sect. Furthermore, regarding your concerns about Tang Chun seeking retribution, I regret to inform you that Tang Chun is already dead, Ye Hao stated, taking a sip of tea while casting a sidelong glance at Poseidon. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. What? You say Tang Chun is dead? Poseidon appeared quite agitated, her eyes fixated on Ye Hao, her gaze filled with unrestrained hostility. In the past, Tang Chun had vowed not to return until he ascended to godhood. Had it not been for such a promise, Poseidon would not have waited alone for so many years. Now, with the Haotian sect destroyed, the whereabouts of Tang Chun, once the sect's leader, remained a mystery. Now, however, she was informed that Tang Chun had passed away, which shattered Poseidon's composure. Pray tell, how did Tang Chun meet his demise? Poseidon spoke coldly, her eyes reddening. Let me clarify, I'm not the one responsible for his death, Ye Hao shrugged. Poseidon remained silent, her eagerness to uncover the truth palpable. Very well. Reluctantly yielding to Poseidon's insistence, Ye Hao began to divulge the circumstances surrounding Tang Chun's fate. He perished in the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? Poseidon's brow furrowed. She was familiar with that place. She recalled that Tang Chun had vaguely mentioned it before. Who was responsible for his death? Poseidon's tone was grave. He was not killed by another. It was Tang Chun himself. Chapter 260. Poseidon seeks to annihilate the City of Slaughter. To be perfectly candid, I do not possess the legacy of the god of death, Ye Hao stated matter-of-factly, gazing at Poseidon. What do you mean by that? Poseidon's expression tightened. Initially, the divine inheritance Tang Chun sought in the City of Slaughter was that of the Shura god, the infamous god of slaughter. To fulfill the pact between you two, he resolutely undertook the trials. However, just as he was nearing completion, an unforeseen calamity struck. Ye Hao narrated slowly, while Poseidon listened intently, her silence betraying her fear of missing any crucial details. Was it a contingency left by the Rakshasa god? Poseidon sighed softly. Why would the Rakshasa god do such a thing? The Rakshasa god and the Shura god, both deities of slaughter, govern death. The Shura god commands all killing intent in the world, while the Rakshasa god wields power over malevolence and the hatred born from resentment. The Shura's light is pure, while the Rakshas's darkness is tainted. Nevertheless, the former Rakshasa god, in an effort to disrupt the Shura god's legacy, left behind a fragment of his divine will in the City of Slaughter, which was the true cause of the unexpected turn of events during Tang Chun's trial. They are polar opposites, sworn enemies until the end. Continuing, Ye Hao spoke. Thus, after I completed the trials in the City of Slaughter, I garnered the favor of the Shura god. The blood-red longsword I wielded that day was his divine artifact, the Shura demon sword. Ye Hao recounted the origins of the truth behind Tang Chun's death. What a pity for a generation's sect master. Tang Chun was a man worthy of respect. Had it not been for the pact he made with you, I would not have had the opportunity to dismantle the Haotian sect, Ye Hao lamented. Indeed, Tang Chun was a remarkable individual, yet he ultimately met a tragic fate, his soul extinguished, and his body controlled by that old bat. A truly lamentable situation. Upon hearing Ye Hao's account, Poseidon found herself unable to accept the reality. The man she had awaited for so long was now irretrievably lost. Overwhelmed, she cradled her head in her hands, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Why? Poseidon broke down, having spent decades waiting, wasting her prime, only to receive such devastating news. Tang Chun's departure struck her deeply. Senior Poseidon, the departed are gone. You must find peace within yourself. Ye Hao sighed, fully aware of the torment she felt. For a woman to wait decades without hesitation, only to receive such a conclusion, would overwhelm anyone, even Ye Hao. Thank you, Poseidon exhaled heavily. Thank you for revealing this to me. May I request some solitude? I wish to be alone for a while, with matters as they were. Ye Hao nodded solemnly and rose to leave. Senior Poseidon, I take my leave. With that, Ye Hao departed. Star-crossed lovers often find themselves unable to unite. A missed opportunity is a matter of a lifetime. Suddenly, Xiao Hong appeared in the corridor. You startled me, Ye Hao said, patting his chest, then looking around. Where's my daughter? Xiaoyu was taken out shopping by those old geezers from the Golden Crocodile. Douluo. Your daughter is quite adorable. She is very popular at the Spirit Hall. Xiao Hong smiled brightly. Indeed, I find it quite curious that you willingly carry my daughter. This is a first. When I merely sat once, you nearly bit me, Ye Hao said, shaking his head in regret, realizing perhaps only Chiu you could enjoy such a privilege. You have yet to become the god of death. Once you do, I will allow you to ride as you please, but not now, Xiao Hong replied, shaking her head. Why not? Your strength is insufficient. I am the pinnacle of combat power at the Spirit Hall. Being ridden by you would be quite embarrassing. Xiao Hong shot Ye Hao a sidelong glance, speaking candidly. Why can my daughter? Oomph. Xiao Hong laughed. No particular reason. I simply enjoy it. With that, Xiao Hong strutted away, indifferent. This wretched dog has never known defeat. Ye Hao chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. She rivals that black dog. Thankfully, Xiao Hong is not greedy. Otherwise, I might suspect she is the reincarnation of that black dog. Ha! The following morning, the sun rose slowly in the east, its warm rays spreading across the land, heralding the dawn of a new day. On this morning, Poseidon prepared to depart. At the city gates of the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao personally escorted Poseidon. Senior Poseidon, I bid you farewell here. That is quite sufficient, Poseidon replied, her countenance haggard, having had little rest the previous night. The news of Tang Chen's death weighed heavily upon her. Ye Hao, before I leave, I wish to inquire about something. Poseidon asked earnestly. Please do. Ye Hao regarded Poseidon with utmost seriousness. Will you destroy Sea God Island? Poseidon's question struck at the heart of the matter. Ye Hao nodded discreetly, confirming her suspicions. As High Priestess of Sea God Island, it was Poseidon's duty to protect it. I have but one thing to say. Ye Hao took a deep breath. As long as Tang San remains, I shall be his eternal adversary. Very well, I have received the answer I sought. Poseidon nodded. Upon my return to Sea God Island from the Spirit Hall, I shall continue to fulfill the mission bestowed upon me by Lord Sea God. As for the wager between the Sea God and the God of Death, I harbor no interest. You may handle Tang San as you see fit. With that, Poseidon soared into the sky, heading towards Sea God Island. Her response instilled a sense of certainty in Ye Hao, who waved at Poseidon's departing figure before resolutely making his way back to the Spirit Hall, preparing for the next phase of his plans to wield the scythe of death. Under the cloudless expanse of the sky, Poseidon's garments billowed, her cerulean hair flowing with the wind, her visage weary, exuding an air of despondency. Suddenly, Poseidon halted, casting a glance back at the now distant Spirit Hall. Changing direction, she summoned her golden staff, infused with a chilling intent, and swiftly took flight towards another destination, the City of Slaughter. The perpetual gloom enveloped the City of Slaughter, the air thick with the scent of blood. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Poseidon did not return to Sea God Island immediately. Instead, she redirected her course towards the village outside the City of Slaughter, the very entrance Ye Hao had once used. The familiar dim tavern awaited her. The tavern was shrouded in shadows, flickering flames from the ceiling illuminating the space just enough to reveal its darkness. With her golden staff in hand and her sea god martial spirit vividly manifest behind her, the rules of the City of Slaughter could not constrain her. The City of Slaughter is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being the transcendent realm of the Shura god. Thankfully, with the protection of Lord Sea God, just wait, Tang Chun. I shall avenge you personally. In that moment, Poseidon's murderous intent surged forth as she strode purposefully towards the tavern. Upon her entrance, the dim, cacophonous tavern suddenly brightened considerably. All eyes turned, their expressions blank and lifeless, as they beheld the unexpected arrival of the beauty. Poseidon, wielding a golden scepter and bathed in a radiant blue-golden aura, appeared extraordinarily divine and beyond reproach. Yet, human nature is fraught with greed. Among the throngs, there were those who, oblivious to the impending peril, dared to approach. What a beautiful maiden! Come, entertain me. It's a pity to waste such beauty in the City of Slaughter. We should indulge ourselves instead of those fallen. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. My lady, let us retire early. Vile and lewd remarks echoed from all directions as these oblivious fools drew closer. Poseidon regarded them with cold indifference, tightening her grip on the scepter, and in an instant, a tremendous shockwave erupted from it. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the tavern was reduced to rubble. Those men were obliterated, unaware of their demise until their last breath. At that very moment, deep within the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter, lounging comfortably on his throne and sipping a Bloody Mary, felt a sudden unease. He sensed an imposing presence approaching, a formidable force. Trouble has come knocking, he murmured as he rose slowly, 2 pairs of blood-red wings unfurling from his back, striding purposefully towards the exit. On the ground, the once vibrant tavern lay in ruins. Poseidon stood there, her demeanor tranquil, her intention unmistakably clear. She had come for the King of Slaughter. Within the City of Slaughter, Poseidon's combat prowess will be significantly diminished. She planned to lure the king out, forcing him to confront her. Meanwhile, far from the City of Slaughter, in the Hall of Soul Masters, Ye Hao, situated atop the Temple of Death, abruptly awakened. The Shura mark on his forehead flickered furiously, and images of Poseidon wreaking havoc filled his mind. Poseidon has not returned to Sea God Island, but has ventured to the City of Slaughter. Could it be for Tang Chun? Cold sweat streamed down Ye Hao's brow, soaking his back. Poseidon's decisive actions had already stirred chaos within the City of Slaughter, even catching the attention of Ye Hao, the inheritor of the Shura god. No, the City of Slaughter cannot fall. If it is destroyed, the evil soul masters will run rampant across the continent, repeating Tang San's tragic fate. With determination, Ye Hao departed the Temple of Death, resolved to witness the situation in the City of Slaughter, fearing that Poseidon might indeed unleash her wrath and obliterate it. Before leaving, he grasped the slumbering Xiao Hong, sprawled across the temple steps, and with a swift motion, unfurled his six-winged purple light, soaring into the heavens. Xiao Hong, still dazed, bore an expression of utter confusion. Meanwhile, outside the City of Slaughter, the sky was tinged with crimson, and soon a figure, as red as blood, materialized. The King of Slaughter. Who are you? What business do you have here? He demanded, furious. A woman? Fair in appearance, yet not to be underestimated. The murderous aura emanating from her was palpable enough to instill a sense of trepidation in the King of Slaughter. I'm the one who will end your life. Poseidon's eyes gleamed. The King of Slaughter bore a striking resemblance to Tang Chun. No, he was merely borrowing Tang Chen's form. His body was covered in crimson fur and repugnant red scales, vastly different from the Tang Chun she remembered. Is that so? The King of Slaughter laughed heartily, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. I shall see if you possess the merit to take my life. With a flourish, he summoned the formidable Haotian hammer, its heavy form adorned with red, demonic patterns, materializing in his hand. This was indeed Tang Chen's martial soul, the Haotian hammer. As it struck the ground, the very earth trembled. O Lord of the Sea, grant me the power to vanquish the darkness, Poseidon whispered, her sea god martial soul becoming conspicuously vibrant as 9 soul rings began to rise beneath her. At that moment, the King of Slaughter was thoroughly rattled. The sea god loomed in the air, brandishing the sea god's trident like a deity. No, the sea god was indeed divine. Bathed in golden light, Poseidon's aura surged. This is bad. The King of Slaughter was seized by panic. Instinctively recognizing the gravity of the situation, his first thought was to flee into the City of Slaughter, believing the unique rules there would afford him protection. He underestimated Poseidon gravely. Suddenly, the sea god moved, extending his right hand as a brilliant golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping the King of Slaughter. In an instant, he felt himself turning to ash, his body ablaze with searing heat. The desperate screams of the King of Slaughter echoed as a crimson gas evaporated from his form, his visage paling as he clutched the Haotian hammer, which disintegrated into nothingness. The darkness shall ultimately have nowhere to hide. Tang Chun, I have avenged you. Poseidon bore witness to the fall of the King of Slaughter, wielding the sea god's light, an ability she had fervently prayed for. The sea god's light dispelled all darkness, and in that moment, the King of Slaughter perished. As the King of Slaughter fell, Tang Chun, once consumed by the old bat, was instantly restored to his former self. The crimson fur vanished, and the blood-red wings dissipated, revealing the man Poseidon remembered. When the dust settled, Tang Chun appeared as a middle-aged man in a gray robe, handsome with well-defined features, exuding an undeniable charm. No wonder Poseidon had been drawn to him. Tang Chun, Tang Chun, Tang Chun. Poseidon rushed forward, embracing Tang Chun. Despite her desperate calls, Tang Chun remained silent, his body cold and devoid of life. Damn the City of Slaughter. If it weren't for you, Tang Chun would never have left me. Just as Poseidon prepared to obliterate the City of Slaughter, a flash of purple light streaked across the sky. Senior Poseidon, please show mercy. Ye Hao and Xiao Hong, utilizing the Heart of Death, hastened to the scene, surprised to find that the Heart of Death could indeed expedite travel. Had the situation not been dire, Xiao Hong would have preferred to remain silent. When Ye Hao first ventured to the sea to capture the evil demon Orca King, it had taken a full month. Yet Xiao Hong, departing from Heaven Do City to Soul Master City, accomplished the feat in mere moments. Such a discrepancy was indeed vast. Chapter 261. The day Ye Hao becomes a god. The day Tang San meets his end. Senior Poseidon, please show mercy. Ye Hao descended with Xiao Hong. effectively halting Poseidon's next assault. Is it you? Poseidon frowned. Ye Hao, how did you know I was here? Did you send someone to follow me? In response, Ye Hao shrugged. I am not one to engage in such practices. Ever since you departed from the Hall of Soul Masters, I have been wholly absorbed in the seventh trial and had no time to spare. The reason I know you are here is that I am the inheritor of the Shura god. Are you intending to destroy the city of slaughter? Ye Hao inwided cautiously. Considering Poseidon's previous annihilation of the old bat, the likelihood of her next move against the city of slaughter seems substantial. You speak the truth. If it were not for the city of slaughter, Tang Chun would never have left me. Poseidon's eyes turned red with fury as a frigid murderous intent began to spread wildly. Is it really true that there are so many lovesick fools in this era? Ye Hao thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. It was unsurprising that Poseidon was enraged enough to consider the destruction of the city of slaughter. Her long-lost lover had been taken from her, leaving behind nothing but a cold corpse. Although the old bat was now dead, the city of slaughter remained the true harbinger of Tang Chen's demise, and Poseidon would not let it go unpunished. Senior, are you truly going to destroy the city of slaughter? Ye Hao inquired once more, the heart of the grim reaper atop his coiffure flickering with ominous black light. Poised for action, simmering with latent power. My resolve is unwavering. Ye Hao, will you step aside or not? The sea god's ethereal visage behind Poseidon grew ever more palpable, his overwhelming aura roiling like a tempest. Senior, if the city of slaughter is annihilated today, I can assure you that tomorrow, Sea God Island shall cease to exist. Ye Hao proclaimed with conviction. How dare you? Poseidon seethed with fury. Do you see me as one who would hesitate? Ye Hao retorted defiantly. The city of slaughter is inherently a den of malevolence. It was never destined to endure. Poseidon's brow furrowed, her heart now brimming with animosity. Senior, consider this carefully. Should the city of slaughter be obliterated, what cataclysmic repercussions would it unleash upon the Douluo Continent? Ye Hao imploded earnestly. His intentions were not born of kindness, nor was he cowering in fear. Were it not for Tang San's acquisition of the sea god's 9 trials, Ye Hao would have remained entirely aloof from such matters, let alone contemplate the demise of the sea horse Douluo. With a soft sigh, Ye Hao mused. Once life has fled, it cannot be restored. Why cling to such anguish? In conclusion, will you yield or not? Poseidon advanced slowly, her presence imposing. Do not overstep, for the city of slaughter must not be destroyed. At that moment, Xiao Hong approached. With a disdainful snort, Poseidon appeared as if struck by lightning, her murderous intent gradually retracting. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon shook her head gently, collapsing to the ground, cradling Tang Chen's lifeless form in her arms. Tears streaming down her cheeks. He is gone, his soul extinguished. That ancient bat has siphoned the last vestiges of his strength. Xiao Hong stepped forward to assess Tang Chen's condition. Even the divine would be powerless here. This was Xiao Hong's conclusion. Poseidon remained silent, clutching Tang Chen more tightly. It would be wise to prepare a proper coffin. This man named Tang Chen was indeed remarkable. Xiao Hong sighed softly. To have caught the attention of the god of Shura speaks volumes of Tang Chen's exceptional talent. Regrettably, the remnants of the god of Rakshasas will lead to his downfall. Had it not been for that, Tang Chen would have realized his aspirations and taken that crucial, long-desired final step. Hey! Ye Hao pulled Xiao Hong closer, whispering, since Tang Chen's failure was a result of the god of Rakshasas' lingering will, then Ye Hao began to feel apprehensive. If someone as gifted as Tang Chen had perished here, who could guarantee that the sinister influence of the god of Rakshasa wouldn't suddenly manifest, potentially making Ye Hao the next victim? Fear not, the god of Rakshasa has left but a remnant of her will, now that Tang Chen is dead. That will has dissipated into nothingness. You may rest assured. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Ye Hao gradually exhaled in relief. Had you arrived, but a moment later, the city of slaughter would have already been reduced to ruins. Poseidon stated coldly, her gaze still frosty, as if anyone who met her eyes would feel plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, Ye Hao nodded, candidly admitting, I was on the verge of annihilating Sea God Island. It was merely a step away. You, Poseidon's brow furrowed. While Ye Hao was tolerable, his words were oftentimes cutting. Why must the city of slaughter remain intact? Poseidon inquired. The city of slaughter, a realm steeped in sin, malevolence, and murder, is intrinsically a prison. Ye Hao spoke slowly, for he, once the god of slaughter, was perhaps the most qualified to utter such words. A prison? Precisely, a prison. Ye Hao glanced at the ground, where an unending wave of murderous intent was spreading. At this moment, Ye Hao stood at the entrance of the city of slaughter, Years had passed since his last visit, and the malevolent aura had only intensified. It seemed the King of Slaughter had managed the city quite effectively during his reign. Alas, the King of Slaughter is no more. Those imprisoned within are no longer human. They're fallen beings, willingly embracing their own degradation. The city of Slaughter was not always like this, but under the influence of the god of Rakshasa, everything transformed. The god of Rakshasa is the very root of evil. Her alterations to places like the city of Slaughter have filled them with slaughter and decay. The Spirit Hall sends the most heinous of criminals to the city of Slaughter, ensuring their confinement, with escape only possible through 100 victories in the Hell of Slaughter, a feat that is utterly unattainable. Moreover, the city of Slaughter has inherent rules that prevent entry and exit, leading to its current state over time. Ye Hao paused before continuing. Suppose, Senior, you were to destroy the city of Slaughter today, it would indeed serve as an outlet for your wrath. However, once life is lost, it cannot be regained. We must look forward in life. In that case, those who escape from the city of Slaughter will wreak havoc upon the continent, bringing disaster to all. The calamity arising from Tang Chen's demise would be dearly regrettable. After listening to Ye Hao's words, Poseidon slowly lowered her head, beginning to contemplate. I can ensure that no one will escape. Ye Hao was speechless. It seemed his lengthy discourse had fallen on deaf ears. Is that so? Ye Hao crossed his arms. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. What if one or two manage to slip away? No one can guarantee absolute certainty. First, the city of Slaughter still exists. After the Spirit Empire unifies the continent, we shall intensify our control over it. Secondly, if you persist in your reckless path solely for the sake of vengeance. I understand that you are not from the Douluo Continent. However, should you destroy the city of Slaughter today and allow evil soul masters to run rampant, the resulting calamity would be endless. Ultimately, it comes down to two choices. Do you wish to continue as the High Priestess of Sea God Island? Or do you prefer to be remembered in infamy? Poseidon ground her teeth. Ye Hao's reasoning held merit. Since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, warfare between the two great empires had nearly ceased. The city of Slaughter indeed serves as the most suitable prison for evildoers. And upon achieving 100 victories in the Hell of Slaughter, one can nurture talent. Furthermore, traversing the Hell Road can grant access to the realm of the God of Slaughter. Both benefits and drawbacks abound. Very well. Poseidon nodded. I will refrain from destroying the city of Slaughter, but you must also agree to my conditions. Conditions? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback. Please, Senior, proceed. You must forever cease incursions into Sea God Island, Poseidon declared. Agreed. Ye Hao nodded. However, Tang San must die, he reminded her. I trust you are aware of Tang San's character by now. Upon mentioning this, Poseidon felt a wave of frustration. She had initially believed that the one chosen by the sea god was a prodigious talent, worthy of great responsibility. Yet little did she know that during her time on the Douluo Continent, she had come to learn much about Tang San. The revelations were shocking. He was a traitor to humanity, allied with soul beasts, the founder of the path of death, and had committed many heinous acts, making him a pariah in the eyes of many. Additionally, his mentor, Yu Xiaojing, was equally reprehensible. At this moment, across the continent, Yu Xiaojing's name invoked dread, and he had become a figure of infamy. Among all the transgressions, Poseidon found the murder of Flender, the principal of the Shrek Academy, by Tang San particularly abhorrent. Flender, once the head of the academy where Tang San studied, was slain by Tang San himself after a tragic mistake involving Yu Xiaojing. This incident had spread throughout the continent, and the Shrek Academy had officially announced it to the public, leaving no one untouched by the coldness and rage it incited. Former classmates regarded Tang San with disdain. They would rather see him dead than let him live. Keeping him alive would only invite disaster, posing a threat to the entire Douluo Continent. Tang San was more malevolent than the evil soul masters themselves. As Poseidon contemplated this, a chill ran down her spine. She had been away from Sea God Island for over a month and could only imagine the devastation Tang San might have wrought upon it. With a heavy heart, Poseidon prepared to leave, cradling Tang Chen's body tenderly. Ye Hao, I am aware of your enmity with Tang San. Prior to this, we had an agreement that you would not invade Sea God Island. Once Tang San departs from Sea God Island, you may act as you see fit. With that, Poseidon soared into the sky, carrying Tang Chen's lifeless body, racing towards Sea God Island, not daring to linger. She pondered the consequences if Tang San were to cause any unforeseen troubles. As the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, would she be forced to eliminate him, or refrain? To kill him would only sully her hands. Better to leave that task to Ye Hao, Poseidon remarked coldly, upon returning to Sea God Island. I must expedite Lord Sea God's trials, compelling Tang San to leave the island post-haste. Watching Poseidon depart, Ye Hao finally exhaled in relief. There seemed to be deeper meaning in Poseidon's words, he mused. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Poseidon is no ordinary individual. During her time in the spirit hall, she has been keenly observing the situation regarding Tang San, the heir of the sea god. It appears she is utterly disillusioned with him and is eager to vacate this place, likely to preempt any significant upheaval on Sea God Island. After all, with Tang San, a ticking time bomb, still present, her assertion of not being concerned would be disingenuous. Caution is paramount. It is likely that we need not intervene. Tang San could very well turn Sea God Island upside down all on his own. Ye Hao understood Tang San all too well and began to anticipate the unfolding events, particularly with regard to the sea phantom Douluo, one of the 7 holy pillars. In the original narrative, Tang San had nearly slain him. Now that the rabbit was dead, it was highly probable that sea phantom Douluo's illusion would depict the scene of Ye Hao killing Xiao Wu. Tang San would surely be compelled to fight desperately. Almost forgetting, he recalled that the rabbit meat had been left in the soul guide, untouched. He must tend to it promptly, lest it spoil. If we joined forces, we could have slain Poseidon right here. Why let her escape? Xiao Onanquayod. That was intentional. Ye Hao raised his eyebrows. Intentional? What do you mean? Xiao Hong was puzzled. Long ago, when I killed the seahorse Douluo, I inscribed a Shura killing intent within Tang San. This intent is potent enough to drive him mad. Perhaps Poseidon will take care of matters herself without our interference, Ye Hao said, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, to clarify, my only true enemy is Tang San. As long as he is alive, the entire Douluo Continent will remain in turmoil. Sea God Island continues on its daily course. I do not provoke him, and he does not provoke me. Consider this. If I were to annihilate Sea God Island and subsequently ascend to the divine realm, would the Sea God spare me? Ye Hao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You hold the dual titles of Shura God and God of Death. The Sea God cannot touch you, Xiao Hong replied. That may be true, but the thought of a figure always watching you once you ascend to the divine realm is enough to chill anyone to the bone. Once Tang San is dead, nothing else will matter. I can unify the continent and, after a century of enjoying life here, ascend to the divine realm. Ye Hao chuckled. A century for now, Xiao Hong exclaimed, silently lamenting for the god of death, waiting patiently for Ye Hao to come for her in 100 years. Poseidon, too, was a tragic figure. Despite the enmity between Sea God Island and the Spear Hall, such matters would become irrelevant once I ascend to divinity. Let us return home, Ye Hao said, walking away leisurely. What about this place? The original tavern is gone. Xiao Hong expressed concern over the entrance to the city of slaughter being exposed. What if something were to happen? Indeed, Ye Hao tapped his forehead. On that day, he selected individuals from the nearby Spirit Hall branch and dispatched them to construct a new tavern on the outskirts of the city of slaughter, while consistently reinforcing control over the city. Any signs of disturbance must be reported to him immediately. After completing these tasks, Ye Hao personally visited the city of slaughter to meet with the Harbinger of Hell, intending to appoint him as the next successor to oversee the city of slaughter, ensuring its security. Once everything was settled, Ye Hao finally departed with Xiao Hong. Chapter 262. The rabbit was consumed by Ye Hao. The rabbit meat had not spoiled at last, and Ye Hao felt fortunate. After all these years, the tender rabbit meat remained intact, providing him with a feast. That very evening, he arranged a grand rabbit banquet. The rabbit's head was transformed into spicy rabbit head. The body was braised, the legs were grilled, and various other parts were also utilized. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Ye Hao savored each morsel. This older rabbit was indeed delectable. Xiao Onandujed, her mouth glistening with juices as she chewed eagerly. Ultimately, Ye Hao and his companions relished a sumptuous rabbit feast. Following the consumption of the rabbit meat, Ye Hao's soul power suddenly surged, reaching level 85. Indeed, rabbit meat was a remarkable delicacy. Ye Hao smiled faintly and rose to head towards the hall of the god of death. His earlier conjecture proved correct. The heart of the god of death was indeed a crucial component of the god of death's scythe. To draw forth the scythe, the heart of the god of death must merge with it, thus allowing him to wield the scythe and complete the 7th trial. After enjoying his meal, Ye Hao did not neglect his training. Seizing the lingering effects of the rabbit meat, he began to cultivate. Before long, a month and a half had quietly passed. Poseidon had been absent from the island for 45 days. On Sea God Island, following the death of the seahorse Douluo, only 6 of the 7 holy pillars remained. One day, the 6 titled Douluo gathered at the foot of Sea God Mountain, their expressions grave and filled with concern. It had been 45 days since Poseidon, the grand priestess of Sea God Island, had departed, and despite their efforts to search every corner of the sea, they had received no news. It was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Finding one person amidst such expanse was exceedingly difficult. Do you think the grand priestess has perished? The sea witch Douluo asked cautiously. Impossible. The seahorse Douluo bellowed. The grand priestess is unparalleled and could not possibly meet with misfortune. Yet, we have scoured every inch of the ocean these past few days and still found no trace of the grand priestess. The star Douluo sighed deeply. The group exchanged glances, their spirits sagging. With Poseidon still unaccounted for, although Sea God Island retained its vibrant facade, it was merely a facade. The sea dragon Douluo had instructed the other 5 to keep the grand priestess's disappearance strictly confidential. In her absence, the sea dragon Douluo had become their anchor of stability. As long as Poseidon remained absent, the crisis on Sea God Island would only intensify, especially with Tang San, the heir of the sea god, still present. Remain calm, everyone. I believe the grand priestess will return safely. With the seahorse now dead, each of you should focus on your responsibilities, ensuring your tasks are completed before the grand priestess's return. The sea dragon Douluo reassured them. He sighed softly, and alongside the other 5 tidal Douluo, approached the shoreline, gazing at the boundless sea, each placing a hand over their hearts and murmuring, "May Lord Sea God bless. May the grand priestess return safely." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the horizon, capturing everyone's attention. "It's the grand priestess has returned," the sea dragon Douluo exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he laughed heartily. "Wonderful. The grand priestess has returned safely. The sea god has manifested his grace." The group rejoiced, all expressing immense joy at Poseidon's safe return. However, what astonished them was that the grand priestess had brought back a man, specifically a corpse. Tang Chun. They rushed forward to examine the body, instantly recognizing him. Years ago, the fierce battle between Poseidon, Tang Chun, and Qian Daolu had left a lasting impression on all 6 present. "Grand Priestess, you have finally returned," the sea dragon Douluo said, cupping his hands in salute, followed by the other 5, their expressions solemn as they dared not show any hint of carelessness. "Indeed," Poseidon replied, nodding calmly. "Sea dragon, please fetch a crystal coffin." The sea dragon Douluo hesitated for a moment before glancing at the lifeless body of Tang Chun in Poseidon's arms, and understanding dawned upon him. "Yes," he affirmed, dispatching someone to prepare. "To what extent has Tang San's trials progressed?" Poseidon inquired coldly. Reporting to the high priest, Tang San has ascended to the 95th step, having completed less than 1/3 of the assessment target, the sea ghost Douluo reported. "The progress is too slow." Poseidon shook her head. She did not wish to see Tang San again. Especially since returning from Douluo Continent, Poseidon seemed to have transformed into a different person, becoming more frigid, her eyes devoid of warmth, harboring a hint of terrifying murderous intent. The 6 tidal Douluo stood in solemn silence, not daring to breathe. Everyone may disperse. Poseidon gestured dismissively. "High Priest, may I inquire if you have dealt with the one who killed the seahorse?" The sea ghost Douluo asked. After a long pause, Poseidon replied, "I have already slain him." With that, she stepped forward, carrying Tang Chun's corpse, and in the next moment, vanished like a fleeting light into the sea god temple atop the mountain. Shortly after Poseidon departed, Tang San approached from a distance. Seeing all 6 tidal Douluo present, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. What is the occasion today that all 6 tidal Douluo have gathered? He pondered in confusion. Just a month and a half prior, on the day after the seahorse Douluo was killed, Tang San learned of the news. His immediate reaction was one of relief. He was grateful that on that fateful night, he had been ascending the sea god's light and had not returned to the seahorse lord's mansion. Otherwise, the death toll would have only increased. Tang San cherished his life. Until he had slain Ye Hao and obliterated the Spear Hall, he had no desire to perish. For him, the 9 trials of the sea god had become his sole hope for revenge. Ignoring the 6 tidal Douluo, Tang San felt his status surpassed even that of Poseidon's, as he was the sea god's heir. As he departed, he cast a sidelong glance at them, which prompted a frown from several of the sea dragon Douluo. Upon reaching the foot of Sea God Mountain, Tang San engaged in a simple warm-up. However, when he stepped into the realm of the sea god's light and placed 1 foot on the first step, his expression changed dramatically. A murderous aura. Such a heavy, murderous aura. Tang San was struck silent, cold sweat pouring from his brow, his back soaked. This overwhelming aura sent a tremor through his entire being, more potent than anything he had encountered in the City of Slaughter. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Poseidon had positioned Tang Chun's corpse and stepped out to the mountain's edge. Standing on the steps, her gaze glinted with cold light as she meticulously observed Tang San at the foot of the mountain. After coming to understand Tang San's character, Poseidon's disdain for him only deepened. Wishing she could banish him from Sea God Island, her animosity even manifesting as a desire to kill. However, as he was the sea goddess heir and bound by the 9 trials, Poseidon lacked the authority to slay him. While she could not, others might. It was imperative to expel Tang San from Sea God Island. Poseidon contemplated. Yet, once Tang San completed the 9 trials, he could never return to the island, as it was a rule that even Poseidon, as high priest, could not break. Ye Hao had once promised her that, after slaying Tang San, he would cease to invade Sea God Island. However, given the current pace, that seemed impossible. Tang San's progress was too sluggish, and she needed to accelerate his trials. In other words, the sooner Tang San departed the island, the safer Sea God Island would be. This ticking time bomb was best dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, a month had passed since Poseidon's departure. The city of slaughter had been spared, and Ye Hao had returned to his training. He realized that since entering the Soul Douluo realm, his soul power stagnated, showing no signs of breakthrough. I am still young. There is no need to worry. Ye Hao comforted himself. Gazing at the looming scythe of death before him, his resolve hardened. He must pull the scythe from its place. Only then could he consider the 7th trial complete. In recent days, the reactions of the heart of death and the scythe of death had intensified, just as anticipated. The heart of death, like the heart of the sea god, was a critically important artifact. Suspended in midair, the heart of death resonated with the scythe of death, establishing a remarkably subtle connection between them. Just a little more, and I will be able to attempt to draw the scythe of death. Ye Hao thought, closing his eyes and immersing himself in training once more. Time passed quickly. In 3 months it slipped by. On Sea God Island, Tang San, panting, stepped onto the 212th step, feeling somewhat surreal. For some reason, after enduring the intense, murderous aura 3 months ago, his speed in ascending the steps had become astonishingly rapid. At times, he would leap up dozens of steps without so much as a breath. At this rate, I will inevitably complete the first trial. 333 steps is my goal, Tang San mused with quiet delight. Having completed 2/3 of the task, the remaining third felt significantly easier. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was merely the result of Poseidon's covert machinations, aimed at ensuring Tang San would depart Sea God Island sooner. Tang San was entirely unaware that Poseidon had thoroughly investigated his affairs, and the formidable murderous aura he had encountered that day emanated from her. He noticed that training beneath the sea goddess light was several times more effective than before. The pressure he felt after reaching the 200th step was drastically different from what he had experienced previously. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate silently. Yet, his progress remained too slow. Within the sea god temple, Poseidon gazed at the immense water screen before her, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. At this pace, Tang San would remain on Sea God Island for 4 or 5 years before he could leave. Tang Chen, how could a descendant like Tang San emerge from your lineage? Poseidon sighed, shaking her head in solitude. At that moment, she had become a true solitary figure. To be honest, Poseidon felt a tinge of envy towards Douluo. The Spirit Hall had evolved into an empire, and being part of the Angel clan, he had a promising future ahead. Although the 9 trials of the angels had arrived, Douluo was utterly unconcerned about the eventual sacrifice. This only fueled Poseidon's envy further. Previously, had Tang San completed all the sea god trials, Poseidon would have resolutely refused to make any sacrifices. Now, with Tang Chun deceased, Poseidon found herself devoid of purpose in life, even her direction lost. Was it truly, as Ye Hao had said, that one must always move forward? Tang San was on the verge of reaching level 70. She needed to grant him the divine soul ring. Poseidon slowly rose, sensing Tang San's increase in soul power. With a single step, she vanished from her current location. Above the 200 steps of the sea god's light, Tang San rejoiced as he reached level 70, dancing with elation, blissfully unaware that his beloved rabbit had already fallen into enemy hands. Just wait, Ye Hao. I will seek you out for vengeance, Tang San clenched his fists. In recent days, he had inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that some great event was about to unfold. Yet being on Sea God Island, he knew little of the happenings on Douluo Continent, and was completely unaware that his rabbit had been taken. Had he known, he would have been enraged, shouting that Ye Hao had chosen the path to his demise. I must obtain the 7th soul ring as soon as possible. Once I acquire my true martial soul, I will surely complete the first trial. With determination set, Tang San leaped from the sea god's light, intending to leave when suddenly a cold and familiar voice halted him. Tang San, Senior Poseidon? Tang San was momentarily stunned. How could Poseidon appear so suddenly? This was only the second time she had shown herself since he began the 9 trials of the sea god. Did Poseidon harbor murderous intent towards him? This revelation left Tang San utterly astounded. After all, he was one of the legendary deities of slaughter from the city of slaughter, possessing a profound mastery of the domain of killing, rendering him acutely sensitive to the presence of murderous intent. Thus, it was perplexing to him. What is the meaning of this? He wondered. Tang San, your soul power has reached the 70th level, Poseidon remarked in a tone devoid of warmth. Indeed, Tang San replied, suppressing any inclination to be audacious. Senior, I plan to leave the island to acquire my 7th soul ring. The 7th soul skill is of paramount importance to a soul master, and Tang San intended to personally hunt an evil soul beast. There is no need for such trouble, Poseidon said, extending his right hand. A resplendent golden orb materialized in the palm of his hand, suspended and exuding an aura of profound sanctity. Senior, what is this? Tang San felt a surge of blood rushing through him, sensing that this object was anything but ordinary. Indeed, it transcended the realm of mere mortal artifacts. A God-given soul ring. A God-given soul ring? This term was foreign to Tang San, particularly the phrase soul ring. Poseidon must have come bearing this for my 7th soul ring, he mused silently. As for Poseidon's hostility towards him, he dismissed such concerns, thinking that once he ascended to divinity, none would dare to defy him, and he would subdue them with sheer might. Senior, may I inquire what this God-given soul ring entails? Tang San asked. Chapter 263. The Scythe is Drawn. The god of death reappears. What is a God-given soul ring? Tang San yearned to understand how it could replace his 7th soul ring and how it was to be utilized. Unexpectedly, Poseidon retorted, hurry up and absorb it. Why waste time with such trivialities? With that, Poseidon cast the golden orb to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Clink, clink, clink. The golden orb struck the ground, producing a melodious sound as it rolled to Tang San's feet. At that moment, Tang San felt as though he had been struck sharply across the face. This is too much, he thought, instinctively clenching his fists. Being humiliated in public was a bitter pill to swallow. Since arriving in this realm, he had been ruthlessly belittled by Ye Hao, and every beloved person in his life had left him without exception. Now, burdened with the sea god's 9 trials, Tang San, whose status was equal to or even surpassed that of Poseidon, found himself dealt a harsh blow by reality. In the Douluo Continent, strength is revered above all. Just wait. The moment I ascend to become the sea god, I shall make all those who look down upon me pay dearly. Tang San gritted his teeth and picked up the God-given soul ring that Poseidon had discarded. In the next moment, he resolutely cast the God-given soul ring into the sea. Who do they look down upon? Even without the God-given soul ring, I, Tang San, remain invincible. With that, he departed from the foot of Sea God Mountain, setting out to seek a suitable soul beast within the confines of Sea God Island for his 7th soul ring. Within the Sea God Palace, Poseidon chuckled coldly. I merely conducted a slight test, and Tang San proved to be so impatient. And his hidden murderous intent, indeed, as the people of the continent have said, he is not of noble character. Since you disdain the God-given soul ring, then do not use it. With a scoff, Poseidon summoned the God-given soul ring, which had just been cast into the sea, back into his hand. It is widely known that Tang San's first martial soul is blue silvergrass. The ocean is abundant with sea soul beasts, and their variety far exceeds that of the Douluo Continent, most being formidable in strength. After searching diligently for 3 days, Tang San returned to the foot of Sea God Mountain, utterly exhausted, having found not a single evil soul beast. Weary, he collapsed onto the sandy beach, gazing up at the azure sky, the glaring sunlight warming his cheeks. He thought of the Douluo Continent. Although the sea was teeming with soul beasts, none were suitable for him, be it the species or their age. The problems were numerous. No, I must gather my resolve. Dragging his fatigued body, Tang San rose and set off once more. 3 more days passed. Splash. Tang San emerged from the sea, his head breaking the surface. Strange. I distinctly remember the God-given soul ring being thrown here. How could it have vanished? Undeterred, Tang San took a deep breath and dove back into the depths, continuing his search for the God-given soul ring. Unbeknownst to him, Poseidon had already reclaimed it. Searching for a sword in the water, utterly foolish, Poseidon shook his head slowly. Thoroughly disappointed with Tang San, She truly could not fathom what merit the sea god saw in someone like him, possessing dual martial souls, yet lacking in character and integrity. He was utterly devoid of virtue. This led Poseidon to question whether the sea god had chosen Tang San out of spite rather than earnest consideration. Furthermore, Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, had prematurely absorbed a soul ring, and with a configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Such reckless actions were immensely vexing to Poseidon. One must remain grounded. Soul power must be cultivated step by step. Such conduct is simply beneath contempt. Ultimately, not only had he squandered the unique advantage of his dual martial souls, but he had also become this way. Poseidon, out of sight, out of mind, was just about to leave to engage in conversation with Tang Shun when she heard Tang San's voice calling from the mountainside. Senior Poseidon, I implore you to overlook past grievances and bestow upon me the God-given soul ring. Humph. Poseidon scoffed disdainfully. Did you not look down upon the God-given soul ring? Why do you require it now? Her contemptuous words from the mountaintop ignited Tang San's fury. However, when seeking a favor, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Tang San lowered his voice and swallowed his pride. I beseech you, senior, to grant me the God-given soul ring, and I shall be eternally grateful. Hypocrisy, Poseidon sneered, muttering to herself. The opportunity for a God-given soul ring is singular. You have already squandered yours. Should I grant you another, it would be against the rules. With that, Poseidon turned away, offering Tang San no chance to speak further. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the god of death laughed heartily. Poseidon, what kind of inheritor have you chosen? Your judgment is shockingly poor. He lacks character. Poseidon merely conducted a slight test, and Tang San was unable to maintain his composure. Does he not understand that one must endure minor grievances to achieve greater objectives? At that moment, across from the god of death stood Poseidon, clad in divine raiment. His expression marked by dismay. As he gradually came to comprehend Tang San's actions, Poseidon felt regret, wishing he could turn back time. He lamented his earlier blindness, allowing personal grievances with the god of death to cloud his judgment, thereby selecting such a flawed individual as his successor. Have you no respect for me? Poseidon buried his head in distress. I regret my decision. Had I known Tang San's true nature, I would never have bestowed the legacy upon him. Had I known, I would have given it to Ye Hao instead. Alas, now a portion has been claimed by Shura, and I have suffered greatly. God of death, I concede this wager. Poseidon sighed deeply, utterly drained. Not so fast. The god of death's grin widened. The wager is not yet concluded. Why do you concede prematurely? Poseidon was at a loss. Do you truly believe Tang San is a match for Ye Hao? His temperament is lacking, his character is wanting, and his integrity is non-existent. Furthermore, his second martial soul is utterly ruined. Poseidon, labored for over 1,000 years to ascend to the sea god's position. Yet here I am, having made such a short-sighted choice, selecting a person of dubious intent. This is my folly. Poseidon was vexed, but given the stakes of the wager, with the 5 others observing, admitting defeat now would be too humiliating. Poseidon had not intended for Tang San to leave the island prematurely. Once he returned to the Douluo Continent, he would be doomed. The god of death did not forget to remind him. Perhaps you should consider modifying the content of the early trials of the sea god, lowering the difficulty, allowing Tang San to leave the island sooner. In that case, when he perishes, the wager will naturally dissolve. What do you think? Hearing the god of death's suggestion, even Poseidon found himself swayed. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Having spoken, the sea god immediately commenced his operations, eager to expedite Tang San's departure from the island. Such an heir was a profound disgrace to the sea god, who could not afford to lose face over this individual. At the base of the sea god mountain, Tang San waited for a while, noticing Poseidon's continued indifference. He realized he had once again been disregarded. A wave of frustration surged within him. He could hardly accept it. In his previous life, he had possessed the profound Xiantian cultivation techniques, mastered the art of hidden weapons, and even held the Xiantian treasure record. He fit the archetype of a protagonist perfectly. Yet now he found himself trampled underfoot by a mere native named Ye Hao. Stripped of everything, Tang San seethed with rage, harboring an intense hatred for Poseidon. His features contorted in fury, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Without uttering a word, he departed, casting one last glance at the summit of Sea God Mountain. Meanwhile, behind the Hall of Spirits, within the Hall of the Death God, Ye Hao gradually rose to his feet. He walked slowly towards the Death God's scythe, the Azura mark on his forehead gradually fading, transforming into the nascent form of the Death God's scythe, the heart of the Death God floating before him. resonating with both. The three elements harmoniously converged. The moment had arrived. It was time to draw the death god's scythe. A slight smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he stepped toward the circular steps, his gaze sweeping downward over the death god's scythe. At that instant, 8 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, and the phantom of the Death Spider Emperor emerged. With the activation of his 6th soul skill, Spider Emperor's clone, and the 7th soul skill, Spider Emperor's true form, both rings flared to life almost simultaneously. Ye Hao split into 2, both manifestations invoking the Spider Emperor's true form. In that moment, his legs vanished, his lower body transforming into a massive spherical shape, from which sprouted 8 sturdy legs. The skin of his upper body was cloaked in a layer of purplish-black armor, even his face obscured by a shell. The two Ye Haos tightly grasped the death god's scythe, exchanging resolute glances filled with determination. Pull! They roared in unison, exerting their combined strength to extract the scythe embedded in the cylindrical pedestal. Ye Hao's footing remained steady as he felt the death god's scythe beginning to shift, an indication of its loosening. Outside, due to Ye Hao's attempt to draw the death god's scythe, the usually tranquil Hall of Spirits experienced a slight tremor. Disciples and onlookers alike grew anxious, glancing around in confusion. It was the first time such an earthquake had struck the Hall of Spirits, creating a mix of apprehension and curiosity. It had begun. Xiao Hong, observing the Hall of the Death God, emerged from the Elder Hall and slowly approached. Grandfather, what is the cause of this earthquake? Qian Rinxue inquired. Indeed, Howard has begun to draw the Death God's scythe, Qian Douluo replied calmly. As the head of the 9 evaluations of angels, Qian Rinxue's next trial was to draw the Holy Sword of Angels. Reaching this stage marked a significant step toward entering the realm of the divine. Within the Hall of the Death God, the two Ye Hao's faces flushed crimson, their stances half-crouched. The Titan giant ape's left leg bone stabilized Ye Hao's form, while the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone continuously supplied him with soul power. The remaining 2 arm bones radiated a dazzling brilliance, contributing to their efforts. Ye Hao understood that extracting the death god's scythe was not a task to be accomplished in haste. It required sustained vigor. With a decisive crack, the death god's scythe began to yield, its inky shaft adorned with intricate patterns. Dark energy swirled around Ye Hao, the scythe visibly rising from its resting place, its outline becoming discernible. Ye Hao's heart leapt with joy. He exerted himself once more. My soul power is depleting rapidly. The death god's scythe is like a bottomless black hole, greedily consuming my energy. As the critical moment approached, Ye Hao could no longer afford to hesitate. With a sneer, he declared, I care not whether you are a divine artifact or otherwise. I'm pulling you out to give you face, if you do not comply. Beware that I shall resort to the Azura demon sword and cast you aside. Perhaps sensing his determination, the heart of the death god quietly detached from his hair, while the black scythe mark on his forehead began to heat up. The heart of the death god's scythe, and the death god mark harmoniously converged. Under Ye Hao's watchful gaze, the heart of the death god soared towards the scythe, precisely fitting into a square notch at its center, completing the alignment. This was a momentous occasion, with his hair disheveled and the spectral figure of the death god manifesting behind him, clad in a black robe and wielding a scythe. The previously obscured features of the death god began to take shape, revealing Ye Hao's visage, identical to that of the Ye Hao attempting to draw the scythe. Arise! Ye Hao summoned his last reserves of strength, and in an instant, the death god's scythe was freed from the ground. The ordeal was concluded. Ye Hao exhaled deeply, the scythe now in his grasp, a sense of relief washing over him. At the moment he drew the death god's scythe, the mark on his forehead flickered with a dark glimmer before diving into his consciousness. Death God, Azura 7th Trial. Draw the death god's scythe. Assessment completed. Reward, Death God, Azura affinity increased by 25%, overall affinity at 75%. At long last, he had reached this juncture. Ye Hao sighed with relief, carelessly wielding the death god's scythe, feeling as if it had been crafted specifically for him. Now, let me see what the 8th trial entails. The completion of the 7th trial fortified Ye Hao's resolve for the path ahead. The 8th trial, according to the hints Xiao Hong had previously divulged, included a challenge directed at the sea god. Death God, Azura 8th trial. Gather all your soul rings and soul bones. Elevate your soul power to level 99. Intercept the sea soul beast, the deep sea demon whale king, with a 10-year time limit for the assessment. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao nodded slightly, his confidence unwavering. Gathering soul rings and soul bones was not a daunting task for him. Once he surpassed level 90 in soul power, the rings and bones would naturally fall into place. However, Concerning the interception of the deep-sea demon whale king, given his current strength, he recognized the need to proceed with caution. It would be prudent to ensure his soul power exceeded levels 95, ideally reaching 97 or 98, in conjunction with the Death Goddess Scythe and the Azura Demon Sword. To guarantee success, Ye Hao would never engage in a venture without favorable odds. With only 4 levels of soul power remaining, he knew it would take at least 2 more years before he could attain the rank of title Douluo. Suddenly, the space within the hall trembled. Ye Hao! A low voice resonated from the front, causing him to gaze ahead. Death God? Ye Hao frowned as he beheld the Death God seated upon the throne. Death God, what brings you here unexpectedly? He inquired. Congratulations on drawing the Death Goddess Scythe. This brings me one step closer to liberation. The Death God laughed heartily. Liberation? Ye Hao accidentally. To the point, I come bearing good news. What good news? Poseidon has conceded. Poseidon has conceded? Before Tang, San could ascend to godhood. How could Poseidon surrender? Ye Hao was genuinely perplexed. For the first time in history, it was indeed unexpected, he mused. Chapter 264. Tang San. What are the promised rewards? The wager is not yet concluded, and Poseidon has surrendered midway? This revelation left Ye Hao astounded. We had an agreement. How could he change his mind at the last moment? It seemed Poseidon, in a moment of impulsiveness, had now come to his senses and regretted the decision after realizing Tang San's character. The Death God chuckled with delight, his grin almost crooked. To win without a fight. He has profited immensely. And a wager? Ye Hao inquired. Since Poseidon has conceded, does that nullify the wager? The wager remains intact. Poseidon intends to lower the difficulty of the 9 trials for the sea god, allowing Tang San to leave sooner. At that point, you are to go to the outskirts of Sea God Island and eliminate Tang San, the Death God continued. Poseidon misjudged his opponent. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. I had warned him beforehand. His obstinacy has led to this regret. It seems the sea god still values his reputation, Ye Hao remarked with a smile. A wager made in the presence of 5 divine kings must be honored, even if tears are shed. If he concedes publicly now, he will undoubtedly lose face. Conversely, it would be more prudent to ease the difficulty of the assessment for Tang San. In such a scenario, should Ye Hao slay Tang San, it would signify the sea god's failure in his test, which would ultimately reflect poorly on him without significant repercussions. That would be an instance of sacrificing dignity for the sake of suffering. Today, I am determined to revel in joy. Ha 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 ha. The Reaper cackles ominously. After a considerable time, once the Reaper had departed, Ye Hao hoisted the scythe of the Reaper upon his shoulder and strode confidently out of the Reaper's temple. By wielding the Reaper's scythe, Ye Hao recognized that he merely needed to elevate his soul power to the 90th level. Subsequently, with the sacrifices of Zhu Zhu, Zhu Er, and the Evil Tiger, obtaining soul bones would be a matter of course. As for the deep-sea demon whale king, Ye Hao needed to plan accordingly. Congratulations on acquiring the Reaper's scythe, exclaimed Xiao Hong, her spirits lifted upon seeing Ye Hao return with a formidable weapon. At this juncture, it became evident that Ye Hao was not far from achieving divinity. The Reaper is poised to re-enter the mortal realm. I am in good spirits today. Is there any leftover rabbit meat from last time? A little remains, came the reply. Wasting food is an undesirable act. Exquisite ingredients often require only simple cooking methods. A campfire, a humble grill, and the glistening rabbit legs exude a delightful aroma. The older the rabbit meat, the more tenacious its flavor. Ye Hao savored it, his mouth glistening with grease as he continued to chew heartily. When do you plan to take action against Tang San? Although the Reaper asserts that the sea god has conceded, the threat posed by Tang San remains. Xiao Hong swallowed her mouthful of rabbit meat, engaging in conversation as she ate. Fear not, Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. Tang San is currently in dire straits. I eagerly anticipate his 5th test from the sea god. I am truly curious about the illusions that the sea spirit Douluo will conjure for him. My guess is that it will be the moment when I killed Xiao Wu, an indelible scar etched in Tang San's memory. On Sea God Island, Tang San stood as usual, his 7th spirit ring illuminating beneath his feet. His 7th spirit ring was derived from a 2,000-year-old seaweed, which he had spent 3 days locating at the edge of Sea God Island. Seaweed is still a plant, and Tang San found himself at a loss. He had missed the divine bestowed spirit ring, and if he did not absorb the spirit ring in time, he might not complete this first test until the distant future. As he ascended the 200th step, the voice of the sea god suddenly echoed in his mind, authoritative yet slightly hurried. The first test is complete. A simple statement left Tang San momentarily bewildered. Is that it? Where's my reward? Am I not supposed to ascend the 333rd step? I have only completed 200 steps. Tang San pondered in confusion. For the second test, he was to traverse the circular sea blockade within a time limit of 6 months. Upon learning the details of the second test, he could not fathom how the first test had abruptly concluded. Still, he reassured himself that with each test completed, he drew closer to the sea god's position. Perhaps the sea god, observing his efforts, had intentionally rewarded him. Thus, Tang San set off toward the location of the second test. In the sea god temple, Poseidon expressed his bewilderment. What has befallen the sea god? Tang San completed the test in an instant, yet the first test goal was only a third complete. In the past, Poseidon had endured countless hardships to achieve the 8th test. Only then did she ascend to the position of High Priestess. At this moment, Poseidon felt a pang of inequity. The disparity between the inheritor and the spokesperson was indeed vast. Suddenly, from the center of the temple, a brilliant blue light descended from the heavens and infused itself into Poseidon's brow. After a considerable duration, it became clear the sea god intended for Tang San to leave the island sooner, allowing Ye Hao to eliminate him, thus ensuring tranquility for Sea God Island. The wisdom of the sea god is unparalleled. Poseidon bowed in reverence, having received the sea god's decree, and was determined to comply. Facilitating Tang San's departure from the island was of utmost importance. She did not wish for any losses to befall Sea God Island under her watch. With the sea horse Douluo deceased, Poseidon was unwilling to witness history repeat itself. Summon Shao Bai and the 6 sacred pillar guardians to my presence. Upon Poseidon's command, the 6 sacred pillar guardians felt a sense of urgency. Rising in unison, their gazes fixed upon the peak of Sea God Mountain at the center of Sea God Island. In the next moment, the 6 transformed into streaks of light and swiftly departed. Simultaneously, in a maritime region surrounding Sea God Mountain, a 20-meter-long soul demon great white shark leaped from the sea. This was the king of soul demon great white sharks, Shao Bai, as the steed of the sea god. It was responsible for patrolling the safety of Sea God Island. Transformed into human form, Shao Bai was extraordinarily beautiful, with flowing gray hair cascading down her back. Her eyes mirrored the hue of the sea, and her features were exquisite, exuding an undeniable charm. The master is summoning me. Could it be regarding the upcoming inheritor's assessment? Shao Bai, perplexed, leapt back into the ocean, transforming once more into the soul demon great white shark, swimming towards Sea God Mountain. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, within the Hall of Spirits, Ye Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, a ripple of soul power coursing through him. At present, Ye Hao's soul power stood at the 88th level, merely 2 levels shy of breaking through to the rank of title Douluo. When that time came, his 8th test would officially commence. His soul power had now breached the 89th level. Ye Hao felt the shackles within him shatter, granting him the ability to progress. Just 1 more level remained. In 3 to 4 months, the 8th test could officially begin. Ye Hao was filled with elation. At that moment, a disciple of the Hall of Spirits arrived with news. Young master, we have received word from the Star Luo Empire that Prince Dai Mubai is currently traveling swiftly to the imperial capital. The imperial capital, formerly known as Heaven-Do City, was renamed following the establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire. With the dissolution of the Heaven-Do Empire, Heaven-Do City naturally ceased to exist. Dai Mubai is coming to our Spirit Hall Empire? Ye Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. What audacity! It has been nearly 5 years since the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament concluded. If memory serves me correctly, they had pledged to reunite at Shrek Academy after 5 years, no matter the distance. How swiftly time has flown. Ye Hao Musit. He waved his hand, and the disciple of the Hall of Spirits bowed and retreated. With nothing pressing at hand, I shall take a stroll in the imperial capital. Now that Dai Mubai is the prince of the Star Luo Empire, capturing him would surely compel the Star Luo Empire to surrender. Over the years, tensions between the Spirit Hall Empire and the Star Luo Empire had escalated, resulting in numerous conflicts, teetering on the brink of open warfare. The Star Luo Empire was no ordinary power. Their combat prowess was formidable. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall as clandestine interventions to maintain a balance, the Star Luo Empire would have long since annexed the Heaven-Do Empire and unified the Douluo Continent. Having made up his mind, Ye Hao vanished into thin air. Remaining in the Hall of Spirits for training had rendered his days mundane and monotonous. Over the past year, he had prepared thoroughly to break through to title Douluo. It was time to venture out. Isolation breeds stagnation. Perhaps this departure from the Hall of Spirits will yield unexpected gains. In the imperial capital, Shrek Academy, the once prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy had fallen into disrepair. The ground was scarred, and the towering iron gates exuded a rancid odor. Thick vines tightly entwined the walls, erasing the grandeur of yesteryears. Shrek Academy had once basked in glory, but alas, after the departure of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, everything changed. Before the gates of Shrek Academy, three figures appeared. It has been 5 years, and the academy has changed so much, exclaimed the lean man among them. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Time is unforgiving. Despite our separation, we have kept our promise, remarked a handsome blond man. Do you think Tang San will come to fulfill the agreement? The stout man among them cracked his knuckles, filled with a seething hatred for Tang San. Tang San. The blond man's eyes gleamed with determination. If he dares to come, I shall personally slay him. Sigh. Oscar sighed. Let us proceed inside and refrain from mentioning Tang San. I harbor no feelings towards him. The trio consisted of Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, who were on their way to fulfill a 3-year pact. The once united Shrek 7 monsters had long since fractured. Tai Long met his demise. Jiangzhu had vanished without a trace. Tang San was nowhere to be found, and Xiao Wu had been captured by the Spirit Hall, with the likelihood of her death being quite substantial. Creaking open the rusty iron gate, Dai Mubai inadvertently sent it crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. With dry leaves swirling in the air, the courtyard lay in eerie silence, void of any life. Is anyone here? It appeared that no one had visited in quite some time. Ever since Dean Flender was killed by Tang San, even teacher Zhao Wujia had departed, now serving as a general in the Star Luo Empire. Following Flender's death, many of the old faculty members had left as well, with former instructors transferring their allegiance elsewhere, and Zhao Wujia seeking out Dai Mubai in the Star Luo Empire. The three exchanged glances, their expressions laden with helplessness. Meanwhile, Ye Hao had already arrived at the back mountain of Shrek Academy. The desolation was striking. It seemed that with Flender's demise, Shrek Academy had met its end, as even the teachers had departed. This presented an opportunity to assimilate Shrek Academy and transform it into a spirit hall institution. The once picturesque back mountain was now overrun with weeds, and even the small wooden cabin had fallen into disrepair. At that moment, the door of the cabin creaked open. It's you. Ye Hao and the figure emerging from the cabin exchanged astonished glances. Ye Hao, how dare you return to Shrek Academy? Lu Erlong's face was contorted with anger. 5 years had aged her considerably, especially after Ye Hao had rendered her a commoner by destroying her martial soul. The passage of time had etched visible lines upon her countenance. I thought it would be someone else. Lu Erlong, this place is no longer Shrek Academy. Have you not sought refuge elsewhere? Bah! Lu Erlong retorted furiously, you have long since destroyed my home. The lives of thousands from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have been claimed by you, the true perpetrator. I have never forgotten this hatred for a single day. Then come and kill me. Ye Hao replied nonchalantly. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan brought this upon themselves, and Yu Xiaojiang was utterly reckless, provoking me first. He sought to kill me and destroy the Spirit Hall. Thus, I retaliated by annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Ye Hao dismissit Liu Erlong's anger, showing no interest in further discourse. I will not allow you to slander Xiaojiang. He is already dead. Can't you let go of the past? Lu Erlong seethed with rage. Yet in her current state, as an ordinary person, she was no match for Ye Hao. In the past, Lu Erlong would have been far from his equal. Though he is dead, his infamy shall echo through the ages. I shall erect a monument in his honor, chronicling Yu Xiaojiang's deeds, ensuring they are inscribed in the annals of the Spirit Empire's history for all to scorn. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was so enraged that smoke seemed to emanate from her ears, her body trembling uncontrollably. What is your true intention in coming here? Lu Erlong demanded, her expression darkening. They are coming, Ye Hao replied, disregarding her question as he cast his gaze toward 3 figures approaching in the distance, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who walked side by side. The academy was desolate, devoid of even a single bird. Suddenly, the 3 halted, their eyes widening in shock before hastening their steps. Channeling their martial souls, they unleashed their powers. White Tiger's radiant wave, and Phoenix's fire line. After 5 years apart, you have grown considerably weaker, Ye Hao remarked. Shaking his head, with merely a raised hand, he effortlessly dissolved Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's attacks. What? The 3 were left speechless, stunned by the revelation. Congratulations. You have attained the strength I possessed 5 years ago, Ye Hao mused, observing the 3 soul kings before him. Facing them, he, an 89th level Soul Duo, felt confident. Did you destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Oscar's eyes glimmered with anger. Upon learning of the school's ruin, he had spent years searching for traces of Ning Rongrong. He believed that with the strength of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, even if the Spear Hall had the means to obliterate the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong would be safe. Yet, fate often diverges from expectation. Indeed, the 7-treasure glazed tile school fell to my hands, Ye Hao admitted candidly. For his target was Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, who is now the most valuable prize. Rongrong, what have you done to Rongrong? Oscar was frantic, having searched for Ning Rongrong ever since the destruction of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She is imprisoned within the Spear Hall. Oscar, you are a remarkable talent. Should you abandon the darkness and leave that filthy Shrek Academy, I can reunite you with Ning Rongrong and ensure that you remain together forever. The temptation Ye Hao offered was indeed alluring, akin to a windfall for Oscar, who had long harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong. You say, before Oscar could finish his sentence. Dai Mubai stepped on his toe with great force, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. Damn it, I almost fell for Ye Hao's ploy. Oscar shook his head, his expression clearing. How dare you abduct Rongrong? What have you done to her? Oscar demanded angrily, struggling to fathom how Rongrong could have fallen into Ye Hao's clutches. Each time he imagined it, he scratched his head in distress, as if struck by lightning. Ye Hao was left speechless. Enough with the idle talk. There are 3 of us, and only one of him. I refuse to believe that after 5 years of rapid growth, we should fear him alone. Ma Hongjun was the first to shout, as his Fire Phoenix martial soul manifested, his 5th soul ring glowing brilliantly beneath him. 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Ma Hongjun soared into the air, his fiery phoenix wings unfurling as countless flaming meteors rained down, saturating the sky and distorting the very air with their heat. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai followed suit, unleashing a barrage of fist lights. The Spirit Empire and Star Luo Empire were bound to clash eventually. And as the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was acutely aware of the Spirit Empire's ambitions. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of the 2 formidable soul skills, Ye Hao remained unperturbed, slowly shaking his head. Ignorance breeds fear. These are merely trifling skills, hardly worthy of note. With a mere lift of his right hand, a violet light shield materialized before him, effortlessly blocking both the White Tiger Meteor Shower and the Phoenix Meteor Shower, neutralizing the attacks of the 2 Soul Kings with ease. What? How is this possible? After 5 years, how has Ye Hao's power become so astonishing? The trio stood agape, rendered speechless by their astonishment. How can this be? Lu Erlong was equally stunned, fully aware of Ye Hao's prowess. She recalled that even when she and Flender had joined forces, they were no match for Ye Hao. And now, only a few years had passed. Ye Hao, how could this be? Lu Erlong clenched her teeth, her fists tightening in frustration. Had she not been rendered powerless by Ye Hao, how different things might have been. Perhaps she could have avenged Flender and Yu Xiaojiang. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan remained a deep-seated grudge that Lu Erlong had never forgotten. Is this all you are capable of? Ye Hao smiled slightly, surveying his surroundings. This place has excellent feng shui. It would be suitable for reconstruction. He glanced at Lu Erlong and said, Lu Erlong, you have guarded this place for so many years. It would be a pity to waste it. How about I purchase this land for the development of the Spirit Empire Academy? What do you think? No way. Lu Erlong seethed with fury. Not only had the Spirit Hall slain Yu Xiaojiang, but now they sought to encroach upon Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was the culmination of Flender's lifelong dedication. Even in Flender's absence, Lu Erlong vowed to stand with Shrek Academy until the end as a tribute to Flender's spirit in the afterlife. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a substantial fortune to ensure your peaceful existence, Ye Hao remarked, no longer regarding Lu Erlong, but instead gesturing towards a distant point. I have made my decision. Once the Spirit Empire Academy is established, I shall erect a monument in honor of Yu Xiaojiang. The inscription will read, The Useless Master, a misleader of disciples. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless masters. The most despicable man of Douluo Continent, the epitome of mediocrity, the greatest misleader, who takes pride in having taught such a wretched disciple as Tang San. After delivering this tirade, Lu Erlong's eyes blazed with fury, her body trembling with rage. Have you finished? She bellowed, her anger palpable. Not yet. This monument will stand at the entrance of the Spirit Empire Academy, serving as a warning to future students, aiming to ensure his infamy lasts for eternity, so that the stench of the Master's disgrace is forever etched in history. Ye Hao declared. Lu Erlong looked to the heavens in despair, her fury reaching a boiling point as she coughed up blood and subsequently fainted. Such a fragile psyche. What merit does Yu Xiaojiang possess? A talentless individual who revels in pretentiousness, brimming with a false sense of superiority, all while engaging in empty rhetoric. Lu Erlong, I truly feel for you, Ye Hao lamented, shaking his head. He then turned to face Dai Mubai and his companions. Now, it is your turn. Ye Hao's words seemed imbued with an enchanting power, causing the trio to involuntarily retreat. They could not help but recall the humiliation they had suffered at his hands during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition 5 years prior. A shadow that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Damn it, we have no way out, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. Having believed their exit from the Star Luo Empire would be without issue, only to find themselves in dire straits. Dai, what should we do now? Ma Hongjun asked, his heart racing and face flushed. We are already cornered. This is the imperial capital, the heart of the Spirit Empire. With Ye Hao's sudden appearance, do we possess the strength to escape? Oscar sighed. Ye Hao, I will accompany you. I only hope you will spare Dai and the fat one. Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Ye Hao interjected, casually glancing at Oscar while toying with his fingers. You are about to become my prisoner. What right do you have to bargain? At this juncture, their fate was all but sealed. Let's fight. Ye Hao. We will fight you. The three resolved to risk it all. Foolishness, Ye Hao sighed, as 8 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Red, red, red. The overwhelming aura emanating from these 8 soul rings struck fear into the advancing Dai Mubai and his companions. This, 300,000-year soul rings. Soul Douluo, how is this possible? They stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that the former Soul King, Ye Hao, had now ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo in the span of just 5 short years. In those 5 years, they had dedicated themselves to relentless training. They believed their talent would suffice. Yet in comparison to the Ye Hao before them, they were mere fireflies vying for light against the moon. Let us scatter and flee. The trio exchanged determined glances, preparing to disperse in a bid to confuse Ye Hao. Flee? Ye Hao smiled slightly, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he regarded them. Do you truly believe you can escape? In an instant, the heart of death was unleashed by Ye Hao, drawing Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar into a powerful vortex behind them. Thus, Ye Hao retracted the heart of death, pulling the three into its depths. With these hostages, I have no fear of the Star Luo Empire refusing to yield. Suddenly, Lu Erlong, who had fainted from anger earlier, began to regain consciousness. What happened to me? She staggered to her feet, her mind swirling in confusion. Ye Hao, what have you done with Dai Mubai and the others? Lu Erlong inquired anxiously. They're dead, Ye Hao replied flatly, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at her. Dead? Lu Erlong's countenance fell. Her fists clenched in indignation. Ye Hao, do you not fear the wrath of the Star Luo Empire? Mubai is the prince. Do you not fear igniting a war between our nations? In response to Lu Erlong's furious accusations, Ye Hao merely cast a dismissive glance at her. Aunt Lu, it would be wise for you to concern yourself less with my affairs. Currently, you are but a useless person. Focus on living out your days in peace. Wait. Lu Erlong suddenly interjected. Xiao Wu, my daughter, is she still in your possession? Xiao Wu, you mean that rabbit? Ye Hao patted his belly, causing Lu Erlong's expression to stiffen in shock. You. She gazed at Ye Hao, trembling in horror, as if standing before a demon from hell. I must say, the meat of a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit is indeed delectable. I shall bring you a portion next time. With those words, Lu Erlong collapsed, her eyes vacant, as memories of her life with Xiao Wu flooded her mind. Ultimately, a resounding crack echoed as her illusions shattered. Do you not fear divine retribution? Xiao Wu is my daughter, and you. How could you? Lu Erlong's chest heaved with rage, words failing to articulate her inner turmoil. Do you not see that you are the one in the wrong? Ye Hao shrugged, exasperated as he regarded her. You of all people, claim a mere beast as your daughter, and a 10,000-year soul beast at that. One might think you share a special affinity for such creatures. Lu Erlong remained silent, the weight of her suppressed anger heavy upon her. The Spirit Empire, I trust that one day, you will face divine retribution. How dull. Ye Hao chose to ignore Lu Erlong's outburst, departing without a backward glance. If there truly were a deity in this world, then what need for divine retribution? This decaying, filthy world can bid farewell. 3 days later, within the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao had captured Dai Mubai and delivered him to the dungeons, meticulously assigning 2 soul saints and a soul Douluo to guard him, a valuable bargaining chip against the Star Luo Empire. The prince of a nation held invaluable worth. As for Ma Hongjun, Ye Hao had thrown him into the same dungeon, indifferent to his fate, allowing him to fend for himself. However, As Ye Hao made his way to check on Ning Fengji and the others, he found Oscar trailing closely behind. Ye Hao, you haven't done anything to Rongrong, have you? Oscar asked with concern, fearing for Ning Rongrong's safety. Ye Hao responded dryly, Oscar, you are quite the character. I trust it's unnecessary for me to elaborate on the downfall of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang reaped what he sowed, and Flinder had been slain by Tang San. All these events left Oscar feeling as if he were in a surreal nightmare. Once a bastion of camaraderie, Shrek Academy had ultimately crumbled into disarray. What do you mean by that, Ye Hao? Oscar abruptly halted, struggling to comprehend Ye Hao's intentions. Nothing of consequence. Ye Hao shrugged helplessly. I merely wish for you to reunite with Ning Rongrong. You are a food-type soul master, posing little threat to us. Rest assured, once we arrive, you'll understand. Moments later, Ye Hao led Oscar to the confinement where Ning Fengji and his companions were held. Rongrong, Xiaoyao. The two individuals were taken aback by their unexpected encounter. Ning Rongrong, in disbelief, covered her mouth, astonished that she could still see Oscar in her lifetime. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ye Hao cleared his throat, shattering the tense atmosphere. It's you. Ning Fengzheng, Jian Dao Qinshin, and Gu Rong instinctively shielded Ning Rongrong behind them. Despite the years of relative comfort, they harbored an unshakable suspicion that the Soul Master Hall's actions concealed some nefarious plot. Time had not been kind. The three had visibly aged, with additional lines etched upon their brows. It is I, Ye Hao, sighed. Why does everyone act as if they've seen a cat when encountering a mouse? Am I truly that fearsome? Ning Feng Seng Ayet Ye Hao Varidi, Buling Ning Rongrong Closer. What brings you here? For no other reason than to alleviate your family's tedium. I thought I would present you with a son-in-law, Ye Hao said, gesturing towards Oscar. A son-in-law? Ning Feng Seng Frognet Depli. I have no need for that, he firmly rejected. Upon hearing this, Oscar's countenance fell, his gaze wavering uncertainly. No need? Ye Hao Chaklet. Even if you claim not to need him, you'll still have to accommodate him. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school has been destroyed, and all those formalities have naturally dissipated. Why do you still maintain the pretense of being a sect leader? With that, Ye Hao left Oscar behind, departing without a backward glance. The scene fell into a profound silence, and once Ye Hao had gone, Ning Fengzheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Oscar, how did you end up in Ye Hao's clutches? Ning Fengsheng inquired. Years ago, Oscar had departed without hesitation for Ning Rongrong's sake. Since the destruction of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, their family had been captured by the Soul Master Hall, severing their connection with Oscar. Yet, his sudden reappearance alongside Ye Hao raised many questions. To be perfectly honest, several days ago, I was caught alongside Dai Lauda and the Fatty as part of a 5-year agreement we set after the conclusion of the elite Soul Master competition across the continent. However, Oscar recounted the entire ordeal without hesitation. What? 300,000-year spirit rings. Jian Dao Qinshin was taken aback, his complexion draining of color. In just a few years, Ye Hao's strength had escalated to such a terrifying level. This individual was certainly no ordinary foe. Ning Fengzheng sighed softly, feeling the sharp edges of his spirit dull over the years of imprisonment. With the destruction of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, his spirit had also perished. Now, having narrowly escaped total annihilation and merely facing confinement, compared to the complete destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had fared relatively well. Fengzheng, with the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire captured. The Spirit Master Empire will undoubtedly declare war on the Star Luo Empire. It seems the day of their unification of the continent is not far off, Gu Rong speculated. Indeed, Ning Fengzheng mused for a long while, ultimately sighing deeply as he stumbled back into the house, his figure appearing exceedingly desolate. After Ning Fengcheng departed, Ning Rongrong Sikhet. Ever since the sect was destroyed, my father has been like this. As the sect leader, he should have perished alongside it, yet he had clung to life. Each day, he lived in remorse and anguish, immersed in an inferno of suffering akin to a hell on earth. Ning Fengzheng had contemplated suicide, but the Soul Master Hall would not permit it. Moreover, they were surrounded by the watchful eyes of the Soul Master Hall, their every move scrutinized. Their words held no privacy, destined to grow old and perish within these confines. Rongrong, I am truly elated that you are alive, he expressed. After so many years of searching, Ning Rongrong had not only survived but remained unscathed. Though her spirit had been rendered useless, her life was paramount to Oscar, who had long regarded her as more precious than his own existence. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Soul Master Hall's dungeon, the atmosphere was dim, damp, and filthy, with the ground littered with disheveled straw. Ma Hongjun was violently thrown into one of the cells, the stench overwhelming him as he pinched his nose, cursing under his breath. "Fatty, save your strength," Dai Mubai remarked from the opposite cell, whose iron bars were forged from a special alloy, sufficient to contain formidable soul masters. "Dai Laoda. Ye Hao has gone too far, imprisoning us here." Ma Ongjun fumed. "And what of little Oscar? Why does he get to reunite with Ning Rongrong while we languish in here?" "Ask me? Who should I ask?" Dai Mubai sighed. "Stop blaming fate. Ye Hao chose not to kill us on the spot, so you should be grateful. The Soul Master Empire intends to use me to threaten the Star Luo Empire. Over the years, there have been frequent border disputes, and during my time as Crown Prince, I've handled many such matters. He, as the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire, held significant power. If word of his capture were to reach the soldiers, their morale would inevitably plummet. We cannot just sit and wait, Dai Lauda. What if?" Ma Hongjun, unfamiliar with such a grim environment, felt his skin crawl in discomfort. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Dai Mubai feigned a cough. Nearby, there are 2 soul saints and a soul Douluo keeping a close watch. "Rest assured, the Star Luo Empire will send someone to rescue us." Dai Mubai communicated using his soul power, which finally eased Ma Hongjun's anxiety. Prior to Dai Mubai's journey to the Soul Master Empire, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire had secretly dispatched individuals to track events. News of Dai Mubai's capture had inevitably reached their ears. About half a month later, on a moonless night, darkness enveloped the Soul Master Hall. Amidst the shadows, several figures stealthily approached the hall. One individual, slender and clad in a black veil, melded seamlessly with the night, followed by a dozen others in dark attire. "Princess, we have infiltrated the Soul Master Hall," one of the cloaked figures whispered. The lead woman nodded. "Everyone keep your voices down. We must not attract the Soul Master Hall's attention." Just as her words fell, countless crossbow bolts rained down from the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than half of the black-clad followers were struck down, their bodies riddled with bolts. "Run!" the woman exclaimed in alarm. "Run? Where can you escape to?" Ye Hao's voice resonated from the shadows. Immediately, numerous disciples of the Soul Master Hall, armed with modified Juga crossbows, descended upon the remaining black-clad figures, surrounding them completely. In the oppressive darkness, the cold, lethal crossbows aimed at them awaited Ye Hao's command. Ye Hao hovered in midaiv, a mocking glint in his gaze as he surveyed the group sent by the Star Luo Empire. "Hey, you there? Yes, you. Stop staring." His attention fixated on the lead woman. An unsettling familiarity washed over him. "Haven't we met before?" Ye Hao inquired, peering down. The band of black-clad figures found themselves ensnared like fish in a barrel, with no escape in sight. Suddenly, a diminutive figure among them leaped forth, his soul rings igniting. 8 in total, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, revealing him to be a soul Douluo. "Ye Hao perish!" the man roared, summoning a massive gray bear behind him, exuding a murderous aura that surged forth like a tsunami. "The great strength diamond bear? Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. So it is you, Zhao Wujing. I never imagined that after the disbandment of Shrek Academy, you would become a lapdog for the Star Luo Empire." Ye Hao lightly raised his right hand, meeting Zhao Wujing's fist. Crack! Zhao Wujing winced in pain, his heart sinking in shock. After just a few years of absence, Ye Hao's prowess had astonishingly surpassed his own, even placing him above Zhao Wujia. "Ye Hao, I shall avenge Master Flander," Zhao Wujia declared, lifting his black robe to reveal his true visage. Though Zhao Wujia was of shorter stature, his physique was indeed formidable. "Are you out of your mind?" Ye Hao retorted, exasperated. Yu Xiaojiang was slain by Flander, and Flander, in turn, met his demise at the hands of Tang San. Instead of seeking vengeance against Tang San, "You come to me? What sense does that make?" "Oomph." Zhao Wujia scoffed coldly. "Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? If you hadn't destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Master would still be alive, and Flander would not have fallen to that wretched Tang San. The root of all this lies with you. Tell me, if not you, who else should I seek for revenge?" Zhao Wujia's argument was not without merit. Yet Ye Hao remained unfazed. "Have you said enough?" he queried, casually cleaning his ears. "You." Before Zhao Wujia could finish, Ye Hao swiftly revealed his death scythe. In an instant, the scythe expanded dramatically in his grasp, and before the astonished eyes of the cloaked figures, he made a sweeping motion. Zhao Wujia's head was severed from his body in that very moment. Thud! The warm corpse collapsed to the ground. Zhao Wujia had fallen. The villain perished from excessive chatter. "Do you not comprehend this principle?" Ye Hao remarked, turning his gaze to the remaining cloaked figures, beckoning with a wave of his hand. "Capture them. I desire them alive." With Ye Hao's command, all the disciples of the Spirit Hall surged forward. The battle intensified, erupting into a frenzied clash, as the atmosphere crackled with energy. Is it the soul of the nether cat? Ye Hao mused, glancing at the lithe figure of the cloaked woman, stroking his chin as he instinctively murmured. Could it be her? In the next moment, Ye Hao flickered like lightning into the crowd, effortlessly subduing the cloaked figures. Soon, he found himself before the black-clad woman. The woman gasped, startled. Without allowing her any time to react, Ye Hao swiftly apprehended her. He lifted her chin, gazing in her large eyes for several seconds. Indeed, it is you. I never anticipated our reunion would unfold thus. He then commanded, take these individuals away and interrogate them rigorously. With that, Ye Hao hoisted the cloaked woman onto his shoulder and leapt away, vanishing from sight. Inside the spear hall he addressed, Zhu Zhuqing, it has been quite some time. He dropped the cloaked woman unceremoniously. Indeed, 5 years have passed, and your strength has grown remarkably. Even Zhao Wujia is no match for you now. Zhu Zhuqing remarked as she removed her black veil. Compared to 5 years ago, she had shed her youthful naivety, acquiring a touch of maturity, her figure increasingly alluring. Especially clad in a form-fitting black attire. I am curious, how did you discover our presence? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled, for their covert operation had seemingly remained a secret. How had Ye Hao learned of their plans? Could it be that the Star Luo Empire had a traitor among them? This is the Spirit Hall. Do you truly believe anyone can simply walk in? Ye Hao replied with a slight smile. To be candid, the moment I captured Dai Mubai, I sent someone nearby. The Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire daring to venture alone into the Spirit Empire is quite the audacity. So you turned it to your advantage? Zhu Zhuqing realized. You are not entirely foolish. Fortunately, diligence pays off. After waiting for half a month, I did not expect you to be the one to rescue Dai Mubai. Ye Hao observed Zhu Zhuqing with keen interest. They referred to you as the Crown Princess. If I recall correctly, you and Dai Mubai were previously engaged? At this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. Indeed, I was betrothed to Dai Mubai. Ye Hao, what is your true objective in capturing Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing pressed. Without hesitation, Ye Hao replied, do you not see? It is to coerce the Star Luo Empire. As long as they surrender, I can assure you that Dai Mubai will remain unharmed. Otherwise, I shall execute this crown prince before the army, to bolster our morale. You would ignite a war between the two nations, leading to untold suffering for countless innocent civilians. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Should conflict erupt, it would spell disaster for the entire continent. Rest assured, once I break through the 100th level, the war will conclude swiftly. I can guarantee it, Ye Hao said with a confident smile. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. In his earlier confrontation with Zhao Wujia, Ye Hao had emerged unscathed, and with a single strike, he had vanquished Zhao Wujia. His strength was indeed formidable. Let's not dwell on that for now. Zhu Zhuqing, you have trespassed into the Spirit Hall. This is a grave offense. Ye Hao's expression turned grave. You, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively took a step back, her expression darkening. From the outset, it was the Star Luo Empire's miscalculation. In truth, this absurd rescue plan was initiated by the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. They had sent Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to capitalize on the advantages of the Nether Cat Soul. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing, endowed with the Nether Cat Soul, was undoubtedly the darling of the night. Coupled with Zhao Wujia, a powerful soul Douluo, this combination could have easily secured the hostage had they been up against another faction. However, the Spirit Hall was different. It boasted over a dozen titled Douluos. Even if Ye Hao had remained inactive, those titled Douluos would have sensed the intruders and captured them. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing, while we may have attended the same academy, I must uphold my responsibilities to the Spirit Hall in this matter. Ye Hao's gaze bore into Zhu Zhuqing's, devoid of any sympathy. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, bewildered. The Ye Hao she once knew was not like this. How had he changed so drastically in just 5 years? Your breach of the Spirit Hall is already a significant offense. Thankfully, you have not caused any harm to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, no punishment could atone for your transgressions. Ye Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have a strong feeling the royal family of the Star Luo Empire will not let this matter rest easily. I am eager to see what other schemes they may devise. Thus, half a month passed. One fateful night, the Spirit Hall lay shrouded in an eerie silence. In the darkness, several cloaked figures stealthily infiltrated, led by a woman whose figure rivaled that of Zhu Zhuqing. Once again, the events of half a month prior unfolded. As this rescue team, dispatched by the Star Luo Empire, was swiftly ensnared by Ye Hao, another with the Nether Cat Soul? Could be her. Ye Hao shook his head, escorting the woman with the Nether Cat Soul back to the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuyin? Ye Hao exclaimed, astonished. He pulled back the woman's cloak to reveal Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun. Her figure was a vision of allure. Are you here to rescue your grandfather or to buy one? Get one free. Ye Hao mused, at a loss for words. Here stood the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire. And next to her was the princess consort of the crown prince, both sisters. Ye Hao commanded that Zhu Zhuqing be brought forth. Moments later, she arrived. And upon seeing Zhu Zhuyun standing before her, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. I must ask, Zhu Zhuqing, what is the royal family of the Star Luo Empire thinking? Sending one after another to deliver gifts to me? Ye Hao remarked, bemused. Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for words. She too was uncertain of the royal family's intentions. While the Nether Cat's soul held significant advantages in darkness, this relentless stream of individuals was indeed unexpected. Very well, I shall consider myself unfortunate. Let this be a welcoming gift from the royal family of Star Luo. Ye Hao shook his head, stepping forward to embrace Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 267. The Spider's Sacrifice. Ye Hao achieves title Douluo. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. With Zhu Zhuqing in his left arm and Zhu Zhuyun in his right, Ye Hao felt the exhilarating joy of being emperor, to wield dominion over the world, to revel in the embrace of beauty. This was the pinnacle of bliss. His hands encircled the slender waists of both women, and his gaze swept over their devilish figures. The royal family lives up to its reputation. The room fell into a profound silence. Soon, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun were so frightened that their faces lost all color, resembling two terrified little kittens cowering in the corner. Ye Hao's earlier actions had indeed startled them greatly. Ha ha ha! Ye Hao laughed heartily, teasingly glancing at the huddled Zhu sisters. It is true that girls possess delicate courage. He turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuyun. Have you received a letter from Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuyun was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. We have indeed received a secret letter from Zhuqing. Me? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment, for throughout, she had been imprisoned in the spirit hall by Ye Hao. How could she possibly have written any letter? I employed a slight ruse, initially hoping to catch a big fish, but unexpectedly, I ended up with you two lovely sisters. Since you are here, do not think of leaving. Ye Hao's eyes blazed with intensity, as if he would devour them both at any moment. Ye Hao. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, struggling to comprehend that Ye Hao could be such a person. A beast in human guise. Bring these sisters to confinement, without my command. No one is permitted to approach them. Thus, under the despairing gazes of the Zhu sisters, they were forcibly dragged away. Did you truly think I had any interest in you? It was merely a fright. These two young girls are far too fragile psychologically. Ye Hao chuckled mockingly. Ranked 89 in soul power, just one level away. I must hasten to break through to title Daw and complete the 8th examination as soon as possible. Ye Hao calmed himself, sitting cross-legged, dismissing the earlier scenes from his mind, and began to immerse himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang Sen was bound tightly to a heavy silver pillar, his limbs and neck ensnared by chains. The colossal waves battered him relentlessly, causing him to tremble. Each crashing wave made him grimace in pain. This was the 3rd trial of his Sea God 9 trials, the trial of fury waves. For 12 hours each day, he endured the onslaught of the waves for an entire year. Although the Sea God had eased the difficulty of the 9 trials, having let many things slide, he did not do so for the 3rd trial. Instead, he intensified the challenge, where each wave's impact was akin to a casual strike from a soul master. Throughout this year, Tang Sen endured immense suffering, battered into a pitiful state by the waves. His hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he gritted his teeth, striving to persevere. Tang Sen let out a pained scream, venting the frustrations accumulated over the year. 3rd trial completed. The Sea God's voice faded briefly in Tang Sen's mind, and soon, the chains binding his limbs and neck vanished. At that moment, Tang Sen could no longer hold on. His limbs collapsed to the ground as he gasped for air, feeling the sweetness of survival. I have finally completed the 3rd trial. I am one step closer to my revenge. Let me see what the 4th trial entails. Tang Sen eagerly examined the next trial as content, but he quickly found himself cursing at the 4th trial as requirements. 4th trial of the Sea God, Battle of the Shark Whales. Assist the soul-devouring great white shark group in slaying the evil Orca King among the evil Orcas. As soon as the words left his lips, Tang Sen was momentarily stunned. The evil Orca King? No. I recall that Xiao Bai once mentioned that there were no evil Orca Kings left in the ocean. It seemed that someone had taken it away. That person Ye Hao? Tang Sen recalled that name, his teeth grinding in fury, his features contorting like a ferocious beast. There is no doubt The one who claimed to be the evil tiger on the path to the spirit hall years ago must indeed be the evil Orca King. Tang San clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Ye Hao, my 100,000-year spirit ring, my 100,000-year spirit bone, I despise you, I detest you. Tang San howled to the heavens. What a pity that I, Tang San, possess such talent, yet end up with nothing. Why does Ye Hao have such fortuitous fate, while I am beset by misfortune, left without a single spirit bone? Even my only external spirit bone is gone. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Ye Hao, I will kill you. Tang San's voice echoed far and wide, even reaching Poseidon on Sea God Island, who furrowed her brow at Tang San's prolonged complaints. In the end, it always comes back to the same point. Without effort and action, while others strive, they ascend to divinity, and one remains with nothing. Instead of seeking the cause within oneself, one resorts to troubling others. What kind of person is this Tang San? Poseidon sighed deeply. Effort yields reward. Only the incompetent, who enjoy complaining, would bemoan their fate in such a manner. Poseidon chose to ignore him. For over the past year, Tang San had often acted like this, sometimes even screaming in the dead of night. There had been numerous complaints on Sea God Island, primarily directed at Tang San. Unbelievable. Poseidon rolled her eyes, isolating the Sea God Palace, finally finding some peace. Meanwhile, Tang San appeared like a walking corpse, drenched as he emerged from the ocean. My 100,000-year spirit ring. My 100,000-year spirit bone. Ye Hao, you must compensate me. Tang San mumbled to himself, his eyes devoid of life, having lost his sanity. Due to the evil Orca King having been claimed by another, the fourth trial of the Sea God is considered past. The Sea God's emotionless voice echoed in Tang San's mind. No. Tang San howled again, filled with unwillingness. His 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone had vanished before his very eyes. To seize another's opportunity is tantamount to robbing them of their life. Ye Hao, you wait for me. Tang San's eyes turned crimson, his killing intent radiating as he unleashed his domain, a flicker of red light glimmering at his brow. Dangerously close to madness. Fifth trial of the Sea God. Challenge the 6 sacred pillar guardians. Starting from the first sacred pillar guardian. You must complete all challenges and defeat the 6 sacred pillar guardians within 36 hours to pass. Tang San. This was a task deemed impossible. He was merely a soul sage. How could he stand against the title Douluo? Moreover, he had to defeat all within 3 days. Tang San slumped helplessly to the ground, his heart sinking into despair. 3 months later, I have finally broken through to level 90. In the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao was filled with joy. After 3 months of relentless effort, he had at last achieved level 90, becoming a title Douluo. He was merely one vital soul ring away. In selecting the 9th soul ring, Ye Hao had already formulated a plan. This day has finally arrived. Zhu sighed softly. Since being captured by Ye Hao years ago, he had been waiting for this day. Time flies. Who would have thought that Ye Hao would become a title Douluo? Reflecting on the memories in the sunset forest was truly nostalgic. Master, when shall we begin? Zhu inquired. Now, summon the evil tiger and Zhu heir. Ye Hao commanded. Soon, the 3 stood before Ye Hao, their expressions calm, aware of the tasks that lay ahead. Sacrifice. Zhu became the 9th soul ring of Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor, while Zhu heir became the 1st soul ring of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and the evil tiger became the 2nd. Is there anything you wish to say? Ye Hao asked the trio. Sacrifice equated to self-immolation. None. Zhu heir shook her head, responding decisively. Let us proceed. Death is but a path to rebirth, a worthwhile bargain. The evil tiger grinned optimistically. We are ready, Zhu affirmed. Seeing this, Ye Hao ceased speaking. The sacrifice began. Ye Hao was the first to step forward, the 8 soul rings beneath his feet glowing, the Death Spider Emperor spirit manifesting behind him. 3 of the 100,000-year soul rings shining resplendently. Come fort. The arachnid's gaze burned with intensity. In the next moment, a low growl reverberated through the air, and an overwhelming aura erupted from its being. A blinding crimson light emanated from the center of its forehead, casting a scarlet hue over all within the grand hall where Ye Hao stood, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The Death Spider Emperor commenced its sacrificial rite, transforming into its true form, contrasting vividly with the manifestation of the Death Spider Emperor behind Ye Hao. 3 formidable 10,000-year soul beasts were offered in sacrifice, coinciding with Ye Hao's soul power reaching the pinnacle of level 90. It remained a mystery what terrifying heights Ye Hao would ultimately attain. 3 10,000-year soul beasts, such a rarity in the world. It has begun, Elder Qian Douluo remarked. Lifting his gaze towards the source of the crimson light, the very site of the Death Spider Emperor sacrifice. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong, situated within the Rakshasa secret realm. Open her eyes. This day has finally arrived. Hao is on the verge of becoming a title Douluo. I must also exert myself. The Death God Spider Emperor radiated a translucent brilliance, its red hue reminiscent of agate. Flames, crimson flames, began to engulf its form, representing its immense 10,000-year cultivation. A torrent of power surged forth in a relentless cascade. Ye Hao stood motionless under the crimson glow, silently accepting the Death Spider Emperor's offering. I shall revive you. He sighed, a warm tear escaping the corner of his eye. At that moment, the heart of the Death God suddenly soared forth, enveloping the arachnid's soul and returning to Ye Hao's side in silence. As the form of the Death Spider Emperor grew, increasingly translucent, the sacrifice reached a critical juncture. Subsequently, the Death Spider Emperor vanished, leaving in its wake a soul bone, a 10,000-year soul bone shimmering with a red light. The left arm bone of the 10,000-year Death Spider Emperor. The soul bone floated serenely in midair. Then, guided by Ye Hao's soul power, it soared towards him, seamlessly merging with his left arm without a hint of discomfort. The fusion proceeding with remarkable fluidity. At that very moment, a vibrant 10,000-year soul ring encircled Ye Hao's feet, officially marking the activation of his 9th soul ring. His soul power surged to level 93. With the integration of the left arm bone complete, Ye Hao's collection of soul bones was now just 3 pieces shy of completion. A title Douluo. I have finally become a title Douluo. Ye Hao exhaled deeply, reflecting on the arduous journey that had led him here. Beneath him, a sequence of soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, 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 arranged themselves in a perfect alignment. As the final soul ring settled into place, Ye Hao's soul power crystallized at level 93. Thanks to the arachnid sacrifice, he had successfully entered the ranks of title Douluo, and with the Death God Scythe and the Azura Devil Sword in hand, he could be deemed invincible across the Douluo Continent, the foremost among mortals beneath the divine. The 9th soul skill was twofold: immortal body and death's arrival. Immortal body, an unequivocal divine technique. Regardless of the extent of physical damage sustained, once activated, Ye Hao could not perish. Even if his body were to be shattered, this 9th soul skill would still restore him. He would stand invincible. As for death's arrival, Ye Hao would transform into the essence of the Death Spider Emperor, unleashing a relentless swarm of demonic spiders upon his foes until they were vanquished. As everything settled, Ye Hao sighed in relief. Having become a title Douluo, he felt invigorated. He then cradled the heart of the Death God, within which lay the soul of the arachnid, determined to revive it once he ascended to divinity. At that time, the arachnid would shed its beastly form and become a true human. It is my turn, the arachnid spoke calmly, stepping forward. Ye Hao nodded. Are you ready? I have been prepared for years. The human world is fascinating, and I have explored many places. I wish to experience this sacrificial rite firsthand. Ye Hao chucked heartily, admiring the arachnid's optimistic disposition. Without further ado, the arachnid transformed into the essence of the soul-eating Spider Emperor, radiating a crimson glow, a blood-red beam shooting skyward. Ye Hao nodded solemnly. The 2nd martial soul, the soul-eating Spider Emperor, blossomed. A pattern resembling an inky green web adorned his forehead, and a layer of crystalline emerald light began to emanate from him, while 3 pairs of emerald spears sprouted from his back, and his lower body was enveloped in a layer of verdant light. With the soul-eating Spider Emperor manifesting, this 2nd martial soul bore no soul rings, and the arachnid would serve as the inaugural soul ring for Ye Hao's 2nd martial soul, a 10,000-year one. Ye Hao was prepared, having learned from prior experiences. He was now adept at collaborating with the arachnid for the sacrifice. The first 10,000-year soul ring of his 2nd martial soul was about to descend. Reflecting on it, Ye Hao found it amusing. He recalled how Tang San, in his eagerness to enhance his strength, especially upon hearing that Tang San's 2nd soul ring, the Haotian hammer, was a century old, had earned Ye Hao's admiration with a thumbs up. This was clearly the master's doctrine, based on his 10 core definitions of martial souls, asserting that the maximum age for the first soul ring should be a century. There was no faulting that. What a disservice to the students. Ye Hao chucked WD. Shaking his head, if Tang San were to witness this scene now, he would surely turn green with envy, perhaps even driven to madness. Alas, Ye Hao would never witness Tang San's frenzied reaction, nor would he see the sorrow of having such a teacher as Yu Xiaojing, which was indeed Tang San's misfortune. A perfectly viable twin martial soul had thus been squandered, a lamentable fate. In the 268th chapter, the illusion of sea madness Douluo unfolded, a nightmare that would haunt Tang San for a lifetime. The heart of the death god soared once more, safeguarding the arachnid soul. As the arachnid's sacrifice unfolded, the original soul-eating spider emperor vanished, replaced by a vivid red ring of soul rings encircling Ye Hao. Alongside a 10,000-year soul bone, the right arm bone of the soul-eating spider emperor, Ye Hao's eyes brightened. The arachnid had provided him with 2 soul bones. After their sacrifices, Ye Hao's connection with them deepened. In essence, he no longer required the arachnid to execute martial soul fusion techniques. The 10,000-year right arm bone of the soul-eating spider emperor fused flawlessly with Ye Hao's right hand, the process smooth and unblemished. In mere moments, the sacrifice was complete. His soul power soared to level 95, a feat almost unimaginable, achieved with such ease compared to the decades of arduous cultivation endured by others. Perhaps this was the unparalleled advantage conferred by possessing twin martial souls. Ye Hao was thoroughly content. The soul ring granted to him by the arachnid bestowed 2 formidable soul skills: demonic spider summon and eternal creation. The demonic spider summon allowed him to conjure half-meter-sized emerald green venomous spiders to scout and launch assaults on surrounding entities. Eternal creation, however, was a soul skill of remarkable potency. It represented the strongest single-target offensive ability. Any defense was futile against it. Even the invincible golden body would falter. Once struck by eternal creation, the target was doomed, with wounds that would never heal until their soul power was utterly depleted. When paired with the right arm bone of the soul-eating spider emperor, the effect would be devastatingly potent, capable of delivering a fatal blow without the victim even realizing their demise. "Master, the evil tiger approaches," the evil tiger announced. Ye Hao turned to the evil tiger, nodding gravely. In a manner akin to before, the evil tiger transformed into a 30-meter-long evil demon tiger whale king, radiating waves of crimson light, another blood-red beam shooting into the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Ye Hao hastily summoned the heart of the death god, drawing the evil tiger's soul within. Thus all was concluded. Ye Hao gazed at the 3 dormant souls within the heart of the death god. For them, the sacrifice was monumental. The souls of the arachnids had succumbed to slumber, having exchanged their lives for an opportunity at eternal humanity. For them, this was an exceedingly profitable transaction. "I shall revive you. This vow shall be fulfilled," Ye Hao declared resolutely, pledging his commitment. The sacrifice made by the 3 soul beasts was indeed profound. The malevolent demon Orca King, accompanied by sacrificial rites, ultimately transformed into wisps of crimson light that merged into Ye Hao's being. These red motes coalesced into a soul ring, resplendent as blood, embodying 100,000 years of power, which then circled around Ye Hao with serene grace. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of significant hindrances. The soul bone had arrived. Whether it belonged to the torso or otherwise remained uncertain. Ye Hao's gaze fell upon the glimmering red-hued soul bone before him, and his eyes brightened with revelation. It was the head soul bone of the 100,000-year demon Orca King. Under the guidance of his soul power, the soul bone ultimately fused with Ye Hao, imparting a chilling sensation to his head while clarifying his mind, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Truly worthy of an evil tiger. The inherent bloodlust of the demon Orca King nearly drove me to madness. Ye Hao sighed softly, observing the desolation of his surroundings. An overwhelming sense of solitude welled up within him. To claim he felt no loneliness would be a deceit. The 3 soul beasts that had shared his life for an extended period had long since fostered an emotional bond. After a prolonged silence, Ye Hao exhaled deeply. With soul power at level 97 on the Douluo Continent, none could rival me. How profound is the solitude of invincibility. Having absorbed 300,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul bones, his soul power ultimately stabilized at level 97. The second soul skill of the soul-devouring spider emperor manifested itself as 2 abilities. The first, soul-devouring evil break, akin to the 8th soul skill previously utilized by the evil tiger, could freeze opponents within crystal confines, effortlessly reducing adversaries to ashes. The second, Orca Demon Breaking Axe, served as a single-target attack, soul skill capable of negating all forms of defense. Furthermore, this head soul bone of the demon Orca King amplified Ye Hao's mental fortitude manifold, accompanied by a magical soul bone skill that could enhance his strength by 100%, thereby doubling his overall capabilities. First, I must solidify my soul power, then proceed to acquire the remaining soul rings. as well as the torso bone of the abyssal demon whale king. Ye Hao departed, requiring ample time to assimilate his newfound powers. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang San, after 3 months of cultivation, had finally stabilized his soul power at level 77. Today, he resolved to challenge the first of the sacred Pillar Douluo, the Sea Spear Douluo. Among all the sacred Pillar Douluo, the Sea Spear Douluo was the sole weapon spirit titled Do, wielding the Nanook Spear, a formidable weapon spirit bestowed by the Sea God. Are you prepared? The Sea Spear Douluo regarded Tang San with a sidelong glance, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Over a year ago, Poseidon had already informed them that Tang San had been forsaken by the Sea God. Should he dare to challenge, it was imperative that he be allowed to pass. Of course, should they wish to take the opportunity to teach Tang San a lesson, Poseidon would not object. Those were Poseidon's exact words. Come forth. Tang San nodded, brandishing the Haotian hammer, as blue silver grass spread at his feet, encircling the area centered on the Sea Spear Douluo. Blue silver bind, Tang San commanded, and countless strands of blue silver grass surged forth toward the Sea Spear Douluo, an unending tide of greenery. Simultaneously, wielding the Haotian hammer, he raised it above his head and charged directly at the Sea Spear Douluo. A trivial technique. The Sea Spear Douluo smirked, his golden spear gripped firmly in hand. With a deft swing of the spear, the multitude of blue-silver grass was shattered, cascading down like petals in a storm. Subsequently, the Sea Spear Douluo merely lifted his right hand, meeting Tang San's Haotian hammer head-on. What? Tang San was taken aback, realizing the terrifying strength of his opponent. The Haotian hammer, the world's foremost weapon spirit, was rendered futile against what he deemed a mere discarded spirit. The Sea Spear Douluo scoffed, delivering a kick that sent Tang San flying. What did you say? Tang San furrowed his brow, harboring skepticism toward the Sea Spear Douluo's words. Did I speak in error? The Sea Spear Douluo rested the golden spear on his shoulder, dismissing Tang San without further ado. You possess twin martial spirits, a promising future ahead. Yet, what have you done? In your haste to elevate your power, you have squandered the advantages of your second martial spirit entirely. Tell me, how is this spirit not a waste? Tang San gritted his teeth, his features contorting in anger. You have chosen the path to your demise. God of killing domain. A palpable white murderous aura emanated as Tang San advanced, his heart set on eliminating the Sea Spear Douluo. The seventh soul skill, blue-silver true body. Tang San's seventh soul ring illuminated, transforming him into a towering blue-silver grass form, with countless tendrils resembling celestial dragons, ceaselessly entangling the Sea Spear Douluo. A trivial technique. The Sea Spear Douluo shook his head, harboring no expectations for Tang San's endeavor. Following this, the golden spear entwined with the seventh soul ring glimmered, and the Sea Spear Douluo became a golden streak of light, merging seamlessly with the spear. The pinnacle manifestation of a weapon spirit, the union of man and instrument. Tang San's blue-silver true body loomed large, the blue-silver grass proliferating endlessly, striving to ensnare the golden spear that the Sea Spear Douluo had become, compelling him to concede. Yet, Tang San had underestimated the Sea Spear Douluo. The Sea Spear Douluo deftly severed several robust blue-silver grass tendrils before leaping into the air. In the next moment, the surrounding seawater began to boil, bubbling as if it were a pot of boiling water. Whoosh! Countless spears forged from seawater erupted from the surface, encircling Tang San's blue-silver form. Go! The spear, transformed from the Sea Spear Douluo, descended from above, while a multitude of spears, seemingly endowed with sentience, converged upon Tang San, piercing him like a swarm of hornets. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Tang San was violently ejected from his blue-silver true body state, blood spilling from his lips as he glared at the golden spear, mere fractions away from his throat. The murderous intent was palpable, as if it would pierce through his flesh and bone at any moment. I concede. The Sea Spear Douluo spoke. What did you say? To Tang San's shock, the Sea Spear Douluo voluntarily declared his surrender. What was this? After a brief moment, the Sea Spear Douluo retracted his spear, shouldering it as he leisurely returned beneath the sacred pillar. Did you not understand my meaning? I concede. You may leave now. Are you looking down on me? Tang San frowned. Having clearly won, why would he surrender on the spot? Was this not an affront to his dignity? The Sea Spear Douluo, exasperated. You have already triumphed. Hurry along to the next sacred pillar, Douluo. He waved his hand, urging Tang San to depart swiftly. Ultimately, Tang San had no choice but to leave. How shameless, yet still feigning innocence. Had it not been for the Grand Priest's desire to expedite your departure from the island, I would never have conceded. The sea spear Douluo muttered under his breath as Tang San moved away. With the battle against the sea spear Douluo concluded, Tang San resolved to rest briefly before seeking the next sacred pillar Douluo. Why would the sea spear Douluo, having already triumphed, intentionally surrender to me? Was it to grant me a favor? Shaking his head, Tang San mused. Let us see how the next sea illusion Douluo fares. If that is indeed the case, there is no need for me to expend so much effort. I can swiftly complete the Sea God 9 trials and thus avenge myself. After resting for a while, Tang San finally rose and made his way toward the sea illusion sacred pillar. It is said that the sea illusion Douluo takes great pride in crafting illusions that ensnare the unwary. A triumphant smile graced Tang San's lips. My purple extreme demon child can see through all illusions. This challenge posed by the sea illusion Douluo shall be the simplest yet. With unwavering confidence, he strode boldly toward the sea illusion Douluo's domain at the sea illusion sacred pillar. Though time remained abundant for Tang San, time equated to opportunity. He must complete the Sea God 9 trials post-haste, for this was his sole hope for vengeance against Ye Hao. Before the sea illusion sacred pillar, vast clouds of purple mist began to rise, ultimately engulfing the area, rendering the sacred pillar obscured and soon disappearing from sight. As Tang San arrived, a glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes. He pondered in surprise. How curious. What is this purple mist? I seem to recall hearing that the sea illusion Douluo possesses a domain known as the illusion domain. As the name suggests, the sea illusion Douluo conjures a mirage, within which the inflicted harm is not merely illusory, but palpably real. Yet, within this phantasmagoria, few can truly discern their path to escape. Fear not. Tang San inhaled deeply, steadying his mind. I possess the purple extreme demon child. All illusion shall be rendered powerless before me. With great caution, Tang San stepped into the purple mist. A nightmare was on the verge of unfolding. The prey is ensnared. Allow me to entertain you. Clad in a black robe, the sea illusion Douluo concealed a massive black serpent behind him. His martial spirit, the illusory serpent. His mastery lies in crafting illusions that lead one to lose themselves, often trapping them for eternity within this ethereal realm. At the very heart of the illusion, Tang San found himself engulfed in a swirling purple haze, wherein visibility was utterly obscured. Yet, in the next moment, he furrowed his brow, his focus sharpened. What is this? Tang San surveyed his surroundings, a profound sense of familiarity washing over him. An exquisite bedroom, vintage decor, opulent architecture, all exuding an air of grandeur. The Moon Pavilion? Having resided there for several years, Tang San was well acquainted with its ambience. But am I not on Sea God Island? How could I be in the Moon Pavilion? No, this must be an illusion. As he touched the walls, he realized that everything was not a mere figment, but a tangible reality. The marble-patterned walls elicited a wave of nostalgia. This was indeed my former room in the Moon Pavilion. How could this be? Just as Tang San grappled with his astonishment, the scene around him abruptly transformed. Countless purple chains descended from above, binding him tightly. How infuriating! What is this? Tang San felt urgency swell within him. Yet even more pressing matters were at hand. Tang San, long time no see. The most unwelcome voice echoed, and as Tang San turned his gaze, there stood Ye Hao before him, with none other than Xiao Wu behind him. For a moment, Tang San was stunned. He could hardly believe that Xiao Wu was still alive. No. Shaking his head in denial, he insisted, this is an illusion, not real. The real Xiao Wu has long since passed. Brother, I'm not dead. I've been captured by Ye Hao. Come save me. Xiao Wu cried, tears streaming down her delicate face as she strained against Ye Hao's grip, shouting desperately at Tang San. Witnessing this scene, Tang San gritted his teeth, a resolve crystallizing within him. The last time left me with regrets that haunt me for a lifetime. This time, regardless of Xiao Wu's authenticity, Ye Hao, you shall undoubtedly perish. Tang San began to struggle against the chains with all his might, but Ye Hao was not idle. He drew a small knife from his sleeve, drawing a thin line of crimson across Xiao Wu's pale cheek. Blood flowed, forming droplets that fell to the ground. At this sight, Tang San could no longer contain himself. No, no, no. Tang San roared, baring his teeth, his eyes swiftly reddening as he exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the chain's constriction. Tang San, Ye Hao smirked slightly, brandishing the blood-stained knife before him. You two have moments of heartbreak. Fear not. This is merely the beginning. I will carve her up piece by piece before your very eyes. Chapter 269. The countdown of Tang San's life begins. I shall torment her inch by inch, allowing you, the founder of the path of death, to witness what true death looks like, rather than the empty rhetoric you spout daily without any real action. Ye Hao continued to toy with a bloodied knife, tauntingly brandishing it before Tang San. Ye Hao, if you release Xiao Wu, I, Tang San, shall submit to your whims. Tang San pleaded, desperate to prevent any further harm from befalling Xiao Wu. Why the sudden urgency? Where was this fervor before? Ye Hao retorted dismissively, continuing to toy with the knife. As the sounds of anguished cries echoed, Tang San's fury ignited completely. Ye Hao, I shall kill you in this lifetime, he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air. The trident mark upon his forehead began to fade, and his hair turned blood red, with vivid streaks marring his face, rendering him a terrifying figure, akin to a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Always speaking of death, yet you possess no worthy lines to utter. This is not surprising. A mere orphan from the Tang clan, a disciple of the outer sect, betrayed your own by stealing their martial arts. Such treachery is only something you would dare to commit. Ye Hao continued to mock, his words piercingly astute. Tang San's face flushed with anger, his countenance darkening. Who are you calling a traitor? I have never forgotten the Tang clan. I, Tang San, am eternally a part of it. How dare you label me a traitor? The third tenet of the Xintian treasure record states, identify your opponents as enemies, if they follow the path of death. Show no mercy, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. Another meaningless recitation of the Xintian treasure record, Ye Hao sighed, inexplicably. Those who insult the Tang clan shall die. Tang San bit down hard, his features contorting in rage, his murderous intent surged forth. Today, be it an illusion or reality, he must kill Ye Hao before him. As Tang San pressed forward, far away in the spirit hall, Ye Hao, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his strength, suddenly opened his eyes. The Shura's killing intent was taking effect. It seemed Tang San had breached the fifth trial of the sea god and was ensnared in the sea illusion, Douluo's mirage. The moment to eliminate Tang San had arrived. A smile crept across Ye Hao's face, and a faint red glow flickered in the Shura mark on his forehead. Within his mind, a massive screen materialized, displaying Tang San ensnared in the sea illusion Douluo's illusion, unable to extract himself. At that moment, Tang San raised the Haotian hammer, furiously bringing it down upon Ye Hao's head. In a critical heartbeat between life and death, the scene before him suddenly erupted, countless fragments scattering like shards of glass, enveloping him in darkness, once more obscuring all sight. Indeed, this is an illusion. Tang San furrowed his brow as the black-red markings upon his face began to fade. He was oblivious to the changes occurring within him, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. This newfound strength brought joy to his heart, a fortuitous advantage in a world where all were his enemies. Little did he know, all of this was orchestrated by an unseen hand. Time shifted, and the surroundings transformed once more. This time, they found themselves in a spacious room within the spirit hall, where Tang San once again encountered an old acquaintance. Ye Hao, you again. Tang San gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding filling the air. He could never coexist with this man bearing the surname Yi. Here we are again. Tang San, Ye Hao greeted, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Tang San remained silent, his expression dark as coal. You're not Ye Hao. What trickery are you up to? Tang San questioned in a low voice. True and false, false and true. What you deem false may sometimes be real. There is no need for bloodshed. Care for a bite? Ye Hao, ignoring Tang San's hostility, offered him roasted rabbit meat. Something is amiss, Tang San declared. I care not for your schemes. This time, no one shall save you. He prepared to strike, the Haotian hammer reappearing in his grasp. I have no intention of fleeing. Ye Hao responded fearlessly, taking a hearty bite of the rabbit meat, extending another piece toward Tang San. Care for some? Tang San replied. I once vowed that for Xiao Wu's sake, I would never eat rabbit meat again. Ye Hao, you killed Xiao Wu. Today, whether you are real or an illusion, I shall avenge her. With that, he brought the Haotian hammer crashing down. In that critical moment, Ye Hao vanished from sight, and the Haotian hammer shattered the remnants of rabbit meat he had left behind, scattering the remnants across the ground. You truly have a penchant for wasting food. Are you aware that the meat of the soft-bone rabbit is no ordinary delicacy? It is a rare gastronomic treasure, derived from the 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. And the most exquisite ingredients are often best prepared using the simplest cooking methods. What did you just say? Tang San's heart jolted, and he hastily inquired. Ye Hao, what did you just say? What? Ye Hao shrugged, taking a bite of the remaining rabbit leg in his hand. The previous statement. The previous statement? Not that one. The one before it. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as the hidden murderous intent within him began to surface. Is there something wrong with the meat of the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit? Ye Hao feigned ignorance, scrutinizing the present Tang San with a knowing gaze. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San, in a state of despair, began to gather the scattered bits of rabbit meat from the surface of the Haotian hammer. Ye Hao, you are inhuman. You actually consumed Xiao Wu. Are you even human? In response to Tang San's furious inquiry, Ye Hao did not relent. Tang San, I believe it is you who is lacking humanity, having consorted with this beast for more than just a day or two. If soul beasts can consume humans, why may we not feast upon soul beasts? Xiao Wu is a human, not a soul beast. Tang San, in a frenzy, clenched his hands tightly. A human? Ye Hao laughed bitterly in rage. When a soul beast transforms into a human, it is categorized into juvenile and mature stages. A juvenile soul beast like this rabbit can easily be discerned by an ordinary soul master, while a titled Douluo can see through its disguise with a mere glance. For a soul beast to attain human form, its soul power must reach level 60, thus entering its mature phase, at which point it becomes a true human. Ye Hao fixed his piercing gaze upon Tang San, swallowing the last morsel of rabbit meat. If it were truly human, why did you and she meet at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy? Why was she drawn to you? Why did she wish to form a sibling bond with you? You are naive. A 10,000-year-old rabbit forming a sibling bond with someone who has lived a mere 30 years in total from their past life is utterly ludicrous. Do you not suspect that this rabbit has ulterior motives? Ye Hao's arguments were sound, and Tang San found himself momentarily speechless. No, I believe in Xiao Wu. I trust in her character. Tang San insisted vehemently, hopelessly entwined in love, unwilling to accept the notion that Xiao Wu harbored ulterior motives. On the contrary, when I captured this rabbit, it was still in its juvenile stage. Can it truly be considered human? Merely a beast that has been forcibly transformed into a human. As I stated before, if soul beasts can consume humans, why can we not consume soul beasts? Those who are not of our kind must be slain. You, who consort with soul beasts and are not of Douluo Continent, what right do you have to admonish me? Is it I who seeks the path of death? Or are you and your Tang sect merely a collection of individuals like you, Tang San, who seek fame for notoriety? You prattle on about the path of death. Yet when that gatekeeper at Nuoding Junior Academy merely mocked you, you hastily branded him with the label of seeking death. Had not you Xiaojiang arrived in time, I dare say you would have already sent that gatekeeper to his doom with a silent dagger. Tang San was seething with fury, his chest heaving violently. Silence, silence, silence. Ye Hao, you have humiliated me first. I will surely kill you in this lifetime. Tang San, consumed by rage, found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure when publicly provoked. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Ye Hao patted his chest. I am right here. Come and kill me. You spend so much breath, yet have not displayed any real skill. Tang San, blinded by fury, charged forward, wielding the Haotian hammer overhead. Suddenly, Ye Hao vanished once more, leaving the surroundings shrouded in bewilderment, the purple mist thickening. Meanwhile, not far away under the sea phantom pillar, Sea Madness Douluo wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, what Lord Poseidon said was correct. Tang San is nothing short of a madman. Should this person inherit the position of Lord Sea God, it would spell disaster for our Sea God Island. Fortunately, the Sea God is discerning. Otherwise, catastrophe would be inevitable. Sea Madness Douluo's gaze hardened. Let me intensify my efforts to unearth the darkness within Tang San's heart. I wish to see what dark history lies within him. A purple beam of light shot skyward from the vicinity of Sea Madness Douluo. The surrounding purple mist thickened further as Tang San found himself enveloped within it, gradually losing his sense of direction. On Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Hall, Poseidon sat majestically upon his throne, fully aware of the events unfolding with Tang San and his dialogue with Ye Hao. Poseidon believed she truly understood Tang San. Yet with the continuous revelations from the illusory Ye Hao, Tang San's nefarious nature was now laid bare for all to see. If one does not seek death, they shall not meet their end. Tang San truly deserves to die. Poseidon sighed heavily. We must expedite the assessment plan to ensure Tang San departs the island promptly. Enveloped in the realm of illusions, Tang San appeared blind, his once proud purple extreme demon child now utterly useless. The surroundings morphed chaotically, revealing ruins amidst raging flames. Ye Hao repeated. Tang San cried out in madness. It's you. Again. Why are you everywhere I go? Driven to the brink of insanity, Tang San murmured incoherently, his eyes glazed and devoid of their former clarity. Ye Hao spoke calmly. I have yet to finish recounting your misdeeds. Last time, I mentioned that had you Xiaojiang not arrived in time, that gatekeeper would certainly have met his demise. Do you remember your journey with you Xiaojiang to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts? You merely exposed your hidden weapon in front of him, and thus, you harbored murderous intent towards him, wishing to eliminate him post-haste. Stop. I beg you, do not say any more. Tang Sen clutched his ears, driven to madness by Ye Hao's torment. If one wishes for their misdeeds to remain unknown, they must first refrain from committing them. You have forgotten your own actions entirely. It is a pity for you Xiaojiang, having taken in such a treacherous disciple. One moment you profess to be a disciple for a day, a father for life. The next, you would seek to end you Xiaojiang's life. How can you be so ungrateful, even betraying your own mentor? I believe your leap off the cliff was not a statement of your resolve, but rather a refusal to be captured by those of the Tang sect. In the future, you would cultivate the Xiantian treasure record to take revenge upon the Tang sect. And before everyone, you would declare, you prevented me from cultivating the Xiantian treasure record, which led to my fall from the cliff. Now that I return unscathed, it is time for vengeance. You all shall meet the path of death. Tang San trembled with rage. Have you said enough? Humiliated by Ye Hao, Tang San felt his complexion pale. He could not deny these histories, for they were all events he had experienced himself, leaving him with no rebuttal. The only solution was to kill Ye Hao to prevent his greatest secret from being exposed. No, I have not yet finished. Ye Hao simulate. Just as he opened his mouth, Tang San suddenly attacked, raising the Haotian hammer above his head, shouting words of death towards Ye Hao, and brought it crashing down. Simultaneously, the Ye Hao struck began to shatter, akin to the previous scene, transforming into shards of glass that scattered through the air. Ye Hao is dead. I have finally killed Ye Hao. Ha ha ha. Tang San laughed heartily, now unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. But suddenly, Ye Hao reappeared. This. Tang San was left astonished, utterly speechless. Tang San, I am a nightmare of your life. You cannot escape me. Ye Hao smiled, for within this realm of illusion, he was an existence that could not perish. It is lamentable that you Xiaojiang took in such a rebellious disciple. Even in his final moments, you remained his pride. The naive you Xiaojiang believed you could lead him to success, thinking he had nurtured a genius, unaware that long ago, he too had been branded with the label of seeking death. Enough! Tang San roared, his rage soaring. What of being a disciple for a day, a father for life? Now, those words have become empty. Meanwhile, far away within the spirit hall, Ye Hao gradually opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the illusion of the sea madness Douluo, indeed, lives up to its reputation. I never anticipated such a masterful blend of reality and deception. Within the realm of illusion, Tang San was compelled to confront the deepest demons of his heart, and that figure represented his greatest inner turmoil. The sight of him trembling with rage now struck Ye Hao as amusing. Enough is enough. All matters must come to a close. Rising to his feet, Ye Hao resolved to set forth towards Sea God Island. Tang San, your demise is imminent. Chapter 270, Tang San, how dare you disrespect me? The moment had arrived. Ye Hao prepared to embark on his journey to Sea God Island. His intent was to eliminate Tang San while simultaneously acquiring the remaining soul rings and the final task of the 8th trial, to hunt down the deep-sea demon whale king and obtain its soul ring and soul bone. Time waits for no one. Ye Hao exited the spirit hall and proceeded to the rear of the Elder's Hall, where he encapsulated the god of death's temple within the heart of death. Time is of the essence. This time, I shall succeed without fail. After ensuring everything was in order, Ye Hao soared into the sky, setting off on his quest. Meanwhile, before the sacred pillar of sea illusion, Tang San knelt, his attire tattered, his demeanor fraying, appearing quite disheveled. Within the illusion crafted by the sea madness Douluo, Tang San endured a level of torment unparalleled in his life. From beginning to end, he was mercilessly tormented by Ye Hao, his body, mind, and soul relentlessly ravaged. Throughout it all, Tang San was oblivious to the concept of dignity, feeling that only death could bring him solace. No, I cannot perish yet. I have not avenged Xiao Wu, nor have I claimed Ye Hao's life. I cannot die here. Rising once more, he fixed his icy gaze upon the sea madness Douluo, his brow furrowing with palpable killing intent. The fact that you could break through the illusion to stand here astonishes me. I concede. You may proceed to the next sacred pillar. The sea madness Douluo sensed the murderous intent emanating from Tang San. Noticing Tang San's reluctance to depart, she let out a derisive snort, en overwhelming aura surgit forte, causing Tang San to stagger, a sharp pain constricting his chest as blood trickled from his lips. I am the heir of the sea god. How dare you show me disrespect? Tang San seethed with fury. In the past, when he underwent the sea god's 9 trials, Poseidon had proclaimed that Tang San's status was akin to her own, that he too was destined to be the sea god's successor. With this identity, Tang San regarded Sea God Island as his future dominion. Upon hearing this, the sea madness Douluo could not suppress a laugh. You are not yet the sea god. Currently, you are merely an heir. Hurry along to the next sacred pillar. Time does not wait for you. She chose to disregard Tang San entirely. You, Tang San, feeling humiliated, furiously tore at his tattered robe and stormed away. As he departed, the sea madness Douluo laughed heartily. He truly believes himself to be something special. A person long abandoned by the sea god. What right does he have to feel superior? Were it not for the high priest's prior warning against killing you, you would have perished just now. How foolish for a mere soul sage to act so arrogantly. I shudder to think what would happen once this boy becomes a titled Douluo. In any case, Tang San was destined to die. Why bother concerning herself further? Not far away, Tang San, having distanced himself, donned a new set of garments he retrieved from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Sea madness Douluo, wait for me. Once I attain divinity, you shall be the first I deal with. The earlier illusion stemmed from the sea madness Douluo, who was indeed the architect of his torment. Tang San's experience within the illusion inflicted upon him suffering that was beyond what ordinary souls could endure, leaving a profound impact on both his mind and spirit, particularly when he was coerced by the Tang sect elders to leap into the abyss of ghosts. The scene mirrored the torment he had endured in his past life, a pain forever etched into his memory. There exists a path to your demise. This individual must not be spared. Tang San scoffed, and after gathering himself, he proceeded towards the next sacred pillar. For now, completing the trials was of utmost importance. The following morning, as the sun rose, its warm rays pierced through the clouds, awakening the Star Doe Forest. Ye Hao entered the realm of the Star Doe Forest, his objective being to acquire the remaining soul rings. The 3rd to 8th soul rings of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor required Ye Hao to hunt 6 soul beasts, preferably those over 50,000 years in age, possessing formidable strength, while also being well matched to him. Winding paths led through towering trees, with soul beasts of various ages wandering about, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Ye Hao searched for quite some time, encountering many soul beasts over 10,000 years old. Yet, those exceeding 50,000 years were scarce, almost elusive. Perhaps only in the deepest part of the Star Doe Forest would they be found. With a sigh, Ye Hao reflected on the day he would find himself troubled over soul rings. On Sea God Island, before the sacred pillar of the sea, which a cry echoed. Awe. Tang San knelt, his face twisted in agony, gritting his teeth as he underwent a drastic transformation. The sea witch, clad in dark attire with a fish-like tail, held a black flute in hand, her 7th soul ring illuminating beneath her feet. Martial Soul Manifestation. The 7th soul ring blazed to life, and behind the sea witch Douluo, a figure resembling her emerged. This was her true martial soul. A haunting melody soon followed as the sea witch's sea-calming divine melody unleashed a wide-range attack, employing sound waves that left opponents defenseless, robbing them of any inclination to resist. A mental assault. Tang San, taken by surprise, fell prey to the sea witch's power. His spirit shattered, he knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. Having heard of the sea witch's formidable sea-calming divine melody, experiencing it firsthand left him in utter disbelief. Now, Tang San faced imminent collapse, lacking a soul bone to counter the sea witch's melody, rendering him powerless against her onslaught. Oh, Tang San writhed in agony, his hands clutching desperately. You will pay for this. He gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the sea witch Douluo before him. It wasn't just her. The other sacred pillar Douluos were equally culpable. Why? Because Tang San had long been abandoned by the sea god, a fact that the 6 other sacred pillar Douluos were all too aware of. In essence, they were acting with deliberate malice. Even if Tang San completed the sea god's 9 trials, he would never inherit the sea god's divinity. Now, the sea witch's actions were merely an outlet for her pent-up resentment. Instantly, the sea witch Douluo intensified her efforts, producing an even more enchanting melody as her 9th soul ring flared in the face of Tang San's despairing gaze. You dare to keep me waiting? Prepare to experience the true power of my sea-calming divine melody. The sea witch Douluo silently cursed. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she unleashed her devastating technique. Oh, the air was filled with anguished cries emanating from the sacred pillar of the sea, which, while the other 5 sacred pillar Douluos exchanged wry smiles. Unable to contain their laughter, Meanwhile, the sea dragon Douluo stood poised, awaiting Tang San's arrival. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, Ye Hao pondered, strange? Why do soul beasts become so scarce as I ventured deeper into the core? I recall there being many here previously. Ye Hao furrowed his brow. At this rate, he might not find even one by nightfall. He descended from the air, landing upon the damp earth. This won't do. I must resort to desperate measures. Ye Hao retrieved the ethereal fragrance, celestial product from the heart of death and planted it in a spacious clearing. Meanwhile, he leapt into the treetops, concealing himself with the heart of death, meticulously observing the surrounding dynamics. In a flash, a tempest brewed as numerous powerful entities began to stir. They're coming. Ye Hao's heart raced as he sensed no fewer than a dozen formidable presences approaching, each exuding considerable strength. Sure enough, within 10 meters of the ethereal fragrance celestial product, an 8-meter-tall humanoid spider emperor descended from the skies. It unfurled its robust, formidable spider legs, saliva oozing from its maw like a viscous lake. As several small eyes fixated intently on the suddenly appeared fragrant and exquisite celestial treasure, the 5,000-year-old face spider emperor was indeed a commendable choice. In the shadows, Ye Hao nodded in satisfaction. The face spider emperor, belonging to the soul-devouring spider lineage, would serve as my third soul ring. Just as the face spider emperor opened its gaping, blood-stained mouth to swallow the fragrant celestial treasure, it inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving no trace. As though it had never existed, the face spider emperor stood frozen for quite some time, rendered motionless by this unforeseen blow. Who could withstand such a sudden setback? Soon, it fell into a frenzy, spitting out purple webs as the towering trees around it began to succumb to its venomous assault. One by one, the great trees fell, and the one Ye Hao occupied was no exception. As the trees crashed down, Ye Hao suddenly descended from the sky, confronting the enraged face spider emperor, raising his right index finger in a beckoning gesture. Come here. Undoubtedly, this provocation infuriated the face spider emperor, which immediately launched a frenzied attack against Ye Hao. The ferocity of its assault was unlike anything seen before. Angry are we? Ye Hao grinned, eschewing idle chatter as the Shura demon sword materialized in his grasp, and he swung it down with a fierce slash. A cacophony of sounds echoed as the legs of the face spider emperor were swiftly severed by Ye Hao. At that moment, the face spider emperor began to retreat, dragging its heavily injured body not far before Ye Hao reappeared before it. What do you think you're going for my third soul ring? Ye Hao shouldered the Shura demon sword, a malevolent smile gracing his face as he advanced toward the face spider emperor. And thus, with a single strike, the face spider emperor met its demise. No soul bone emerged. It seems my luck is lacking. Ye Hao mused, stroking his chin, for soul bones do not simply materialize at will. Never mind. I shall absorb this soul ring first. Ye Hao sat cross-legged, withdrawing the heart of the Reaper, isolating his aura. He was currently situated in the heart of the Stardow Forest, where the influence of the fragrant celestial treasure had attracted several powerful soul beasts. Coupled with the battle against the face spider emperor, many formidable soul beasts had already retreated, leaving behind only the elite. Guided by Ye Hao's soul power, the black 10,000-year soul ring produced by the face spider emperor hovered above his head. Simultaneously, the phantom of the soul devouring spider emperor appeared behind him, its 200,000-year soul rings gleaming vibrantly beneath his feet. Any onlooker would surely be astonished. A 100,000-year soul ring is not easily obtained. The process of absorbing the soul ring was not without its challenges, as Ye Hao had to remain vigilant against the mental shockwaves of the face spider emperor. This particular face spider emperor, with its 5,000-year cultivation, felt utterly humiliated to be slain by Ye Hao, and the abrupt disappearance of the fragrant celestial treasure only fueled its hatred. Ye Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The resentment of this face spider emperor is quite substantial. However, before long, a dark light flickered between Ye Hao's brows, and a scythe sliced through the void, severing the lingering resentment of the face spider emperor completely. Alas, still too naive. After a significant interval, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, sensing his strength had grown more formidable. His soul power level had not increased, remaining at 97. Advancing a single level in soul power was indeed a daunting task, which explained why some titled Douluo remained stuck at the bottleneck of 97. Perhaps only the nearly million-year soul ring from the sea god Whale King could elevate me instantaneously to 99. Shaking his head, Ye Hao dismissed such thoughts. Never mind the details. I must head to the core of the Stardow Forest. If I remember correctly, those 3 little ants should be there. After all, The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python had both been vanquished. Resolute in his decision, Ye Hao hastened toward the innermost region of the Douluo forest. His third soul ring granted him a new ability, Spider Emperor Possession, enhancing all of Ye Hao's attributes by 100%, an amplification-type soul skill. Not too shabby, Ye Hao felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang San was utterly tormented by the sea, which Douluo's sea-suppressing divine melody, teetering on the brink of madness. He lay trembling on the ground, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Impressive. Most ordinary individuals would have succumbed long ago to my sea-suppressing divine melody, yet you have managed to endure until now. I concede. You may proceed to the final sacred pillar to accept the challenge. The sea which Douluo smirked mischievously, teasingly regarding Tang San. After a lengthy pause, Tang San finally regained his composure, rubbing his ears as the lingering echoes of the melody resonated in his mind, refusing to fade. I must ask, are you all conspiring against me? Tang San demanded angrily. What brings you to such a conclusion? Feigned surprise, the sea which Douluo replied. First, the sea spear Douluo defeats me and surrenders without cause. Then the sea delusion Douluo pulls me into an illusion, tormenting me to the point of despair. And finally, the sea ghost Douluo, right up to you. Tang San exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the sea which Douluo. I am the sea god's heir. Do you not fear the sea god's wrath for your insolence? In response, the sea which Douluo merely shrugged, unfazed. You have already been forsaken by the sea god. You are no longer the sea god's heir. The trials you face now are merely to expedite your departure from the island. Outside Sea God Island, Ye Hao was fully prepared, awaiting Tang San's capture. Conversely, the actions of the sixth sacred pillar merely served to embellish the experience, making Tang San's journey on Sea God Island all the more vibrant and colorful. Observing Tang San's lack of intention to leave, the sea which Douluo grew impatient. Hurry and depart. If you do not leave soon, be wary of my change of heart. With that, the sea which Douluo brandished her black flute once more. Upon witnessing this, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. Casting a resentful glance back, he departed, harboring a deep-seated grudge. Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Such a person could never be chosen by the sea god. After Tang San had walked far away, the sea which Douluo spoke her thoughts aloud. Chapter 271. Ye Hao's 300,000-year soul rings. In the heart of the Douluo forest, there lay a beautiful lake, its waters crystal clear, surrounded by towering trees. Ever since Ye Hao captured the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, this place had changed hands. Currently, it was occupied by three powerful soul beasts. The 3,000 gene ant emperors, aged around 90,000 years, were nearing the century mark. Each 1,000 gene ant emperor measured approximately 3 meters in length, their bodies covered in a dark golden exoskeleton, 6 stout and powerful legs, and 6 eyes atop their heads emanating an eerie green glow. Before long, Ye Hao arrived. Indeed, his first observation was the 3,000 gene ant emperors. The trio lay concealed beneath the lake surface. Thank heavens, the 3,000 gene ant emperors truly resided here. The Douluo forest was immensely expansive, the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent. Searching for a specific soul beast was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet fortunately, Ye Hao's journey had not been in vain. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival, the 3,000 gene ant emperors immediately took heed. Soon, one of them soared into the air, its intent unmistakable, to slay Ye Hao. Every soul beast on the continent possesses a strong sense of territoriality, and these 3,000 gene ant emperors were no exception. In the past, when the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape roamed, they would not dare to venture into this territory lightly. Indeed, the 3,000 gene ant emperors had clashed with the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape, but ultimately, they had retreated in defeat. However, fortunes have shifted. With the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape captured by Ye Hao, this territory naturally became theirs. Is this your way of welcoming me? Ye Hao furrowed his brow slightly as 9 spirit rings rose slowly beneath his feet, the Death Spider Emperor materializing behind him. The Death Domain centered around Ye Hao. The domain unfolded in an instant, transforming the flora within into a vibrant purple before dissipating into nothingness. After Ye Hao acquired the 9th spirit ring from the spider, his Death Domain grew increasingly formidable, effortlessly placing his adversaries in peril. Before long, the first of the approaching Titan ant emperors plummeted from the air, convulsing uncontrollably as its body rapidly decayed. Within Ye Hao's Death Domain, survival was an impossibility. The remaining 2 Titan ant emperors seethed with rage, emerging from the lake. Their 6 ghostly green eyes fixated on Ye Hao, exuding a lethal intent without restraint. Yet, they hesitated to act recklessly. The Titan Ant Emperor within the death domain grew increasingly feeble, its breath growing shallower. "Ah, I almost forgot about you two. Let us see how you fare against my death domain." Soon, the death domain began to expand, visibly creeping toward the remaining 2 Titan Ant Emperors. Instinctively, they prepared to flee. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? The Heart of the Reaper's accompanying skill, Abyssal Bind. Ye Hao hurled the Heart of the Reaper forward, moving with swift grace, keeping pace with it. The Heart of the Reaper immobilized one Titan Ant Emperor, rendering it helpless. Meanwhile, Ye Hao transformed his hands into sinister scythes, engaging in combat with the other. Such immense strength. Ye Hao found himself involuntarily retreating. The Titan Ant Emperor possessed extraordinary power and vast combat experience. After this exchange, Ye Hao felt a profound sense of relief. With one Titan Ant Emperor immobilized and the death domain restraining another, he mused that if all 3 had attacked simultaneously, he would surely have been at a disadvantage. The 6th spirit skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Sting. Ye Hao's 6th spirit ring illuminated. The brilliant 10,000-year spirit ring instilling dread in the 3 Titan Ant Emperors. Countless purple spider stings hovered behind Ye Hao, and with a sweeping gesture, they descended like raindrops. The Titan Ant Emperor trapped within the death domain was instantly pierced by the stings, ultimately collapsing in defeat, its body thoroughly corroded by the domain. In the end, only a black 10,000-year spirit ring remained suspended in the air. Having vanquished one Titan Ant Emperor, it was time to address the next. Ye Hao withdrew from the embodiment of the Death Spider Emperor, revealing his second martial spirit, the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. A dark green web-like pattern appeared on his forehead. A layer of crystalline dark green light radiated from him, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs emerged behind him, while his arms transformed into similar dark green spears, with his lower body enveloped in a layer of dark green luminescence. Then, Ye Hao fixed his gaze upon the Titan Ant Emperor immobilized by the Heart of the Reaper. The first spirit skill, Creation of Eternity. His first spirit ring glowed, yet another 10,000-year spirit ring. Ye Hao crossed his arms, the dark green spider spears shimmering with an eerie green light. Just then, the Titan Ant Emperor, previously engaged with Ye Hao, lunged forward. But in an instant, Ye Hao vanished from sight, rendering the Titan Ant Emperor's attack futile. The Titan Ant Emperor bound by the Heart of the Reaper was cleaved in 2 by Ye Hao. Creation of Eternity was an immensely powerful physical attack spirit skill, capable of disregarding all physical defensive skills. Although the Titan Ant Emperor had formidable defenses, all of it was meaningless before Ye Hao's Creation of Eternity. Even an invincible golden body could be effortlessly pierced. What was a Titan Ant Emperor in comparison? The Titan Ant Emperor lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life. Black light points flickered around it, and a 10,000-year spirit ring quietly appeared. Now it was your turn. Ye Hao turned his attention to the remaining Titan Ant Emperor. With the demise of the other 2, this one had completely shed its earlier arrogance. To Ye Hao's surprise, the Titan Ant Emperor took the initiative to attack. The earth cracked beneath it as it surveyed its surroundings, searching for Ye Hao's whereabouts. Azure Celestial Annihilation. A robust blue lightning bolt struck down from the heavens, directly hitting the Titan Ant Emperor. Do you remember this move? The one from the Azure Bull Python. Ye Hao utilized the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor to soar into the air, coldly gazing down at the Titan Ant Emperor below. To be frank, I captured the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape alive. Otherwise, you 3 would never have had the opportunity to occupy this place. Ye Hao's words struck a profound chord with the Titan Ant Emperor. They were not far from 10,000 years, and thus understood the gravity of his statement. Enough games. It's time to send you on your way. The second spirit ring of the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor glowed as Ye Hao extended his right hand and clenched it forcefully. The second spirit skill, Demon-Eating Evil Soul Break. The Titan Ant Emperor was ensnared by a red crystal, trapped within and unable to move. Annihilate, Ye Hao commanded. The Titan Ant Emperor encased in the red crystal suddenly erupted, its form disintegrating into ashes, completely vanishing from sight. Only a black 10,000-year spirit ring remained. With that, all 3 Titan Ant Emperors were eradicated. Ye Hao descended from the air, cloaking his aura with the Heart of the Reaper. 3 10,000-year spirit rings. This presented a dilemma for Ye Hao. Absorbing rings nearing 10,000 years in age was an endeavor fraught with difficulty, and without a moment's delay, the remaining 2 rings would vanish. Would his previous efforts be in vain? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, and under the pull of his soul power, the three 9,000-year spirit rings began to draw closer to him. Subsequently, the phantom of the soul-eating spider emperor appeared behind Ye Hao, as two 10,000-year spirit rings and one 9,000-year spirit ring emerged above him. To absorb 3 spirit rings in one go, all nearing 10,000 years, was an unprecedented feat in the realm of spirit masters. Ye Hao's expression shifted slightly as he felt the relentless power emanating from the 3 9,000-year spirit rings, an overwhelming pressure coursing through him, causing excruciating pain in his meridians. Fortunately, Ye Hao had consumed the octagonal mystic ice grass and the blazing fire apricot, and his body had been enhanced by the eye of ice and fire. Had it been an ordinary person, the force of these 3 9,000-year spirit rings would have been sufficient to crush them. As time ticked by, a faint red glimmer flickered at the Shura mark on Ye Hao's forehead. The process of absorption was grueling, akin to walking the line between life and death. The immense power of the 3 Titan Ant Emperors was overwhelming, pushing Ye Hao to his limits. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, the Sea Dragon's sacred pillar. The Sea Dragon Douluo was the mightiest among all sacred pillar Douluos, boasting a soul power level of 95. He was also the final challenger in Tang San's 5th trial as Sea God, with a disparity of over 10 levels in soul power. Tang San found himself on the defensive, gradually succumbing to the pressure. At this moment, Tang San was battered and bruised, the gap in soul power proving insurmountable as he was mercilessly beaten by the Sea Dragon Douluo. Blue-silver bind. Tang San manipulated the blue-silver grass, summoning countless sturdy vines from all directions to encircle the Sea Dragon Douluo. Is this all you can do? The Sea Dragon Douluo waved his hand, a formidable aura erupting from his body, turning the surrounding blue-silver grass into ashes, leaving it in tatters. How infuriating! Tang San gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. The Sea Dragon Douluo had yet to employ any spirit skills, relying solely on his immense strength to corner Tang San. Killing God Domain. A tangible white killing intent spread from where Tang San stood. Upon witnessing this, the Sea Dragon Douluo shook his head helplessly. Do you not know? Domains are essentially useless against me. My demon-breaking domain can shatter any domain in existence. As he spoke, a peculiar blue ripple emanated from the Sea Dragon Douluo's chest, instantly obliterating the white killing intent surrounding them, shattering the killing God domain with ease. It was that effortless. What? Tang San was taken aback, his heart racing tumultuously, to the point where his palms were slick with perspiration. You are truly inadequate. If this is all the strength you possess, I must confess, it is profoundly disappointing. The Sea Dragon Douluo intended to teach Tang San a lesson before voluntarily conceding, allowing him to complete this 5th trial. Naturally, he also hoped that Tang San would soon depart from Sea God Island. However, the 9 trials of the Sea God required the completion of the first 7 trials before one could leave. Now that the 5th trial was upon them, the day of Tang San's departure from the island drew nearer. With his 7th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Avatar, Tang San transformed into a colossal blue-silver grass, manifesting an abundance of sturdy vines that surged forth to assail the Sea Dragon Douluo. At the Sea God Temple, Poseidon gazed at the immense water screen before him, which vividly displayed the battle between Tang San and the Sea Dragon Douluo. Indeed, the plan was proceeding with impeccable order. Tang San's 5th trial was nearing completion, and the 6th trial awaited. Poseidon smiled faintly. The time had come. In the previous skirmishes, Tang San had suffered at the hands of 5 esteemed Douluo and had not garnered the approval of any of them. Originally, the 6th trial entailed withstanding the assaults of all the esteemed Douluo for the duration of a single incense stick. However, now it was Poseidon himself who would intervene. Of course, Poseidon would not employ lethal force, nor would he seek to slay Tang San. To her, killing him would merely sully her hands. Beyond Sea God Island, it was believed that Ye Hao was fully prepared, awaiting Tang San's appearance. Far away, in the core region of the Star Dove Forest on the Douluo Continent, Ye Hao maintained an expression of tranquility. The 3 soul rings of 90,000 years gradually stabilized, with faint red glimmers emanating from the 3 black rings. The soul bones in his head, arms, and legs radiated a unique brilliance, glowing and warming. After a considerable time, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his power had grown exponentially. With the absorption of 3 soul rings of 90,000 years, my soul power has ascended to level 98. The 6 soul rings beneath him illuminated, 2 red and 1 black, 3 red in total. Indeed, during the absorption of the 3 brothers' soul rings, the 3 90,000-year rings evolved into the realm of 100,000 years. What a fortunate turn of events. Ye Hao retracted his heart of death. his figure reappearing in this very place. With 3 soul rings absorbed, only the 7th and 8th rings remained. It was time to set forth. He pondered who his next soul ring might be. Ye Hao departed the core region of the Douluo Forest, continuing his quest for suitable soul rings. Meanwhile, back on Sea God Island, before the Sea Dragon's sacred pillar, Tang San was left battered and bruised by the Sea Dragon's relentless onslaught. Despite utilizing his martial soul's true form, he found himself retreating steadily. Ah! Tang San bellowed as he was struck by a punch from the Sea Dragon Douluo, causing him to revert from his martial soul's true form. His attire was tattered, blood flowing freely, and he appeared utterly disheveled. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. With a difference of over 10 levels in soul power, it was akin to a celestial being versus one from the depths of the earth. Damn it, Tang San struggled to rise, yet the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of maintaining his stance. You have indeed held on until now, I concede. The Sea Dragon Douluo's words left Tang San utterly astonished. The Sea Dragon Douluo had surrendered. What was the meaning of this? He had clearly triumphed with overwhelming force. Why concede? In light of the previous 5 esteemed Douluo's performances, Tang San suspected there was more to this than met the eye. The 5th trial of the sea god has been passed. The trident mark upon his forehead shimmered with golden light, signifying the completion of his 5th trial. You may leave now. The Sea Dragon Douluo gestured for Tang San to depart. Why? Why do you concede? You have clearly won. What is the reasoning behind this? Tang San inquired of the Sea Dragon Douluo. Why can we not choose to concede? The Sea Dragon Douluo cast a glance at Tang San and replied. Chapter 272. The Final Showdown. What? Tang San exclaimed in disbelief. Was this truly the rationale behind the collective surrender of the 6 esteemed Douluo? It was evident that Tang San found this hard to accept. Noting that Tang San remained unconvinced, the Sea Dragon Douluo sighed softly before continuing. We 7 esteemed Douluo share a bond akin to brothers. You are aware of the recent tragedy involving the Sea Horse Douluo. To this day, we have yet to uncover the perpetrator. The reason we chose to concede in this manner is to expedite your completion of the 6th trial. Can you defeat us 6 within 36 hours with your current strength? No, Tang San replied, shaking his head truthfully. It was ludicrous as a soul sage. He could not possibly contend against Tidal Douluo. Moreover, he had previously endured the torment of 6 Tidal Douluo had they not voluntarily surrendered in succession. Tang San would have struggled to even surpass the first challenge against the Sea Spear Douluo. After enduring such trials, the assaults from 5 Tidal Douluo had left Tang San in tatters, particularly the illusions cast by the Sea Fantasy Douluo, the sea which Douluo's sea god's melody, and the formidable strength of the Sea Dragon Douluo, all of which had thoroughly humiliated him. Tang San was indignant at the thought. Are you implying that I should uncover the mastermind behind this to avenge the Sea Horse Douluo? He asked. That is indeed the essence of it. The Sea Dragon Douluo replied, his eyes lighting up. The Spirit Hall is currently establishing a spirit empire, and it is only a matter of time before Sea God Island becomes their next target. You, as the heir of the Sea God, have united our 6 wills to first temper your resolve. We would only concede once you can no longer stand. This is a matter of placing you in a near-death experience to foster your growth. Therefore, expediting your completion of the 9 trials of the Sea God is undoubtedly the greatest fortune for Sea God Island. The Sea Dragon Douluo elaborated, thus persuading Tang San. Once Tang San departed, the Sea Dragon Douluo sighed. It is truly challenging to speak against one's conscience. However, having given Tang San a good beating, I suppose we are even. Not long after Tang San left the Sea Dragon sacred pillar, he hastily returned to his dwelling. The 5th trial of the Sea God had concluded, bringing him one step closer to becoming the Sea God. Tang San pressed against his heavy chest, nearly unable to catch his breath. Damn that Sea Dragon Douluo. His blows were indeed quite severe. Once I become the Sea God, I shall ensure you experience the taste of defeat as well. Tang San scoffed. Let me see what the 6th trial entails. The 6th trial of the Sea God required him to withstand Poseidon's onslaught for the duration of a single incense stick to pass the assessment. Upon reading this, Tang San was rendered dumbfounded, akin to a statue, sitting motionless in place. This was no trial. It was clearly a task set for failure, tantamount to a voluntary death sentence. Days later, within the Douluo Forest, Ye Hao continued to revel in his exploration. Over the following days, he traversed every corner of the Douluo Forest. After obtaining 3 soul rings from the 1,000 Gene Ant Kings, he also acquired a 5,000-year soul ring from the Cavern Spider King, finalizing his soul power at level 98. Yet after so many days, Ye Hao still found himself at a loss. Were the soul beasts diminishing due to excessive human hunting? Or was it that he had become so formidable that the soul beasts were hiding from him? Perched upon a tree branch, Ye Hao sat in dejection, letting out a helpless sigh. Douluo Forest. O Douluo Forest, you are the premier soul beast forest of the Douluo Continent. How can it be that not a single worthy soul beast can be found? Surveying his surroundings, he found the area oppressively quiet, with towering trees and lush foliage. Ye Hao closed his eyes, a black light flickering at his brow, as his mental energy rapidly expanded from his center. After a considerable time, he still found nothing. Ye Hao shook his head and said, "Let us set forth for Sea God Island. The number of soul beasts in the ocean far surpasses that of the Douluo Forest. I shall see if the marine soul beasts are suitable for me." Having made up his mind, Ye Hao prepared to depart. Following his previous route, he walked for quite some time and inadvertently arrived at the core area of the Douluo Forest, the very spot where he had hunted 3 Titan ant emperors just days prior. The corpses of the Titan ant emperors had long been dealt with, but now this place was occupied by a formidable soul beast. Upon his arrival, Ye Hao was taken aback by the sight before him. A deep, resonant roar echoed through the air, leaving him momentarily speechless. My goodness! The dark demon, evil god tiger. This creature was a black beast, over 8 meters in length, its entire body rippling with muscles, and its blood-red eyes exuded an aura of chaos. The symbol of a king on its forehead was also black, and its tail, uniquely shaped like a hook, was composed of countless bony segments. Ye Hao had seen a description of this soul beast in Bibi Don's office. This nearly extinct soul beast could only elevate its power through the consumption of humans and other soul beasts. Thus, like the faceless demon spider, it was universally recognized as an enemy of soul masters, and its numbers were even more scarce than that of the faceless demon spider, teetering on the brink of extinction. The dark demon evil god tiger was over 60,000 years old, its power rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul beast. This could very well be the original one. Ye Hao had intended to leave, but felt a gnawing curiosity about the core area of the Douluo Forest, which seemed to have been claimed by another soul beast. Thus, he could not restrain his intrigue and ventured closer, only to discover that the dark demon evil god tiger had taken residence here. Such formidable strength. Logically, this creature belonged to the realm of darkness. Yet, it was something more, a manifestation of the evil god, which had caused the white tiger to mutate into the dark demon evil god tiger. Momentarily, the surrounding light began to dim. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly. Yet in Ye Hao's eyes, the entire forest appeared shrouded in a pallid gloom. Indeed, it is. Ye Hao nodded. Domain. The dark demon, evil god tiger, was an anomaly. Soul beasts would typically only develop a domain upon evolving to the 100,000-year level. Yet, this one possessed its own domain at 60,000 years old, indicating its strength was not inferior to that of the azure bull python or the titan giant ape. Ye Hao had to take this seriously. Ye Hao Sukofut. You dare to challenge me in darkness? You are far from my match. A shadow of death materialized behind Ye Hao, and a black barrier rapidly expanded around him, causing the domain of the dark demon, evil god tiger, to collapse in an instant. Death Domain. The Death Domain was an insight Ye Hao had gained after breaking through to the title Douluo level. Within this realm, his strength was augmented by 30%, while his opponent's power diminished by 20%, and their speed was halved. The dark demon, evil god, tiger growled lowly, its blood-red eyes gleaming brighter as it regarded Ye Hao as prey. It leapt into the air, raising its powerful paw to strike. However, Ye Hao merely smiled enigmatically. Heart of the god of death, dark envelopment. As he spoke, Ye Hao unleashed the heart of the god of death. And before the dark demon, evil god tiger could react, it was ensnared within, bound by 6 chains of death, rendered utterly immobile and stripped of its freedom. The dark demon, evil god tiger was left bewildered, wondering how this human had achieved such a feat, a large question mark hovering above its head. Ye Hao smiled gently. When I captured the azure bull python and the titan giant ape in the Douluo Forest, I had forgotten about you. But now, time has not been too far gone. I am on the brink of becoming a deity, and you shall be handed over to Xiaohong for training. I shall spare your life, leaving you for my daughter. Dark demon, evil god tiger, within a century of my ascension, I will spare no effort to ensure you become a 100,000-year soul beast. With a bewildered, dark demon, evil god tiger in tow, Ye Hao unfurled his 6-foot purple wings and soared swiftly towards Sea God Island. 5 days later, upon the boundless ocean expanse, Ye Hao transformed his arms into scythes and struck down fiercely upon a solitary 50,000-year white magic sea lion. The beast was cleaved in two, its blood staining the sea crimson. Ye Hao gazed into the distance at the domain of the magic whale, glancing at the 50,000-year soul ring before him. The day of the ultimate battle was swiftly approaching. Ye Hao adeptly retrieved the heart of the god of death, isolating his aura. He then sat cross-legged, and under the guidance of his soul power, the soul ring began to envelop him. The phantom of the soul, devouring spider emperor, materializing behind him. As Ye Hao absorbed the 8th soul ring, the final 9th soul ring lay not far ahead. Ah, is that not the dark demon, evil god tiger? How curious. Have you also been captured by the master? Zhu Er remarked, casting her gaze at the bound dark demon, evil god tiger. Having lived in the Stardow Forest for 100,000 years, Zhu Er naturally recognized the creature. Its strength is decent, not too shabby. Possessing a domain at 60,000 years is quite impressive. Zhu Er teased, recalling the time when Ye Hao had captured her. Silence. The evil tiger hushed. Our master is absorbing a soul ring. Let us not disturb him. Since Ye Hao's departure from the spirit hall, Zhu Er and her companions had awakened from their slumber. Within the heart of the god of death, their souls had been rejuvenated, their powers stronger than ever. Now, the day of Ye Hao's ascension to godhood drew near, and their revival was imminent. As time passed, the 8th black 10,000-year soul ring settled securely upon the 7th, and Ye Hao's aura gradually calmed. He had succeeded in his absorption. His soul power remained at level 98. It seemed he would require the 990,000-year soul ring of the deep-sea magic whale to reach the next level. Ye Hao sighed. The final ascent proved exceedingly arduous. The deep-sea magic whale represented his last opportunity, his singular hope. You all have awakened. How do you feel? Ye Hao inquired, glancing at Zhu Er and her companions beside the dark demon, evil god tiger. It feels marvelous. If possible, I would willingly sacrifice myself once more. Zhu Er replied with a smile. For soul beasts, sacrifice equated to death, but for her, it represented rebirth. The dark demon, evil god tiger looked perplexed, raising its head to regard Zhu Er, sensing that this death spider emperor was an oddity. What did sacrifice mean, and what did it signify? The dark demon, evil god tiger was not foolish. Ye Hao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He then knelt before the dark demon, evil god tiger, scrutinizing it closely. Not bad at all. Ye Hao nodded repeatedly, first caressing its claws, then its body, and finally its rear. The dark demon, evil god tiger trembled at this attention, baring its teeth at Ye Hao. However, soon enough, Ye Hao playfully flicked its forehead, and the dark demon, evil god tiger grudgingly allowed Ye Hao to stroke its head. People often say that one cannot touch a tiger's rear, yet I have done so. With that, Ye Hao playfully slapped the tiger's hindquarters. Immediately, the dark demon, evil god tiger lowered its head, its expression dark as water, utterly dejected. It had never felt such embarrassment in its life, overwhelmed by a profound sense of gloom. Ye Hao laughed heartily and swiftly moved outside. He gazed toward the domain of the magic whale, his eyes ablaze with determination. The time has come. Deep-sea magic whale, come forth. Ye Hao's speed of flight was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye as he approached the magic whale domain, the 9th soul ring beckoning him. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, Tang San had been immersed in his residence for 7 or 8 days and finally emerged from his seclusion. My soul power has finally reached level 80. How wonderful. Tang San rejoiced inwardly. Since arriving at Sea God Island, his soul power had soared as if propelled by a rocket, and it felt truly exhilarating. I must first acquire a soul ring. If memory serves me correctly, there's a 50,000-year poison spike sea urchin just outside Sea God Island. I'll take that one. Tang San dashed out of his dwelling, sprinting towards the waters just beyond Sea God Island. Only by acquiring the 8th spirit ring and ascending to the rank of Spirit Douluo could he withstand the onslaught of the Sea God Douluo for a fleeting moment. At that very moment within the Sea God Temple, Poseidon opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the ominous waters of the demon whale seen not far from the island. Ye Hao had arrived, and he had already become a title nay, his prowess was not in the slightest inferior to mine. The end for Tang San was imminent. Once Ye Hao vanquished him, Sea God Island would be sealed for a century, reopening only after Ye Hao ascended. This was Poseidon's most critical decision. As an unparalleled Douluo, she could afford to wait. She must wait until Ye Hao ascended to ensure the safety of Sea God Island. In the demon whale sea, the water resembled a stagnant abyss, eerily calm and silent. Ye Hao stood upon the surface, wielding the Azura demon sword, his gaze aflame with a crimson hue. Peering into the depths, he spotted the deep-sea demon whale king, currently concealing itself in the abyss. It seemed to have anticipated Ye Hao's arrival and had chosen to retreat. Deep-sea demon whale king, emerge and face me in battle. Hurry! Your beloved has run off with another. Ye Hao panted, secretly admiring the creature's cunning. With no other recourse, he resolved to employ force. He raised the Azura demon sword above his head, and countless dark red energies surged forth, coalescing into the blade. With a fierce expression, he swung downwards, targeting the position of the deep-sea demon whale king. In an instant, the sea was cleaved in twain. Chapter 273, Devouring. The 99th level spider, Emperor Douluo. The Azura demon sword sliced through the air, its razor edge parting the waters. In moments, towering waves erupted, soaring hundreds of meters skyward. The tumultuous tides roared and wailed. Under Ye Hao's strike, the deep-sea demon whale king seethed with rage, feeling thoroughly insulted. This time, regardless of whether that dog was present or not, it was imperative to eliminate Ye Hao. Otherwise, the resentment would remain unquenched. Human, you have gone too far. The deep-sea demon whale king bellowed, emerging from the depths, its massive form looming over Ye Hao. At last, you have decided to show yourself, Ye Hao replied. Sword in hand, his demeanor resolute. With Xiaohong absent, he stood alone. The deep-sea demon whale king, now incensed, was far more formidable than before. It had always evaded Ye Hao, thanks in part to the critical intimidation exerted by Xiaohong during their previous encounters. Perhaps I should reconsider, the deep-sea demon whale king thought, recalling the image of being carried by Xiaohong, a memory that filled it with dread. It contemplated a hasty retreat, thinking, another day will suffice. Another day? Why wait for tomorrow when we can clash today? Ye Hao declared, brandishing the Azura demon sword. In a heartbeat, countless dark red sword energies erupted from the blade, catching the deep-sea demon whale king off guard. Titled Douluo, the deep-sea demon whale king barely managed to evade, its expression one of shock and disbelief. How could you have grown so swiftly? Just a few years have passed, yet you have attained the rank of titled Douluo, your strength rivaling that of Poseidon, perhaps even reaching her heights. Ye Hao smiled slightly, his form descending to stand upon the surface of the sea. One must always move forward. Deep-sea demon whale king, I trust you are aware of my purpose here. Let us settle this once and for all. Your ambush last time, and your initial attempt to devour me, those debts remain unsettled. As Ye Hao boldly revealed his intent, the soul-devouring spider emperor immediately manifested, illuminating the 8 spirit rings beneath his feet. Red, red, black, red, 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 black, black. Do you see? This vacant 9th spirit ring is reserved for you. You, a dual spirit wielder, surprise me indeed. No wonder your growth has been so rapid, observed the deep-sea demon whale king. It's singular good I fixated on Ye Hao. But I must advise you, even Poseidon, the sea god, could not contend with me. Do you truly believe a titled Douluo can slay me? You dare to claim I shall become your 9th spirit ring? Are you not afraid of our mutual demise? In the face of the threat, Ye Hao remained unfazed. Not afraid at all. You mentioned that the sea god could not best you. Do you recall how you lost that eye? At that moment, the deep-sea demon whale king erupted in fury, for Ye Hao had touched a nerve. The loss of its eye was a lifelong humiliation. While it could not seek vengeance against the sea god in the divine realm, its current strength was formidable enough to be deemed invincible among spirit beasts. It was constrained here. You have truly enraged me. Today, whether that dog is here or not, you shall perish. As the words left its mouth, the deep-sea demon whale king opened its massive maw, unleashing a thick, blue wave of energy directly at Ye Hao. Spirit fusion technique, dual spider emperor. Ye Hao exclaimed, as the phantoms of the spiders appeared behind him. Soon, he too completed the transformation, reaching a semi-divine state. After the sacrifice of the spiders, he could freely employ the spirit fusion technique. Your power is impossible. The deep-sea demon whale king stammered, astonished and speechless. How can this be? With both hands gripping the sword, Ye Hao sliced through the incoming energy beam, dividing it in two. Everything is possible. As he spoke, countless purple spider thorns manifested behind him, densely filling the sky, obscuring even the clouds. Deep-sea demon whale king, I am not the same as before. In the past, I relied on Xiaohong and was undaunted by you. Now, I stand equally matched, and even without Xiaohong today, I can still defeat you. Arrogant words. The deep-sea demon whale king roared. Having lived for countless years, never had it encountered a junior so audacious. 6th spirit skill, blood-sucking spider thorn. Ye Hao commanded, and the orderly array of spider thorns rained down like a torrential downpour upon the deep-sea demon whale king. The creature, however, was astute. It swiftly maneuvered its massive form, plunging into the depths. Many of Ye Hao's blood-sucking spider thorns pierced the flesh of the deep-sea demon whale king, but most were mitigated by the resistance of the water. Did you think you could escape my death, Spider Emperor Poison? Ye Hao smiled. A pair of bull horns sprouting from his head, a manifestation of the external spirit bone from the sky blue bull python. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a multitude of lightning converged upon the horns. Sky blue annihilation thunder. Bolts of lightning struck downwards, and the sea erupted into towering waves, intertwining with the electricity, creating a scene of sheer terror. Water conducts electricity, and especially here in the ocean, deep sea demon whale king. How long can you hide? Crackling sounds echoed as the water boiled, and the surface became speckled with crimson points of light. Those were the remnants of the deep sea demon whale king. Situated within the demon whale sea, a place notorious across the ocean, even fishermen dared not venture here lightly. Hence, the entire expanse was dominated solely by the deep sea demon whale king, with not a single similar spirit beast to be found. Roaring, the deep sea demon whale king convulsed, its body covered in a network of electric currents. Though it had long since entered the stage of transformation into a dragon, it was still but a spirit beast. Spirit beasts could never ascend to godhood. You have thoroughly provoked me. The deep sea demon whale king's body began to vaporize, disappearing from sight. In its place stood a towering figure over 3 meters tall, adorned with flowing blue hair and clad in seamless, ocean blue armor. With no visible cracks, its armor was a singular entity. Yet a conspicuous stain of blood marked its chest. His expression was one of indifference, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As he stood upon the blood-stained surface of the sea, advancing step by step towards Ye Hao, simultaneously, a blue vortex materialized behind him, rising steadily until it manifested as a pearl the size of fist, firmly embedded in his chest. This energy armor brought him a mere step away from divinity. Ye Hao chuckled. What a pity the soul beasts ultimately cannot ascend to godhood. The sea demon whale king transformed into human form, blood streaming from his body. With several distinct wounds on his shoulders, those inflicted by the blood-sucking spider stings. If I devour you, wouldn't that be the solution? The sea demon whale king smirked wickedly, his figure blurring as he shot forward like a cannonball. Truly relentless. Let us see just how wide your maw is that you believe you can consume me. Ye Hao, undeterred, engaged in a fierce battle with the sea demon whale king. Their blows landed with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that sent waves soaring to heights of 10,000 meters, even stirring the distant sea god island. This was the domain of the demon whales. Had the sea demon whale king fallen into madness once more? Indeed, were it not for the protection of the sea god, the sea demon whale king would not have been so subdued. While ordinary folk believed the sea demon whale king had lost his sanity again, the 6 sacred pillar understood the truth. Someone was battling the sea demon whale king, and the conflict had reached a stalemate, with both sides possessing formidable strength, ascending to heights beyond their comprehension. Before the sea god temple, Poseidon gazed with a complex expression towards the distant waters of the demon whale sea, sighing softly. Ye Hao, you have indeed reached this stage. It is hard to fathom how your power has grown to such terrifying levels since our last encounter. We must hasten to have Tang San complete his trial and expel him from the island. As soon as Tang San sets foot off Sea God Island, it can be sealed for a century. No one may enter for 100 years. Meanwhile, in a stretch of ocean just 100 meters outside Sea God Island, Tang San was preparing to absorb his 8th spirit ring, coincidentally sensing 2 overwhelming and suffocating auras clashing in the distance of the demon whale sea. One of these auras was familiar to him, yet indescribable, while the other was entirely foreign, far surpassing his own strength. One sneeze from the opponent could spell his demise. Patience, he thought. Once I absorb my spirit ring and attain the rank of Spirit Daw, I shall complete the 6th trial of the sea god. As for the sea demon whale king in that demon whale sea, as Poseidon mentioned, it is one of the subjects of my 8th trial. Excellent. One day, I shall personally slay you. Tang San, lacking spirit bones, desperately needed them. The previous incident with the evil demon tiger whale king had instilled a deep hatred for Ye Hao, while this time, the sea demon whale king had caught his interest. Dreadful, the 9th trial of the sea god is troublesome. It prohibits leaving the 100-meter radius of Sea God Island, or else the mark on my forehead will detonate. The trident mark on Tang San's forehead flickered with golden light. He was already within the 100-meter range, just a hair's breadth away. He silently prayed that the sea demon whale king could eliminate that individual. Otherwise, his spirit ring and spirit bones would be at risk. What if the incident with the evil demon tiger whale king were to repeat itself? The sea god? Get lost. In the tumultuous waters of the demon whale sea, Ye Hao panted heavily, his heart sinking in terror. The sea demon whale king truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest marine soul beast. its power nearly horrific. No wonder only the sea god's trident could contend with it. Kid D, the sea demon whale king, unwilling to relent, advanced towards Ye Hao with a menacing intent. Yet, contrary to expectation, Ye Hao opened his arms, crouching low, and embraced the sea demon whale king around the waist. What trickery is this, boy? The sea demon whale king questioned, bewildered, but soon, the soul-eating spider emperor spear extended from Ye Hao's back, piercing into the sea demon whale king's spine. Ye Hao's arms transformed into two spider spears, impaling the sea demon whale king's arms and pinning him in midair. Why, I intend to devour you. Ye Hao sneered, as the soul-eating spider emperor spear began to siphon the sea demon whale king's vitality and energy, causing the beast to panic and struggle desperately. If this continued, it would surely be reduced to dried fish. Alas, no matter how fiercely the sea demon whale king fought, behind it, the scythe of death and the Shura demon sword were firmly pressed against its back, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Years ago, Bibi Dong had devoured Qian Xuanji in such a manner. Today, Ye Hao's endeavor to consume the sea demon whale king was far more challenging. Boy, stop. I concede. I concede, is that not enough? The sea demon whale king bellowed, choosing to surrender. Surrender? Ye Hao scoffed. Between us, there's only life and death. The moment you chose to devour me twice, this outcome was already sealed. Boy, the sea demon whale king's face contorted with fury as it growled. Then, let us perish together. The sea demon whale's body rapidly swelled, its form radiating a kaleidoscope of colors as boundless energy coalesced in the blue pearl at its chest, which was now showing signs of cracking. You intend to self-destruct, Ye Hao exclaimed in shock. The sea demon whale king was driven to this point by his actions. Let's die together. The sea demon whale king screamed almost frantically, the energy gathering to its peak. Do you truly believe you can? The heart of death emerged, transforming into 6 mirror-like shards, each unleashing a chain of death that wove through the sea demon whale king's body. Simultaneously, Ye Hao hastened the consumption of the sea demon whale king. The beast's form was visibly desiccating, gradually losing its fish-like essence. Your self-detonation is slower than my consumption. Ye Hao smiled faintly, loosening the 8 spider spears embedded in the sea demon whale king's body. With a swift motion, the Shura demon sword severed its head, while the scythe of death shattered its soul into fragments. Now let us see if you still cling to life. Such immense power. I am on the verge of breaking through to level 99. Ye Hao glanced at the sea demon whale king's body, which he had reduced to dried fish, albeit of considerable size, measuring several hundred meters. Let me store it away, and perhaps use some to feed the evil demon tiger whale pack. Ye Hao commanded the heart of death to absorb the remains of the sea demon whale king. Concurrently, where the sea demon whale king's body had vanished, a crimson golden soul ring appeared, at the center of which a crimson golden soul bone floated serenely. Ye Hao arrived at this spot in haste, employing his usual method, concealing his presence with the heart of death. He seated himself cross-legged, placing the sea demon whale king's soul ring atop the 8th soul ring of the soul-eating spider emperor, while also securing the last piece of soul bone from the sea demon whale king's body. With this, he had gathered his final soul bone. Even the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang well proved unnecessary. However, it was fortunate that the sea demon whale king had perished, and the remnants of its soul within the soul bone had been thoroughly eradicated by the scythe of death. Now, it was time to break through to level 99 and ascend to godhood. Ye Hao rejoiced as he aligned the soul bone with his spine. The overwhelming power it bestowed caused Ye Hao's brow to furrow. It was far more formidable than the many 100,000-year soul bones he had previously encountered. Chapter 274. Ye Hao opens the path to godhood. The sea demon whale king is dead. Ye Hao's 8th trial has concluded. The demon whale sea lay tranquil. The dark clouds overhead, dispersing as warm sunlight, once again bathed the sea surface. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever transpired. Within the heart of death, Ye Hao sat cross-legged, the 9 soul rings of the soul-eating spider emperor glowing brightly, the 9th golden soul ring radiating brilliance. Meanwhile, the spine bone of the sea demon whale king was being absorbed in an orderly fashion, everything proceeding methodically. Having absorbed over 90% of the sea demon whale king's power by fortuitous chance, Ye Hao broke through the shackles of level 98, attaining the pinnacle of level 99. The unparalleled spirit Douluo. With the twin spider emperors, Ye Hao's strength now approached that of demigods, rivaling even Qian Douluo and Poseidon. The deep sea demon whale king has existed for countless years, accumulating an immense reservoir of power within, which is akin to a treasure for Ye Hao. having digested the soul ring and soul bones of the deep-sea demon whale king, as well as having seized an overwhelming amount of strength. It is imperative for Ye Hao to fully assimilate this energy. He is unlikely to awaken for at least 2 or 3 days. Before the sea god temple, Poseidon remained speechless, utterly astonished. Ye Hao had actually vanquished the deep-sea demon whale king. As a peerless Douluo, she was acutely aware of the events transpiring in the distant demon whale sea. What an extraordinary prodigy, she thought, shaking her head with a bitter smile. The younger generation continually surpasses the older, a relentless cycle of progress. This cannot stand. She must expedite Tang San's completion of his 6th trial. Given Ye Hao's current state, once he absorbs the essence of the deep-sea demon whale king, he may very well choose to break through to the 100th level. If Ye Hao ascends to godhood, the repercussions for Sea God Island could be dire. Poseidon could not help but worry. Gods are not beings that mortals can contend with. For the sake of Sea God Island, she must grant Tang San a favorable opportunity and facilitate his departure from the island. The following morning, Tang San returned. Having absorbed the 8th soul ring, elevating his soul power to level 82, which significantly bolstered his confidence in passing the 6th trial. On that day, Poseidon unexpectedly visited. Tang San was taken aback. Poseidon's demeanor was notably cold. Aside from their initial meeting when she bestowed the divine soul ring, she had spent all her time within the sea god temple, yet today she sought him out. Could it be related to the 6th trial of the sea god? Let us commence the 6th trial, Poseidon stated directly. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Senior Poseidon, is this not a bit hasty? I have only just acquired the 8th soul ring. Should we not wait until my soul power stabilizes before proceeding with the 6th trial? The time has come. Poseidon replied with a stoic expression. I shall show mercy. Hearing this, Tang San secretly sighed in relief. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent, for he was facing none other than Poseidon, a 99-level peerless Douluo, far beyond the capabilities of a mere soul master. The battleground was set at the foot of Sea God Mountain. Poseidon stood atop the steps, staff in hand, her expression indifferent, regarding Tang San as if he were inconsequential. The urgent priority was to facilitate Tang San's departure from the island. Once Ye Hao ascended to godhood, it would be too late. Senior Poseidon, I am ready, Tang San declared, steeling himself. Very well, Poseidon nodded expressionlessly, raising her staff. In the next moment, an hourglass materialized in an open space at the mountain's base. When the sands within the hourglass ran out, the trial would conclude. According to the rules, she could not use her martial spirit's true form. Only her first 6 soul skills, and she could not summon the powers of the sea. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of joy. With such restrictions in place, his chances of passing the 6th trial had greatly increased. Let's begin, Poseidon proclaimed. As her words echoed, the ethereal silhouette of the sea god emerged behind her, wielding the sea god's trident, with 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, manifesting beneath her. Before Poseidon even made a move, Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from her presence. He clenched his fists, realizing that he needed to ascend to godhood swiftly. At that point, Ye Hao would no longer be his rival. With 8 soul rings glowing beneath him, Tang San conjured a strand of blue-silver grass. Yet, before he could even make a move, Poseidon lightly raised her arm, and an invisible force suddenly descended upon him, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean. Tang San found himself immobilized, pressed to the ground, his limbs weak and unable to move. Why? Tang San gritted his teeth each time he attempted to rise. It felt as if a bone in his body shattered. Tang San, is this all the strength you possess? Poseidon uttered coldly, her gaze laced with disdain. She had yet to unleash her soul skills, and if this continued, it was likely that Tang San would be left utterly defeated. This was infuriating. Tang San's features contorted as he succumbed to anxiety. The pressure upon him felt like a mountain. If this continued, he would surely fail the 6th trial. Moreover, during his first encounter with Poseidon, he had unmistakably sensed her murderous intent, a feeling that was undeniable. Tang San did not wish to perish here. He had not yet avenged his grievances, and his enemies still roamed free. How intriguing. Poseidon intensified her grip, her right hand forming a fist. In an instant, Tang San's face turned a deep shade of purple, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Tang San's agonized cries reverberated as he was dragged away from Sea God Mountain, resembling a lifeless puppet, his bones nearly shattered. The disparity in soul power was insurmountable. Tang San lacked even a single soul bone, making him an easy target for Poseidon. How disappointing, she murmured, shaking her head. This is hardly a challenge. Another day passed in the Demon Whale Sea. The spot where the deep-sea demon whale king had vanished was precisely where the heart of death resided. Ye Hao concealed his presence, diligently absorbing the vast power emanating from the deep-sea demon whale king. With a sigh of relief, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation. Hard work yields rewards. He had fully absorbed the soul ring and soul bones of the deep-sea demon whale king, stabilizing his soul power at level 99, thus achieving a semi-divine status. His journey into the ocean had not been in vain. Moments after Ye Hao completed his absorption, a long-familiar voice gradually reached his ears. Death God, the 8th trial of Shura. Gather all soul rings and soul bones. Intercept the deep-sea demon whale king. Trial completed. Reward: 30% affinity with the Death God, and an overall 105%. The voice abruptly ceased. Ye Hao felt a radiant light flicker between his brows. The Death God and Shura's mark flickered in and out of existence. He understood that he had finally reached this pivotal moment. However, Ye Hao would not rush into the 9th trial for ascension to godhood. Instead, he turned his focus towards Sea God Island. Before attaining godhood, he must eliminate the potential threat posed by Tang San. Only then would his ascension be truly secure. On Sea God Island, Tang San, illuminated by the light of the sea god, found that his broken bones had nearly healed and Poseidon had shown restraint. Within a few days, he was once again lively and energetic. He had actually passed the 6th trial. This left Tang San utterly baffled. He had barely endured a mere incense stick's duration under Poseidon's hands, not even lasting half that time. How could he have passed the trial under such circumstances? This was the greatest enigma for Tang San. You have awakened. The high priest requests your presence. A man clad in purple entered, bearing Poseidon's command. The high priest is looking for me? Tang San rose, inquiring, what does he want? I cannot say. You need only follow me, the man in purple replied, shaking his head, aware that his rank did not afford him knowledge of such matters. Seeing this, Tang San refrained from further questioning and followed the man. His mind clouded with uncertainty as they made their way towards Sea God Mountain. Inside the Sea God Temple, Poseidon awaited his arrival. This marked Tang San's first genuine entrance into the Sea God Temple, a magnificent and awe-inspiring structure. As he faced Poseidon, an inexplicable sense of fear welled up within him. Senior Poseidon, Tang San greeted simply. Do you have many questions in your heart? Poseidon began. Yes, why did I pass the 6th trial? Moreover, I clearly did not endure even an incense stick's time in your presence. This is all too perplexing for me, Tang San struggled to articulate his thoughts, as everything that had transpired on Sea God Island felt bewildering, both the trials and the people. It was at the behest of the sea god that we merely follow his divine commands. Poseidon remarked, Tang San, you are destined to be the heir of the sea god, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly inherit his divine position. The current situation on Douluo Continent is fraught with uncertainty. The establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire has led to continuous defeats for the Star Luo Empire. When the Spirit Hall Empire unifies the continent, it shall spell disaster for our Sea God Island. Therefore, the Sea God has instructed us to reduce the difficulty of your trials, allowing you to ascend to divinity more swiftly. Only in this manner can we safeguard the tranquility of our homeland, Sea God Island. Do you understand, Tang San? Upon hearing this, Tang San experienced a moment of profound clarity. So that was it. The precarious state of Douluo Continent was indeed dire, and the formidable rise of the Spirit Hall had disrupted the delicate balance with Sea God Island. Once this equilibrium is shattered, the repercussions would not merely affect Douluo Continent, but could alter the very outcome of everything. I comprehend, Tang San nodded gravely, for he had already learned about the contents of the 7th trial on his way to the Sea God Temple. The task was to extract the Sea God Trident. Predecessor, did you summon me here for the 7th trial of the Sea God? Tang San inquired cautiously. You are correct, Poseidon sighed with relief, having finally reached this pivotal moment after a long journey. The first 6 trials were hardly a challenge for you. Only after the 7th trial will the true test of divinity commence. As Poseidon spoke, she gently tapped her golden staff upon the ground, causing a circular staircase behind her to illuminate, revealing an object, a vertical black rod. Tang San approached, sensing its extraordinary nature. Predecessor, this is... Poseidon nodded. The artifact that has accompanied the sea god throughout his life, the Sea God Trident. Your trial is to withdraw it. Only when you truly manage to do so will you be recognized as the true heir of the sea god. With that, Poseidon stepped back, granting Tang San the space to demonstrate his abilities. Observing Tang San's eager silhouette, Poseidon couldn't contain her excitement, clenching her fists in anticipation. Soon, San would be departing the island. On a solitary island several miles away from Sea God Island, Ye Hao had taken refuge. Sea God Island was not a place for the ordinary, and he needed to wait patiently for a time. It was only when San completed the first 7 trials that the true moment of reckoning would arrive for him. This was the agreement he had reached with Poseidon. Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation radiated into the vicinity, and Ye Hao instinctively sensed it, glancing towards the direction of Sea God Island, quickly deducing the cause. San was attempting to withdraw the Sea God Trident. However, this did not seem to emanate from the artifact itself. Ye Hao discerned that this energy was akin to that he felt when extracting the Grim Reaper's scythe, yet there was an indescribable nuance to it. How should one articulate it? The Sea God Trident seemed almost counterfeit. This was Ye Hao's conclusion. Logically, such a significant event as extracting the Sea God Trident should elicit such a response. Yet everything unfolded in a singular direction. Having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to prepare for the arrival of an old friend. Ye Hao rose, stretching lazily as he gazed towards Sea God Island. San, the grievances between us will finally reach a conclusion today. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Inside the Sea God Temple, San gripped the Sea God Trident tightly. His face flushed. The trident weighed an astonishing 100,800 pounds, brimming with power, capable of commanding the oceans. Much like Ye Hao's Grim Reaper's scythe, it could only be withdrawn by the rightful heir. Rise, San bellowed, as 8 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet. In his quest to extract the Sea God Trident, he even manifested his martial spirit's true form. Nevertheless, the Sea God Trident remained as immovable as if it were rooted to the ground. Meanwhile, far away on Douluo Continent, ominous clouds suddenly gathered above the Spirit Hall, with the Pope's chamber being the most foreboding, as violet lightning struck down, damaging numerous structures. The Spirit Hall, usually bathed in light, had never before witnessed such phenomena. Is it raining? Yu, clad in a golden floral dress, tilted her small head upwards, observing the oppressive sky, filled with thunder and lightning. Devoid of any sign of rain. It's her. Your grandmother is about to attain divinity, Xiao Hong remarked, approaching. Among the 3, Bibi was the first to take this monumental step. The god of Azura, with an aura of malevolence swirling, enveloped the sky in a purple hue, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Achieving divinity? What does that entail? Yu queried, her innocent mind struggling to grasp the concept. Chapter 275, Bibi ascends to divinity, the god of Azura. Achieving divinity means, striving to convey the idea in the simplest terms to the young princess, you become immensely powerful, unmatched on the continent. Powerful? Yu inquired with curiosity. How powerful? Are you stronger than a dog? Xiao Hong froze momentarily, her face turning slightly red, a smile stretching from ear to ear. Of course, she declared proudly. Qingyue, would you like to achieve divinity? Do you wish to become a revered figure? Yes. The little girl's innocent voice rang out. Simultaneously, deep within the Spirit Hall's secret chamber, Bibi exuded an eerie aura, her visage twisted with intensity. Clad in a purple divine armor, she emanated a layer of malevolent purple mist, from which 4 colossal scythes extended from her sides. Ha ha ha! Bibi laughed heartily. After years of toil, I have finally awaited this day. The god of Azura descends. Ruling over all, Bibi burst forth from the chamber, her appearance in the god of Azura garb strikingly fierce, her ominous aura surging skyward, threatening to plunge the entire Spirit Hall into eternal darkness. At that moment, from behind the Elder Hall, a resplendent 6-winged angel flapped its wings gently, scattering golden light that gradually dispelled the encroaching darkness throughout the Spirit Hall, restoring illumination. Bibi hovered in midair, eyes tightly shut, reveling in her newfound power. Breaking through to over 100 levels, I have attained the god of Azura. Unstoppable, invincible across the world. After all these years, I have finally succeeded, Bibi mused. I wonder how things are on Haoer's side. After such a long seclusion, I am curious about the current state of the empire. Grandma. A clear voice suddenly reached Bibi's ears from below. The previously stern Bibi in an instant, shed her god of Azura attire, retracting all traces of her malevolence, transforming back into the beautiful and dignified Empress Bibi. She landed gracefully, embracing the rushing Yu, unable to contain her affection. Did you miss me during my long seclusion? Bibi smiled, her previous intensity replaced with maternal warmth. I did. Yu buried her head in Bibi embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Why are you crying? Bibi Dong gently patted Qianqiuyu's back, her voice soft and soothing. Has someone bullied you? Tell Grandma, and I shall seek justice for you. As her words fell, an icy aura emanated from Bibi Dong, spreading in all directions. Even the title Douluo felt a chill of fear, knowing that with but a thought, Bibi Dong could end their lives in an instant. Qinghua has missed you dearly. You were in seclusion, breaking through to over 100 levels, while Qingdao and her mother are undergoing the 9th trial of the angels, Xiaohong clarified. And Hao, where has he gone? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. To Sea God Island, to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. I sensed not long ago that Hao has already slain the deep-sea demon whale king. It won't be long before he too ascends to divinity. At present, Haozi is on the outskirts of Sea God Island, and after vanquishing Tang San, I surmise he shall return as a deity. Xiaohong paused briefly before continuing. In recent days, I have been looking after Qianqiuyu. With you elders absent, the little girl has missed you terribly, which is why she shed tears upon seeing you. Ah, I see. Bibi Dong realized, instinctively tightening her embrace around her granddaughter. What does it feel like to become a deity? Xiaohong inquired with raised eyebrows, her interest piqued. It feels immensely powerful, as if I could grasp the entirety of the continent with a mere gesture, Bibi Dong replied. After achieving the title of Rakshasa God, she immediately unleashed her divine consciousness. Nothing within the martial soul hall could escape her notice. It was as if she were the sole entity that existed. Now that you have attained the status of Rakshasa God, I, your humble caretaker, can finally take a respite, Xiaohong lamented, her expression one of weariness. Caring for children is indeed a tiresome and monotonous endeavor. Upon finishing her words, Xiaohong vanished without a trace, leaving Bibi Dong with no chance to react. Grandma, where did the dog go? Qianqiuyuan looked around, unable to find Xiaohong. It has gone about its own business. Come, dear, I shall accompany you. Bibi Dong replied with a knowing smile, disappearing with her granddaughter. Within the elder hall, the commotion surrounding Bibi Dong's ascension to godhood did not escape Qian Daoliu's keen eyes. He couldn't help but display a glimmer of yearning. Alas, due to his unique circumstances, he feared he might never surpass the 100th rank. Qian Daoliu sighed to himself. However, upon reflection, he realized he had not truly lost. Once his granddaughter became a deity, he would make a sacrifice, and at that time, Ye Hao would resurrect him. So he would not be the one suffering a loss. His gaze fell upon his granddaughter, who was undergoing the angel's 9th trial, and he felt considerably reassured. The conflict between the Star Luo Empire and the Martial Soul Empire intensified. The Martial Soul Empire had dispatched numerous titled Douluo elders to personally oversee the front lines. And not long ago, they received reports stating that the Martial Soul Empire's forces were not far from the capital of the Star Luo Empire. Once the capital was breached, the Star Luo Empire would surely be reduced to ashes. In the dungeons of the Martial Soul Hall, Dai Mubai, disheveled and unkempt, with a face adorned with golden whiskers, bore no resemblance to his former dashing self. The prince of the Star Luo Empire seemed to have vanished from the mortal realm, and in recent days, the Star Luo Empire had not even sent anyone to rescue him. According to those from the Martial Soul Hall, the Star Luo Empire had reinstated the crown prince, appointing Davis as the new heir, which shattered Dai Mubai's composure. The reinstatement of the crown prince implied that he had been forsaken by his own nation. This was also the reason for the low morale among soldiers on the battlefield, as the Martial Soul Empire claimed that the Star Luo Empire's prince, Dai Mubai, had been captured alive, providing tangible evidence that led to a rout. This was the true catalyst for the Star Luo Empire's decision to reinstate the crown prince. Days dragged on for Dai Mubai, who gazed longingly at the world beyond the dungeon, his eyes clouded with a yearning for freedom. Brother Dai, do we still have a chance to escape? Ma Hongjun, equally disheveled and weakened, asked weakly, having lost more than half his weight since entering the dungeon. Life within these dark confines felt more unbearable than death for him. Fear not, I have faith in the Star Luo Empire, in my father and the others. They will rescue us, Dai Mubai reassured him, tidying his disordered whiskers with a determined tone. Damn Oscar, living his life in luxury while we languish here. Have you heard? Oscar and Ning Rongrong got married not long ago, with the Martial Soul Hall overseeing the arrangements. At this mention, Ma Hongjuan's frustration boiled over. With a beautiful woman, he forgets his brothers. Ugh, Dai Mubai sighed. The Martial Soul Hall is truly despicable, using Ning Rongrong to bind Oscar to them. Oscar's talent was already considerable, and now, with Ning Rongrong promised to him, alas. The two brothers gazed at the iron bars above them, falling into a profound silence. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, within the Sea God Temple, Tang San gripped the Sea God trident tightly, his entire being pressed against it, His jaw clenched while his eyes burned with determination. Damn it! Why is the sea god trident so heavy? My soul power is dissipating so quickly. If this continues, I surely cannot pass this trial. Tang San pondered, his mind swirling with confusion. Previously, Poseidon had mentioned that the sea god trident weighed 108,000 pounds, and that aside from the sea god and his successor, no one else could budge it. What then did it mean for him to be the sea god's successor? He had been attempting to lift the trident for quite some time, yet it remained immovable, leading him to question the authenticity of his status as the sea god's heir. Simultaneously, Poseidon stood to the side, appearing calm and composed while secretly reveling in delight. The sea god trident before Tang San was not the genuine article, but rather a decoy crafted specifically for the purpose of testing this false heir. Ever since Poseidon had announced his abandonment of Tang San, he had lowered the difficulty of Tang San's assessment and ceased to grant him divine affinity, which was the true reason for Tang San's subsequent impoverishment after completing the trials. Naturally, the authentic sea god trident was beyond Tang San's reach. Thus, to compel Tang San to leave the island, Poseidon had deliberately forged a counterfeit, the very one Tang San was struggling with now, merely a token of sentiment. One cannot help but note that even this false sea god trident weighed a hefty 18,000 pounds. Observing Tang San's continued struggle to lift the trident, Poseidon sighed inwardly, thinking, if he cannot lift a mere 18,000 pounds, how can he hope to handle the true sea god trident, which weighs 108,000 pounds? Is Tang San truly so inadequate? Not far from the outskirts of Sea God Island, on a small isle, Ye Hao kindled a campfire. Having caught a bounty of lobsters and sea fish from the ocean, now roasting them over the flames, the delightful aroma wafting through the air. It has been quite some time. How is it that Tang San has not yet completed the 7th trial? Is drawing a mere trident such a laborious task? Ye Hao musit, ekasperatit. He picked up a freshly roasted lobster, gently peeling away its vibrant red shell to reveal the succulent flesh within, savoring the delectable taste. The earlier commotion must have indicated that my mother has become the Rakshasa god. Had I advanced toward the 9th trial after slaying the deep-sea demon whale king a few days ago, perhaps I would have already attained godhood by now. After swallowing a mouthful of lobster meat, Ye Hao sighed, oh well, I suppose I must eliminate Tang San before I can become a deity. Until he is gone, my heart shall remain uneasy. Thus, the morning passed. As the sun reached its zenith, casting its scorching rays upon the ocean surface, Ye Hao comfortably reclined on the beach, luxuriating in the rare, sunbathing opportunity. Suddenly, he sprang up from the sand, gazing towards Sea God Island, sensing the tremors emanating from Sea God Mountain, a smile curling on his lips. At last, he has managed to draw the Sea God trident, and it took him so long. Once Tang San completes the first 7 trials of the Sea God's 9 trials, he will be able to leave. It is time for me to make my preparations. Ye Hao leapt into action, readying himself for the decisive strike against Tang San. This time, it must be a one-hit kill. Within the Sea God Temple, Poseidon rubbed his weary eyes, having dozed off while standing nearby. I have succeeded, Tang San exclaimed, holding the Sea God trident aloft, sweat beading on his forehead, yet a triumphant expression illuminating his face. Poseidon nodded subtly. Tang San, once you have drawn the Sea God trident, you may leave Sea God Island. The regulations of the Sea God's 9 trials state that the successor need only complete the first 7 trials to depart. Once you become a title Douluo and gather your complete soul rings and soul bones, you may return to the island. Understood. Tang San grasped the Sea God trident tightly, his heart overflowing with excitement. After such a lengthy sojourn on Sea God Island, he would finally return to the Douluo Continent. Tang San had resolved that upon his return to the Douluo Continent, his foremost objective would be to exact vengeance upon the Spirit Hall. He would first annihilate dozens of its branch halls, sparing none who served the Spirit Empire. With the Sea God trident in hand, he decided to depart the island the following day. After watching Tang San leave, Poseidon's expression turned grave. She immediately summoned the 6 sacred pillar Douluo to deliberate on the plans for sealing the island after Tang San's departure. As night fell, the skies sparkled with countless stars, occasionally graced by falling meteors. Tang San wielded the Sea God trident, brandishing it freely in an open space. True to its legendary reputation, the trident exuded immense power. With it, he could exact his revenge on the Spirit Empire and Ye Hao. Gritting his teeth, Tang San declared, beware, Douluo Continent. When I, Tang San, return, I shall disrupt your peace and make all who have looked down upon me pay dearly. On the following morning, Poseidon personally led the 6th sacred pillar Douluo to escort Tang San to the beach outside Sea God Island. Tang San, we cannot accompany you further. Poseidon waved her hand, and her companions managed strained smiles in agreement. Grasping the sea god trident, Tang San turned to Poseidon and the others, saying, Elder Poseidon, esteemed seniors, until we meet again. With that, he boarded the small vessel provided by Sea God Island, slowly drifting toward the Douluo Continent. Once Tang San was beyond the sight of Sea God Island, a sudden flash of blue light enveloped the island. Not far away, standing on the deck, Tang San rubbed his eyes, a large question mark appearing on his forehead. Where had Sea God Island gone? It vanished right before his eyes, inexplicably. Simultaneously, the sea began to churn violently, dark clouds gradually obscuring the sky. What was happening? Tang San steadied himself and surveyed the tumultuous changes in his surroundings. The disappearance of Sea God Island and the current environment felt exceedingly strange, shrouded in mystery. Indeed, on the deck where Tang San stood, the ground began to sprout a multitude of variously sized demonic spiders. Their fangs bared menacingly as they surged toward him. Sure enough, something sinister is afoot. Tang San gripped the sea god trident and dispatched the approaching spiders one by one. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Chapter 276. The hour of Tang San's doom surrounded by darkness, where one could not see their own hand. A dark red mist permeated the air. Tang San's small boat swayed precariously through the gloom, resembling a ghost ship. The deck was infested with demonic spiders of varying sizes, their sharp fangs poised to launch deadly attacks against him. Cursed fiends! Who are you? Tang San cursed inwardly, wielding the sea god trident as he cleaved the spiders in half wherever he struck. Yet, these abominable creatures seemed endless. For every layer he killed, another emerged, nearly consuming the entire deck. Standing on the only clear patch of the deck, surrounded by the corpses of the spiders, Tang San felt a chill crawl up his spine. Whose malevolent prank is this? Let me catch you, or your penance shall be beyond the grave. Blinded by rage, he summoned the blue silver grass, his spirit illuminating the area as 8 soul rings entwined around him. Countless tendrils of blue silver grass surged forth, sweeping away the demonic spiders in their path. Soon, the deck was nearly cleared of the grotesque creatures. Huff, Huff Tang San panted. Ever since leaving Sea God Island, inexplicable events had unfolded one after another. Encountering danger upon departure was hardly auspicious. He resolved to turn back towards Sea God Island and return to the Douluo Continent on another day. Yet, within this dark red sea, he gradually lost his sense of direction. The boat drifted aimlessly, like a demon wandering the night. With the disappearance of Sea God Island and the sudden appearance of these demonic spiders, Tang San frowned. Someone must be behind this mischief. Perhaps they seek my life. Who could it be? The thought of the spiders gnawed at him, prompting a revelation. Could it be Ye Hao? As the realization dawned, the small boat suddenly ran aground, and Tang San staggered, nearly falling onto the deck. A strange island? He had stepped onto an unfamiliar isle, and the aimless drifting of his boat now compelled him to remain vigilant. Gripping the sea god trident tightly, he cautiously approached the desolate land, refusing to let his guard down. Meanwhile, a great distance away on the Douluo Continent, the war between the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Empire had ignited. The two sides prepared for battle less than 20 miles from the capital of the Star Luo Empire, each side mustering over 1 million troops. This confrontation would determine the fate of the Star Luo Empire, and whether the Spirit Empire could unify the Douluo Continent. On the walls of the Star Luo Empire, the biting wind howled as banners fluttered. Soldiers stood resolutely with their steel spears, their focus unwavering as they awaited the enemy's approach. Father, the Spirit Empire advances with great ferocity. How shall we respond? Davis's expression darkened as he noted the declining morale within the ranks, a palpable aura of impending slaughter thickening the air. Sighing, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire replied, the Spirit Empire has dispatched no fewer than 5 tidal Douluo. Recent reports indicate that darkness has enveloped the Spirit Empire, sending shockwaves throughout the Douluo Continent. I fear dire events are imminent. The recent ascension of Bibi to godhood had sent ripples across the seas, and far away on Sea God Island, Ye Hao had sensed the disturbance, let alone the decisive sealing of the island immediately after Tang San's departure. The terrifying nature of divinity was evident. My precious Mubai, the situation may be more perilous than we imagine. At the Spirit Empire's encampment, soldiers were setting up camp in an orderly fashion, surrounded by soul masters on guard, while aerial soul masters conducted reconnaissance from above. With a numerical advantage in soul masters, the Spirit Empire held a dominant position. With the upper 3 sects destroyed and the lower 4 tightly controlled, the fall of the Star Luo Empire was merely a matter of time. His Majesty has ascended to godhood and will soon grace the front lines. At that moment, the Star Luo Empire is destined to fall. The words from the commander at Juhua Pass served as a rallying cry for those present. Ascending to the 100th rank, a status long yearned for by countless titled Douluo, was a rarity that hadn't graced the world for millennia. Now, with Bibi Dong poised to enter the battlefield, stabilizing the situation was paramount. Meanwhile, on an uncharted island within the ocean, Tang Sen clenched his jaw, besieged by an onslaught of demonic spiders. Exhausted from fending off the relentless tide, the sea god Trident never ceased its deadly dance. Where are all these accursed spiders coming from? Why have I never encountered them before? In the darkness, hidden within the heart of death, Ye Hao smiled faintly. My soul-eating spider queen's first soul skill, Spider Summon, is inexhaustible, Tang San. I shall torment you slowly, making your existence unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San was drenched in sweat, his body soaked as he half knelt on the ground, glancing at the pile of spider corpses nearby, a shiver running down his spine. All these were slain by him, and it seemed the spiders had a singular focus on him, their assault relentless. Had it not been for the sea god Trident, how could he have withstood such a frenzy? I must leave this eerie island at once. If more spiders appear, I shall be overwhelmed. Tang Sen sprinted toward the beach, only to discover that his small boat had been completely devoured by the spiders, leaving only a shattered deck floating upon the waves. Tang Sen trembled with rage, his chest heaving. Ye Hao, is it you? Come out at once. Is it entertaining to attack me from the shadows? Tang Sen was thrown off balance, and he became anxious. Of course it's interesting. Ye Hao's voice echoed here, and the next moment, he quietly appeared before Tang San. Tang San, it has been a long time. Ye Hao waved his hand, taking the initiative to greet him. When enemies meet, they are especially fierce. Tang San's eyes turned increasingly red, and wielding the sea god Trident, he leaped toward Ye Hao with a fierce attack. To strike at me the moment we meet, you truly honor me. Ye Hao chucked it, standing still as he grasped the sea god Trident with one hand. So, this is the sea god Trident? With a swift kick, Ye Hao sent Tang San flying. Turning to take the trident in hand, he waved it lightly, realizing it was far too light, even lighter than his death scythe. Far from the weight of 100,000 pounds. Ye Hao, return the sea god Trident to me. Tang San was infuriated, smoke seemingly billowing from his ears. Having lost the sea god Trident meant he had lost his greatest support. After observing for a while, Ye Hao measured the trident and slowly shook his head. Tang San, this sea god Trident is a counterfeit. Ye Hao's gaze hardened as he gripped the sea god Trident tightly. Then, under Tang San's astonished gaze, the trident in Ye Hao's hand began to crack, ultimately transforming into golden powder that dispersed into the air. This is impossible. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. The sea god Trident shattered right before his eyes. That was a divine artifact of the sea god. How could Ye Hao so easily crush it? Sea god Trident? Sea god Trident. Tang San seethed with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Hao. Ye Hao, give me back my sea god Trident. In a fit of embarrassment and fury, Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer. Its 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings coiling around it, the hammerhead increasing several times in size, carrying an unmatched momentum as it swung toward Ye Hao. A trivial trick. Ye Hao sighed lightly, gripping the Haotian hammer with one hand. With a single strike, the hammer shattered, its fragments raining down. Ye Hao's strength was unexpectedly formidable, instilling fear in Tang San, who trembled as he stepped back. The outcome of today seemed preordained, however, at that moment. An eerie smile crept on Tang San's face. With a sudden cough, he spat out blood, but he then raised his right hand to smear it, and, astonishingly, his blood began to lose its redness, transforming into transparent droplets. Witnessing this, Ye Hao was momentarily stunned. The first hidden weapon of the Tang sect, Tears of Guanyin. Ye Hao's expression remained calm as he reached into the void with his right hand, gradually drawing forth the Azura demon sword. Just as Tang San was about to unleash the Tears of Guanyin, Ye Hao unsheathed the sword. The nimble blade cleaved through the darkness, splitting it in 2. With a sickening sound, Tang San's eyes filled with shock as blood erupted from him like a fountain. His right hand was severed, and the Tears of Guanyin transformed into droplets that fell to the ground. Tang San screamed in agony, the pain of losing his hand causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The first hidden weapon of the Tang sect, Tears of Guanyin. It is time for you to shed tears. Ye Hao, wielding the Azura demon sword, struck again, reducing Tang San's fallen arm to a mist of blood. Ye Hao, Tang San will never let you go in this lifetime, not even as a ghost. Tang San's eyes burned crimson, his teeth bared, filled with deep-seated hatred for Ye Hao. With his arm gone, Tang San was rendered a cripple. Without the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, he could no longer regenerate his soul skills. It was simply gone. As a ghost? Ye Hao chuckled. I'm afraid not. The deity I inherited is death itself. Rest assured, once you perish, I will ensure that you cannot even become a ghost, turning to ash and smoke, forever unable to transcend. That is the least I can do for you. Forever unable to transcend. Tang San trembled, his teeth chattering. He understood the implications of those words. Ye Hao, you cannot do this. I am the heir of the sea god. Do you not fear the wrath of the sea god? For the first time, fear flickered across Tang San's face. He desperately wished Poseidon would descend from the heavens to rescue him. Yet, no matter how much Tang San struggled, the sea god did not reappear. Nor was there any sign of Poseidon. Ye Hao approached, gazing at Tang San. Tang San, you have been forsaken by the sea god. Do you still not realize it? Consider this. When you completed the sea god's 9 trials, was there any reward, such as the light of the sea god or affinity with the sea god? After Ye Hao's questioning, Tang San could no longer hold himself together. What light of the sea god? What affinity with the sea god? For him, there was nothing at all, let alone having heard of it. The sea god trident was the best evidence. The sea god's divine artifact weighed 100,800 pounds, while the trident in his hand was merely a replica, albeit a rather good one, surpassing all mortal weapons, even more formidable than his useless Haotian hammer spirit. Tang San gritted his teeth. Impossible. I am the heir of the sea god. How could the sea god abandon me? It is you. Everything is a lie, fabricated by you. Tang San remained unconvinced. Believing he had completed the first 7 trials of the sea god, and with a few more years of effort, he would undoubtedly become the sea god. Ye Hao, spare me today, and when I achieve the sea god, we shall compete again. To this, Ye Hao could not help but laugh. What qualifications does a prisoner have to negotiate with me? The sea god has abandoned you. He no longer wants you. Otherwise, how could he inexplicably lower the difficulty of your sea god 9 trials? The sea god trident is fake. Your trials are fake. All of this is a mere illusion for you. With that, Ye Hao's soul rings illuminated beneath him, revealing the death spider emperor spirit. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, 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 red. 9 soul rings, 4 of which were of 10,000 years. Seeing this, Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. His teeth clashed together as he trembled violently, unable to utter a word. And my soul devouring spider emperor spirit. Following that, Ye Hao exited the death possession, and when his second spirit emerged, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Red, red, black, red, 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 black, black, crimson gold. Another 9 soul rings, 5 of which were of 10,000 years, 3 of which were of 1,000 years, and 1 unknown crimson gold soul ring. Tang San's features contorted with fury, his entire being trembling in rage, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. He wished for nothing more than to claim those soul rings as his own. Why? 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 The 3 cries of why echoed through the heavens, leaving Tang San feeling restless. Ye Hao, however, found great pleasure in it, scoffing. Tang San, your second spirit has already been rendered useless. The Haotian hammer prematurely absorbed soul rings. It is astonishing that you could manage that, with its 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Had you cultivated step by step, by the time you reached the 9th ring of blue silvergrass, the Haotian hammer would have at least all been of 10,000 years, and 10,000 years would have been nothing to speak of. Yet, in your desire to defeat me, you hastily made the Haotian hammer absorb soul rings. Is this not in line with your useless teacher's absurd theory that the first spirit's soul ring age is merely 400 years? What a pity. This may hold true for single spirits, but twin spirits are an entirely different matter. Shut up. Tang San gritted his teeth. I will not allow you to slander my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. What a joke. You once harbored murderous thoughts toward Yu Shaojiang. If he were to know in the underworld, would he not be enraged enough to rise from his grave? Tang San trembled with fury, his anger rising, his chest heaving, his eyes blood red, the domain of the god of death spreading around him. Enough of your nonsense. Ye Hao smiled. Tang San, today marks your demise. I shall ensure you are forever unable to transcend, plummeting into hell, leaving you, this foreign being, without a place to rest. No, no. Tang San was terrified. He knew Ye Hao was serious about killing him, and today, he was surely destined to die. Chapter 277. Tang San falls. Dual deities in one body. Ye Hao becomes a god. Tang San, my ninth soul ring of the soul-devouring spider emperor comes from the deep-sea demon whale king. Indeed, it is that very creature from your sea god's eighth trial. Ye Hao's words pierced like daggers, deeply embedding themselves in Tang San's heart. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Ye Hao in silence. If mere glances could kill, Ye Hao would have perished countless times over. Ye Hao, if I, Tang San, survive this day, I shall personally take your life in the future. You have stripped me of everything, my rightful demon whales, my deep-sea demon whale king. Everything has been ruthlessly destroyed by your hands. You are destined to die. I will kill you. Tang San shouted vehemently, his body trembling with rage. His hatred for Ye Hao transcended time itself. You have no tomorrow, Ye Hao coldly declared. From this day forth, there shall be no more Tang San of the Tang sect, nor Tang San of Douluo Continent. I shall ensure you have no resting place in death. With that, Ye Hao brandished the Shura demon sword, its dark crimson blade aimed directly at Tang San, illuminating him with a blinding sword light. Cold sweat cascaded down Tang San's back, his eyes instantly vacant and dull. No, no, no. The three desperate cries echoed his panic. Ye Hao was resolute in his intent to kill. He raised the Shura demon sword high, the crimson light slicing through the heavens, descending vertically towards Tang San's head. Ye Hao, you cannot kill me. Tang San cried out in desperation, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Faced with the specter of death, his usual calmness was replaced with sheer terror. He understood that this time, he was truly cornered. In his past life as a disciple of the Tang sect, he had never felt such overwhelming fear, not even when he had jumped into the abyss of ghostly fear. Now, witnessing the Shura demon sword descending upon him, his mind raced with countless thoughts. No, I cannot die. His eyes turned bloodshot as he summoned his blue-silver grass, activating his 7th and 8th soul rings simultaneously. 7th soul skill, blue-silver avatar. 8th soul skill, blue-silver absolute defense. Transforming into a colossal blue-silver grass, a dazzling golden light erupted from it under the influence of the 8th soul ring, coalescing above him into an impenetrable shield. Ye Hao, you cannot kill me. My 8th soul skill can withstand all soul skills. As long as I live, I will one day avenge myself. Tang San screamed, desperately hoping that after this strike, he could find an opportunity to escape and seek revenge, unaware of your own demise. Ye Hao dismissed Tang San's words with a cold snort. As the Shura demon sword descended, Tang San's protective barrier was effortlessly sliced in half, akin to paper. What is this? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, his 8th soul skill proving utterly feeble before Ye Hao's blood-red blade, igniting his fury. The sword fell. Tang San, your head shall be severed. The headless corpse collapsed, thrashing briefly before falling still. The severed head, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at Ye Hao, etched with resentment and fury. Still watching? Ye Hao furrowed his brow, swinging the demon sword once more. Tang San's body and head instantly disintegrated into ashes, the swirling blood gradually dissipating into the air. It is over, yet not truly over. Ye Hao sheathed the Shura demon sword, turning to retrieve the Reaper's scythe, its mark gradually surfacing on his forehead. He hurled the scythe towards the spot where Tang San's lifeless form had vanished. I caught you. Ye Hao smiled faintly, using his soul power to summon the Reaper's scythe. At that moment, Tang San's spirit appeared, a look of bewilderment on his face as he stared at Ye Hao, terror written all over him. Ye Hao, I'm already dead. Will you not let me go? Ye Hao replied with a smile. They say keeping a tiger as a pet is perilous. Releasing it back to the mountains is a mistake. You are a hidden danger. If I do not eliminate you today, you will surely become a threat in the future. No, no, I am dead. I can no longer pose a threat to you. Have mercy, I will never oppose you again. Tang San pleaded frantically, sensing the Reaper's scythe drawing closer, gradually siphoning his soul. Ye Hao raised the scythe, pointing it at Tang San's spirit. Once Tang San of the Tang sect, now Tang San of the Douluo Continent. What will you be in the next world? I would not wish to witness such a fate. So rest in peace. With that, Ye Hao struck down fiercely. Tang San's spirit was cleaved in two, the Reaper's scythe severing it with ease. In mere moments, Tang San was reduced to ashes, his soul completely obliterated. To ensure thoroughness, Ye Hao struck several more times, ensuring Tang San was utterly vanquished, finally feeling at ease. All right, he has been reduced to nothingness. There is no chance of resurrection. Now ascend to godhood. The Reaper's voice echoed in Ye Hao's mind. I must be cautious, after all. Ye Hao inhaled deeply before exhaling. With Tang San's demise, Ye Hao's greatest obstacle was resolved. He was ready to ascend to divinity. The Reaper's 8th trial was evidently complete, and for the 9th trial. Ye Hao decided to remain here. Ye Hao took the Reaper's scythe and planted it at the center of the island. Instantly, the surroundings began to transform dramatically. Darkness enveloped the island, casting a shadow over all. To become a god, Ye Hao was prepared for his ascent. He also retrieved the Shura demon sword, placing it beside the Reaper's scythe. With the 2 divine artifacts before him, Ye Hao sat cross-legged, the Reaper's temple manifesting behind him. The scythe and Shura marks flickering in and out of visibility on his forehead. To become a god, a duality of divine entities, the Reaper and the Shura. I am coming. Ye Hao stepped into the Reaper's temple, where he encountered both the Reaper and the Shura god, who had come to witness this moment. Reaper, Shura god, why are you here? Ye Hao inquired, gazing at the 2 deities. The Reaper chuckled, I am about to relinquish my position. You are about to inherit my divinity. Is it not fitting for me to come in person? The Shura god smiled. Indeed, this duality of divine entities is unprecedented in the divine realm, and we were eager to witness this moment. Hearing their words, Ye Hao stifled a laugh, realizing they were simply eager for their own liberation, lacking even the finesse to weave a lie. Enough of this chatter, let us begin. The Reaper cleared his throat, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. Gradually, the forms of the 2 deities began to dim, while Ye Hao stood at the center of the Reaper's temple. The Reaper's scythe and the Shura demon sword flew into the temple, circling around Ye Hao, each radiating its unique luminescence. Reaper, Shura, 9th trial, divine position inheritance. Duality of the divine, the inheritance begins now. A commanding voice resonated throughout the Reaper's temple as a dark crimson beam shot skyward, shrouding the entire sky in gloom. Though it was daylight, to those outside, it appeared as if night had fallen. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, the already reclusive Poseidon gazed at the dim sky from atop Sea God Mountain, a complex expression crossing her face. So it has come to this. Ye Hao is about to become a god, a duality of divine entities. Sigh. In her eyes shone a glimmer of yearning. Yet her identity forbade her from ever achieving godhood. Unbeknownst to her, Poseidon began to envy Douluo. Simultaneously, far away in the spirit hall of Douluo Continent, Bibi, poised to depart for the front lines, suddenly halted. A powerful surge emanated from the sea, palpable to her senses. Did you feel that? Bibi asked, gazing toward the ocean. Yes, Haozi has completed the 9th trial and is on the path to divinity, Little Red replied proudly, a smile illuminating its features. This day had been long awaited, and it had finally arrived. Wonderful. Once Hauer ascends, only little snow will remain. Bibi smiled faintly, preparing to set forth towards the front lines of the Star Luo Empire. With a divine being personally intervening, the empire would surely fall effortlessly into their grasp. Guard the spirit hall well. I must take my leave, she declared, and with a flicker, she vanished from sight. Return swiftly. Xiao Hong symbolically waved its paw, then hummed a cheerful tune as it pranced away, in high spirits that day. On a solitary island amidst the sea, darkness enveloped the land, with the Temple of Death standing resolutely at its center. Ye Hao's body radiated a resplendent glow from his soul bones, emanating brilliance and warmth. Subsequently, all his soul bones detached autonomously, beginning with the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone and the Titan giant ape's left leg bone, soaring into the air above the temple. A crimson beam of light then washed over them, transforming the bones into dark red armored boots, which flowed back into Ye Hao's legs in a cascade of luminescence. Next came his arms. The Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's arm bones flew forth, also receiving the baptism of a light beam, morphing into dark red arm guards. Following this, the chest and finally the head pieces took shape, forming a breastplate and helmet in succession. At that moment, the soul bones underwent evolution, and Ye Hao could distinctly sense a seismic shift within himself, as if he were being sublimated, an indescribably subtle sensation. 6 soul bones coalesced into the form of the god of death, the Azura god armor manifesting upon him. Ye Hao's 6-foot purple wings transformed into dark red wings of death, fluttering gently, capable of encircling the entire planet in a single sweep, truly formidable. Unusual phenomena erupted. Darkness loomed as the winds surged and clouds billowed around Ye Hao, the enormity of his ascension causing all sea soul beasts within a 100-mile radius to flee in terror. The island beneath his feet erupted with towering waves, crashing in a breathtaking spectacle. Ye Hao sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, absorbing the immense changes within him, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Simultaneously, the scythe of the god of death descended before him, and he extended his right hand to grasp it firmly. With a resounding crack, the shackles within him shattered, and Ye Hao's soul power surged from the 99th level, crossing into the 100th level. Breaking free from all constraints, he had ascended to godhood. As the god of death and the 9th trial of the Azura god concluded, the divine position was successfully inherited, granting an enhancement of 50,000 years to all soul rings. The extermination of the Azura solidified the divine inheritance, resulting in another 50,000 years added to all soul rings. 2 divine positions, 2 enhancements of 50,000 years, culminating in a total augmentation of 100,000 years for his soul rings. No longer did Ye Hao possess 9 soul rings, but rather 10 resplendent rings. The Death Spider Emperor's martial soul displayed 9 red rings, with the last of brilliant gold, while the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's martial soul bore 8 red rings, 1 dark crimson, and the final 1 dark gold. The 20 soul rings dazzled with brilliance, captivating and radiant. Ye Hao inhaled deeply. After so many years in this world, he had finally reached the pinnacle of existence. Each breath allowed him to perceive the passage of time and the evolution of the ages. After a lengthy moment, Ye Hao extended a finger, and 3 figures emerged from the heart of the god of death: Zhu, Zhu, and Xiahu. Precisely as he had promised them. Once he attained divinity, he would resurrect them. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. Ye Hao crossed his arms. The divine energy of the god of death enveloping the souls of the 3. They had once been spirit beasts, now sacrificed to him. In this rebirth, they would become human, true humans, shedding their beastly forms. The 3 souls materialized into human shapes, gazing at one another in astonishment. We are alive. We are truly alive. Zhu exclaimed, incredulous, recalling his own death after the sacrifice. Now, reborn, not only had he transformed into a human, but he had also become a peerless Douluo at the 99th level. Zhu and Xiahu experienced the same metamorphosis. Their sacrifices had paved the way for Ye Hao's current strength, and he would not forsake them. This moment was rightfully theirs. We are truly alive. The trio felt overwhelming excitement, their souls nurtured within the heart of the god of death since their sacrifice. Now, they had been resurrected, and their achievements were far beyond mere survival. Thank you, Master. They bowed in gratitude towards Ye Hao. Words failed them in expressing their emotions. Ye Hao simidet genti, extending his hands to help them rise. It is enough that you have returned. I have ascended to godhood. Let's go home. He spoke, stepping out of the temple of death, surveying his surroundings only to find an impenetrable darkness, unable to see his own hand before his face. With a wave of his hand, the darkness began to dissipate, the sky rekindling with light as the long-awaited warmth of sunlight bathed the land once more. Then, with a single step, Ye Hao found himself atop Sea God Mountain. Predecessor Poseidon, Ye Hao called out suddenly, causing the figure of Poseidon to flicker momentarily. When did you arrive? Poseidon asked, his brow furrowing as he assessed Ye Hao, who now appeared to be a god. Not long ago, Ye Hao replied with a smile, gesturing for Poseidon to remain untroubled. Why have you come to Sea God Island? It has been sealed for a century. Ye Hao remained silent, instead retrieving the spirit of the sea horse Douluo. My slaying of the sea horse Douluo was an act of desperation. Now that I have ascended to godhood, I must resurrect him. From this day forth, the Spirit Empire and Sea God Island shall harbor no animosity. In Chapter 278, Unification of Douluo, Ye Hao did not impose upon Sea God Island, but instead resurrected the sea horse Douluo right before Poseidon's eyes. Predecessor Poseidon, this life we may not meet again, Ye Hao said after reviving the sea horse Douluo, then bowed and departed. He understood that the island would remain sealed for a century, and after that time, when he ascended, the Douluo Continent would be devoid of gods, allowing Sea God Island to emerge once more. For the sake of the island, Poseidon had no choice but to comply. Great Elder, I'm not dead. The recently resurrected sea horse Douluo felt somewhat disoriented, recalling clearly that he had been slain by Ye Hao. How could he now stand here unharmed? Welcome back, Oya, Poseidon smiled gently. You should go greet the others. They've been quite worried during your absence. The sea horse Douluo hesitated, unsure of what to say, though his mind swirled with questions about his resurrection. He understood that being alive was far better than the alternative, quietly accepting that it was the sea god who had saved him. Yes, it must be so. The sea god has blessed me, he thought to himself. Watching the sea horse Douluo depart, Poseidon lingered for a while, eventually sighing softly as he entered the sea god temple. 100 years could pass in the blink of an eye. Who would still be alive then? The world is ever-changing, the sea turning to mulberry fields, and things and people have changed beyond recognition. Ye Hao left Sea God Island, stepping forth to find himself back on the Douluo Continent. After ascending to divinity, he stood alone in the clouds, unmatched by anyone. Prior to his arrival, Bibi Dong had already ascended. Now, Ye Hao could sense that his mother had reached the front lines of the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Empire, as the saying goes, cannot tolerate two tigers on the same mountain. The matter at hand must be resolved. On this continent, one ruler suffices. There is but one piece of meat, yet two wolves vie for it. At the front lines of the Star Luo Empire, countless troops amassed. The clouds loomed ominously, and the battlefield was thick with a palpable aura of slaughter. Beneath the capital of the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Empire advanced with a million-strong army, and the Star Luo Empire stood similarly poised. Once hostilities commenced, a fierce battle was inevitable. Life and death hung in the balance, and the mountains would be overturned. The soldiers of the Star Luo Empire faced a time of survival. The Spirit Empire's nefarious ambitions sought to engulf the Star Luo Empire. Soldiers, let us unite against this common enemy and defend our land. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire initiated a pre-war mobilization. Clad in golden armor as he stood atop the city walls. Renowned for its martial prowess, the Star Luo Empire boasted formidable national strength and stringent military discipline. Unlike the former Heaven Do Empire, had it not been for the presence of the Spirit Hall, this continent would have long been under the dominion of the Star Luo Empire. War, war, war. The fervor for battle soared, and a palpable atmosphere of bloodshed permeated the army. On the opposing side, within the Spirit Empire's ranks, Bibi Dong emerged in resplendent armor, gracefully making her way to the front lines. She cast a glance at the formations of the Star Luo Empire and nodded approvingly. With an army of 1,000,000, the impending conflict would undoubtedly bring about widespread devastation. The empire was newly established, and her heart ached for the suffering of the populace. With a gentle sigh, Bibi Dong proclaimed, "Hear me, Star Luo Empire. I am the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Surrender now to spare the lives of countless souls and alleviate the suffering of the masses." Her words were merely an attempt to avoid bloodshed. With her current strength, she alone could annihilate an entire city. Should the death domain be unleashed, not a soul would escape unscathed. This was but a mere display of her power. Were Bibi Dong to truly unleash her fury, the existence of the Star Luo Empire would be at stake. The Star Luo Empire was resolute, prepared to fight until the last man stood, willing to share the fate of their city. Observing this, Bibi Dong ceased her attempts at persuasion. Adorned in her fearsome attire, she summoned 4 purple sighs that loomed ominously above her, exuding an aura of divinity that spread like wildfire. The Star Luo Empire was not devoid of titled level experts. However, the mere hint of Bibi Dong's might instill dread within their ranks, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping them. Before her, all titled Douluos felt like mere ants. One breath from her could spell their demise. As if to punctuate her power, the sky darkened ominously, and bolts of lightning cascaded towards the Star Luo Empire. In an instant, chaos erupted, horses reared, and anguished cries filled the air as countless spirit masters were reduced to ash, while several titled Douluos fell in a single strike, unaware of their grim fate. Under such a frenzied onslaught, the previously buoyant morale began to wane, with many soldiers fleeing in terror, some plummeting from the city walls to their inevitable demise. "Steady, steady, maintain formation," the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire bellowed, exerting every effort to stabilize the spirits of his troops. Yet, beside Bibi Dong, a peculiar figure appeared. A stranger clad in dark crimson armor and wielding a scythe of death, hovering effortlessly in the air. "Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, I do not wish to unleash a massacre. Surrender now, or you shall be the next to perish. The suffering of the people will weigh heavily on your legacy, leaving you reviled for eternity." Ye Hao's words echoed across the skies above Star Luo City, lingering in the air. The Star Luo Empire was determined to fight until the very last moment. The fate of the Spirit Empire was uncertain. "Then I shall not hold back," Ye Hao declared, casually waving his arm, causing the once secure city gates to explode open. The soldiers and spirit masters within the city found themselves immobilized, exchanging horrified glances. "Advance. Remember, do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Disarm them, and capture the royal family of the Star Luo Empire entirely." With his command, the Spirit Empire's soldiers and spirit masters surged forward like a tide, a cacophony of galloping hooves and thunderous roars filling the air. "Well done," Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. "I had intended to unleash the death domain, but I realized it would turn Star Luo City into a wasteland, leaving no survivors. I would not wish to bear the infamy of such destruction after a century of ascension. Ye Hao shrugged, expressing his resignation. The outcome was clear. The Star Luo Empire would soon cease to exist. Bibi sighed with relief. The Spirit Empire had at last unified under her command. Let us return home. Ye Hao suggested to Bibi. Yes, home. After relaying their orders, they stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the Spirit Hall. It's over, Ye Hao yawned, reflecting on his journey from arrival to divinity, as if it had all been a lengthy dream. I almost forgot. He slapped his forehead, releasing the spider child, an evil tiger from within the heart of death. They had shed their beastly forms, becoming true humans. What do you plan to do next? Ye Hao asked the trio. The spider glanced at Spider Child, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Spider Child responded. Ye Hao chuckled helplessly. Do as you wish. If you truly decide to be together and have a child, the likelihood of them possessing dual spirit abilities is quite high. I intend to lead my kin back to the sea. With the Sea Demon Whale King now deceased, the Demon Soul Great White Shark Group, along with the retreat of Sea God Island, will no longer emerge. Upon returning to the ocean, I will gather my people to establish our own territory. Even though the evil tiger was no longer the Sea Demon Tiger King, he still prioritized the well-being of his kin. By the way, Ye Hao retrieved the desiccated remains of the Sea Demon Whale King from the heart of death. Having absorbed its full power, it was now nothing but a husk. This is for you. He offered 1/3 of the Sea Demon Whale King's body to the evil tiger. Master, what is this? The evil tiger exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. You'll understand. Ye Hao raised an eyebrow with a smile. I noticed several members of the Demon Tiger Whale Group are on the verge of becoming 10,000-year sea spirit beasts. This is the body of the Sea Demon Whale King. Share it among yourselves, and you may very well give birth to a few 10,000-year sea spirit beasts. When you and I ascend to the divine realm, the Demon Tiger Whale Group will possess a means of self-preservation. No? With that, the evil tiger took 1/3 of the Sea Demon Whale King's remains and departed from the Spirit Hall, heading towards the ocean while borrowing the Heart of Death to transport the Demon Tiger Whale Group within it. Ye Hao gazed up at the azure sky, faintly perceiving the silhouette of the divine realm. Were they calling to him? Ignoring it, he waved his hand and left. There's still 99 years. No need to rush. Ye Hao was an optimist, with 99 years ahead of him. Why hurry? Soon after, news arrived from the front lines. The Spirit Empire had decisively breached the capital of the Star Luo Empire, bringing an end to the long-standing dynasty. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire was captured alive, and the emperor took his own life amidst the flames, marking the fall of a once great ruler. When the tidings of the Star Luo Empire's demise reached Dai Mubai in the dungeons of the Spirit Hall, he took his own life that very night. The former prince, now a prisoner, perishing in the dark confines of a cell. As for Ma Hongjun, the Spirit Hall decided to imprison him until death, considering his sentiments towards the women of Douluo Continent. Among the three, the most fortunate was Oscar, who married his long-desired Ning Rongrong, seamlessly serving the Spirit Empire. As a food-type spirit master, his talent was commendable, with immense potential for future growth. Not long after, the Sword Law, Bone Law, and Ning Fengji all succumbed to illness. Liberated from the psychological torment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's downfall, they found peace at last. Before long, the Spirit Empire conquered the remaining cities of the Star Luo Empire, officially declaring its annihilation. The Spirit Empire emerged as the sole empire of Douluo Continent. In the nascent days of the empire, the principles of equality were upheld, abolishing the nobility. Everyone was treated equally, devoid of distinctions of wealth or status. The era of self-proclaimed superiority had passed. A new age had dawned. Within the Spirit Hall, after Ye Hao ascended to godhood, he relished a life of comfort. No longer required to train, the empire was under vigilant guardianship. Bibi had retreated from the forefront, with Hulaina ascending as the new empress of the Spirit Empire. In her leisure, Bibi sought only to spend time with her granddaughter, the burdens of the past long forgotten. After a lifetime of toil, she was now ready to enjoy her twilight years. In the garden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi and Ye Hao sat facing each other, the air thick with anticipation. Soon, Xiao Xue would complete her 8th trial and ascend to godhood. Bibi reflected wistfully on how swiftly time had passed. It had been 4 years since her own ascension. Her granddaughter had blossomed into a graceful young woman, having recently awakened her 6-winged angel martial soul, with an innate spirit power of level 20. Early that morning, she had been taken by Xiao Hong to hunt for soul rings, fulfilling their promise. Mother, are you still taking disciples? Ye Hao inquired, sipping his tea as he turned his gaze toward Bibi Dong. Disciples? Bibi Dong responded, slightly perplexed. Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er are about to welcome their child, and I've seen that it possesses a twin martial soul, akin to ours, the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, Ye Hao remarked with a smile. When Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er had wed, many titled elders of the Spirit Hall had mourned quietly, lamenting the rarity of a female titled Douluo. Moreover, Zhu Er's naturally aloof demeanor, combined with her past as a soul beast, had led some to wish to experience the joy once felt by Tang Hao. You would actually take on a disciple, would you? Bibi Dong said, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Hao. Experience speaks volumes, as you well know. My character is not suited for the role of a master. Ye Hao replied, acknowledged gink hervistom. In a once vibrant Heaven Do city, now the Spirit Empire, the Shrek Academy had been dismantled. 2 years prior, Lu Erlong had passed away, her body laid to rest alongside Flender's. A generation had officially drawn to a close. The former Shrek Academy was no more, replaced by a newly established Spirit Empire Academy, one that championed equality. Anyone with spirit power could join. With enough effort and talent, one could secure a place among the esteemed elders of the empire. In the center square of the imperial capital stood 2 statues, one of Yu Shaojiang, the other of Tang San. Both statues knelt in the square, covered in dust and withered leaves, presenting a disheveled appearance. The pair were regarded poorly across the continent, their legacies mired in infamy. Even after a millennium, their statues remained, their disgrace echoing through the ages, forever subject to public disdain. A year later, on this day, Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er welcomed their child into the world, marking the birth of a new twin martial soul bearer, Bibi Dong's personally chosen disciple. As for Ye Hao, he struggled to manage his own affairs, let alone take on a disciple. On this day, the Spirit Hall, long shrouded in silence, erupted in unexpected turmoil. Within the Elder Hall, it was rare for Ye Hao to make an appearance. Coincidentally, at that moment, Qian Rinxue was undergoing the angel trials. However, Ye Hao found himself in utter bewilderment. There were 2 Qian Rinxues present, one radiant, the other shadowy, both identical save for their hair, one golden, the other gray. Helpless, Ye Hao glanced at their gazes, particularly that of his legitimate wife, and in an instant, he understood. He stepped forward, embracing them both, thinking, who else could claim such a privilege? What do you mean? Qian Rinxue demanded, her voice laced with confusion. You are one and the same. This is your dark side. Both are my wives. You are essentially one person. Get lost, Qian Rinxue retorted, her anger palpable. Chapter 279. Qian Rinxue ascends. An end and a rise time seemed to freeze as Ye Hao held both the light and dark Qian Rinxue in his arms. The atmosphere grew awkward as he recognized the intensity of his legitimate wife's gaze. Naturally, Qian Rinxue was too proud to share her man with another woman. Even if that woman was another version of herself, there could be only one, either her or me, Qian Rinxue declared firmly, as no woman desires to share her partner with another, no matter how closely related they might be. The sight of her nearly identical counterpart sent chills down her spine. Ye Hao stammered, quickly reaching a decision. You both may decide for yourselves. I shall take my leave. He opted to discreetly exit, understanding that this was Xiao Xue's angel trial, and that the darker aspect was merely an amplified representation of Qian Rinxue's inner turmoil. In truth, they were one and the same. Ye Hao recognized Qian Rinxue's character well. She was not one to share her partner with a stranger, especially not with another version of herself, which felt utterly bizarre. It's fortunate I managed to slip away quickly, better to avoid the impending conflict between the 2 women. With that, Ye Hao vanished. Since the annihilation of the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Empire had claimed dominion over the Douluo Continent, establishing itself as the sole ruler. During this time, the populace enjoyed peace and prosperity as restoration efforts began to take shape, though remnants of the former regimes attempted to rebel. Invoking the names of the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, they were swiftly quelled. Ultimately, it was discovered that these insurrectionists were merely idle miscreants, bored and seeking trouble. As tranquility reigned, the number of restless souls increased. These individuals were eventually banished to the city of Slaughter to prevent further unrest. After some time, a day arrived when a brilliant golden light erupted above the Elder Hall, a resplendent column of divine illumination piercing the heavens, painting the sky in hues of gold. Ye Hao, idly passing time within the Spirit Hall, instinctively looked up, immediately grasping the significance. His wife was on the brink of ascension. After so long, the moment had finally come. The 9th angel trial was upon them. Qian Douluo was about to make a sacrifice. Ye Hao had his role to play as well. He swiftly made his way to the Elder Hall. Inside, the sacrificial ceremony was underway. Qian Daolu transformed into a golden statue, enveloped in flames, exuding an aura of holiness and light. Beside him, Qian Rinxue sprouted 6 pairs of angelic wings. While she understood her grandfather was making a sacrifice, and that he could return, witnessing it firsthand filled her with sorrow. He was her only family throughout her life. As she watched her beloved grandfather depart from her sight, tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face. "Grandfather," she cried, her heart breaking at the loss of her dearest kin. Yet, she quickly composed herself, realizing that his actions were meant to empower her. Furthermore, he was not truly gone. He could return. Now, her purpose was clear: to honor her grandfather's expectations and ascend to godhood. Indeed, as Qian Rinxue undertook the 9th angel trial, Qian Daoliu's essence began to coalesce anew amidst the golden light. Ye Hao acted decisively, manipulating Qian Daoliu's soul, pulling him back from the precipice of death with seamless precision. "Thank you for your efforts, old man." Ye Hao smiled at the resurrected Qian Daolu. "Thank you," Qian Daolu replied with a smile, his gaze turning to his granddaughter, who was receiving the divine inheritance of the angel god, his heart swelling with pride. The long-awaited 9th angel trial, anticipated by countless generations of Spirit Hall masters, was finally reaching its conclusion, heralding the arrival of the angel god. As time slipped by, the extraordinary phenomena above the Elder Hall continued unabated. Qian Rinxue, wielding the holy angel sword and adorned in divine angelic garb, her back graced with 6 pairs of golden wings, radiated sanctity. Her spirit power surged past level 99, achieving the pinnacle of 100 and ascending to godhood. She had succeeded. In that moment, Qian Daolu's eyes brimmed with tears. After years, indeed decades, of waiting, his lifelong aspiration was fulfilled at last. "Grandfather," Qian Rinxue wept joyfully, her previous sorrow dissipating. Seeing her grandfather safe before her, the significance of her ascension paled in comparison. With Qian Rinxue's ascension, the Spirit Empire had reached its zenith, boasting 3, nay, 4, divine beings, including Ye Hao's dual divinity. In this day and age, after millennia without a soul achieving godhood on the Douluo Continent, 3 had now emerged. In an instant, the prestige of the Spirit Empire reached its zenith. That evening, a grand banquet was held by Ye Hao and his family, celebrating the ascension of Qian Rinxue to divinity. As dusk descended, Ye Hao returned to his chamber after a long day, languidly stretching and gazing up at the familiar ceiling. "What's wrong? You seem rather discontented." Qian Rinxue, adorned in a golden lace nightgown, sat beside Ye Hao, sensing the melancholy that enveloped him. Nothing at all," Ye Hao replied, shaking his head. "I merely feel a sense of regret." "What could possibly cause you regret?" Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled, for today was meant to be a day of joy. "From a moment I awakened my martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, at the tender age of 6, my fate was sealed. At 6, I studied at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and by 12, I had arrived at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, where I encountered you. At 14, I triumphed in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, and from that point we pledged ourselves to one another for life. At 15, I journeyed to the City of Slaughter, becoming the youngest god of death in history. At 16, I began to face the trials of divinity, ultimately achieving dual divinity." Ye Hao reflected, realizing that after so many years on this continent, he had unknowingly become unrivaled, with no worthy adversaries to be found. "Are you bored?" Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, observing him intently. "Indeed, I am bored. Being invincible is truly lonely," Ye Hao acknowledged, nodding to himself. With Tang San deceased and the Douluo Continent now unified, no one dared to oppose him. An unexpected solitude now plagued him. It was quite the paradox. "You really are full of yourself." Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes, then reclined beside him, turning her body towards him. In response, Ye Hao smiled gently, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her close. "My dear, let me ask you, does that dark side of yours still linger?" he inquired mischievously. Qian Rinxue shot him a disapproving glance and playfully pinched his side. "What mischief are you concocting now? I suggest you rein it in. Do you think I can no longer serve you?" "I wouldn't dare," Ye Hao replied hastily. "I merely wish to experience double the joy." "Get lost." Qian Rinxue placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with mock displeasure. "My love, it's all a misunderstanding," Ye Hao quickly explained, desperation evident in his tone. "For all these years, since you began your trials, I've been sleeping alone. Do you know what I've endured during this time?" He sighed, lamenting that Qian Rinxue had been residing in the Elder Hall for her angelic trials, only able to visit her during rare moments of free time. All right. I forgive you. Qian Rinxue relented, her heart softening as she gazed at his sorrowful expression, shaking her head. Enduring for so long had indeed been a trial for Ye Hao. He was, after all, a man, and intimacy was essential within a marriage. Since Qian Rinxue commenced her trials, Ye Hao had been alone. Though he had fleeting interactions with Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing's sister, they were merely trifling encounters. As for those three, he had let them go, allowing them to live their own lives. Throughout it all, only one person occupied his heart, and that person was right beside him. Nothing more. Ye Hao and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with affection, and in that moment, they shared a knowing smile. They embraced and kissed, their passion igniting like fire, inseparable as ever. As time flowed onward, the relentless march of the years pressed on. Since Ye Hao ascended to divinity, he had largely lingered in idleness. For a period, he had traveled alongside Qian Rinxue, exploring the Douluo Continent, witnessing the breathtaking auroras of the extreme north, and indulging in the beautiful landscapes he had long yearned to see. They had conversed with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress in the far north, and had soared through the skies, beholding the entirety of the continent. The wonders of the world lay before them, as they traversed every corner of the Douluo Continent. 99 years passed in a flash, and the time for ascension was drawing near. Ye Hao had surpassed a century in age, yet the passage of time left no mark upon his visage. He remained unchanged, a youthful spirit unblemished. On this starry night, he stood alone in the corridor of the Spirit Hall, gazing down at the myriad of lights below, his heart heavy with nostalgia. Tomorrow he would depart from the Douluo Continent, journeying to the realm of the gods, with a century soon to conclude. Old acquaintances gradually wither away, like leaves falling in the wind. Ye Hao recalled a profound saying from a past life, a truth he finally grasped. All those he had once known lay buried beneath the sands of time, their memories fading. Even now, the elders within the Spirit Hall were all newcomers, fresh faces, many possessing extraordinary talents. Ye Hao had witnessed firsthand the rise of ordinary individuals to the rank of titled law. As he observed them, he saw the reflection of his younger self. The cool night breeze rustled around him, and Ye Hao returned to his chamber to rest. Still busy packing? Ye Hao remarked with a resigned smile at the flustered Qian Rinxue. Yes, we are soon to depart for the divine realm. Unbeknownst to me, nearly a century has passed since my ascension. Now that the time to leave is at hand, I find myself feeling quite reluctant. It has been wonderful here. I grew up in this place, and the people and events have gradually become unfamiliar. Just a few years ago, even Grandpa Jean A.O. passed away, and I felt what it meant to be worlds apart, to lose an old friend. Tears welled in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she surveyed the familiar room, her home, the place where she had spent her entire life. The thought of leaving made her heart ache. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Ye Hao sighed softly, knowing they were about to depart, burdened with countless memories to leave behind. Qian Rinxue remained silent, an eerie stillness enveloping her as she embraced Ye Hao, tears cascading down silently. Without uttering a word, Ye Hao's shoulder gradually became dampened by her sorrow. The following morning, within the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi stood together, preparing to leave, accompanied by their loved ones. Qian Rinxue brought along her grandfather and daughter, while Bibi was accompanied by Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Zhu Er's son, who had grown into a formidable 99th level title Da. Ye Hao, too, brought Zhu and Zhu Er, as well as the evil tiger. A promise made a century ago was finally due for fulfillment. In truth, the divine realm had an unwritten rule. Upon ascension, one could only bring one close relative. However, who was Ye Hao? The god of death, the god of Shura. And who was the god of Shura? The ultimate boss. To suggest he could only bring one person was a futile proposition. Nearby, Little Red grinned. Is everyone here? Let us hurry. Ye Hao chuckled. You seem impatient. Just a moment. We are about to embark for the divine realm, and once we leave, we shall never return. Ye Hao surveyed the scenery of the Spirit Hall. After living there for a century, there were countless things he was reluctant to part with. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but sigh, for when the moment of farewell arrived, denying feelings of nostalgia would be disingenuous. Let us depart. The time has come, Bibi spoke. Indeed. Let us go. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, though her heart was heavy with reluctance. The two turned to Ye Hao. Ye Hao took one last look at the Spirit Hall, then with a grand gesture, the figures of all present vanished from that place. At the very moment Ye Hao and his companions departed from the Spirit Hall, far across the ocean, 100 miles away from the Douluo Continent, the long-lost sea god island quietly resurfaced above the waves. A century had passed, and the island had become a mere legend. Its last appearance had been 100 years prior, and now it re-emerged just as Ye Hao was set to leave, precisely a century later. Yet, everything had changed. The island now bore two new graves, closely nestled together. At long last, Tang Chun and Poseidon have found their togetherness. Ye Hao, Bibi and Qian Rinxue have ascended to divinity, bidding farewell to the Douluo Continent, never to return to the Spirit Hall. They have vanished completely, replaced by a realm shrouded in ethereal mist, where golden clouds drift gracefully, resembling a celestial paradise. Soon, figures emerge from the distance, adorned in exquisitely classical garments, each bearing strikingly handsome visages, and they swiftly approach Ye Hao. Before Ye Hao, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi they performed a respectful bow. We pay our respects to Lord Shura, the foremost man, intoned reverently. You must be the divine officials sent to guide us, Ye Hao remarked, having gleaned some understanding of the situation. Indeed, Lord Shura speaks truly. We are the divine officials from the divine realm, sent on a mission to escort the Lord Shura, the Lord Rakshasa, and the Lord Angel. We welcome you to the divine realm, the official responded. The divine realm marks the commencement of a new life, heralding the dawn of a new generation of legends.